This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Winter solstice, the sun rises, the year turns. Deepest beneath Churia. The brick floor was cold and hard, the chill seeping into her bones through her thin clothing. Half-conscious, Jiang Chen vaguely saw the flickering light of a searchlight in the dim air, like the eyes of some unknown creature, coldly watching her. Alive or dead? A deep male voice sounded not far away. Not yet. Another person replied, his tone cautious. Wu Ziyuan, you're so close. Go check for a heartbeat and breathing. The first voice sounded again, with a commanding tone. Chen Yimo, why don't you go yourself? Wu Ziyuan's voice held a hint of dissatisfaction. I opened my eyes. Jiang Chen slowly opened her eyes, her gaze falling upon the massive warehouse ceiling above her, emitting a faint green light. The light resembled some ancient rune, shimmering with an ominous aura. She struggled to sit up, her limbs feeling as heavy as lead. Not far away, two blurry figures were conversing in hushed tones. In the dim light, the silence seemed to stretch endlessly, an oppressive atmosphere filling the air. After a long while. Who are you? How did you get in? Chen Yimo spoke first, his voice icy cold. Jiang Chen didn't answer immediately, only lowering her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, as if she had been greatly frightened. Her silence made the two opposite her even more wary. Chen Yimo frowned, his handsome brows furrowing, and whispered to Wu Ziyuan beside him, could it be a living sacrifice said by the natives? Wu Ziyuan frowned, clearly hesitant. The two exchanged a glance, reaching a tacit understanding, and then strode towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen remained still, her mind racing. If these two wanted to eliminate her, they should have acted before she even opened her eyes, not waited until now. But currently, she had no weapons to defend herself, so she could only feign ignorance and try to lower their guard as much as possible. Just as she was pondering, Wu Ziyuan suddenly pounced on her, his movements as swift as a cheetah. Before Jiang Chen could react, he had her limbs firmly locked, rendering her immobile. Chen Yimo then pulled a metal device about 2 inches long from his waist. The device was inlaid with strange black stones, its surface engraved with intricate and eerie patterns, faintly gleaming with a ghostly blue light, like some creation from another world. He crouched down, without a word, and skillfully and roughly pried open Jiang Chen's right eye, pressing the button on the handle. A beam of bright silver light suddenly shot out, piercing straight into her eyeball. What are you doing? Help! Help! Jiang Chen's screams echoed in the underground palace. A sharp pain surged through her. It felt as if her right eye had been pierced by a needle, blood streaming down her cheek. After the bright light faded, black halos continued to flicker before her eyes, blurring her vision. Pupil color hasn't darkened. Iris is normal, temporarily ruling out the possibility of a mutation. Chen Yimo's voice was cold and mechanical, as if announcing some experimental result. As he spoke, he flipped the metal instrument over. At the other end of the instrument was a palm-sized, octopus-like mechanical hand, slowly extending from the darkness of the chamber. The mechanical hand was cold and sharp, gently grazing Jiang Chen's cheek, leaving a thin, long trail of blood. A mechanical arm locked onto Jiang Chen's head, a faint electric current coursing through her body, a tingling, needle-like sensation shooting through her temples. Her consciousness began to blur, as if her soul was being greedily sucked away by the octopus-like mechanical arm, her body growing heavier and heavier, as if plunging into a bottomless abyss. Initial detection. No supernatural abilities. Chen Yimo's voice rang out again, tinged with disappointment. He turned the metal instrument with both hands. With a click, the mechanical arm retracted. But he remained vigilant, coldly commanding, lock it up. Wu Ziyuan pulled a long, black rope resembling snake skin from his waist, and deftly bound Jiang Chen's hands tightly. The rope felt icy cold, like the skin of some living creature, sending chills down one's spine. Just as Jiang Chen was becoming dizzy from all this, Chen Yimo suddenly moved closer to her, his emerald eyes only an inch away. His gaze was sharp as a knife, as if trying to dissect her skin and see the deepest secrets of her heart. Black hair and black eyes, quite rare, he murmured, his tone tinged with inquiry. As he spoke, he couldn't help but lower his head to scrutinize Jiang Chen. The girl before him was no more than 13 or 14 years old, with delicate features, but not particularly stunning. Her long, black hair, unbound and reaching her legs, seemed perpetually dark, and her overly pale skin appeared lifeless, like porcelain about to shatter. Her eyes, beneath her pale face, were like deep, unfathomable pools of water, yet they also revealed an unfathomable resilience. Chin Yimo walked around the underground palace, left and right, examining it from all angles. The palace's terrain was complex, its walls covered with ancient runes and eerie murals, seemingly silently whispering some unknown secret. Even more unsettling was the fact that mutants frequently appeared and disappeared here, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. A 13 or 14-year-old girl, neither implanted with spores nor possessing any superpowers, appeared in the deepest part of the underground palace. Strange, so strange. Chin Yimo thought to himself, puzzled. Jiang Chen opened her blurry, bloodshot eyes. The pain from the bright light still lingered in her mind, but ignoring the pain in her eyes, she looked up and hurriedly asked, that thing said it was made in 2095. Neither of them expected that the first thing the girl, after all that ordeal, would ask after getting up was this. You have a sharp eye. What, you want to buy it? This is my latest masterpiece. It will become one of the greatest inventions in the 70 years since the apocalypse. Chin Yimo said proudly, his tone tinged with boastfulness. This year. 2095. The apocalypse. Jiang Chen squeezed her eyes shut, a storm raging in her heart. So, she's now transported to the post-apocalyptic year 2095, and without any of those weird superpowers? So her current situation is one of utter helplessness, being held hostage, and completely defenseless from the start? Did she just fall down before she even got here, and end up 70 years in the future? Chapter 2. 1 hour before transmigrating. Stairwell of the office building. Jiang Chen crouched in a corner, randomly switching to a radio station, trying to dispel her unease and anxiety with the sounds of the outside world. A series of nightmares and overtime work had disrupted her menstrual cycle, leaving her utterly exhausted. The radio broadcast a male anchor's metallic voice, reporting on recent news. 49 years have passed since our country government discharged nuclear wastewater, far exceeding the expected timeframe. Our country's prime minister held a press conference today to apologize. The comments section exploded instantly. A little butterfly from America. This damn our country, is it trying to drag all of humanity down with it? Momo, if apologies were effective, what would be the point of the police? I am your little cutie. Whatever, I'm going to die sooner or later. If radiation turns me into a zombie little cutie, then let the radiation come even stronger. Ideal young talent. Aren't we all doing just fine? Those ahead, don't exaggerate. 594-2. Humanity is a tumor on Earth. If the end of the world really happens, it's all to get rid of this malignant tumor. Little White Rabbit unleashes its beastly nature. Wow, how terrifying. Jiang Chen turns off the comments and continues listening to the news report. An unidentified trench has appeared in the southwestern Pacific Ocean, seemingly containing unidentified objects. Experts speculate that its depth far exceeds that of the Mariana Trench. Our station is continuously tracking this report. An unidentified trench has appeared in the southwestern Pacific Ocean, seemingly containing unidentified objects. Experts speculate that its depth far exceeds that of the Mariana Trench. Our station is continuously tracking this report. Ding ding ding. The work group message arrived as scheduled. All review projects must be adjusted by 8 a.m. tomorrow. All project teams must be on duty by 7 p.m. tonight. Please reply upon receipt. Instantly, Jiang Chen's social media group was flooded with messages from 99+. This was an internal company group she had joined, where people would pool their resources to buy half-price milk tea, buy one get 3 free toiletries, and so on. Quickly open the job search app. I don't even want to work this lousy job anymore. Beep beep beep. Low pay, hardest work, and the heaviest burden. The blood and tears of modern-day working class. Hey bro upstairs, have you found someone? Take me along, no high requirements, 9 to 5, weekends off. I haven't even finished my meal, and I'm already back to earning this worthless pay. When will this end? Breaking news. The coffee shop downstairs is having a buy 2 get 1 free sale today. Wanna join? Hee. Working class, working spirit, working class is for the elite. Coffee plus. 1. In the company's large group chat, a neat row of received messages appeared. Jiang Chen glanced at the center of her phone screen. Her boss's barrage of messages was popping up. Why didn't you answer the phone? I'm having you do so much to train you. Otherwise, why wouldn't I let someone else do it? You need to reflect on whether it's your own fault that you're still ranked this low in this evaluation. Call back immediately. Outside the cramped window, a blood-red moon hung in the sky, emitting an eerie light. She stood up and stomped her foot heavily on the ground, causing the warm yellow light to illuminate. Annoying. 1,000 thoughts swirled in her mind. Her vision suddenly blurred, and her head felt heavy. Was it low blood sugar? She held on to the escalator as she descended, but her foot slipped. In an instant, she felt as if she were falling into an abyss. A sharp sound pierced her chest, her internal organs felt dislocated, and a metallic taste of blood rose from her throat to her nose. In the last moment before losing consciousness, Jiang Chen saw the blood-red moon outside the window, seemingly burning and pulsating. After the transmigration, Jiang Chen snapped out of her reverie, looked around, and a nameless panic welled up inside her. So she had transmigrated 70 years into the future? Wu Ziyuan took out several small, pale gold balls from his pocket, crushed them, and tossed them around. The balls rapidly expanded, emitting a soft light that dispelled the darkness in the underground palace. The previously dim palace instantly became bright. Jiang Chen finally got a clear look at the two people in front of her. They looked quite young, one around 20 years old, the other no more than 16 or 17. They wore dark gray leather bodysuits, their hair completely wrapped in gray apricot head scarves, and matching metal masks covering most of their faces, revealing only a pair of wary eyes. A rustling sound came from the dark green vines. Jiang Chen vaguely heard something crawling around her, like some kind of creature slowly moving across the ground. Qin Yimo looked at Jiang Chen's increasingly pale face, removed her mask, and squatted down, saying, "Those are marrow-eating ants. They don't eat living people." Jiang Chen had just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Qin Yimo add with a grin, "But if you die, they love the bone marrow of girls like you, very fresh." He paused, then introduced himself. "My name is Qin Yimo." "Jiang Chen," she responded softly, raising her dark eyes to look at him. Unexpectedly, the boy who had performed the testing so skillfully just now had a baby face. Silver gold curly hair peeked out from the edge of his headscarf, adding to his androgynous beauty. His large eyes smiled at Jiang Chen, as if they were already familiar, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Silver gold curly hair? Jiang Chen's attention was involuntarily drawn to it. This hair color was so rare, it didn't seem like the result of bleaching at all, which added a touch of unease to her heart. She tentatively asked, "Are we still in Asia?" "Asia? Which region of Sculia?" Qin Yimo searched his memory. His photographic memory was one of his many strengths. He then confidently stated, "Sorry, there's no Asia." A strange panic rose in Jiang Chen's heart, and she hurriedly asked, "What about Yin country?" Qin Yimo looked at Wu Ziyuan, and the two exchanged glances, a hint of doubt flashing in their eyes, sensing that Jiang Chen might have been provoked by something. Wu Ziyuan was slightly older, and had a younger sister about the same age as Jiang Chen. He said gently, "As far as I know, I haven't heard of this place you mentioned in Eden. If you can get out, you can go to the suspended tower there." "Why are you telling her so much? Do you think she can even get out?" Qin Yimo interrupted Wu Ziyuan with a sarcastic tone. A flood of information overwhelmed Jiang Chen's mind. Just now, she thought she had traveled to a world 70 years in the future. But reality told her that this place was called Eden, and there was no China, no Asia. She had arrived in the apocalypse of Eden's 2095th year. Chapter 3. Should we take her with us, or? Wu Ziyuan asked hoarsely, his voice tinged with weariness. Take her, she might come in handy while searching for the divine steel. Qin Yimo glanced at Jiang Chen, then pointed to Wu Ziyuan's leg. Are you sure you can handle it? I'm fine. Wu Ziyuan replied softly, a hint of stubbornness in his voice. Trapped, Jiang Chen noticed that Wu Ziyuan's right leg was bandaged. Although it had been simply bandaged, dark red blood still seeped from the edges of the bandage, staining the surrounding fabric. Let's rest here for a bit. Qin Yimo looked around, his tone unwaveringly calm. I just checked, the wavelengths here are normal. Your wound needs cleaning. I don't want to be dragging a burden on my left arm, and a cripple on my right. Jiang Chen didn't say much, silently calculating in her mind. It seemed these two hadn't had an easy journey either. Their purpose in bringing her along was still unknown, but right now, she wasn't sure if she could escape them. Even if she did, she would be isolated and helpless. It was better to stay with them for now, and make further plans later. Qin Yimo occasionally glanced at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with scrutiny and wariness, as if assessing her level of threat. Jiang Chen ignored Qin Yimo's gaze, and instead surveyed the entire underground palace. This underground palace was about the size of a basketball court, with a central. A protruding stone pool shimmered, its black water as thick as ink, resembling a fine ink stone. She subtly wrung out the corner of her dress. Thankfully, it was completely dry, the dark fabric devoid of any pattern. A wide, hidden channel, about a meter wide, ran alongside the walls of the underground palace. This channel, too, was filled with bottomless black water, viscous and black, occasionally bubbling up and emitting a pungent odor. Dark green vines climbed the surrounding bluestone walls, and marrow-eating ants scurried through them, emitting faint hissing sounds, as if secretly watching their every move. Chen Yimo and Wu Ziyuan sat down to rest. Wu Ziyuan carefully removed the blood-stained white bandage, revealing the wound. Although Jiang Chen's stomach was empty, seeing the wound on Wu Ziyuan's leg almost made her vomit up the food she had eaten before transmigrating. She held her breath, suppressing the nausea. Wu Ziyuan's right calf, near the knee, had been pierced through. Not only was the white bone visible, but even more horrifying, white worms were wriggling within the rotting flesh. They had laid countless grayish-white eggs, about the size of sesame seeds, completely treating the area as a parasitic habitat, desperately sucking blood and multiplying. The wound was completely rotten from the inside out. However, Wu Ziyuan remained unusually calm, as if the wound didn't belong to him. Seeing Jiang Chen's horrified and frightened expression, Chen Yimo couldn't help but cast a contemptuous glance at her. Wu Ziyuan pulled a metal bottle from his waist, opened it, and poured out some white liquid, sprinkling it on his wound. With a sizzle, like fresh meat being roasted on hot coals, the white worms on the wound began to spasm, writhing and falling off one by one. He pulled out a small metal knife and scraped off the remaining grayish-white eggs on the surface of the wound. These eggs were completely connected to his flesh, making a slight tearing sound as they were removed. Then, without batting an eye, he drank the liquid in the bottle in one gulp. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly, truly a ruthless man. This preparation can only slow the further deterioration of your wound, but to truly cure it, you must find the divine steel as soon as possible, Chen Yimo said coldly, crossing his legs. However, the new mechanical limbs developed by Moses' company are selling well. You might want to consider them. Chen Yimo, why are you doing this? You know I was originally thinking of. Wu Ziyuan tried to explain, but was coldly interrupted by Chen Yimo before he could finish. You don't need to explain to me. Just go back and figure out how to report it yourself. Chen Yimo's tone carried a hint of impatience. Wu Ziyuan's face was somewhat grim. They had been inside the Xuria underground palace for 5 days. According to the plan, if they didn't find the divine steel within 3 days, they should retreat. But he was too eager to see the divine steel with his own eyes, so he disregarded orders and continued deeper with the golden compass. By the time Chen Yimo discovered this, the best time to retreat had passed. Subsequently, they were attacked by mutants, and many of their weapons were destroyed in the fight. Having disobeyed orders and returned empty-handed, Wu Ziyuan dared not think about the consequences. He took out the golden compass. The needle trembled slightly, just a little bit more. They were already at the deepest part of the underground palace. He was confident they would find the divine steel. The healing potion quickly took effect, and Wu Ziyuan's eyes slowly closed, his breathing gradually becoming steady. Just then, a pair of sharp, emerald eyes swept towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, they're here. Chapter 4. Chen Yimo walked towards Jiang Chen, crouching down. He lightly lifted Jiang Chen's chin with a finger, speaking softly, Jiang Chen, how did you end up in the underground palace? His pupils seemed to hold a swirling azure vortex, drawing one in, and making one want to tell him everything. Jiang Chen tried to avoid his gaze, attempting to look at Wu Ziyuan beside him. What, you think he helped you? Naive. Answer me, how did you get to the underground palace? Ability, puppet on a string. When an ability user activates this ability, the controlled person can only obey the master's instructions like a puppet, losing their self-awareness and becoming completely at the master's mercy. For beginner-level ability users, physical contact between the controller and the controlled is required to complete control. For intermediate-level ability users, eye contact within 5 meters is sufficient to complete control. Jiang Chen stared blankly into his eyes, his mouth involuntarily opening as he answered, I fell down the stairs and woke up here. Stairs? Chen Yimo frowned in confusion, continuing to press. Did you see anything? Jiang Chen's shoulders trembled, as if he were in great pain. I saw stone walls on all 4 sides, like being inside a coffin. A stone coffin? Jiang Chen's 2 answers completely exceeded Chen Yimo's expectations. He couldn't help but look around. The place did indeed match Jiang Chen's description of walls on all 4 sides. If they hadn't arrived, the dim light might have had something to do with the coffin, but this wasn't the answer he wanted. Chen Yimo placed his hands on Jiang Chen's thin shoulders, staring directly into his eyes. Jiang Chen met his gaze like a puppet on strings. He pressed firmly, Did you see anything else? Because of the fierce resistance of his own will, dark red blood slowly seeped from Jiang Chen's ears, eyes, and knows under the control of his powerful supernatural ability, but Qin Yimo didn't care. What else? Qin Yimo pressed relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. The distant singing slowly drowned out Qin Yimo's repeated questions. Jiang Qin heard his heart beating in a strange, inhuman rhythm, sometimes rapid and about to explode, sometimes slow and almost still. Just as Jiang Qin was about to blurt out the most terrifying thing he had seen, a blackish gold liquid filled Jiang Qin's chest and heart, possessively enveloping his blood, brooking no intrusion. I heard footsteps. Qin Yimo's eyes brightened instantly, and she pressed, continue. Two people who looked like mummies. They wanted to kill me. One of the mummies used a terrifying device to electrocute my head. He also... Stop! Qin Yimo looked strangely into Jiang Qin's eyes. The dark eyes waited motionless for their master's instructions, tilting its head and staring blankly at Qin Yimo, the puppet's demeanor still intact. It's not a terrifying device. It has a name, but I haven't thought of one yet, you know? Qin Yimo emphasized. I know. Qin Yimo composed herself, her emotions disrupted by Jiang Qin, and continued, Did you see the divine steel? Divine steel, divine steel. What is a divine steel? Jiang Qin's dark eyes clearly showed utter ignorance. Really haven't seen it? Qin Yimo asked again, unwilling to give up. Never seen it before. Never seen it before. Qin Yimo closed his eyes, and Jiang Qin, who had been sitting there just moments before, collapsed to the ground as if his strings had been pulled loose, unconscious. Having finally seen something interesting only to find it underwhelming, Qin Yimo seemed rather bored. He dusted off his knees, stood up, and glanced at his companion with amusement. Wu Ziyuan, who was sitting beside him, had already woken up, but didn't stop Qin Yimo's actions. Seeing Jiang Qin lying on the ground, Wu Ziyuan said, Your ability. The puppeteer, has it advanced? It only reached the intermediate level a few days ago. Qin Yimo circled the stone pool, seemingly checking something, and replied to Wu Ziyuan, Likewise, your arm strength enhancement has also reached the intermediate level. Ability, arm strength enhancement. Arm muscles can be rapidly strengthened in a short time. Within a limited time, the arms can change attack shapes according to the user's imagination. Users with intermediate or higher abilities can copy arm strength energy to another part of their body. Jiang Qin, who had been holding her breath in the corner, finally relaxed. Sweat soaked her clothes. She had once again escaped death. She loosened her clenched fists, the pain from her fingernails digging into her palms finally registering in her brain. Perhaps it was an animal's fear of danger itself, but from the moment Qin Yimo crouched down, Jiang Qin keenly noticed a light green vortex surrounding him. And when she looked into his eyes, this light green ripple swirled around her, and her brain and limbs seemed to be completely controlled, obeying his commands. So this was the superpower they spoke of, Jiang Qin thought, her eyes darting left and right in thought. But suddenly, with a ding, her mind cleared instantly, the fog before her eyes dissipating. However, to prevent Qin Yimo from noticing, she pretended to continue what he was saying. Fortunately, Qin Yimo and Wu Ziyuan were unprepared, allowing her to take advantage of the situation. So, the reason she was able to regain consciousness was because of her special ability? But Qin Yimo's words, initial detection shows no special abilities, still echoed in her ears, and questions grew in her mind. Jiang Qin looked at the two people in front of her. Clearly, they weren't the people she could question. She had to get out of there, as soon as possible to unravel the mystery surrounding her. Chapter 5. The two men beside her seemed convinced that Jiang Qin was nothing more than an ant they could crush at will, and they began to converse as if no one else was there. Their voices echoed between the stone walls in the dimly lit underground palace, carrying a hint of nonchalant contempt. Jiang Qin huddled in a corner, straining to catch their conversation. From the fragmented words, she gleaned several key pieces of information. First, their purpose was to find the divine steel. It must be something extremely important, at least enough to help Wu Ziyuan heal his terrible wounds. And they weren't the only ones looking for the divine steel. Second, they kept her alive because she still had some use. Jiang Qin secretly wondered, was she meant to be their human shield? But her delicate skin didn't seem like the type to be used as a human shield. However, at least for now, these two wouldn't want her dead. Third, this further confirmed that this was indeed not her original world. Superpowers, mutants, and the glowing metal device in Qin Yimo's hand. In her previous world, these things had never been publicly revealed. Fourth, she must take the medication on time, otherwise the spores will be implanted. Although she didn't know exactly what that meant, it certainly didn't sound like a good thing. Awake? Wu Ziyuan's voice suddenly rang out. He limped closer, his boots making irregular sounds on the ground. He crouched down, his eyes behind a mask gently gazing at Jiang Chen, offering her a palm-sized compressed biscuit. Eat something, we be going further in soon. Jiang Chen took it with both hands, her fingertips accidentally touching his cold gloves. She sincerely thanked Wu Ziyuan. Although she couldn't see his entire face, the one behind the mask looked kind and reliable, a stark contrast to the unpredictable boy beside him. Wu Ziyuan simply nodded, silently retreating to his original position and sitting down against the stone wall. His movements were gentle, seemingly unwilling to disturb his wound. You're quite interesting. Chen Yimo's voice slipped into his ears. He strode over, his boots kicking up a small cloud of dust. The young man crouched down, his emerald green eyes shining brightly in the dim underground palace, staring intently at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen involuntarily turned her face away, her right eye still throbbing. A souvenir left from the interrogation earlier. She instinctively shrank back, her back pressed against the cold stone wall. Head, don't worry. Chen Yimo chuckled, his slender fingers toying with a stray black hair by Jiang Chen's ear. For an ordinary person, I wouldn't use my powers repeatedly. He suddenly leaned closer, his breath brushing against Jiang Chen's ear. Did you understand everything I said while pretending to be unconscious? What else do you want to know? I tell you. Jiang Chen bit her lower lip. She knew that saying too much would lead to trouble, but aside from secrets she couldn't reveal. Like the fact that no one would believe her even if she said it. She had nothing to fear. Asking questions is a virtue. Since you come to me, I might as well ask. Jiang Chen sat up, forcing herself to look directly into those unsettling green eyes. Does everyone have superpowers? Chen Yimo raised an eyebrow, and even Wu Ziyuan, sitting beside her, cast an inquiring glance. How come you don't know anything? Chen Yimo spread his hands dramatically. Superpowers aren't something everyone has. Maybe I hit my head on your metal device, my memory is a bit fuzzy. Jiang Chen explained without changing her expression, continuing to press. Then how many people have this ability? How can one acquire superpowers? Chen Yimo curled his lip. Ha, blaming it on my invention now. Although he didn't believe Jiang Chen's amnesia story, he was indeed intrigued. How long was this girl going to keep up the act? He wanted to see. Jiang Chen noticed the interest flashing in Chen Yimo's eyes, and knew he made the right bet. Although they hadn't known each other for long, this arrogant young man was clearly proud and incredibly curious. His patient approach to meticulously investigating any potential risks she might have shown that while cautious, he possessed an almost obsessive thirst for exploring the unknown. Moreover, she was currently defenseless and posed no threat to them. Her life shouldn't be in immediate danger. Chen Yimo suddenly felt much better. The recent tedious tasks had already worn down his already limited patience. He simply sat down on the ground, the metal instruments at his waist jingling. Of course, not everyone has it, he explained generously. It should be said that only a very small number of people possess this ability. Legions and large city-states keep some people with superpowers. As for how to acquire superpowers, Chen Yimo deliberately dragged out his words. Are you really not sure, or are you pretending? Why would I lie to you? Jiang Chen retorted, if you don't believe me, try using your superpower again, and you know. Chen Yimo was taken aback. In this world, repeatedly using superpowers on ordinary people was an extremely despicable act. He snorted coldly. Whether or not one has a superpower depends mainly on talent. These words weighed heavily on Jiang Chen's heart. If it was innate, then wouldn't she be? However, Chen Yimo's tone shifted, a cunning glint in his eyes. If you obtain godhood. Chen Yimo. Wu Ziyuan suddenly interrupted sharply. What? This is an open secret. Chen Yimo pouted in dissatisfaction. Jiang Chen knew this was no good. It was just the boy deliberately contradicting his companion. Taking it is also an option. Chen Yimo lowered his voice, as if sharing a shocking secret. Taking it? You mean taking the superpower? That's right. If you can take the divine steel, you can inherit the original owner's superpower. Seeing Jiang Chen's confused expression, he patiently explained, over the years, the divine steel has changed hands countless times. In this process, it not only enhances the abilities of superpowered individuals, but it itself also becomes an exponentially growing carrier of superpowers, understand? A massive amount of information instantly flooded Jiang Chen's mind, making her dizzy for a moment. According to this logic, the divine steel is like a snowball, its power becoming more terrifying as it grows. No wonder Wu Ziyuan was so injured yet still desperately searching for it. Jiang Chen was like a sponge, greedily absorbing every piece of information. What are spores? She pressed. Although she had some knowledge of biology, as a liberal arts student, She was certain that the spores Chen Yimo spoke of were not the kind from the textbook. Chen Yimo's expression suddenly darkened. He leaned back against the stone wall, his voice extremely low. Spores are. Wu Ziyuan abruptly stood up, the metal armor clanging crisply. Jiang Chen immediately held her breath, her back pressed against the stone wall. She heard it too. An irregular rustling sound came from the depths of the underground palace, like countless tiny feet crawling across the stone surface, growing clearer and clearer as it approached. Chapter 6. Jiang Chen pricked up her ears. The silent underground palace was broken only by the slow breathing of the three of them, and the distant sound of footsteps echoed. These footsteps were far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. They were neither the rhythmic sounds of bipedal walking nor the crawling sounds of quadrupeds. Its limbs slowly scraped against the rough ground, occasionally producing a piercing sound like sharp fingernails scratching a blackboard. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. It was coming, it was coming, it was coming. It moved towards the underground palace with incredible speed, but stopped abruptly near the entrance, lurking in the darkness. Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed on the entrance, but it was pitch black. However, she was certain that it was watching them intently from the entrance as well. The flickering orb cast eerie shadows in the underground palace. None of the three spoke. Chen Yimo glanced at Wu Ziyuan, who immediately understood her meaning. He cautiously moved towards Jiang Chen's rear, his footsteps piercing the eerie silence. Suddenly, a grayish-white beast leaped from the cave entrance. By the light of the flashball, Jiang Chen gasped when he saw the beast's appearance. It was slightly larger than an adult male. Rough, grayish-white fur covered most of its face, revealing only a monkey-like jaw. Its unusually small head and massive limbs created an eerie balance. Its skin was dry and clung to its enormous bones, like that of a hairless cat. Unidentified black creatures seemed to roost along its ribs below the chest, writhing inexplicably in the dim light, sending chills down one's spine. A grayish-white beast suddenly pounced on Chen Yimo, who cleverly leaped backward, successfully dodging the attack. Jiang Chen quickly hid behind a protruding rock, trying to minimize his presence. Wu Ziyuan and Chen Yimo, positioned at the head and tail, surrounded the grayish-white beast. The beast crawled slowly through the center of the underground palace, its body low to the ground, its eyes, hidden by its grayish-white fur, gleaming with undisguised greed. The beast leaped again. This time, Chen Yimo clearly didn't want to retreat any further. He ran forward, kicked at the beast with both feet, and used the momentum to leap upward. His palms facing down, a wave of light green mental energy, like a giant net, slammed into the beast, causing it to fall to the ground. But this beast was clearly not easy to deal with. Its roars were like sharp weapons piercing human ears, and it struggled incessantly, seemingly on the verge of breaking free of its cage. Chen Yimo frowned, glancing at Wu Ziyuan, who had received instructions. A flash of white light appeared, and his arm instantly became abnormally thick, the mutated muscles carrying an unstoppable force. Jiang Chen, hiding behind a rock, observed the change in Wu Ziyuan's arm. This was body enhancement. The two men and the beast were locked in combat, but the beast was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Wu Ziyuan's thick arm relentlessly attacked the beast's vulnerable areas, such as its abdomen, but the beast was extremely agile, easily dodging several fatal blows. In a short time, the beast's position had been riddled with several meter-deep holes. The stench of blood had stained its grayish-white fur, yet it remained fearless, forcefully breaking through the mental network Chen Yimo had set up. However, the mental network's effectiveness was waning, gradually becoming blurred, and both men's stamina was waning. Sweat soaked Chen Yimo's hair, but he maintained his mental focus, struggling to restrain the beast. Wu Ziyuan leaped upwards with all his might, his right hand slashing at the beast's neck with his knife. Crack. Jiang Chen heard the sound of its spine breaking. The grayish-white beast collapsed to the ground with a mournful cry, its cloudy eyes closing as if losing their luster. Jiang Chen's heart, which had been pounding, finally began to ease. The grayish-white beast was on the verge of death, but before everyone could fully relax, Wu Ziyuan rashly walked towards it, seemingly wanting to check something first. Watch out! Jiang Chen saw a glint of light flash in the beast's half-closed eyes. Suddenly, the beast extended its foul-smelling mane, like a sharp sword, towards Wu Ziyuan's arm. Even though Wu Ziyuan was prepared and tried to dodge to the left, the beast was too cunning, its speed astonishing. Wu Ziyuan's right arm was brutally severed by the beast's barred jaws, blood gushing out, and he collapsed to his knees in agony. The beast slowly rose from the ground. Giggle, giggle. Its severed spine healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, its murky eyes glaring menacingly at the three, sending chills down their spines. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel anxious. The three of them were now in the same boat. If one fell, all would fall. She forced herself to calm down, carefully observing the situation. The beast had been slashed several times by Wu Ziyuan, some of them fatal, but how could it be completely oblivious? No, they must have overlooked something. In the already dark underground palace, Jiang Chen strained her eyes, desperately searching for anything strange about the beast. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Without Wu Ziyuan's hand strike, Chen Yimo was forced into a corner. Currently cornered, Chen Yimo was sweating profusely. His primary ability was a puppet. His secondary ability, Clay, was only at the beginner level. Clay. The ability user can mold energy waves into tools they desire, but these tools cannot be more than 5 meters away. Furthermore, he was a mental type ability user, leaning towards defense and weak in attack. Even though he was considered a mental type user capable of skillfully using mental power for small-scale attacks, it was only used as a supplementary tool. Now that Wu Ziyuan was injured and lying on the ground, their situation had truly taken a sharp turn for the worse. If he couldn't kill him with a single blow, it seemed they would all perish here today. Calm down, calm down. Jiang Chen silently chanted to himself. The writhing thing on the beast's belly was moving along the wound Wu Ziyuan had previously inflicted on its abdomen. Upon closer inspection, they saw that the beast's abdomen was covered with centipede-like worms, each about the length of a hand, and they were now burrowing inside. He had multiple wounds, but these centipedes were only burrowing into one spot. Something was definitely wrong. Jiang Chen immediately shouted to Chen Yimo, "Chen Yimo, the third rib on its lower right is its Achilles heel." At this point, Chen Yimo had no choice but to try anything, and without hesitation, channeled his last bit of strength into a sharp arrow, stabbing it into the beast's abdomen. The grayish-white beast stared blankly, and in shock at its own abdomen, its eyes slowly losing all their luster, before finally collapsing to the ground. Chen Yimo quickly helped the unconscious, heavily injured Wu Ziyuan to his feet. He took a small bottle of blue medicine from his pocket, and fed it to Wu Ziyuan, hurriedly telling Jiang Chen, "The smell of blood here is too strong, it will attract other wild animals. Let's go." "I think this rope is very detrimental to escape," Jiang Chen said, seizing the opportunity to bargain. Chen Yimo glanced at Jiang Chen and untied the ropes. Jiang Chen lifted the hem of his robe and quickly followed the two out of the underground palace. As they left, Jiang Chen couldn't help but look back at the beast, and was surprised to discover they might have killed someone. Chapter 7. Jiang Chen and Chen Yimo supported Wu Ziyuan, one on each side. They walked along the deep tunnel towards its unknown end. Chen Yimo, having expended considerable energy fighting the beast, slowed his pace. Wu Ziyuan's right arm had been brutally severed by the beast's spiked maw. The mixture of blood and the beast's tongue secretions reeked. His eyes were tightly closed, and sweat soaked his temples. He seemed to be enduring immense pain. Chen Yimo looked at Jiang Chen, then at Wu Ziyuan, and frowned. Jiang Chen raised his eyes to gaze into the dark distance, as if a pair of deep red eyes were watching the three of them. The only sounds in the silent tunnel were the heavy breathing and hurried footsteps of the three. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Ziyuan suddenly coughed up thick, black blood. Jiang Chen thought to himself, "It seems that the beast's maw must have been poisonous. We must find the divine steel as soon as possible," Chen Yimo said, quickening his pace. Fortunately, there were no other wild animals in the tunnel, but Jiang Chen felt that the temperature seemed to drop as they went deeper, and her breath was gradually turning into white mist. Furthermore, she seemed to smell a rotting odor, but it wasn't coming from Wu Ziyuan. Jiang Chen turned to look at Chen Yimo, but Chen Yimo's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unaware. Jiang Chen cautiously looked around, but found nothing strange. In the distance, there seemed to be a light. Jiang Chen and Chen Yimo were startled. Regardless of the danger ahead, they had nowhere to retreat. The three of them came to a wall. There, embedded in the wall, was a hole about 2 meters high. It was described as embedded because the hole was like a mirror. They couldn't see what was inside, but it vaguely reflected their images. Chen Yimo tossed several glittering balls towards the cave entrance, but they were all deflected with a series of bangs. "It's an energy shield created by mental energy." Chen Yimo put Wu Ziyuan down, walked to the cave entrance, and clasped his hands together. A beam of emerald green light transformed from a net into a row of ice arrows that shot towards the barrier, but the energy shield, just like before, directly deflected the ice arrows, while the shield itself remained completely unmoved. The person who created this shield has abilities far superior to mine. He took an ancient golden compass, about the size of his hand, from Wu Ziyuan's pocket. The golden compass slowly rose from Chen Yimo's hand, its pointer spinning rapidly, gradually revealing a topographical map like a projection. Chen Yimo pointed to the upper left corner of the projection and said, "This is where we are." Sure enough, 2 strings of letters and numbers appeared in the projection. Before Jiang Chen could examine them closely, Chen Yimo tapped the area, and it instantly magnified. The energy source here has exceeded the maximum value marked on the compass. The divine monument might be here. However, Chen Yimo had already exhausted most of his strength fighting the beast. Wu Ziyuan was severely injured, and Jiang Chen himself only had a superficial understanding of this world. Breaking through the energy shield was the biggest challenge. The stone wall over there is recessed, and there are obstacles around. Shall we move Wu Ziyuan over there? Let's rest for a bit, this place is too conspicuous, Jiang Chen suggested to Chen Yimo. Chen Yimo thought for a moment, and realized there was no way to open the energy shield at the moment. He closed his eyes to listen, then looked around to confirm that there was no immediate danger. The two of them worked together to move Wu Ziyuan over there. Chen Yimo clasped his hands together, and a protective shield of emerald green light formed. Although it won't last long, it will temporarily prevent the surrounding beasts from detecting our presence. Chen Yimo crouched down to check Wu Ziyuan's injuries again. The effects of the potion were already showing. The gloom between Wu Ziyuan's brows had lessened considerably. But we still need to open the protective shield and find the divine steel as soon as possible, otherwise we all die. This was the second time Chen Yimo had mentioned the divine steel, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask, what exactly does the divine steel look like? Chen Yimo looked at Jiang Chen, perhaps already immune to her ignorance. After all, ordinary people indeed had no way of knowing this, or perhaps he appreciated her keen observation of the beast's weaknesses earlier. He patiently replied, "It's called the divine steel, but what we're actually looking for are the fragments of the divine steel." Fragments? In Chen Yimo's clear voice, Jiang Chen finally glimpsed a glimpse of this world. This world shares many similarities with Jiang Chen's world, but also has many differences. Its civilization is far more advanced than Jiang Chen's original world. As early as the beginning of the 20th century, with the impending 6th technological revolution, breakthroughs were made in biotechnology and genetic coding. However, the environment upon which humanity depended for survival underwent a dramatic transformation, with continuous earthquakes, magnetic field disturbances, and extreme weather events occurring. In this extremely harsh environment, species began to mutate on a large scale, but only a very small number of humans began to evolve. Humans, once at the top of the food chain, have now fallen to the bottom. This is humanity's first crisis, known as the mutation crisis. In the pursuit of resources like oil and water, various factions clashed fiercely, ultimately resorting to violence. The use of nuclear and biological weapons led to nuclear radiation and soil acidification, rendering much of the land uninhabitable and forcing humanity to abandon their homes. Conversely, the surrounding flora and fauna underwent a complete mutation, with mutated beasts and plants experiencing significant increases in both speed and strength. However, humanity was not without options. On one hand, humans established numerous military units, recruiting those with supernatural abilities to bolster their strength. On the other hand, they developed various biological weapons to combat these mutated creatures. But the instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm is inherent in animals, even mutated creatures. Faced with human retaliation, the mutated creatures chose a subtle retreat, resulting in a balance of power despite the shrinking of human living space. But one day, mutated creatures began to invade the nervous systems of these mutated animals. These creatures, possessed by the mutated creatures, became ferocious, feeding on humans relentlessly. Human living space has shrunk drastically, the population has plummeted, large-scale infrastructure has been destroyed one after another, science and technology have regressed, and the original order has long since collapsed. This crisis is the second crisis, also known as the Spore Crisis. Those with supernatural abilities, like Chen Yimo, comprise only 1/10,000th of the total population. Faced with an extremely harsh external environment, the divine steel has become a crucial resource that humanity is vying for. The origin of the divine steel remains unknown. According to reports, the first divine steel discovered was found on the seabed. Jiang Chen quickly reviewed Chen Yimo's words in his mind and grasped the key points. So your compass can pinpoint the location of the divine steel? Jiang Chen pointed to the compass in Chen Yimo's hand. It's not that easy. If the location of the divine steel were so easy to determine, would we have been stuck in this godforsaken place for so long? Chen Yimo rolled his eyes, then added, because we don't know what the divine steel is made of, but based on the information we have, the appearance of some divine steels is often accompanied by a huge energy source. Some and maybe mean that the divine steel and the energy source shown by the compass are not necessarily related. There might just be some kind of accidental connection. Jiangchen asked directly, so, in that case, what's inside this cave might not necessarily be the divine steel, right? Yes, but we have to try anything, even if it's just a 1 in 10,000 chance. Chen Yimo sighed. They were willing to take such a huge risk, even for this 1 in 10,000 possibility. But, Chen Yimo frowned. I know you're worried about whether Wu Ziyuan can hold on. That's why you're torn between leaving first or continuing to search for the divine steel. Jiangchen nodded understandingly. What the hell? When did I say I cared about that guy? Don't talk nonsense. Chen Yimo immediately raised his proud head. Okay. Jiangchen nodded vigorously, no longer provoking him. But Jiangchen thought to herself, I don't care if it's a divine steel or a ghost steel, I have to escape as soon as I get the chance. Chapter 8. Looking at Chen Yimo's exhausted face, Jiangchen didn't press the matter of the divine steel further. Jiangchen glanced at Wu Ziyuan lying beside her. He hadn't woken up once since falling unconscious. His rapid breathing and abnormally flushed face indicated that this young man's life was slipping away. It's hard to imagine that the person who was alive and well in front of you just a moment ago is now teetering on the edge of death. Jiangchen sighed silently. Kid, this is life for humans these days. Living on the edge is the norm. If you're afraid, I advise you to end it here and now, so you don't become a burden to me. The outside world is far more terrifying than this. Chen Yimo said with an air of superiority. Jiangchen lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, repeatedly recalling the events that had just unfolded. Given the current situation, Chen Yimo's words weren't without merit. She considered it carefully. Firstly, going out was indeed fraught with danger, not to mention her origin from another world and the enormous secret she carried. Secondly, what could she do outside? How could she protect herself? She was a typical liberal arts student. Weapons and biological research were naturally out of her reach, and poetry and literature seemed useless in this world. Jiangchen looked at her delicate arms again, realizing she wasn't some martial arts prodigy. Was going out really just suicide? But my fate is in my own hands, not yours. Whether I live or die, it's up to me. Jiangchen looked directly into Chen Yimo's eyes, and said bluntly. She added, don't do the job of persuading people to die, it shortens your lifespan. Chen Yimo's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Very well, she was more resolute than he expected. Jiangchen changed the subject, asking Chen Yimo, you just used your metal instrument to test if I have superpowers. How accurate is that instrument? Jiangchen thought to herself, if even your metal compass is inaccurate, then that metal instrument is probably inaccurate too. Chen Yimo never expected that after all the deep thought, Jiangchen would end up questioning his measuring device. Hey, what do you know? My treasure, although only recently developed, has been tested many times, okay? Okay. Jiangchen's eyes darted around, but she was thinking that she would test it again after they left. What kind of look is that? You clearly don't believe me. If you don't believe me, you can test it outside. My measuring device isn't 100% accurate, but it's at least 99% reliable. Chen Yimo confidently raised her head. Then where do I go to test it? Jiangchen asked curiously. Naturally, to the suspended tower. Chen Yimo answered, then immediately regretted telling her all this, and snapped, wait until you get out of here alive. Jiangchen glanced at Chen Yimo's expression. He was clearly getting impatient. Continuing to ask about the suspended tower might annoy him, so she obediently shut her mouth. The protective shield at the cave entrance remained locked, and the unknown mutant lurking in the darkness was like a sword hanging over their heads. Looking at Chen Yimo's exhausted face, temporarily setting aside her grudge about him urging her to die, after all, they still needed this person to get out, Jiangchen kindly advised, why don't you rest for a bit? I keep watch here? The struggle with the mutant and the long journey had exhausted him, and while the person before him was shrouded in mystery, he truly lacked offensive power. However, Chen Yimo still tucked the metal device she had been using into her waistband, a form of intimidation and warning. Alright, while the protective shield will temporarily conceal our pheromones, it's not foolproof if a powerful beast appears. Call me if you notice anything unusual. Okay. Jiangchen understood his caution, but also expressed her understanding. She sat alone at the entrance of the protective shield, warily watching the even more powerful shield on the other side. Jiangchen didn't know how long she had slept inside the stone coffin, which was why she was now wide awake. She sat with her knees drawn up, quietly staring at the water ripple like protective shield, slowly falling into deep thought. Shin Yimo, wake up, wake up! I found a way in. What? While you were resting, I went to the cave entrance. What? You left my protective shield? Do you know the consequences of acting alone without permission? The consequence is that I put my hand into that shield and came out completely unharmed. Listen to me first. I saw the marrow-eating ants you mentioned crawling into that barrier while you were resting. You said before that these marrow-eating ants are just insects with low-level abilities. Besides, I can safely return to your barrier after leaving it. Of course. Our protective shield is meant to protect us from attacks. Shin Yimo clasped her hands together, and the protective shield disappeared. Right? By the same logic, the marrow-eating ants can enter the cave for the same reason. They have no offensive power against anything inside the cave. Jiangchen paused, seeing Shin Yimo listening intently, and guessed that her guess was probably correct. He then added, or rather, as long as you don't damage the protective shield, you won't be blocked outside. I tried putting my hand inside, but just in case, I didn't put my whole body in. I wanted to discuss it with you first. You call this discussing it with me? You seem to have a lot of ideas. Shin Yimo was shocked by the audacity of the person in front of her. Was this some kind of youthful fearlessness? I had no choice. We can't just keep waiting here. Jiangchen pointed to Wu Ziyuan, who was still unconscious. Wu Ziyuan's wounds had only been simply cleaned, but both Jiangchen and Shin Yimo knew that the wound on his shoulder was much more serious than the one on his calf. Shin Yimo sighed. The two of them helped the injured Wu Ziyuan up. His body was burning hot. Whatever awaited them inside, they had no choice but to take the plunge. When Jiangchen's fingertips passed through the protective shield, just like when she first touched it, she felt inexplicably warm. Shin Yimo stopped in her tracks. Jiangchen turned to look at her. What's wrong? Shin Yimo glanced at Jiangchen, then at the protective shield. He thought he felt a change in the wavelength when Jiangchen touched it, but how could that be? She didn't have any special abilities. Jiangchen tugged at Shin Yimo's arm and asked, Is something wrong? Shin Yimo shook her head. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Following Jiangchen's pull, she stepped inside. Like ripples in water, the protective shield engulfed the three of them. When Jiangchen opened her eyes again, she saw a sight she would never forget. Chapter 9. In the center of the cave stood a towering stone pillar. It would take 4 adult men to encircle the pillar with their arms. It was about 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters, tall, and carved with 2 large, intertwined, dragon-like snakes, one black and one red. To the left of the pillar, there was an open opening less than a meter wide in the cave ceiling. The light of the crimson crescent moon shone directly onto the pillar, making the 2 snakes on it appear both strange and radiant. Jiangchen was somewhat surprised by this blood moon spectacle. He hadn't expected a blood moon to appear in this world. Was it just a coincidence? Shin Yimo was also somewhat astonished by the sight, but they had more important matters to attend to. Shin Yimo, there's an opening over there. Can we leave from here? Jiangchen pointed to the open opening and said excitedly. But upon closer inspection, the opening was very clean, not naturally formed. Furthermore, compared to the cave entrance they had just entered through, it didn't seem to have been built at the same time. Jiangchen was about to tell Shin Yimo about his discovery. But Shin Yimo was looking around, his mind clearly on searching for the divine steel. The moonlight allowed the two to clearly see the original appearance of the cave's surroundings. The cave's perimeter was covered with densely packed, dark gray pupae of varying sizes, some as large as an adult male, others about the size of a fist, arranged outwards from the stone pillar. Some of the pupae seemed to have already hatched, leaving only the pupal shell, while the wall near the stone pillar was covered with a dense mass of marrow-eating ants. It was practically a giant hatchery. Seeing these eerie and terrifying larval eggs, Jiangchen felt a chill run down his spine. These mutated beasts are still in their incubation period. They're not very powerful yet. Let's go to the stone pillar. Shin Yimo carried Wu Ziyuan on his back, and the two carefully made their way towards the stone pillar, weaving through the gaps and avoiding the eggs of all sizes. They hadn't noticed them from a distance, but upon closer inspection, they realized the 2 snakes were incredibly lifelike. The black snake was slightly smaller, its body as deep as the night. Its black scales, slightly raised like hard armor, gleamed coldly in the moonlight. The scarlet snake was larger, its entire body a dark red, without any other colors, like the finest red velvet. Its bodies were intertwined, inseparable, but its heads faced in opposite directions. Don't you think these 2 snakes are a little strange? Jiangchen tugged at Shin Yimo's sleeve. Strange? Chen Yimo reached out and used his mental energy to touch the stone wall. It's not alive. You still haven't described what the divine steel looks like? Divine steel varies in size. Generally speaking, the larger the size, the greater the power. It's engraved with red runes, like the blood vessels and meridians of the human body, but Chen Yimo searched his mind for the information he had previously gathered about the appearance of the divine steel. But what? Jiangchen pressed. According to the data we have, the location of the divine steel has only been discovered twice, when a huge energy source was found. Chen Yimo carefully searched around the cave. Twice. Can that still be considered a general rule? Hearing Chen Yimo's description, Jiangchen felt deeply worried about whether they could successfully find the divine steel this time. You don't understand how important the divine steel is to humanity. Even the slightest chance is worth trying. Chen Yimo frowned, his expression serious. This was the first time Jiangchen had seen Chen Yimo speak so seriously. She didn't press further, and silently began to observe the cave for anything unusual. Suddenly, who? What is it? Chen Yimo turned around and asked. I feel someone looking down at us. Jiangchen looked around and met the eyes of the two snakes on the stone pillar. For a long time, they didn't move. The two looked up but didn't find anything living. Jiangchen wondered if she was just imagining things. She turned back and followed Chen Yimo to continue searching for the divine steel. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Ziyuan coughed painfully. His brows were furrowed, veins bulging, as if he was enduring immense pain, and his breath was clearly growing weaker. Chen Yimo rushed over and carefully opened the hastily bandaged wound from the previous day. A pungent odor wafted out, and Jiangchen was shocked to see that the wound was far more serious than he had imagined. The mangled wound, like the one on his calf, was crawling with white maggots. Wounds from wild beast attacks rot much faster than ordinary wounds. Finding the divine steel was of utmost urgency. The medicine I brought probably won't be enough to suppress the toxins in Wu Ziyuan's body. Wu Ziyuan still carries the pheromones of that beast. If its companions catch up here, the consequences will be unimaginable. We must find the divine steel as soon as possible, Chen Yimo said anxiously. The sound of vines being rustled came from behind the stone pillar. Who is it? Chen Yimo instantly became alert, grabbing his metal instrument and pointing it at the source of the sound. A middle-aged man dressed in a dark gray robe slowly emerged from behind the vines. He was extremely tall, the gray robe completely covering his body, revealing only his pale, bloodless face. His eyes were sunken, his golden pupils excessively large, barely showing the whites, and he stared blankly at the two. His withered skin seemed drained of all moisture, strands of black hair falling loose, giving him an aura of death. Not fresh anymore, too smelly. His voice, devoid of pauses or rises and falls, uttered each word with utter emotion from his dry throat. He didn't look at Chen Yimo and Jiangchen, as if the two were insignificant in his eyes. Before Chen Yimo could reply, the man in the black robe suddenly walked towards the three of them. No, it wasn't walking, it crawled towards them like some kind of centipede. Suddenly, two vines emerged from behind the stone pillar, binding Jiangchen and Chen Yimo tightly before they could even react. The sharp thorns on the vines pierced their skin, and Jiangchen felt his consciousness slowly fading. In a swaying, bizarre scene, the man in the black robe crouched down, his tentacle-like hand piercing Wu Ziyuan's heart. His body melted, became a pool of black liquid, with grayish-white worms still struggling and wriggling on it. A sudden and shocking sight. Clean, he murmured to himself. Jiangchen desperately dug his fingernails into his palm, turning his head to look at Chen Yimo, only to find that Chen Yimo's eyes were closed, lying peacefully among the vines. Jiangchen watched helplessly as the man in the black robe finished with Wu Ziyuan and looked at them. What do we do? Are we doomed? Chapter 10. The black-robed figure seemed to notice Jiangchen's strangeness, and slowly stood up. However, he was clearly unfamiliar with the series of movements from squatting to standing. His movements were extremely strange and uncoordinated. He quickly crawled towards her, extending his tentacles. Jiangchen saw dark red blood on them. It was Wu Ziyuan's blood. Sharp thorns extended from the tentacles, and slowly grazed Jiangchen's forehead and cheek, instantly drawing blood from her skin. Pale lips extended a purplish-red tongue that quickly swiped away the blood from the tentacles. Her golden eyes, previously dull and lifeless, now dilated with bloodlust. Clean, good, tasty. This wasn't the first time Jiangchen had faced death, and she was far calmer than before. A snake's tongue, golden pupils, tentacles, this was no human. The venom within the vine thorns drained almost all her strength. Even her mind felt incredibly heavy. Jiangchen, using all his strength, opened his chapped lips and tentatively asked, "Are you the black snake from the stone pillar?" The black-robed creature, ignoring Jiang Chen's words, extended its tentacles and gently stroked his cheek, as carefully as if handling a beloved toy. It stared intently at Jiang Chen's head, contemplating the angle at which to sever it. It didn't want to splatter too much blood. After all, it was neither aesthetically pleasing nor a waste. Just as Jiang Chen felt the black-robed creature's tentacles tightening, a sudden inspiration struck him. He asked, "I know how to get out." The black-robed creature mimicked a human's movements, its toothless mouth opening and closing. But Jiang Chen knew it had no vocal cords and couldn't speak. A gurgling sound came from its abdomen. "Out, out?" "Yes, there are many humans outside." The sticky tentacles on her neck loosened slightly. Jiang Chen, enduring the goosebumps all over her body, persisted, "I can help you. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to do anything for you." Jiang Chen saw the black-robed figure's golden pupils dilate. Ah! Her right calf was snapped off by the vines, and she was bound to them in a bizarre position. Jiang Chen bit her bloodless lips tightly, but tears still streamed down her face. She felt a chill creeping down her spine. Cold sweat trickled down her back. She gritted her teeth and kindly suggested, "It's so boring here. If you like human faces, there are all sorts of new and interesting people outside. Look, your skin is all dry." Silence. Jiang Chen could only hear her own heart pounding and her rapid breathing. The black-robed figure stared unblinkingly at Jiang Chen, its eyes revealing a chilling malice. Jiang Chen laboriously raised her right hand slightly, pointing upwards at the stone pillar, and asked, "Is there a black capsule above this pillar?" The black-robed man's pupils dilated sharply, showing a hint of fear. The tentacles around Jiang Chen's neck loosened slightly. This was her last resort. She raised her neck, carefully separating it from the blood-stained tentacles. Since entering this mysterious cave, Jiang Chen had keenly noticed that the stone pillar was also engraved with the same withered branches as the black capsule. Therefore, she boldly guessed, carefully verified, and tricked the black-robed man. Sure enough, he knew there was a black capsule above the pillar. However, he hadn't shown any surprise when he first saw her, presumably unaware that she had been imprisoned in the black capsule. Moreover, this black pod must be connected to the protective shield here, otherwise the giant python wouldn't be reacting this way. "Can you open it?" "Of course." Jiang Chen felt as if a scorching iron block was pressing down on her broken calf. She gasped for breath. "I know there's a black pod above the stone pillar, so I naturally know how to open it. I'm willing to become your most loyal servant and help you get out." Jiang Chen fell silent again. The black-robed figure's eyes, like a snake poised to prey, stared unblinkingly at Jiang Chen, uttering no words, but the overwhelming pressure of absolute power pressed down on her heart like a tidal wave. The surrounding silence was terrifying. Jiang Chen tried her best to control her rapid breathing and heartbeat, not letting her physical reactions reveal her current weakness and fear. Suddenly, she heard a scraping sound coming from the stone pillar, and saw the carved black python seem to come alive. She could hear a low growl emanating from above the stone pillar. Black scales rubbed against the pillar, the sound piercing her eardrums like a demonic whisper, sending a chill down her spine. The ground trembled slightly as the giant python awoke, its golden pupils gleaming with a menacing light. It turned out that the black python had known they had entered the cave from the moment they entered, merely observing from the shadows. Just as Jiang Chen had guessed, the man in the black robe was nothing more than a puppet of the giant python. Presumably, after devouring the wild beasts that had entered the cave, the python had pieced together the remaining limbs to create this grotesque figure, while the python on the stone pillar was its true form. The black python gracefully descended from the pillar, its expression cold and noble, looking down at its human servant. It was mimicking humans, both the puppet it had assembled and its own form, mimicking human behavior and expressions. It was hard to imagine seeing human expressions in a cold-blooded animal. Jiang Chen felt a chill run down her spine. The giant python slowly swayed its massive body as it climbed down from the stone pillar, moving in front of Jiang Chen. Its enormous size made Jiang Chen appear incredibly small. It slowly lowered its head, a chilling and murderous aura washing over her. Under this palpable, overwhelming pressure, like a mountain pressing down on her, Jiang Chen felt the air around her begin to thin. This dimensional attack filled Jiang Chen with an inexplicable sense of helpless despair. Also present was the stench of blood. She wondered how much human flesh and blood lay buried in the abyssal maw of this giant python. How slowly and meticulously it pieced together the severed limbs to form a person, its enormous golden pupils reflecting Jiang Chen's youthful face, along with her endless greed and bloodlust. The forked tongue extended towards Jiang Chen's cheek, lightly licking away the remaining blood. The inky black vine slowly loosened, and Jiang Chen fell to the ground, her long black dress spreading out like an ink painting. Without a sound, she tucked the metal device Chen Yimo had dropped into the hem of her dress. The black python coiled its tail around Jiang Chen, slowly tightening. Only then did Jiang Chen realize how hard its scales were. Her arms were visibly swollen and red from the pressure, and she felt as if her internal organs were being crushed, like being in a meat grinder. Before climbing the stone pillar, Jiang Chen looked back at the dazed Chen Yimo and Wu Ziyuan, who had turned into a puddle of black water. She silently turned her head and looked at the cave entrance at the top of the cave. Chapter 11. Even a 10-jong-high stone pillar was easily climbed by the black python. In no time, the man and the snake reached the top of the pillar. This was the second time Jiang Chen saw the black cabin. It was familiar yet strange. The entire black cabin was located in the center of the pillar, occupying only a quarter of the top area. From below, it was completely invisible, which was why Chen Yimo hadn't noticed its existence when he entered. Most surprisingly, the black cabin wasn't placed directly on top of the pillar. The top of the pillar was actually a pool of black water, and the black cabin floated on top of it. This black water was exactly the same as the black water in the protruding stone pool in the underground palace. But the giant python seemed somewhat afraid of this place, keeping a distance. The huge snake head approached Jiang Chen, and with a merciless flick of its tail, it threw Jiang Chen into the black water. Caught off guard, Jiang Chen was instantly submerged in the black water. Thick, black liquid rushed into her nose, ears, and mouth from all directions, suffocating her. She was surrounded by darkness, as if she were in the first place she saw upon waking up after being transported here. First crime scene. Black chamber. Inside the black chamber, Jiang Chen slowly raised her hand, reaching out to touch the cold, metallic-looking panel with uneven characters and strange patterns. Where am I? Are coffin-style hospital beds popular now? Jiang Chen wondered. Jiang Chen bent her knees, trying to get up, but found herself locked in a confined space. She tried to measure with her arms, finding the space to be about 2 meters long, less than 3 feet wide and high, making it impossible to stand upright. The enclosed space and utter darkness amplified the unknown fear. The air seemed thinner, and she could only hear her own slow, pounding heartbeat. Fear and terror washed over her like waves. Jiang Chen dared not cry for help. Since waking up, she hadn't heard a sound outside, as if she had entered a time-frozen space alone. No, this wasn't a hospital. Was it a kidnapping? But she wasn't worth much. Jiang Chen forced herself to regulate her rapid breathing, touching her head and arms. Surprisingly, not a single wound. How could she be unharmed after falling from such a high staircase? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind, but she couldn't find a solution. The darkness, like the gaping maw of a venomous snake, was ready to devour everything. Jiang Chen pinched her palms hard, bracing herself, and began crawling inside, meticulously searching for any tools or buttons to open the place. Again and again, time after time, her palms became sticky with sweat. She fumbled around, but all she found were uneven characters and strange patterns. Exhaustion and weakness overwhelmed her, and her limbs ached. Jiang Chen lay back down, thinking, at least 2 hours have passed since I woke up, yet I haven't actually felt any difficulty breathing. This doesn't make sense. She took several deep breaths. Aside from the initial shortness of breath due to tension and fear upon waking, she hadn't felt any suffocation. Yes, this must be a dream. Thinking this, she swung her fist and punched the panel beside her hard. Bang. A soft fist is futile, like an egg striking a rock. A sudden swaying sensation washes over her, like floating on water. Was she on a lake or the sea? Was she in a ship's cabin? The burning pain from the scrape reminded Jiang Chen that this wasn't a farcical dream. In the silent darkness, Jiang Chen didn't notice the specks of blood left by her punch, like copper flowers, greedily absorbed by the uneven, eerie characters on the panel. Fragments of golden red fluorescence slowly emerged from all directions, instantly illuminating the entire space. Only then did Jiang Chen see the interior clearly. The cabin was predominantly black, with pictures engraved on all 4 walls. On the left side of the black cabin were intricately engraved characters. Jiang Chen carefully felt the deeply engraved characters. But recalling the characters she had seen before, these characters resembled neither structured writing nor ancient pictographs. On the right was a massive, withered tree, its branches spreading across the entire right side of the coffin wall, endless and bare of leaves and flowers, seemingly both alive and dead. The tree's roots were intertwined, like a giant python gnawing at the base. A dark red glow flickered within the slightly concave tree veins. Jiangchen, facing the fiery red light, brought his eyes closer. He was horrified to discover that human faces were imprinted within the blood-red glow, and beneath those faces were no bodies. Some had emaciated faces, their eyes filled with fear and despair, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Some were bewildered, completely unaware of their surroundings. Some had tears in their eyes, on the verge of weeping. But all of them, in unison, had their mouths slightly open, repeatedly singing some unknown song. Jiangchen felt a chill run down her spine, as she unexpectedly met a pair of deep red eyes. At that moment, all was silent. The faces in the shimmering light stopped singing. One by one, they turned their faces, their dry eyes staring blankly at her, filled with venom, drawing ever closer, roaring as if they were about to burst from the trees. Jiangchen's scalp tingled, her hair stood on end, and she involuntarily took a step back. Unexpectedly, the liquid formed from the black pattern on her back, as if it had known beforehand, twisted and contorted, firmly sucking her in. Jiangchen felt as if her back was burning, as if a razor blade was crushing through her shoulder blades and ribs, rendering her immobile. She screamed with all her might, but the black droplets, as if possessed by a ghost, understood her speech. They leaped from the black hull in a frenzy, like faceless little figures, dancing and singing, eventually transforming into thousands of fine, black gold threads that bound Jiangchen's meridians and acupoints like needles threading a needle. Jiangchen felt as if sharp weapons were piercing her flesh and bones through her joints. Again and again, relentlessly. Physiological tears had already stained Jiangchen's eyes red. In the black gold fluorescence, she could see her own hands and feet. These were not the hands and feet of an adult woman. They were clearly the body of a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Long black hair fluttered in the firelight, like paulownia blossoms, her dark robe billowing amidst black gold runes, the hem and cuffs trimmed with silver thread. The girl, her skirt embroidered with large, silver-white roses, floated half-submerged in the stone coffin, awaiting her final judgment. Hot, sharp black liquid slowly coiled around Jiangchen's neck and shoulders, then without hesitation pierced her heart. Before Jiangchen lost consciousness again, she unexpectedly came into contact with countless faces in the withered tree, and she saw her own face. Thrown into the black water by the giant python, Jiangchen felt as if her body was about to explode. She watched helplessly as she burned in the scorching black flames, her skin being devoured piece by piece, revealing her stark white bones. But this was far from enough. Even her heart-wrenching screams couldn't escape her lips, for the scorching black water had spread throughout Jiangchen's entire body, from the inside out, from the outside in, determined to burn everything to ashes. Fear and terror were finally conquered by the black flames, and she slowly closed her eyes. In this scene, the mind lost its proper insight, time and space became fragmented and illusory. Echoes from the forgotten ancient past began to stubbornly pound against her slumbering consciousness. Jiangchen felt she had seen this scene before. This familiarity was even older than any of her memories, perhaps even before she was born. The black water began to boil violently, like burning flames about to erupt. Jiangchen was engulfed in black flames. The wounds on her face and her broken leg were healing and growing at an incredible speed. She was growing again within this interplay of light and shadow. Beside the black pool, a giant python coiled on the stone wall, motionless, watching the churning black water thin out. Suddenly, its golden pupils narrowed. Jiangchen slowly climbed out of the black water, following ancient guidance, and placed her palms on the stone coffin. The black liquid, like black gold dust, slowly melted into Jiangchen's palms. The massive stone pillar began to shake violently, slowly cracking and shattering. The protective shield broke. Suddenly, as if realizing something, the black python tilted its head back and swiftly lunged downwards, as if to protect something. Jiangchen felt a sudden surge of power within her. Using the momentum, she leaped into the air, stepping on the loose stones of the stone pillar. She drew a broken, entirely black blade from the thinning black water and pounced like a tiger or leopard, aiming a vicious thrust at the giant python's vital spot. The black blade traced a silvery white arc in the moonlight. Although the python was enormous, it moved nimbly, retaliating with its tail. The black gold blade clashed against the python's hard scales, sparks flying. Jiangchen's attack missed. She retreated back into the black water and discovered that even after such a fierce collision, the black blade, aside from a few nicks in the blade, was completely undamaged. The giant python's tail, however, had several scales stripped away. Jiangchen felt her body become incredibly light, her eyes, nose, ears, and even her entire body became extremely sensitive. However, her lack of combat experience prevented her fatal blow from landing. The black python narrowly dodged an attack. Though surprised that this human seemed different from before, she was ultimately just an ordinary person. Jiang Chen didn't linger, preparing for a second attack. The black snake puppet beneath the stone pillar revealed a half-smile. Jiang Chen once again mustered all his strength to attack the python. The black python was already prepared, baring its sharp fangs, determined to tear him to shreds. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Jiang Chen smiled at the python. A girl dressed in black bloomed in the air like a blood-red rose quietly blossoming in the dark night. Her pale face held a triumphant killing intent. She leaped into the air, her attack landing decisively. Jiang Chen plunged his broken blade deep into the eye of the red python on the stone pillar. The divine steel. The outer stone shattered with a crack, revealing its most precious contents. Jiang Chen found it difficult to describe the feeling of seeing the divine steel for the first time. When she rose again from the black water, she seemed to sense the call of the divine steel, even if it was just a small fragment. But the energy it contained seemed to fill the entire cave, surging and powerful. The divine steel was freed from its confinement, and the surrounding pupae began to stir, trembling slightly. The roar of the black python instantly echoed through the cave, a chilling cry that penetrated to the bone. Now, Jiang Chen plunged her knife into the stone pillar, steadied herself, and dug the divine steel out with her hands. She keenly sensed that the black python in the cave had lost its absolute dominance. The black python was enraged, its golden pupils turning a fiery crimson, and it attacked Jiang Chen frantically. The black-robed figure on the ground roared hysterically, "Kill! Kill! Kill her!" But his limbs were already out of control, scattered on the ground. He convulsed in his epilepsy, screaming and collapsing, until only his withered head remained, rolling on the ground, muttering curses incessantly. The black python slammed its fist against the stone pillar. The solid stone was like tofu. A large section of the stone wall collapsed weakly, shattering on the ground with a loud bang. Jiang Chen plunged his blade into the stone pillar with his right hand, trying to keep from falling. He dodged left and right, avoiding the python's attacks. But a lone tree cannot hold its own. As the python attacked frantically, Jiang Chen was violently whipped across the back by its tail. He felt as if his spine was about to break, and the stone pillar he had plunged into was pulverized. Nearly crushed by the python's massive body, the blade lost its footing, and Jiang Chen plummeted from the 10-jan-high stone pillar. The sound of the falling wind scattered Jiang Chen's black hair, and his heart almost stopped beating. Chapter 12. Chen Yimo, Chen Yimo! Jiang Chen shouted as she plummeted downwards. Without the power of the divine steel, the black python's control over Chen Yimo had long since weakened. Chen Yimo heard a girl calling her name through the dense fog, and her eyes gradually regained their light. Before she could see the wreckage at her feet, now turned to black liquid, she had no time for grief. Chen Yimo swiftly used her spiritual power to create a net-like structure to catch the descending Jiang Chen. Back on the ground, Jiang Chen noticed that the pupae on the ground were beginning to stir. Many larvae emerged from their pupae, their muscular bodies coated in a sticky liquid. Their grayish-white bodies scrambled out of the pupae, crawling towards Jiang Chen. Gripped by the divine steel, Jiang Chen was met with a fierce attack from the giant python and these strange insects. She had exhausted all her strength in the battle on the stone pillar, and now she had expended a great deal of her energy. What just happened? Why are they all coming for us? Chen Yimo asked anxiously, holding Jiang Chen in one hand and conjuring a beam of spiritual energy into arrows with the other. But outnumbered, they were barely managing to hold their own. I can't make this a long story. The two retreated further and further, cornered, blood seeping from numerous wounds on their bodies. Jiang Chen tiptoed and quickly whispered to Chen Yimo, from our current position, can you get us both up to the cave above in a minute? Chen Yimo replied with difficulty, I can, but we're surrounded from both sides. We have to distract them to have a chance to get up. The giant black python moved its massive body, encircling the two, forcing them against the wall. Behind the python, newly emerged larvae drooled, watching them menacingly. The raging giant snake and the dense swarm of bizarre white worms assaulted Chen Yimo's eyes. Okay, I got an idea, Jiang Chen said softly. Chen Yimo spared a moment of attention, looking back at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. She found that the girl, barely 13 or 14, didn't show fear of danger or death on her face, but rather a certainty and conviction that she could survive. Chen Yimo's racing heart slowly calmed down. I throw the divine tablet at these larvae later. These two beasts will inevitably fight over it, and kill each other. We use this opportunity to escape through the cave entrance. A resolute voice came from behind Chen Yimo. Jiang Chen looked at the divine tablet in her palm. Slippery and not at all like a lifeless stone, it was deep red with a hint of black, its surface speckled with gold and shimmering symbols. It held a natural attraction for her. Before Chen Yimo could react, Jiang Chen suppressed this feeling and tossed the divine tablet into the dense swarm of white worms. The divine tablet, tossed from Jiang Chen's palm, flew in an arc, flashing past the cave entrance. It emitted a sacred yet eerie light, with flickering flames seemingly dancing within its center, like a yearning eye. Jiang Chen pursed his lips, suppressing the strange emotions welling up within him. "What are you doing?" Chen Yimo roared beside him, but his voice was immediately drowned out by the cacophony of hissing erupting from within the cave. The giant python instantly turned and engaged the white worms in a fierce battle. One of the larger worms had just managed to entangle the divine tablet with its filthy claws. The crimson divine tablet reflected in the black eyes of the white worms, a mixture of mockery and longing on one side. But in an instant, this pathetic creature, lost in its own beautiful dream, was mercilessly torn to shreds by its companions. The black python swept its hard, thick tail across the ground, sending some of the white worms flying against the surrounding stone walls. The blasted-out gray-white worms splashed across the walls, staining one side red. But these white worms seemed to be possessed, relentlessly attacking the python in their desperate pursuit of the divine tablet. The python's relatively vulnerable abdomen was torn apart by the worms, its scales falling away in a bloody mess. The surging, turbulent figures were caught in a frenzy of viscous blood, hissing and slithering, one hunting another. Chen Yimo never expected Jiang Chen to abandon the divine tablet without giving him any room for discussion. It was practically a one-sided notification. Chen Yimo roared at Jiang Chen, "You know what that is, yet you just hand it over." His eyes were fixed on the stolen divine tablet, and he tried to step forward to join the battle. "If it weren't for the fact that I can't escape alone, Chen Yimo, you can do whatever you want." Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. Suppressing her agitation, she grabbed Chen Yimo's sleeve and quickly said, "Chen Yimo, wake up. You're injured now. We're outnumbered. There's no way the two of us can escape unscathed with the divine steel. Let's get out of here first." But Chen Yimo seemed completely oblivious to Jiang Chen's voice, ignoring the wounds from the fight. The moment he saw the divine steel, an ancient and distant voice seemed to call and draw him into his heart and mind. "Get it! Get it!" His eyes were already filled with fervent joy. Suddenly, a white worm appeared behind them, its menacing fangs biting into Chen Yimo's shoulder, greedily devouring his flesh. Jiang Chen, standing behind, quickly swung the black, broken knife he had concealed, slashing at the worm's deformed head. With a thud, the head fell off, and a foul-smelling, milky yellow liquid splattered across half of Jiang Chen's face, accompanied by a feeling of dizziness. Amidst the intense pain, Jiang Chen used the black gold broken knife to make a cut in his palm, instantly regaining his senses. Chen Yimo, looking up at the deep red divine monument, uncontrollably stepped forward again. Might as well go all the way. Jiang Chen, holding the broken knife, was about to stab Chen Yimo at the worm's bite wound when he suddenly remembered something and sheathed the knife. A muffled groan. Chen Yimo clutched his wound from the second blow, immediately turning to look at Jiang Chen, and shouted, "Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy. Are you awake? That insect's venom is hallucinogenic." Jiang Chen handed him the metal device Chen Yimo had invented. The sharp octopus tentacles still bore the blood from Chen Yimo's shoulder. Chen Yimo looked into Jiang Chen's dark, clear eyes, deep and serene, and his thoughts slowly returned to normal. He glanced again at the beast still fiercely chasing the divine monument, then at Wu Ziyuan, who had turned into black water. He knew that on his own, he would be like a moth drawn to a flame, and suppressed his restless heart. "Let's go!" He used his uninjured arm to pull out a mechanical rope and hooked it towards the cave entrance above the cave. Jiang Chen completely forgot that she had just stabbed the person in front of her, and tightly embraced Chen Yimo's waist. Chen Yimo looked down at the girl in his arms. "You really are." They swiftly unlocked the mechanism and flew towards the cave entrance at the mountaintop. Jiang Chen looked back at the ground amidst the swirling black hair. The black python and the white worms were still locked in a fierce struggle for the divine steel. They covered the python's entire body, trapping it in a corner, ready to strangle it at any moment. The python's body was already mangled and bloody from the white worm's sharp claws. Even its toughest scales had been stripped away, and the deep red divine steel was tightly gripped in its jaws. Its golden, vertical pupils stared at the black-haired girl in midair, filled with madness and malice. Chapter 13. After escaping the cave, the two entered an unknown, deep forest. The vegetation was dense, yet unusually quiet. Jiangchen followed closely behind Chen Yimo. Although Chen Yimo's right shoulder had been bitten by a white insect and then struck by Jiangchen, the wound wasn't too deep. He had taken a special medicine to suppress the festering, but it was still late at night, and being exposed in the jungle was still dangerous. Chen Yimo led Jiangchen to a secluded cave, planning to set off at dawn. The cave wasn't deep, probably large enough for 7 or 8 people. It was likely the nest of some medium-sized animal, but the soil was very dry, and there was no animal droppings or food, suggesting it was an abandoned cave. Fortunately, dense, brownish-green vines blocked most of the biting wind. After settling down, Chen Yimo took off his gray cloak and tossed it over Jiangchen's head, saying in a curt tone, "Wear this." Jiangchen's vision went black as she was enveloped in a massive cloak. Looking down, she realized she was wearing a black dress, tattered and torn from being soaked in the black water and fighting the giant python. Chen Yimo, though a boy, was much taller than Jiangchen. His cloak, draped over her, made the girl, who barely qualified as a girl, appear even smaller. "We came here earlier, and I saw a stream over there. Would you like some water?" Jiangchen touched her dry, almost cracked lips. Chen Yimo pondered for a moment. The girl before him appeared to be an ordinary person, but her behavior in the cave had far exceeded what one would expect from someone her age. But now, looking at Jiangchen in his large cloak, her eyes wide as she asked for his permission, she wondered if the calm and composed person in the cave had been a figment of her imagination. Jiangchen wasn't a superhuman. People like Chen Yimo and the others, who had undergone physical enhancements, could control their body's water loss in extreme environments. For an ordinary person like her, going a day without water would be unbearable. Chen Yimo activated the golden compass, and the topographic map flashed again, saying, "No large beasts nearby. Life forms are only 3 kilometers away." Jiangchen leaned closer. The densely packed map was covered with various special symbols, and sure enough, there was a small red dot 3 kilometers from their location. Jiangchen guessed that this instrument used some kind of energy sensing to detect nearby life forms, but its maximum detection range was only within a 5-kilometer radius. "Is your compass accurate? Then why didn't you detect that giant python in the secret realm?" Jiangchen asked curiously. Unexpectedly, this question immediately infuriated Chen Yimo. "What did you say? That's a special case? Fine, this kind of high-level mutated giant python isn't recorded in the suspended tower, and the compass isn't registered either. Isn't that normal? Fine, you're right." "Kid, you, hurry back." Chen Yimo angrily tossed his head away, no longer looking at Jiangchen. Jiangchen thought he was probably still angry about her throwing the divine tablet out of the cave. She sighed helplessly, found some withered vines to secure her loose cloak, and walked out of the cave. Bang. "This is a filter. The water can't be used directly now. It needs to be filtered before drinking." Jiangchen saw Chen Yimo toss her a silver-blue device resembling a hole at her feet. The filter wasn't hollow. It was filled with an unknown substance that resembled both a slightly transparent sponge and a solidified liquid. Before Jiangchen could take a few steps, another metal device hit her feet. "Take this one too. It's not particularly dangerous, but the beam and the 8-clawed mechanical hand can get you out of danger temporarily," Chen Yimo said sullenly, facing the other side of the cave. "Thank you, Chen Yimo. Is there anything else?" Jiangchen picked it up and sincerely asked Chen Yimo. "Get lost." The stream was only 100 meters from the cave, and the surroundings were unusually quiet. She didn't see any mutated animals, and even the trees seemed perfectly normal. But Jiangchen didn't dare to be careless. She cautiously walked towards the stream. When the two of them were under the stone pillar earlier, Chen Yimo hadn't mentioned how she discovered and obtained the divine tablet because they were in a dangerous situation. Even if Chen Yimo had suspicions, she didn't have time to ask. But now that the two had temporarily escaped danger, their previous actions couldn't withstand scrutiny. She used the excuse of going out to fetch water to temporarily avoid him, and find a plausible excuse. But even after racking her brains, she couldn't think of an explanation. It was simply inexplicable. Jiangchen himself couldn't explain why he could sense the location of the divine steel, but when he approached the stone pillar, he seemed to be drawn by a force, a feeling difficult to describe, as if it had been waiting there for a long time. But Chen Yimo had already said how precious the divine steel was in this world, and how difficult it was to find it. She couldn't imagine the disaster that would follow if she revealed this. Jiangchen stopped. Fighting the giant python in the cave was something completely unlike a sedentary woman she usually wouldn't do, Her speed and agility had noticeably increased. Jiang Chen raised her arm, looking at her slender, white arm, then wondering if it was an illusion. She looked up at the cave not far away. After much thought, Jiang Chen decided that while Chen Yimo was injured, it was best to slip away. At her current pace, escape should be possible. But where could she go? She didn't even know who the original owner of this body was, who her parents were, or where her home was. She woke up in the dark chamber, and she had no memories of the original owner of this body. Why would the original owner's parents or family put her in the dark chamber? The reason was unknown, so rushing to find her relatives was not a wise move. What exactly was that black pod? With its disappearance, even the cave's protective shield vanished. Was this a coincidence, or was it all premeditated? No one knew. Jiang Chen suppressed his questions. In any case, he couldn't go back to Chen Yimo's place. Jiang Chen resolutely turned around. Where do you think you're going? A cold gun barrel pressed against Jiang Chen's waist, and a strange, chilling voice rang in his ears. Jiang Chen's blood ran cold. Chapter 14. Two young men in matching black uniforms stood behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was forced to turn around and walk towards the cave, where she saw Chen Yimo slowly emerge. Along with him emerged a tall figure with silver hair and purple eyes. In the dim light of the trees, dappled shadows fell on his pale face, creating an indistinct yet aloof aura. His silver epaulets revealed his distinguished status. With a crackling sound, Jiang Chen felt a numbness in her neck and collapsed onto the damp ground. In her hazy consciousness, she saw footsteps in black military boots slowly approaching her in the distance. In the silent, dark forest, a raven perched on a treetop, its deep red eyes seemingly knowing everything, spread its wings and flew towards the horizon. When she awoke again, it was all darkness, without a ray of light or a sound, as if she were immersed in black ink. Had she returned to the black chamber? Were the mutated beast, the giant python, Chen Yimo, and Wu Ziyuan all just her hallucinations? The pain from the black liquid in the black chamber loomed over Jiang Chen like a giant shadow, preventing her from wondering if what had happened before was all just her imagination. Jiang Chen cautiously reached forward, only to find nothing ahead. The unknown is the most terrifying. She retreated to a corner, gently touching the wall. The rough, whitish surface was easily peeling off, and the smell of dust unexpectedly gave her a sense of comfort. Thank goodness, I'm not in the black chamber, she reassured herself. Jiang Chen first awoke in the black chamber, after black droplets merged into her body behind her, and she fainted from intense pain. She awoke again in the black water of the stone pool in the underground palace. She guessed that the two places must be connected. She struggled to her feet from the pool, but her strength gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Dazed, she heard approaching footsteps, but it was too late to hide. Just then, she encountered Chen Yimo and Wu Ziyuan. Jiang Chen hugged herself tightly, her hand unconsciously touching the cloak Chen Yimo had given her. Seeing the scene, she knew without a doubt that those men in uniform had captured her. It was likely that Chen Yimo knew them. So would Chen Yimo reveal all her strangeness? What would happen to her? Would she be imprisoned as a monster, or dissected for various biochemical experiments? Jiang Chen now desperately missed those days of working overtime. Although it was working for capitalists, at least those days weren't filled with this constant fear. But then she thought, falling down such a high staircase, she could clearly feel her head slamming against the wall. If she wasn't dead, she'd probably be seriously injured. Jiang Chen touched her unharmed head, then her small, tender hands. Hey, I'm more than 10 years younger now, what a win. I guess this is a blessing in disguise. Just as Jiang Chen was trying to dispel her fear with this self-hypnosis, the door suddenly opened, and the bright light of a flashlight shone on her face. She instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Jiang Chen was led into an empty house. There were only 2 tables inside. Jiang Chen had never felt such joy at seeing an incandescent light bulb again, but seeing the bronze metal helmet on the other table instantly extinguished her happiness. This place resembled an operating room more than an interrogation room, with a faint, almost imperceptible, smell of disinfectant permeating the air. Jiang Chen was ordered to stand before a table with a metal helmet. The man in the black uniform escorting her skillfully fitted the bronze helmet onto her head. The helmet looked both modern and ancient, its shape remarkably similar to a Roman soldier's helmet, but the edges were decorated with numerous winding, colorful lines. Stains of blood, not yet wiped clean, lingered on the inside, hinting at its purpose. After Jiang Chen sat down, a long wait ensued. Her initial tension and anxiety gradually gave way to a calm acceptance of her trial. No matter what, her secret must not be revealed. Tap tap tap. Footsteps approached. The interrogation room door opened, revealing the two men who had stunned Jiang Chen. They walked expressionlessly to another table and sat down. The white interrogator Yuan, with a few freckles on his face, stared coldly at Jiang Chen. Name, Jiang Chen. Confirmation? The question was phrased with an affirmative tone. Yes. Since the other party already knew his name, they must have already asked Chen Yimo. Jiang Chen's heart sank. Why were you in the Xuria dungeon? Yuan continued to ask. I don't know. I was there when I woke up. Chen Yimo and Wu Ziyuan said I might have been kidnapped and used as a sacrifice. So that place was called Xuria. Jiang Chen couldn't help but silently repeat it to himself. Mentioning Wu Ziyuan's name, Jiang Chen clearly felt Yuan's eyes flicker. What did you see in the Xuria dungeon? Another interrogator, Fan Yu, who appeared to be of East Asian descent, asked probing questions. Jiang Chen briefly recounted what she had seen and heard in the Xuria underground palace, but subconsciously omitted how she obtained the divine steel. Fan Yu was writing something on a black sheet of paper, seemingly unconcerned about Jiang Chen's answer, as if it were just a routine conversation. How did you obtain the divine steel? Suddenly, Yuan's words exploded in her ears, like a thunderclap. I don't know. Jiang Chen answered, lowering her eyes. Even if she wanted to avoid it, she couldn't escape this fatal question. It seemed Chen Yimo had already reported everything that had happened in the cave. Lying. Yuan slammed down a black button on the table. Caught off guard, Jiang Chen heard a crackling sound of electricity. How fragile is the human scalp? Yet, the merciless current coursed through her, causing intense pain that pierced her nerves. Jiang Chen couldn't help but reach for the damned helmet, but her hands and feet were firmly handcuffed, leaving her only able to struggle violently against the metal chair. Don't worry, if you tell us the truth, we protect you. I promise you. I ask you one more time, how did you get the divine steel? Fan Yu seemed genuinely sympathetic to the girl's plight, trying his best to show his sincerity. I don't know. Jiang Chen answered through gritted teeth, her pale lips already bleeding from being bitten. The black button was pressed again, bright red blood flowing down her fair ear. Jiang Chen felt as if her brain was being squeezed in someone else's hand, ready to explode at any moment. One last time, how did you get the divine steel? Yuan asked sharply again. I don't know. Jiang Chen clenched her fists tightly, the black liquid inside her burning like fire. The double pain had pushed Jiang Chen to the brink of collapse. Fan Yu hesitated, glancing behind him. If he pressed the button again this time, only her brains would remain. Behind the white wall, Pei Du peered through the thick one-way glass at the frail girl, his calm, expressionless eyes revealing no emotion. Having received no pause instruction, the interrogator, Yuan, raised his hand, preparing to press the black button. Chapter 15. Bang! 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 A violent knocking interrupted the one-sided killing. Eggle kicked open the interrogation room door. Lieutenant Eggle, what brings you here? Fan Yu hurriedly stood up. How could you commit such an atrocity against such a young child? I will report your evil deeds to General Finian. Lieutenant Eggle said angrily, charging towards Jiang Chen. Yuan's tall frame immediately stepped forward, blocking Major Eggle's small frame. Are you challenging the discipline of the regiment? Eggle said, raising a weak fist as a show of force. Yuan was not to be outdone and prepared to retaliate. Stop! A shout rang out, and the surroundings instantly fell silent. Lieutenant Colonel Lin. Both men stopped what they were doing. When you apprehend a suspicious person, you should report to the highest-ranking officer at the temporary outpost. Do I need to reiterate who the highest-ranking officer here is? Who authorized you to interrogate them privately? Lin Qingjin said sternly. But this child and the other children. Yuan still tried to argue, but Fan Yu stopped him. Bring me the interrogation report, Lin Qingjin ordered. Yuan didn't move, but Eggle, with his small frame, quickly circled the table and took the interrogation report. Lin Qingjin read through the entire report and said, Eggle, take this child away. Yuan stood in front of Jiang Chen, trying to stop Eggle. Give it to Lieutenant Colonel Lin. Pei Du emerged from the shadows, the afterglow of the incandescent light making his black shoulders appear particularly cold. Eggle, as if he had won an unprecedented victory, glanced contemptuously at Yuan, strode forward triumphantly, and picked up the dying Jiang Chen. As Jiang Chen was leaving, he saw Chen Yimo, also dressed in a matching black uniform. Behind Pei Du, when Chen Yimo saw Jiang Chen's blood-stained face, his eyes flickered, but his pale face involuntarily turned away. Major Pei Du, I hope you can manage your men and act according to the rules, Lin Qingjin suggested gently. Pei Du smiled noncommittally. I hope Lieutenant Colonel Lin can explain at the council meeting the 7 girls you taken in over the past month. This is humanitarian aid, you. Eggle said angrily. Let's go. Lin Shijin left without looking back. Should we put them together, Lieutenant Colonel Lin? That's the arrangement for now. Oh, these poor children. I can't even imagine what they've been through. Jiang Chen, half conscious, overheard their conversation. Perhaps knowing he was temporarily safe, his highly tense nerves slowly relaxed, and he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room. Sir, are we just going to hand him over like this? Wu Ziyuan's body hasn't even been found yet? This Jiang Chen must be involved, Yuan asked anxiously. I already reported it. Wu Ziyuan's death has nothing to do with Jiang Chen. He was killed by the giant python. Chen Yimo hurriedly defended before Pei Du could speak. You encountered, but you yourself said that this girl is different from the previous 6 girls, so even if she didn't directly kill Wu Ziyuan, she can't escape involvement. There's absolutely no necessary connection between the two. You're simply making things up. Also, Wu Ziyuan repeatedly disobeyed orders from the organization. I reported that as well. Why didn't you mention that? Chen Yimo turned his back, clearly unwilling to communicate with Yuan any further. Yuan's arm veins bulged. He wanted to say something, but he lacked direct evidence. Fan Yu patted Yuan's shoulder and said, Yuan, calm down. This girl really has nothing to do with Wu Ziyuan's death. He knew Wu Ziyuan, and Yuan had joined the military in the same batch, and their relationship had always been good. His death had dealt a significant blow to Yuan. Pei Du stood before the table where Jiang Chen had been interrogated, his palm resting on the golden helmet, dark red blood staining his pale fingertips. He asked, Fan Yin, have the interrogation results been compared? Fan Yu handed Pei Du the previous comparison report. Major, according to the comparison report, these 7 people are of similar age, all between 13 and 14, all female, with varying levels of supernatural abilities. Most importantly, they all claim ignorance about how they obtained the divine steel. What? Yu had explained in surprise as soon as Fan Yu finished speaking. Fan Yu continued, these 7 people, without exception, don't know how they obtained the divine steel. Their stories are surprisingly consistent. Chen Yimo had only just learned of this and frowned deeply. You impressed? Was it collusion? I investigated their backgrounds. Their accents and skin colors are all different. Besides 3 being orphans, the rest have diverse family backgrounds, and there's been a nearly year-long gap between the first one and this one, so we can initially rule out collusion, Fan Yin explained. Then is it possible that someone orchestrated this all along? I considered that possibility at first, but all 7 girls obtained the divine steel, and they all obtained them from different places. Furthermore, 2 of them successfully retrieved the divine steel from the underground palace. This is top-secret information. We only obtained it today. Who has such ability to use 7 divine steels as bait? Fan Yu's words were like a thunderclap. A long silence fell over the interrogation room, because they all knew how precious the divine steel was. 7 of them had appeared in the small Kshuria underground palace. But there are some differences, Fan Yin said, placing the 7 reports on the table for comparison. According to subsequent information, these 7 people handled the divine steel differently. Except for Jiang Chen, the others either took it out or had it stolen by mutated animals. Only Jiang Chen voluntarily gave it up. Although Yuan felt Jiang Chen was involved in Wu Ziyuan's death, he raised his own question. According to you, shouldn't we question the 3 who took out the divine steel? But to his surprise, his question wasn't accepted by everyone. Chen Yimo's expression changed. Fan Yu sighed, Yuan, that's because you never seen the divine steel, nor have you ever truly obtained it. You don't know how alluring it is. He paused, seemingly lost in thought, and said, when you see it, it's hard to look away. Let alone touching it physically, even high-level ability users might not be able to give it up like Jiang Chen. Pei Du, who had been silent, looked up at the 7 reports, which burned to ashes in the red flames. Chapter 16. Jiang Chen, run. Don't look back. Chen Yimo shouted anxiously. The gaping maw of the black python loomed towards them. Jiang Chen could even see the flesh and blood still clinging to its fangs, a bloody mess. Hey, wake up, wake up! Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, quickly pushing the person next to him onto the bed. The red-haired Caucasian girl looked at the rapidly breathing Jiang Chen with a dazed expression. Did you have a nightmare? It's all right now, we're safe. She gently patted Jiang Chen's tense arm. Jiang Chen glanced at the girl's earnest eyes, looked around to make sure there was no danger, relaxed his grip, and lay back down. This place seemed to be a converted apartment hotel. It wasn't large, with 2 beds placed side by side, very close together. The only window was sealed off with steel bars. The peeling plaster and cobwebs clinging to the corners suggested this was merely a temporary shelter. The slightly damp bedding, exuding a musty smell, surprisingly provided a sense of comfort. "My name is Ella," the girl introduced herself sweetly to Jiangchen. "Jiangchen. It's been so long since I seen a girl from the east." She then reached out to touch her long silky black hair. Jiangchen unconsciously leaned back, preventing Ella from touching her head. Ella, quite good-naturedly, silently withdrew her outstretched hand. Jiangchen silently observed the girl before her. She was about a year or two older, but her complexion was more rosy, and her reddish-brown hair made her look very healthy. "I was rescued by Lieutenant Colonel Lin in the Xuria Underground Palace." "Were you one too?" Hearing Xuria Underground Palace again, Jiangchen felt a chill run down her spine. She reached up to touch her head, and found it wrapped in a strip of cloth. "The wound has been treated. Although it's a second-generation treatment, not as effective as the fourth generation, with careful care, it shouldn't reopen." "I guess so." Although Lin Qingjin didn't personally rescue her from the Xuria Underground Palace, she was indirectly saved. "Colonel Lin is such a good person. He not only saved me, but also arranged accommodations for the 5 other girls rescued by the Legion. If I ever have the chance to see him again, I really should thank him properly." Ella smiled sweetly. "Were you all rescued from the Xuria Underground Palace?" Jiangchen was now eager to know information about this mysterious Xuria Underground Palace. Having finally met a girl about her age, Ella talked incessantly about what she knew. During her conversation with Ella, Jiangchen learned that Xuria was the name of the city. There lies a mysterious underground palace, known locally as the Xuria Underground Palace. Surprisingly, the vegetation around the palace remains unmutated, with dense forests. However, 3 kilometers away from the palace, mutated plants and wild beasts roam freely, their claws outstretched. The local inhabitants believe these mutated beasts are punishment from an ancient god. Legend says that sacrificing a young girl can earn the beast's forgiveness, and the tribe has maintained this ritual. In this environment, fewer and fewer girls are born in the tribe, so they ambush and capture young girls passing by. Ella was one such girl captured by the local inhabitants and sent for sacrifice. Jiangchen found this utter nonsense. She didn't believe the giant python or other beasts in the underground palace would discriminate based on the gender of their prey. "Oh right, you haven't eaten anything yet." Ella looked at Jiangchen's pale face, blaming herself for being so busy talking that she hadn't remembered Jiangchen was injured. She hurriedly rang the doorbell, and soon someone brought food to their door. Jiangchen had wanted to continue asking for information, but Ella's reminder made her realize her stomach was indeed empty. Ever since Wu Ziyuan gave Jiangchen a piece of flatbread, she hadn't eaten anything. She hadn't felt it under the pressure, but now that she was relaxed, she was truly starving. Thinking of Wu Ziyuan, Jiangchen felt a pang of sadness. Although their contact had been brief, and he might have used her, he was still a living, breathing person. One moment she could feel his breath, the next he had turned into a black puddle. No grave, no funeral, he was left there alone. Ella handed Jiangchen a bowl of mushy food, and Jiangchen quickly thanked her. Upon closer inspection, the bowl contained what appeared to be the mashed remains of some kind of gray insect, its nerves still twitching slightly, along with a few bits of slightly yellowish oatmeal. However, she desperately needed protein, and considering the accommodations, there was nothing to complain about. Jiangchen picked up the bowl and gulped it down. After finishing the bowl of pasty, Jiangchen felt noticeably better. Ella sat idly beside her, and Jiangchen asked curiously, "Why are the windows sealed off?" "It's not just this one window that's sealed off, it's everywhere humans live. The mutated birds have far enhanced eyesight. They can detect humans from hundreds of meters away, and then break through windows to attack. So now everyone chooses to seal their windows. How come you don't even know this?" Ella's beautiful eyes were full of questions. "Ah? It might be that stun helmet. I feel like I might have lost some memories." Jiangchen awkwardly made up a lie. "Sigh, then you might have suffered from after effects like that girl." "Which girl?" "She should be the 4th girl. She wasn't as lucky as us. She encountered a mutant attack in the Xuria dungeon. When the Valkan Legion found her, she was almost dead. She came back and remembered nothing, even her name. It's so pitiful." Ella sighed. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted their conversation. "It's me, Lin Qingjin. Lieutenant Colonel Lin actually came to see us." Ella immediately jumped off Jiangchen's bed, straightened her skirt, and hurried to the door, saying quickly, "Lieutenant Colonel Lin, please come in, please come in." The interrogation room was too dark, and Jiang Chen, still injured, hadn't had a good look at Lin Qingjin. Under the warm yellow light, his flaxen hair shimmered with a subtle sheen, and his tall, handsome figure made the room seem somewhat cramped. He greeted Ella gently first, causing her to blush slightly before smiling at Jiang Chen. "Are you feeling better today, Jiang Chen?" There was a familiarity, but a proper distance remained. "Much better, Lieutenant Colonel Lin, thank you so much for saving me." Jiang Chen sincerely thanked Lieutenant Colonel Lin Qingjin. "I am deeply sorry for what happened to you in the interrogation room." He gently patted Jiang Chen's head with his large, warm hand, and Jiang Chen refrained from backing away. "I won't disturb your rest any longer. Ella, take good care of your new friend." Lin Qingjin gently instructed Ella. Ella happily replied, "Okay, Lieutenant Colonel Lin, I promise I take good care of Jiang Chen." Ella, who had initially been somewhat happy, suddenly felt dejected. This was only the second time she had seen Lieutenant Colonel Lin in so long, but she hadn't expected him to leave so soon. Jiang Chen comforted her, saying that as long as they were at the temporary encampment, they would have a chance to meet again. Night fell, and she could hear Ella's steady breathing. Only now did Jiang Chen feel a true sense of relief, having escaped the interrogation room. In the underground palace, Jiang Chen had faced mutated beasts. Although they possessed powerful abilities, the confined environment meant they knew very little about humans. In a sense, they only wanted to kill her physically. But everything she encountered in the interrogation room was even more terrifying for Jiang Chen. Because she clearly knew that they wouldn't kill her, but would slowly torture her, subjecting her to both physical and mental torment. Jiang Chen rolled over. Ella seemed to have drifted into a sweet dream. She pondered, the 7 girls taken in one after another by Lin Qingjin. It was strangely inexplicable. Was the focus on the 7 girls, or the verb Lin Qingjin took them in? Jiang Chen lay flat, staring at the dim ceiling. No, if what Ella said is true, that Lin Qingjin is such a kind-hearted person, then when faced with one girl after another being abducted by the indigenous people for sacrifice, Lin Qingjin should have been fully capable of stopping the subsequent sacrificial activities. Why is he only doing cleanup work now? In the dark room, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Qingjin knelt on one knee, his right hand saluting his chest. Sizzle. A light wave grazed Lin Qingjin's neck, an inch from his artery, leaving a gasp. He showed no complaint about the wound, looking reverently at the person standing before the deep red curtains. "It was my mistake, please forgive me." The windows here were not sealed off by reinforced concrete, but the wild beasts outside lay lurking quietly, and the crumbling blood moon reflected the fleeting brown-red eyes of the man. Chapter 17. At night, Jiang Chen heard suppressed sobbing and quickly got up, only to find Ella seemingly tormented by a nightmare. Her expression was clearly pained, and tears streamed down her face. Jiang Chen gently patted Ella's shoulder, waking her, and comforted her as Ella had done before, saying, "It's all right, we escaped the Xurian dungeon." Ella sobbed, explaining that her nightmares weren't entirely due to the Xurian dungeon. From a very young age, her family had been on the run. Ella's mother died during their escape, attacked by mutants. She and her father were ordinary people, and in this era, survival was extremely difficult for ordinary people. Her father had been separated from her before even entering this territory. Later, she was sold several times like livestock, enduring hardships that need no further explanation. 6 months had passed, and her father still hadn't found her. Her fate was obvious. "Jiang Chen, I'm so scared. What if we, people with no real value, are kicked out of this temporary outpost? Will we go back to our old lives?" Jiang Chen wasn't good at comforting others. She could only quietly stay by Ella's side. Perhaps a little coldly, she couldn't offer Ella any wise advice. Because all the grand principles and platitudes seemed useless in this turbulent world. The love of family and friends could only temporarily alleviate anxiety. It couldn't drive away the darkness. Only oneself can truly pull oneself out of the abyss. Enduring the quagmire of hardship bit by bit, one is no longer the same person. When Jiang Chen was still a corporate slave, she always had several alarms every morning before work. But in this unfamiliar place, where danger lurked at every turn, her nerves were constantly on edge, her biological clock seemingly urging her to wake up. No bright sunlight, a windowless house, indistinguishable between day and night. Jiang Chen turned to see that Ella was still asleep. The warm yellow light in the room was the same as before she fell asleep, but Jiang Chen knew it should be dawn now. She tiptoed out of bed and carefully opened the door. An endless corridor. On both sides of the corridor were rows of rooms exactly like Jiang Chen's, arranged in a staggered pattern. At the end, a faulty light bulb flickered intermittently, making Jiangchen hesitate whether to go out and check. Jiangchen, you're awake? Ella rubbed her sleepy eyes. Jiangchen slammed the door shut, climbed into bed, and asked, there's no one in the hallway. Hasn't anyone gotten up yet? Ella pulled an old clock from under her pillow and adjusted it. It's already 8 o'clock. There's no one in the hallway because Lieutenant Colonel Lin wants us not to go out unnecessarily. Why can't we go out unnecessarily? Is it dangerous here? Jiangchen sat up straight. Ella shrugged. Of course not. It's just that some of us don't have superpowers right now. There are always restless people in the regiment. Lieutenant Colonel Yang is doing this for our safety, hoping we won't go out unnecessarily. Ella said with sparkling eyes. Oh! Jiangchen nodded. Ella continued, however, it's not like we can't go out at all. A few days ago, before you arrived, Lieutenant Eggle said he would arrange new accommodations for us. I think it should be in the next couple of days. For the next 2 days, Jiangchen stayed obediently in her room. Lieutenant Eggle visited once, bringing 2 fresh red apples to comfort the girl who had been so frightened. This was the first time Jiangchen had eaten such fresh and delicious food in days, even though she had never been a fan of apples before. Eggle's visit also brought new information. That afternoon, the 7 girls would choose their new accommodations in the conference room. The current temporary base was no longer safe, and the regiment needed to evacuate as soon as possible, but Eggle didn't elaborate on the reasons for the evacuation. The temporary base is no longer safe? A new accommodation? This question lingered in Jiangchen's mind all morning, making the time seem exceptionally long. Ella, on the other hand, seemed very happy, humming an unknown tune as she began packing. Jiangchen really didn't have anything to take with her except the black gold knife that could be absorbed into her palm. Sure enough, 2 soldiers knocked on the door that afternoon, leading the 2 to the conference room, and the flickering light at the end of the corridor had been repaired. Evacuate? And fix the lights? Jiangchen muttered to himself. This temporary outpost appeared to be a converted abandoned hotel, with 21 floors. But at each floor's elevator entrance, 2 soldiers in uniform stood guard with rifles. After showing their identification to the guards, the soldiers took the elevator to the 11th floor conference room. 3 girls were already there, all appearing to be around Jiangchen's age. They sat in opposite corners, not speaking, making the conference room unusually quiet. Ella wanted to sit in the front, closer to Lin Qingjin, but Jiangchen felt something was off about the Lieutenant Colonel Lin she had saved, so she didn't sit with Ella and chose a secluded corner seat. 2 more girls arrived afterward, one about Ella's age, the other perhaps a little younger than Jiangchen. Jiangchen immediately recognized the younger girl as the one Ella had mentioned who had amnesia. She was led to a seat by the older girl, clutching a tattered doll. Much of the doll's right arm was missing cotton, and its asymmetrical arm looked somewhat eerie. Her blank expression was like the doll's, devoid of soul. As if sensing someone watching her, she looked at Jiangchen, then calmly turned her head away. Lin Qingjin, as if rushing over from somewhere, sat down and went straight to the point, announcing, "We are about to withdraw from this temporary base. We offer you 2 options." He looked around, as if searching for something, then continued, "You can come with us to Mysokia. The infrastructure there is more complete, and we have a large number of soldiers stationed there who can help you find your families." Lin Qingjin's gentle voice echoed in the small conference room, then he added, "If your families haven't come." At this point, some of the girls in the room already had tears in their eyes. Lin Qingjin considerately said, "The Valjean Legion will take care of your living arrangements afterward." Ella stood up excitedly. "Really? I promise." "Are there any other options, Lieutenant Colonel Lin?" A short-haired girl in the left corner asked cautiously. Of course." He paused and said, "You have other options? The suspended tower will be recruiting a batch of students soon. Professor Jiang Ruoxing's team has finished their investigation here, and they will be heading to the suspended tower tomorrow afternoon." He said, "The suspended tower welcomes you." After announcing these 2 options, Lin Qingjin hurriedly left, instructing Eggle to confirm each girl's reply by tomorrow morning. Ella and Jiangchen were escorted back to their room by the soldiers along the same route. Jiangchen looked at the fork in the road at the end, her mind racing. What should she choose? Chapter 18. Early morning. Jiangchen habitually reached for the curtains, only to realize upon seeing the sealed window that this was Eden, 2095. The transparent window was a disadvantage that exposed their location. "Jiangchen, where are you planning to go?" Ella asked, sitting on the bed, somewhat hesitant. "I haven't decided yet." After all, as a newcomer, Jiangchen didn't even know where Mysokia and the suspended tower were, but she remembered Chun Yimo mentioning the suspended tower. Ella, do you know anything about the suspended tower? Ella hadn't expected Jiang Chen to ask about the suspended tower first. I don't really know much about the suspended tower, but I heard about it on the road. How so? Jiang Chen asked curiously. I heard that the suspended tower is actually an academy that specializes in training people with supernatural abilities, and people with supernatural abilities go there every year, Ella said, frowning. Seeing Ella's expression, Jiang Chen continued, but what about it? Ella smiled. I heard it from others too, that people disappear from the suspended tower every year. Disappear? Yes, but it's just a rumor, and the strangest thing is that the families of the missing people don't pursue it further, so everyone is only half believing it, Ella said vaguely. Jiang Chen nodded. Although the truth of the rumor was still unknown, as the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. What about Mysokia? Jiang Chen asked again. Ella was already used to Jiang Chen's amnesia. Actually, many of us fled to Mysokia. From Ella's description, Mysokia was practically paradise. The area was rich in resources, guarded by the most powerful Valkan Legion, and its people lived in peace and prosperity, free from attacks by mutated creatures, thus attracting a large number of people. Such a place was simply too attractive. Ella dipped a little water in her cup and began to draw on the dry table. Look, we're here now, and Mysokia is to the west of where we are, while the suspended tower faces the opposite direction, so we can only choose one place. Jiang Chen, if we go to Mysokia, we'd be safe with Lieutenant Colonel Lin Qingjin's protection, Ella urged, seeing Jiang Chen's uncertain look. Is it really safe? Jiang Chen pondered silently. Hearing Ella's explanation, it was obvious she would choose Mysokia, but Jiang Chen was still somewhat conflicted. Seeing Jiang Chen's conflicted expression, Ella, though somewhat puzzled, weren't the two choices obvious? Wasn't she an understanding girl? She silently stopped bothering Jiang Chen. Their dinner that evening was again protein porridge. Based on Jiang Chen's observations outside that day, there weren't many soldiers at this temporary encampment, and supplies were indeed quite scarce. Ella stirred the protein porridge, finding it increasingly nauseating, and couldn't help but complain. She wished she could leave for Mysokia that very night. Jiang Chen looked at his dinner, mentally listing various delicious options like hot pot, barbecue, crispy pork ribs, and pickled fish, before wolfing down his meal. That night, Jiang Chen tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Logically, going to Mysokia was the safest option. Its technology and civilization hadn't yet collapsed, and although Lin Qingjin's motives were unclear, she was currently quite friendly towards them. But, intuitively, she felt that going to Mysokia wasn't as simple as she imagined. She felt as if an invisible hand was pushing her forward. Jiang Chen drifted off to sleep, caught in her own thoughts. In the conference room, Lin Qingjin had just finished assigning tasks for the evacuation preparations. They would be the first to evacuate, while the second group would need to complete the remaining work within 10 days before leaving. The conference room was filled with discussion. Naturally, everyone had many questions about the sudden evacuation, but Lin Qingjin, as the highest-ranking officer sent from above to the temporary base, dared not question them openly. Moreover, even Pei Du, the officer in charge of the second evacuation, hadn't raised any objections, so those below him dared not. After the meeting, Eggle saw the officers out of the conference room. As Lin Qingjin's confidant, he was immediately surrounded by people as soon as he stepped outside. Lieutenant Eggle, why are you suddenly evacuating? Our exploration work here isn't finished yet. An officer next to Lieutenant Eggle asked quietly in a low voice. Eggle chuckled and said, How dare we lowly people question orders from above? Seeing Eggle's attitude, the officers knew further questioning was futile. Back in the conference room, Eggle muttered about something else. Why did Professor Jiang Ruoxing suddenly decide to let these girls enter the suspended tower? Didn't he stop interfering much in the suspended tower's affairs? Why is he now doing recruitment? Eggle was completely baffled. Lin Qingjin, sitting at the long table, seemed lost in thought, her expression somewhat somber. Early in the morning, Jiang Chen woke up again, while Ella was still asleep. Jiang Chen turned her back, extended her right hand, and stared intently at her palm. After a long while, there was no response. She had been trying to summon the black gold broken sword for several days in a row, but each time, like today, there was no reaction. She sighed deeply. How was she supposed to use this black gold broken sword? In the morning, as expected, a servant led Ella and Jiang Chen to the meeting room from the previous day. Ella had packed a small suitcase, holding Jiang Chen's hand with a worried expression. Everyone was already in the meeting room, and they made their choices one by one. Ella unsurprisingly chose to go to Mysokia. Jiang Chen had thought she would be the only one to choose the suspended tower, but unexpectedly, the girl with amnesia from last time and her roommate also chose to go to the suspended tower. After agonizing over it for half the night, looking at her empty palm this morning, she still decided to go to the suspended tower. According to Ella's description, the suspended tower was similar to a modern school and had state-of-the-art equipment to detect supernatural abilities. Jiang Chen didn't disbelieve Chen Yimo's invention, but even with only a 1% chance, she wanted to try. Besides, Chen Yimo had said that the suspended tower possessed the most complete information in the world. Perhaps she could find her way home there. It was time to part. Ella put down her luggage and ran to hug Jiang Chen. Although they had only spent 3 or 4 days together, Jiang Chen liked this red-haired girl very much. Despite the many misfortunes she had suffered, she remained warm and enthusiastic. Jiang Chen patted her shoulder and said, "Ella, I believe we will meet again." Ella nodded vigorously and left the conference room with the other girls, heading towards Mysokia. The remaining 3 would wait until the afternoon when Professor Jiang Ruoxing's assistant would come to pick them up and take them to the suspended tower. Knock, knock, knock. A servant entered and whispered a report to Lieutenant Eggle, who gradually became surprised. After the servant finished reporting, he walked towards Jiang Chen and said, "Jiang Chen, your parents have arrived." What? Chapter 19. How could the original owner's parents possibly have come looking for her? Before Jiang Chen could think further, she was led by Lieutenant Eggle and his attendant to see these so-called parents. After passing through several corridors, the attendant opened a thick, solid wood red door. A couple of Eastern descent stood beside a long table, smiling at Jiang Chen. As soon as the woman saw Jiang Chen, she immediately rushed over and hugged her tightly. Her eyes filled with tears, and she choked out, "Chen Chen, Mom has finally found you." The woman, like Jiang Chen, had smooth black hair, and the two looked somewhat alike. At first glance, they did indeed appear to be mother and daughter. She carefully touched Jiang Chen's arms and back, checking with great concern if her daughter was injured. The man, much more composed, grasped Lieutenant Eggle's hand and said, "Lieutenant Eggle, our family expresses our sincerest gratitude to the Valjean Regiment. Mr. Jiang, you're too kind. It's our duty. But could you please show me your genetic comparison report?" Eggle said apologetically, "I'm not questioning you. It's just a routine procedure for safety reasons." Of course. Mr. Jiang took a thick stack of reports prepared beforehand from the long table and handed them to Eggle. Eggle sat down and carefully read through them. Jiang Chen had never felt time pass so slowly. The lieutenant closed the last page and replied, "Thank you for your cooperation. The report is confirmed to be correct. I didn't expect you to have it done at a testing facility under the regiment. Then we must thank the regiment for their help in providing us with a child sample, allowing us to bring Chen Chen home as soon as possible. She's suffered a lot." "It's all right," the man said gently. The woman hugged Jiang Chen tightly. "Chen Chen, our family is finally reunited." Jiang Chen embraced, smelled that strange fragrance again. She took Jiang Chen's hand and waved to her husband. "Honey, it might snow today. Let's leave as soon as possible. What do you want to eat tonight? Mom will make it for you." The woman ruffled Jiang Chen's hair affectionately. "Chen Chen, your hair is too long. Mom will cut it for you when we get home." "Okay, Mom," Jiang Chen replied obediently, her big eyes wide as if she had completely accepted that this couple were her parents. "But Dad, can I go back to our place to pack my things?" Jiang Chen reached out and took the man's hand, but he seemed a little stiff and didn't return her grip. "Chen Chen, it's not safe if the snow gets too heavy later. Mom will go back and buy you new ones, okay?" The woman patiently squatted down and gently put her arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder. "But that was a parting gift from Ella. She took care of me every day after I was injured. She's my best friend." Jiang Chen looked at Lieutenant Eggle with reddened eyes. "Chen Chen, you have to be good." The atmosphere became slightly awkward. "Madam, the children have formed a deep friendship," Lieutenant Eggle suggested gently. "Then we go with you." The woman's voice was somewhat firm. "Mom, I'm all grown up now. Can't I even pack my luggage properly?" Jiang Chen stood angrily with her hands on her hips, a little stubborn, but still displaying the youthful rebelliousness of her age. The woman didn't back down, continuing, "Chen Chen, you know that's not what Mom meant. Mom was just worried about you. Mom, there are Valjean soldiers stationed here. What's there to worry about?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. Jiang Chen's mother was speechless for a moment. "It's not far from where they live. Tell her to go, and come back quickly. The lady and gentleman can rest here for a while," Eggle said, helping Jiangchen out. Given permission, Jiangchen hugged the woman's waist and said, "Mom, I'll be there as soon as I pack my things." Jiangchen opened the door, and could feel the woman staring intently at her from behind. She controlled herself not to turn around and walked out calmly. Reaching the corner of the first corridor, Jiangchen quickened her pace, going from a brisk walk to a sprint. "I can't get caught," Jiangchen silently repeated to herself, as the red doors on either side of the corridor rushed past her. That couple wasn't the original owner's parents at all. Jiangchen already knew the answer in her heart. Putting aside the fact that she didn't have the original owner's memories, the couple's arrival was far too coincidental. She had just been about to go to the suspended tower when they arrived. The timing was simply too much of a coincidence. Her intuition told her that this couple couldn't possibly be the original owner's parents. What should I do? Jiangchen hadn't returned yet. The woman in the reception room paced back and forth. "Lieutenant Eggle, is it safe here? Has something happened to Jiangchen? Why hasn't he come back yet? Madam, please watch your words. Even though this is just a temporary encampment for the Valjean regiment, it's still one of the safest places in the world." Eggle, usually so gentle, was somewhat displeased. "I apologize for my rudeness." The woman frowned, and the man's face also turned grave. Time ticked by, but Jiangchen still hadn't returned. Finally, the woman couldn't contain herself any longer and stood up to ask, "Lieutenant Eggle, is Chun-Chin lost? May we go look for him?" She tried her best to suppress her rage. Jiangchen's delayed return worried Eggle as well. However, Jiangchen was still young, and getting lost was understandable. After much deliberation, he finally agreed to search with the couple. Suddenly, the woman's pale face turned 180 degrees, meeting the man's gaze, but she continued walking forward. Eggle, leading the way, didn't see this. Meanwhile, Jiangchen intended to return to his room, believing the most dangerous place was the safest. However, upon reflection, he realized his room only had 2 beds and 2 cabinets, far too small to withstand a search. Jiangchen cautiously hid in the unfamiliar, winding corridors. Judging by the timeline, her fake parents should have known she had run away. On the other hand, they also needed to avoid the passing servants and soldiers to prevent revealing their whereabouts. A hand swiftly pulled Jiangchen into a dark room. In the darkness, the person covered Jiangchen's mouth, forcing her to take several steps back. Chapter 20. Jiangchen held her breath, gathering all her strength in her arm, intending to unexpectedly strike the person behind her with her elbow. But the person behind her seemed to have anticipated her movements, skillfully dodging but still managing to hold Jiangchen hostage. "Have you improved?" The boy's voice came from behind. "Chen Yimo?" Encountering Chen Yimo again was something Jiangchen had never expected. During her recuperation, she had rarely thought of him. Regarding how to obtain the divine steel, Jiangchen knew that Chen Yimo would most likely report to his superiors. It was his duty, even though the two hadn't known each other for long. But having gone through life and death together, she still selfishly harbored a sliver of hope. But reality slapped her in the face. It seemed she needed to adjust her mindset. Perhaps today's friend was tomorrow's enemy. Jiangchen silently taught herself a lesson. Jiangchen withdrew from Chen Yimo's embrace. "What are you hiding from?" Chen Yimo's question was ambiguous. Jiangchen replied, "My fake parents." "Parents? Fake parents?" Jiangchen expected Chen Yimo to pry again, but surprisingly, he didn't ask anything. "Come with me." Chen Yimo turned on the light, and Jiangchen realized it was an abandoned storage room. Jiangchen asked curiously, "How did you get here?" "Guess?" Chen Yimo went to a place resembling an exhaust vent, and skillfully removed the metal sheet covering it. "This is the first floor of the base. It's usually mainly for administrative staff and ordinary people. Security is lax. Your fake parents managed to fool Eggle and recognize you, so they must have some connections. It's too unsafe here. Where do we go?" Chen Yimo said casually. "Of course, this building is the safest place, the least likely place for them to break in." He then climbed into the exhaust vent, his voice low. "Jiangchen, follow me." Jiangchen hesitated for a second, but with no way to retreat, she had to trust him one more time and followed closely behind. The passageway frequently changed direction and slope. At times, it was a narrow, low passageway where Jiangchen could crawl on her knees, but at other times she had to crawl. Chen Yimo had clearly traversed this exhaust vent before. Even in complete darkness, he seemed to have a living map in his mind, navigating this maze with ease. This exhaust vent was obviously very long, like walking on a winding mountain path, pitch black, with only a faint glimmer of light visible at the end when looking back. After crawling and climbing for an unknown amount of time, Chen Yimo's voice came from ahead. Wait a minute. Chen Yimo cleverly opened another exhaust vent, jumped down, and disappeared. A while later, Jiangchen jumped down. Jiangchen peeked out and saw that it appeared to be a study. She carefully jumped down. This is Major Peidu's study, but he rarely comes here. And the Major went to. Chen Yimo glanced at Jiangchen. Anyway, Major Peidu won't be here anytime soon. He continued, kid, you stay here for today. If your fake parents can't find you today, we figure out how to leave. Chen Yimo settled Jiangchen down and walked to the exhaust vent. I can't leave my post for too long. Don't run around like last time. Okay, Chen Yimo instructed. Okay. Just as Chen Yimo was about to turn and leave, he turned back and took out a metal device similar to the previous one from his pocket. This is an improved version of mine, just in case. You should take it. Jiangchen took the metal device. It looked like an upgraded version. Press here, Chen Yimo reminded her. Jiangchen followed the instructions, pressed the button, and with a bang, a mechanical claw shot out from the top of the metal device. The traction rope is 7 or 8 meters long. It's enough for most distances, Chen Yimo said smugly. Jiangchen couldn't help but think that if she had this function last time, would she have picked up this mechanical arm and run away? Then all this trouble wouldn't have happened. She shook her head, dismissing this pointless assumption. As he spoke, Chen Yimo took the metal device, rotated the tube, and revealed a raised green button on the other side. This button contains the venom of a strange beast that can paralyze the enemy's nerves, but the container is limited, only 1 vial can be dispensed, so use it with caution. Jiangchen asked in surprise, Chen Yimo, did you complete both the initial and improved versions of this metal device? Of course. It mainly operates through magnetic energy, and doesn't require charging. Chen Yimo couldn't help but feel a little proud. Jiangchen carefully examined the metal device, which was less than an arm's length long. It could provide illumination and detect whether the opponent had mutated. It could also be used to grab onto fixed objects for climbing and landing. Now, equipped with a poison needle, it truly combined offensive and defensive capabilities. Chen Yimo, you're really amazing. Jiangchen praised it sincerely. Chen Yimo was genuinely embarrassed by Jiangchen's straightforward praise. He blew on his hair. I'm planning to name it the Miracle Wand. That's a pretty good name, Jiangchen said reluctantly. She hadn't expected such a clever weapon to have such a cute and innocent name. Chen Yimo pulled a small bag of compressed biscuits from his pocket and said, then you stay here for now. Here are some compressed biscuits. I have to patrol tonight and can't come over, but I come back tomorrow at noon. Jiangchen nodded vigorously. Chen Yimo nimbly leaped to the exhaust vent, intending to turn and leave. Chen Yimo, you. Jiangchen couldn't help but ask. What's wrong? Chen Yimo half-squatted, his clear, emerald green eyes looking at Jiangchen. The two of them, one looking up, the other looking down. Nothing, be careful, Jiangchen reminded him. The dim light in the study partially obscured Jiangchen's delicate face, making it impossible for Chen Yimo to see her expression. Her voice was also lower than usual. Chen Yimo had wanted to jump down to check on her, but time was of the essence. He needed to get back to his post as soon as possible. Okay. He turned and left, disappearing into the exhaust vent. Chen Yimo, why did you help me? The unspoken words lingered in Jiangchen's mind, but she realized she probably couldn't bring herself to say them. Asking would only imply suspicion of his motives, and for the sake of temporary refuge, she chose silence. Alone in the dimly lit study, Jiangchen noticed a sliver of light filtering through the heavy curtains. She carefully lifted a corner of the curtain. Through the crack, after so many days, she could finally see her surroundings clearly. Chapter 21. While in the Xuria underground palace, Jiangchen spent almost all her time underground. Even after escaping, it was like entering a jungle. The dense vegetation and towering trees didn't make her suspect anything amiss. Now, Jiangchen stood atop a building over 20 stories high, looking down. In the apocalypse, the abandoned city, the withered trees, everything exuded an aura of decay. It's snowing, Jiangchen murmured to herself. Outside the window, heavy snowflakes drifted down from the gray sky, landing on the oddly shaped branches of the trees. She could vaguely see the withered branches moving. As if struggling, as if yearning for something. Jiangchen quietly drew back a corner of the curtain, plunging the quiet study into darkness once more. She cautiously paced around the small study, only to find it showed very little signs of use. The bookshelf was sparsely furnished. She dared not touch them, only glancing at them on tiptoe. All books were about mutated beasts. The desk was also sparsely furnished, containing only a silver pen and a black notebook. Jiang Chen didn't know much about Major Pei Du. Most of her information came from Ella. However, Ella had been rescued directly by Lin Qingjin, so she hadn't had direct contact with Major Pei Du, only hearing that he rarely appeared at the temporary outpost. Recalling those two past encounters, under the red moonlight, a massive shadow loomed over Pei Du's shoulders, making her feel as if she were facing a monster lurking in the dark mist. His gaze towards her was icy cold, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but shiver. Just to be safe, Jiang Chen didn't look through anything. She silently retreated to a shadowy corner of the study, clutching the weapon Chen Yimo had given her tightly. The night passed peacefully. Chen Yimo arrived as promised the next day, bringing Jiang Chen a message and some food. Your fake parents are quite diligent. Yesterday they turned the first floor of the outpost upside down, and today they're still there complaining that Eggle didn't watch over you properly. Jiang Chen frowned and asked, so they stay here forever? You think Eggle is a pushover? He's just nagging you kids all day long. Chen Yimo's tone was cold, seemingly not very fond of Eggle. If your fake parents disrupt the Valjean Legion's order here, he won't be lenient. At this point, Chen Yimo paused, as if remembering something. Furthermore, the two other girls who stayed behind to go to the suspended tower also disappeared without a trace yesterday. So when you disappeared, they all mistakenly thought you disappeared together. How could this be? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. The cause is still under investigation, but this incident has caused a terrible stir within the Legion. After all, it's simply unbelievable that 3 living people could disappear into thin air at the Valjean Legion's outpost. This is a serious provocation against the Valjean Legion, and the headquarters will send people to thoroughly investigate. Therefore, we won't be leaving this place anytime soon. So you might need to stay here for the next few days. Don't wander around. I'm worried, Chen Yimo said hesitantly. Did something happen to the group that went to Mysokia too? Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched involuntarily. She had a bad feeling, and the word slipped out. Chen Yimo looked up at Jiang Chen in shock. He hadn't expected Jiang Chen to connect the disappearance at the temporary encampment to the group from Mysokia so quickly. He said, yesterday, the team heading to Mysokia was attacked by a group of mutated beasts. Their fate is unknown. Even though she had already guessed, Jiang Chen still involuntarily stood up immediately, her mind a jumbled mess. If the girl's disappearance at the suspended tower was an accident, then was the attack on the team heading to Mysokia also an accident? Jiang Chen pressed her pounding heart. Countless thoughts raced through Jiang Chen's mind, but she grasped the most crucial one. Were the bodies of the 4 girls found at the scene? The current information is that the bodies of the 4 girls were not found at the scene. 2 girls were searched near the encampment yesterday, but no bodies were found, so they are most likely still alive, Chen Yimo said. Everything flashed through Jiang Chen's mind like a revolving lantern. Lin Qingjin's sudden announcement of her choice, the attacks on her fake parents and both groups. This was no accident. It was a premeditated kidnapping. But what was their purpose? What mysteries lay behind the 7 girls rescued from Xuria? No bodies were found, so the remaining 6 girls must still be alive. They needed living people. What did they want to know? It was as if an invisible hand had blindfolded her in an abyss. Jiang Chen desperately suppressed the urge to clutch her heart. Fleeting thoughts bound her heart like vines. She slowly sat down and said to Chen Yimo, I have a question I'd like to ask you about. You can choose not to answer. Chen Yimo looked at Jiang Chen's slightly childish face. From the shock of hearing the news to calmness, it was only a fleeting moment. Compared to when he first met her, her growth rate far exceeded his expectations. His heart inexplicably skipped a beat. You said it? On the day of the interrogation, did you bring Colonel Lin here? Her calm tone even startled Chen Yimo. Why do you ask that? A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Yimo's pale eyes. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. As far as I know, Lieutenant Colonel Lin is the highest-ranking officer at the temporary outpost. Even if he's extremely free, he wouldn't personally intervene in your interrogation of a mere Hale. Unless, you deliberately leaked the information to lure Lieutenant Colonel Lin here? Chen Yimo smirked. Why would we want to lure him here? Wouldn't it be easier for us to interrogate you if you were in our hands? Because you want to confirm something more than interrogate me, Jiang Chen said coldly. Lieutenant Colonel Lin is unusually concerned about the girl who was rescued from Xuria. Even if it exposes this concern, he still wants to take me away. Isn't that what you want to confirm? Jiang Chen's question didn't elicit a response from Chen Yimo, but compared to the previous relaxed atmosphere, the atmosphere now felt somewhat strange. From her previous conversation with Ella, she had gleaned a lot of information. From Ella's perspective, or rather, from the perspective of an average person, Lieutenant Colonel Lin didn't show excessive concern for the girl rescued from Xuria. At most, one could only see that he was an extremely considerate person. Of the 6 girls, only Ella was personally rescued by Lieutenant Colonel Lin. He maintained a delicate distance from the whole affair, but when did that distance change? Indeed, it was from the night of the interrogation, the night Lin Qingjin rescued Jiang Chen. His identity went from being hidden to being revealed. Since then, whether it was a lieutenant colonel personally visiting Jiang Chen and the others, or arranging their trip to Mysokia, everything became traceable. Testing the waters, I think I'm just playing that role, Jiang Chen said calmly. Chen Yimo looked at Jiang Chen. She showed neither anger nor the joy of knowing the truth. She stated a fact calmly, like an outsider, but it was as if a thin veil was veiled, making it difficult for Chen Yimo to see her expression. After Chen Yimo left, Jiang Chen silently lifted a corner of the curtain. Outside, everything was covered in snow, a somber scene, but the gloomy sky remained unchanged. It seems Jiang Chen has never seen the sun since she came into this world, only the lonely, cold nights and the hazy, gray days. Her thin figure is reflected in the windowpane. Chapter 22. Don't you usually not eat these fruits and vegetables? Yuan grabbed Chen Yimo's shoulder. None of your business. Chen Yimo turned his head away, ignoring her, and hurriedly left. Fang Yu intervened, saying, "Stop teasing Chen Yimo. What's that kid busy with all day? So secretive," Yuan said, watching Chen Yimo's departing figure. "Chen Yimo is different from us. His affairs are arranged by higher-ups. It's not our business." "You make it sound like I'm a busybody? Aren't you?" Fang Yu smiled and, taking advantage of Yuan's inattention, took the last fruit and vegetable set meal for the day. Night fell, and the wind and snow outside seemed to be getting heavier. Jiang Chen wrapped himself tighter in his clothes, half asleep, half awake, and seemed to hear footsteps. He immediately sat up with a start. The footsteps drew closer, like drumbeats pounding on Jiang Chen's heart. She quickly looked around, but found nowhere to hide. Immediately, she used the mechanical rope of her magic wand to climb up to the exhaust vent, closing the door behind her and hiding. The moment her heart slowly beat twice, the study door opened. Pei Du approached the desk, but didn't sit down. His slender fingers drew back the curtains, and the night patrol light shone through the thick glass onto the desk and him. "Come out." His cold, metallic voice made the study seem extremely empty. Jiang Chen assessed the difference in strength between herself and Pei Du, and silently said to herself, "Discretion is the better part of valor." She opened the door and slowly jumped down, stalling for time to consider her next move. After jumping down, she immediately leaned against the wall near the door, positioning herself as far away from Pei Du as possible. The dim light outside and the darkness inside created perfect shadows, obscuring Pei Du's face, but she imagined it must be cold and aloof. Pei Du slowly emerged from the shadows. Perhaps it was the blizzard outside, but Jiang Chen sensed that Pei Du, walking towards her, was also affected by it. "Jiang Chen." A clear, cold voice rang in her ears. A horn sounded outside the window, and Jiang Chen swiftly aimed at Pei Du's chest, forcefully flipping the poison button on her magic wand, then turned and ran towards the door. The sudden horn startled Pei Du slightly. He easily raised his hand and deflected the poison Jiang Chen had fired. With a thud, the poison hit the ground, releasing a wisp of smoke, while Pei Du's hand only bore a shallow red mark. Before Jiang Chen could even take a step, Pei Du easily pinned her down like a chick. Jiang Chen only reached Pei Du's chest, forcing him to lower his head slightly. His right hand, fingers curled around her neck, barely offering any support, but the touch of his cold hand against her cool skin sent chills down Jiang Chen's spine. Pei Du was clearly a patient man. He wasn't in a hurry to ask questions. His light purple eyes looked down at Jiang Chen, not with a sudden, fatal blow, but with a slow, deliberate tightening of his grip on her slender neck. Jiang Chen was forced to look up. His deep-set eyes reflected her own helpless state. She could feel the air in her chest gradually dwindling, but Pei Du was a patient hunter, even giving her time to think. She stood on tiptoe, trying to match his height, and lessen the oppressive feeling Pei Du exerted on her. Pei Du immediately saw through her little scheme, and unconsciously straightened his posture, tightening his grip. Although she understood from her conversation with Chen Yimo that she still had value, and as a pawn, she was far from being useless, Pei Du's current tactics were merely to psychologically subdue her. Jiang Chen struggled to open her eyes. Despicable. Pei Du raised a handsome brow. "You know I'm weak and helpless, yet you try to intimidate me with such methods. It's clearly an unfair victory." Although Jiang Chen didn't know Pei Du well, Judging from Chen Yimo and Lin Qingjin's attitude towards him, Pei Du wasn't the type to kill her just for a retort. Pei Du looked at the girl before him. Humans were so delicate, easily broken with the slightest pressure in his palm. Beneath the skin flowed bright red blood. Even with the flow obstructed, the warm blood struggled to nourish the person before him through his cold palms, which then became warm to his own. Cough, cough, cough. Pei Du released his grip, and Jiang Chen abruptly knelt on the ground, coughing violently. This is your punishment for entering someone else's territory without permission, Pei Du said, turning around. Jiang Chen didn't bother to explain that Chen Yimo had brought her here, but hearing his words, it seemed Pei Du hadn't known she was hiding here beforehand. Was this Chen Yimo's presumptuous decision? Pei Du casually asked, I heard you have amnesia? Indeed, even though she had been taken away by Lin Qingjin, Pei Du still had information about her. Before Jiang Chen could answer, Pei Du's tone was cold, carrying the cruelty of a cold-blooded animal. Jiang Chen's pupils dilated. Although this question was among the ones she had anticipated, she hadn't expected it to be asked so soon. She thought he would first ask about what happened in the Kshuria Palace. For example, how they obtained the divine steel, and why they abandoned it. But he hadn't asked these questions, which implied they already possessed some information. This question was far more difficult for Jiang Chen to answer than she had anticipated. Should she say that she wasn't from this world at all? So regardless of whether the couple were this body's parents, they certainly weren't hers? Furthermore, when the woman embraced her, she vaguely felt a burning pain in the black fluid within her body, further solidifying Jiang Chen's belief that the man and woman had ulterior motives towards her. But could she tell Pei Du? No. Whether it was from another world or the mysterious black pod, these were Jiang Chen's last trump card. Revealing them would likely bring something far more terrifying than death. In the small study, Jiang Chen's clear and firm voice rang out. First, there's the matter of blood ties. Although my memories are incomplete, I can naturally sense whether someone is my parents or not. It's a normal intuition. Jiang Chen looked up at Pei Du and added, of course, intuition isn't always accurate. A series of subsequent events further confirmed my suspicions. Chen Yimo. She paused, muttering to herself, Chen Yimo, I guess I have to use you. Chen Yimo told me that on the second day after I went into hiding, two things happened in quick succession. First, all 4 girls who went to my Sasia disappeared. Second, the 2 girls left at the temporary outpost also vanished. A sharp, cold light flashed in her eyes. From this, I deduced that the couple who appeared by chance before are definitely not my real parents. The quiet study was occasionally illuminated by the flickering orange searchlight. Jiang Chen suppressed her pounding heart, enduring Pei Du's icy gaze. She had simply cleverly reversed the order of events. She knew her reason wasn't perfect, but it was the most suitable one she could think of at the moment. Fang Yu, take her away. Yes. Fang Yu pushed open the door and entered. Jiang Chen saw Pei Du standing with his back to her under the huge window, finally confirming that she was temporarily safe. At least in their hands, she was better off than being handed over to her fake parents. Chapter 23. Jiang Chen. Fang Yu's gentle voice was like a spring breeze. Don't worry, you won't be in danger here. I know, I still have some value. She replied coldly. I mean. Fang Yu saw that Jiang Chen already had a thought in mind, so he didn't explain further. The two stopped at a room only 3 rooms away from Pei Du's study. Fang Yu said, you stay here for now. Jiang Chen glanced at Pei Du's study not far away, then indifferently stepped into her new cage. Around the corner, Fang Yu saw Chen Yimo standing in the shade. His previous ease was gone. Major Pei thinks my method was bad? You deliberately approached her and gained her trust, which isn't bad. Fang Yu glanced at the closed door again. It's just that Jiang Chen is extremely cautious, and besides, we're pressed for time. We only have 1 person among the 7 we have. We need to find out who's behind this as soon as possible. Chen Yimo's lowered gaze made it difficult for Fang Yu to read him, but he seemed different than usual. A muffled voice came, are you injured? No, just a little frightened. Although Chen Yimo's question was abrupt, Fang Yu still gave him the answer he wanted. Outside the temporary encampment, in the dark woods, 2 men gazed at the silent encampment from afar. Where are the man and woman? The man in the suit asked. The other man replied respectfully, they were too hungry, and went out to find something to eat. I think they have a good meal tonight. What's the news inside? The man's eyes darted around nervously as he said, we haven't found out anything about the 3 girls inside yet, but we captured 3 in my Sasia. Chen Jitong lazily straightened up, glanced at him, his eyes unreadable. 3? Chairman, 1 escaped. It should be Lin Qingjin's doing, but he's probably seriously injured. We're intensifying our search. The man answered tremblingly. Interesting. I didn't expect they risked losing most of their legion to protect her. Let's go! A gust of cold wind blew, and withered yellow leaves were crushed underfoot. In the study, Fang Yu reported to Pei Du, Major, Lin Qingjin and her group were attacked about an hour after they set off. The attackers were extremely ruthless, and judging from the fighting marks at the scene, there were at least 3 A-level mutants. What? 3 A-level mutants? That's quite a move, Yuan exclaimed. Fang Yu nodded. Indeed, I reckon even Lin Qingjin himself didn't expect the other side to deploy 3 A-level mutants at once. Although they mobilized the vast majority of their forces at the temporary outpost, apart from him and the 4 girls, not a single one survived. Then where did the other 2 who were at the outpost go? This is the Valjean Legion. Yuan swung his thick arm, and several cracks instantly appeared on the wooden table beneath his hand. The control room has retrieved all the surveillance footage from the temporary outpost, but they disappeared into blind spots. The surveillance footage at the exit registration point also didn't show either of them leaving. So, Fang Yu frowned, looking preoccupied. It was one of our own who took the other 2 away. Chen Yimo said what Fang Yu hadn't said. Yuan couldn't help but complain, how could this happen? We actually have a mole. What kind of place is this Xuria? Strange things keep happening one after another. He then added, does that mean that of the 7 people, only Jiangchen is in our hands now? That's right, Jiangchen is now the only breakthrough in this incident. After Fang Yu finished reporting, he couldn't help but glance at Chen Yimo. Chen Yimo sat beside Pei Du, his eyes lowered. Then how about we interrogate her again tonight, and see if we can pry out any information? Yuan said, feeling a chill run down his spine. A glare flew towards him. He looked around but didn't see anyone who had glared at him. This place was too eerie, he had to leave quickly, Yuan muttered to himself. However, Jiangchen hasn't let her guard down with us yet. If we rashly interrogate her for more information, I'm afraid she won't cooperate. Fang Yu paused, then added, after all, she was completely uncooperative last time. The situation is urgent now. We tried everything, from soft to hard, but she hasn't revealed the most crucial information. What's the point of slowly boiling her like a frog? I'm afraid it will backfire. I think we should be cautious. We only have this one lead right now. If it goes cold, we might not know where to start. Careful? Aren't we cautious enough? We already wasted so much time. If we don't get any further leads, how are we going to explain this to the military unit? The 2 argued incessantly, but Pei Du seemed completely unconcerned. He didn't seem particularly concerned about Jiang Chen's crucial role in the matter, calmly remaining detached, which made Chen Yimo think of someone else. But how could these 2 people have anything in common? Chen Yimo suppressed his wandering thoughts and looked again at Major Pei Du, who had walked to the window. After graduating from the suspended tower, he quickly became the youngest major, repeatedly distinguishing himself in several important battles for the Valjean Legion. General Finian directly expressed his admiration for the young man at a high-level meeting. Just when everyone thought this young man would become a rising star in Valjean, for years ago, the young major suddenly disappeared, and no one knew where he went or what he did. A year ago, he suddenly returned, but his behavior was completely different from before. He drifted away from the Legion, no longer caring about its affairs, voluntarily exiling himself. This rising star thus faded into oblivion. Pei Du looked out the window. The falling snow was tinged with a faint red, resembling a shower of pale pink cherry blossoms rather than snowflakes, creating a scene both cold and gentle in this incongruous setting. Inside the room, Jiang Chen sat quietly on the bed. She was thankful Pei Du hadn't abandoned her in that pitch-black little room. The room wasn't large, containing a bedroom and a bathroom, the windows firmly sealed with steel plates. But she couldn't just sit and wait to die, she had to get out. In the study, she had only managed to slip through using the information gap. The information Chen Yimo gave Jiang Chen was merely supplementary evidence to imply that the couple had ulterior motives, not essential evidence. She had cleverly substituted the 2. This time, she was just lucky, but her biggest secret was still at risk of being exposed. Pei Du was not to be underestimated. Just one question had almost caused her to give herself away. It was only a matter of time before he forced her to reveal her biggest secret. She had to find a way to escape. Jiang Chen arrived at the sealed window. The steel plates were nailed shut with exceptional sturdiness. Currently, besides her magic wand, she had no other tools to pry open the plates. Jiang Chen tried using one end of the mechanical arm as a lever to try and pry it open. But the steel plates on the window were far more solid than she had imagined. She struggled immensely, but couldn't budge them an inch. Just as Jiang Chen was pondering how to escape, suddenly, a piercing alarm blared throughout the entire building, and the incandescent lights in the room abruptly went out. With a loud bang in the darkness, the door to the room was flung open, and Jiang Chen quickly pointed her magic wand at the doorway. "It's me." Chen Yimo grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and ran outside. Jiang Chen, of course, didn't think Chen Yimo had come to rescue her alone. She saw Yuan standing guard outside the door. "Looks like there's trouble again." Jiang Chen quickly caught up with the two. Chapter 24. The three were running at breakneck speed down the corridor when suddenly they stopped. A clucking sound seemed to come from ahead. Jiang Chen involuntarily took a few steps back, but a woman's blood-curdling scream blocked their path behind him. This clucking sound didn't seem to be coming from a distance. It felt like it was surging in from the cracks in the walls and floor. With immense force, like a torrent crashing down, it attacked Jiang Chen and his group. The walls around them cracked and crumbled, as if something was crawling in from all directions. Suddenly, a massive swarm of baby-sized, blackish-brown mutated cockroaches, with their skeletal shells swarmed towards them, moving incredibly fast and instantly blocking their path. But what was even more terrifying were their human-like skulls, abnormally large skulls hanging incongruously from their withered bodies. It was impossible to tell how many humans they had devoured to become like this. Yuan stepped in front, quickly pulling out a light-speeder electromagnetic rifle and spraying bullets at the heads of the mutant cockroaches. The mutant cockroaches scattered on the ground were immediately pounced upon by others, their severed heads quickly devoured. The sounds of gunfire and chewing mingled together, creating a chilling atmosphere. These mutant cockroaches weren't particularly strong offensively, but their sheer number was overwhelming. The ground was littered with their mangled remains and slippery, bloody flesh. Stepping on them produced a crunching sound, and a stench filled the air. Mutant cockroaches filled her entire field of vision. Jiang Chen could feel small mutant cockroaches crawling across her legs and arms. The three retreated step by step, Yuan continuously firing his gun, but the number of mutated cockroaches only increased, relentlessly closing in on them. Moreover, the heads of the mutated cockroaches that were feeding on their own kind became even more swollen, the flesh on their faces tearing open and falling to the ground due to the rapid expansion of their heads and lack of support. "They're evolving," Chen Yimo said, immediately stopping Yuan from firing when he saw the situation was dire. Sure enough, under Chen Yimo's searchlight, Jiang Chen saw that among the swarm, one mutated cockroach had an abnormally swollen head, looking as if it was about to burst open, and its bones were also enlarging. However, it moved more nimbly, quickly dodging Yuan's gunfire, and it seemed poised to swoop down on them again. The mutated cockroach's sharp teeth and long tongue-like mouthparts relentlessly lunged at Jiang Chen, one of the three. A pair of dull, deep red compound eyes stared intently at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had every reason to believe that if it pounced on her, its mandibles would instantly pierce her skull. "It's actually conscious." Yuan and Chen Yimo exchanged shocked glances. This mutant clearly sensed that the two were protecting Jiang Chen, which was why it targeted her directly. Chen Yimo never expected that this mutant insect could evolve through cannibalism. She had never gathered such information before. The shouts, screams, wails, and prayers coming from behind still echoed in their ears, indicating that the mutant was approaching the 21st floor. Chen Yimo pulled Jiang Chen into a room and ran inside. Yuan followed behind to cover them, quickly closing the door. Chen Yimo immediately stepped forward and used her mental power to conjure a boulder to reinforce the door. Yuan tossed a rope to Jiang Chen, then quickly tied it around himself. Jiang Chen immediately copied him, binding himself as well. Even though the sounds of mutated cockroaches violently pounding on the door continued outside, their eyes remained fixed on the ropes binding them. Chen Yimo asked Yuan, "What did the Major say?" "Major Pei is in the command room on the 11th floor. We go there to meet him." "This attack should be from the same force as Lin Qingjian's," Yuan said, fastening the rope. "But they actually said 2 S-rank mutants and these mutants. We suffered heavy losses this time. They really think highly of us." Yuan hadn't expected the attack to be so sudden. Turning to Jiang Chen, who had already secured the rope around her waist, Yuan said sarcastically, "They really think highly of you." Jiang Chen still didn't know who wanted to capture her, and didn't want to argue with Yuan at this moment. Ignoring Yuan's sarcastic gaze, Jiang Chen calmly followed Chen Yimo and the others, making sure he didn't fall behind. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, across his brow, and dripped into his eyes. Enduring the discomfort, Jiang Chen steadily tightened the rope. Seeing that Jiang Chen ignored him, Yuan realized he made a fool of himself. After all, she hadn't held him back, so he refrained from further mockery. He walked to the window, tearing apart the steel sheet nailed to the frame with both hands. The 10-centimeter section of steel ripped apart as easily as paper. Yu had secured the rope and began climbing down. Jiangchen, we're tied together, you're in the middle. Okay, Chen Yimo instructed. Okay. Jiangchen gripped the rope tightly, walked to the window, and looked down from the 21st floor. A cold wind howled, and snowflakes carrying the scent of blood fell onto Jiangchen's wind-blown black hair. The dim sky hadn't completely darkened yet, but a storm was brewing. Chen Yimo offered a rare word of comfort. Don't look down. Hold on tight to the rope. We get there safely. Jiangchen mustered her courage and began to climb down. None of the three spoke, silently climbing downwards. The howling wind made the rope creak against the hard wall. She couldn't help but look down. The dizziness and cold of the height stimulated her brain. For a moment, Jiangchen froze, and her grip on the rope slowly stiffened from the exertion. Chen Yimo, seeing Jiangchen's increasingly pale face, reminded her, Jiangchen, don't get distracted. Jiangchen shook her head, trying to stay focused and avoid looking down again. Yuan punched through the steel plate on the 11th floor and flipped inside. Jiangchen, looking at the broken window so close to her, had just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to follow Yuan through the window. With a bang, Jiangchen's heart skipped a beat, almost stopping. What happened next was like a scene frozen in a movie. A white figure burst through the wall, cut the ropes, hoisted Jiangchen onto her back, and leaped directly from the 11th floor. The speed was far beyond that of ordinary people, even surpassing that of ordinary superhumans. None of the three had expected such a dramatic turn of events. Jiangchen! Chen Yimo shouted, trying to grab Jiangchen's clothes, but to no avail, watching helplessly as she plummeted. The cold wind whistled past her ears. Jiangchen felt her body rapidly descending. Chapter 25. In the command room, everyone stood solemnly, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Reporting, Major, the mutated creatures broke through from the top floor of the temporary outpost, and the entire top floor has fallen. 2 S-rank mutated beings are currently leaping upwards from the first floor. A soldier rushed in to report. This report sent shockwaves through the room. What are we going to do? We're being attacked from both sides. Sitting beside Pei Du was Zhong Lan, the former highest-ranking officer at the temporary outpost, one of the earliest to be stationed there, and the most knowledgeable about the building. However, he was also extremely puzzled. Kshuria was located in a remote area, not a fortress, and was shrouded in miasma year-round, with a sparse population. Before the apocalypse, it was merely a border region, so it had never experienced war, and even mutated beasts and other mutants were scarce. Even so, the Valken Legion suddenly dispatched a force to this location last year, and later, even the somewhat prestigious Lin Qingjin and Pei Du were transferred there. It was assumed they intended to make a big impact here, but the Legion headquarters merely issued orders requiring the soldiers at the temporary encampment to protect the area. These assault troops were suddenly relegated from soldiers to security personnel. Zhong Lan, a captain, though lower in rank than Pei Du, was highly experienced. However, he was an extremely humble man. He looked at the young officer seated at the head of the table and said, Major, this temporary encampment is only a reconstruction. The defensive facilities and offensive equipment have not been upgraded or reorganized. He paused, then added, the reason this temporary encampment cannot be used as a battlefield is that the foundation is prone to collapse once large weapons and equipment are deployed, which could cause the entire building to collapse. Our core force went to Mysokia with Lieutenant Colonel Lin, Egil said. Now, all that's left are guards. Their abilities are simply insufficient to defend against an S-class mutant. Egil spoke hastily, somewhat absent-mindedly. Even his trusted confidant didn't know the reason for Lin Qingjin's disappearance. Zhong Lan and Egil's words made the already tense atmosphere in the meeting room even worse. The enemy was coming with overwhelming force, and the temporary outpost lacked sufficient troops and operational space. Were they just going to wait to die here? Why didn't your intelligence team report the information in time? Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a situation where we don't even have time to evacuate. The captain in charge of the guards slammed his palm on the table, speaking in an unfriendly tone. The officer in charge of intelligence and reconnaissance immediately stood up, retorting, the other side are S-class mutants. Their disguise abilities are so advanced that even the headquarters reconnaissance team might not be able to easily identify them. And your guards couldn't even hold one floor? It's useless anyway. He emphasized the last sentence in a loud voice. Say that again if you dare? Pei Du, who had been silent until now, looked up at the two men, and the tense atmosphere immediately fell silent. Most of the people in the Corps had heard of this young major, but in recent years, he had become increasingly low profile. The highest-ranking officer at the temporary outpost was originally Lin Qingjin, who was more senior, but since his fate was now unknown, the position naturally passed to the highest-ranking Major Pei Du, whose methods they had heard about before. But this is just a temporary outpost. How could it have attracted mutants? And even 2 S-class mutants? A very tall but extremely thin officer, his face grim, posed the question. The speaker was Poland, a rank equal to Zhonglan. He glanced discreetly towards a corner of the command room. A chubby sergeant muttered softly, "Could it be because of the divine steel? I heard the Legion recently captured 2 divine steels." Even though his voice was very soft, the mention of the divine steel immediately caught everyone's attention, and the expressions on everyone's faces in the command room varied. If it's because of the divine steel, then deploying 2 S-rank mutants makes sense, Poland said. If you ask me, the most urgent thing now is to move the divine steel as soon as possible, and then request reinforcements from headquarters, said a slightly older sergeant sitting next to Poland. That's quite interesting. Requesting reinforcements now? By the time headquarters arrives, we already be a pile of bones. Lieutenant Hai Dafu glared at him, his tone unfriendly. Relocate the divine steel? How? Who will do it? I suspect some people have ulterior motives. Lieutenant Hai, what do you mean? What do you mean by ulterior motives? The divine steel is the Valjan Legion's precious asset. I'm clearly acting in the Legion's best interests, the sergeant argued. Heh, you better think that way. You? Pei Du's fingertips tapped on the table. His silver-white hair made every movement noticeable. His clear and composed voice rang out in the command room. How many guards are left? Reporting, Major. Less than 100. The captain, who had been somewhat imposing just moments before, said dejectedly. An S-class mutant, as a special-grade lethal weapon, is worth 1,000 men, but now, with less than 100, it's like throwing an egg against a rock. Beyond their overwhelming strength, the most crucial factor is that these S-rank mutants possess superior intelligence, making them far more cunning and ruthless than lower-rank mutants. Therefore, they have virtually no chance of victory in a direct confrontation with S-rank mutants. What about the support troops? Pei Du asked again. Support troops? There are still over 150, but their ability values are all very low. They mainly perform security and logistical work and have never been on the battlefield. Pei Du pondered for a moment before issuing the order. Now is the perfect opportunity. All personnel assemble and proceed to the 21st floor. But even with these people, it's not enough to deal with S-rank mutants. A sergeant asked, puzzled. Who said these soldiers are here to deal with S-rank mutants? Pei Du's light purple eyes calmly gazed out the window. The officers in charge of different areas gradually left the command room. That's it? Poland was extremely dissatisfied with Pei Du's decision to divert all forces to combat mutants. He then added, what does this inexperienced young man know? Our biggest concern right now shouldn't be the S-class mutants. Why should we take his orders? Then why didn't you question him in the command room? Hai Dafu utterly disdainful of Belong's backstabbing behavior. I just didn't react in time. So do you have another way? Can you defeat an S-class mutant? Stop talking, stop dawdling. I'm not so weak that I can't beat a mutant, am I? Gather the logistics team. Hai Dafu said, striding forward, ready for a big fight. Zhonglan looked at the group walking ahead, then glanced at the major still in the command room, and clasped her hands together, saying, God bless. Inside the command room, Fanyan said, Major, they already gone to the 21st floor, and the news that Jiangchen is being held there has been kept secret. No one knows except us, so they're probably on their way. Jiangchen might already be out of our hands, Pei Du said, gazing at the snowy scenery outside the window. Fanyan looked at the calm Pei Du with shock. Major, Jiangchen has been captured. Eugene rushed into the command room, shouting. Testing the waters. Pei Du looked out at the increasingly heavy snowfall. His curiosity about where this stubborn rock, Jiangchen, had landed grew ever stronger. Chapter 26. Outside the window, just as Jiangchen thought she was about to be smashed to pieces, the woman carrying her seemed unconcerned, descending straight down. With a loud bang, the ground cratered, and the woman, carrying Jiangchen, strolled out of the crater with an air of nonchalance. Sharp stones had grazed her pale legs, but the wounds healed almost instantly. The woman ran off, swiftly traversing the dense, towering forest. Jiangchen, carried on her back, her hands and feet bound, watched as the tangled, towering trees, like menacing monsters, relentlessly pursued her. Suddenly, the woman in white stopped running. A man dressed in black emerged from beside a giant tree, his body already covered in dark red blood. Beneath black-rimmed glasses were gentle eyes, but his refined face held a bloodthirsty smile. The woman licked the remaining blood from the corner of her mouth, her deep red eyes greedily glancing back at Jiang Chen on her shoulder. This man and woman were Jiang Chen's fake parents. If you ask me, we should have just captured all three of them from the start. What's the point of pretending to be parents? Xue Mu said, his gentle demeanor completely shattered. Don't forget, this place has 2 divine monuments. We need to split into 2 groups, one overt and one covert. The higher-ups instructed us to conduct this mission secretly. Bai Jian reminded him calmly. Unfortunately, this time the mission target is singular, otherwise. Your clone hasn't found the other 2 people. Bai Jian interrupted Xue Mu, asking. Ability clone copying. An ability user can summon a clone to help them complete a mission. The clone's appearance is that of a person designated by the ability user. The clone needs to observe that person for 5 minutes to achieve a perfect copy. Xue Mu, using the guise of fake parents, could both take away one Khrushchev girl and have his clone impersonate Egel to subsequently take away the other 2 girls. A double kill indeed. But unexpectedly, in no time at all, the 2 girls had also disappeared. No, we searched the entire temporary outpost, Xue Mu said incredulously. Bai Jian, I remember we shouldn't have gone back this way. Xue Mu suddenly stopped and said. Xue Mu, I received new orders from above. Bai Jian's tone changed from the gentleness she had shown in the hall. She needs to be transferred to the new base. She tightened her grip on Jiang Chen's arm, speaking stiffly. New orders? Do you think I believe that? Give her to me. Suddenly, like a wild beast, she charged at Bai Jian, her sharp claws aimed directly at Bai Jian's head. Bai Jian quickly jumped back, barely avoiding the fatal blow. The towering tree behind her, its thick trunk sliced cleanly in half, like tofu, with that single blow. With a crash, it fell to the ground, its leaves quickly withering and falling, leaving a scorched yellow stain. Bai Jian, still carrying someone on her back, couldn't afford to fight him head-on, so she turned and ran deeper into the woods. Xue Mu, of course, wouldn't let her go and gave chase. How's it going? Did you catch them? Eugene asked anxiously. They're moving very fast, and they're heading towards the city wall. Chen Yimo replied. Eugene clicked his tongue twice. You had this trick up your sleeve, kid. That metal device you put on a tracker actually came in handy. Eugene muttered again, but didn't the major say we don't need to worry about Jiang Chen's matter? Why should we go back to find her? Chen Yimo ignored Eugene and turned to walk deeper into the woods. In the woods, Xue Mu and Bai Jian were still locked in combat. Both were S-class mutants, their skill levels evenly matched. Xue Mu's attacks were deadly. Bai Jian's arms and chest already bore several wounds from Xue Mu's sharp white claws. Although S-class mutants heal faster than normal, Xue Mu's claws were incredibly fast and coated in venom, causing Bai Jian's counterattacks to gradually slow down. Xue Mu wasn't in much better shape. Even under these circumstances, Bai Jian's speed was still far superior. Suddenly, veins bulged on Bai Jian's arm, and black spikes sprouted from his flesh, lashing out at Xue Mu. These spikes seemed to possess a mind of their own, hooking onto transparent threads and actively attacking Xue Mu. The superpower is a myriad of threads. The body hair of the superpowered individual can transform into inexhaustible poisonous stingers. These stingers can attack autonomously. Upon striking the skin, they immediately bloom and bear fruit, absorbing nutrients from the victim's body, which are then channeled into the superpowered individual through the threads. Xue Mu dodged left and right, but was still caught by a sharp stinger. The stinger attached itself to Xue Mu's arm, quickly bursting open and sprouting a leech-like creature that pierced his arm, churning his flesh and sucking his blood. Xue Mu groaned in pain, startling the wild birds in the surrounding forest. The woman in white, without lingering, saw Xue Mu severely injured and quickly turned to leave. The next moment, Chen Yimo happened to arrive at the scene of their struggle and saw the injured Xue Mu. Xue Mu curled his lips into a smile, and with a swift movement of his blade, he sliced off the flesh of his right arm, along with a leech, causing blood to gush out. He didn't seem to care, and leisurely dragged his mutilated arm toward Chen Yimo and the others. Eugene thought to himself that today was truly a day of double misfortune. They were no match for an S-class mutant. He subtly raised his hind leg, preparing to pull Chen Yimo away. Just then, the S-class mutant in front of him suddenly turned, his pupils flashing as if he sensed something, and immediately turned and left. What does this mean? Did I look really that powerful? Eugene looked at the suddenly vanished S-class mutant, scratching his head, completely bewildered. Chen Yimo ignored Eugene's words. Jiang Chen isn't with him, she said, turning and running towards the city wall. Bai Jian's deep red, vertical pupils slowly returned to normal. Jiang Chen, carried on her shoulder, remained quiet and obedient, without struggling. She patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with her thin, bony hand, saying in a hoarse yet gentle voice, "Good child, Mommy will protect you. We be safe soon, don't be afraid." Mommy? More like a ghostly mommy. Suddenly Jiang Chen, who had been silent all along, drew his broken black knife, and, taking Bai Jian by surprise, aimed for her throat and stabbed her directly. Bai Jian felt a chill on her neck, warm blood flowed down, and a dark light shimmered faintly from the wound. Jiang Chen was slammed against a tree trunk, coughing violently, blood seeping from his mouth and sliding to the ground like a broken doll. Bai Jian hadn't expected that this seemingly weak lamb would turn on her like this. "You can actually see the divine steel?" She touched her still bleeding neck with her pale fingertips. That attack was Jiang Chen's desperate stab, but his speed in dodging was too fast. The wound was visibly healing rapidly. The faint, dim light of the divine monument swirled among the dark red flesh, new flesh rapidly growing. Bai Jian grabbed Jiang Chen's long black hair, forcing her to look up. She gazed at Jiang Chen with a numb yet loving expression, murmuring softly, "How interesting. But disobedient children must be punished." Without hesitation, she raised the sharp spike on her arm and stabbed it into Jiang Chen's abdomen. The leech-like worm immediately began to greedily suck up Jiang Chen's flesh. In moments, the leech on her abdomen swelled and enlarged, its black, wrinkled skin becoming transparent from the blood, revealing dense, dark red lines. Bai Jian laughed greedily, her originally pale, bluish skin slowly turning rosy. "You think your companions will come to save you? They're just using you, aren't they? Chen, you have to be good girl, come to Mommy's arms," Bai Jian whispered in her ear. She held Jiang Chen tightly, as if Jiang Chen were still the child in her womb. The intense pain and excessive blood loss made Jiang Chen's body grow colder and stiffer. She clearly felt her life slipping away. Jiang Chen numbly stared up at the dim sky, the bare old branches reaching into the clouds. A few dark crows flew low overhead, cawing hoarsely, and landed on the brown branches not far away. The snow had started falling again. Snowflakes landed on Jiang Chen's eyelashes, blurring her vision. In the intense pain, Jiang Chen slowly closed her eyes. Dark red blood spurted from Bai Jian's mouth, splattering Jiang Chen's face. Bai Jian slowly lowered her head and saw her heart. In disbelief, she lowered her head again. Her heart had been completely pierced by a hand. The well-defined fingertips were stained with dark red blood, a stark contrast to her fair, jade-like skin. Before Bai Jian could even react, she watched helplessly as her heart was mercilessly crushed by that overwhelmingly powerful palm. What kind of power is this? Her eyes shifted from shock to fear to despair, but only for a fleeting moment. Finally, her eyes turned gray and lifeless as she collapsed beside Jiang Chen. In the snowstorm, his slightly wavy black hair danced in the falling snow, his deep red eyes gazing tenderly at the person before him. He bent down and gently embraced the unconscious Jiang Chen. "Ah Chen, don't be afraid." He had finally found her, after a long and arduous journey, after something lost and then found again. Chapter 27. No signs of struggle at the scene. It was a fatal blow. Chen Yimo followed the signal from the tracker, and found himself at this location. Beneath a tall, withered tree, only a desiccated female corpse remained. Her grayish-white eyes were wide open in terror, her limbs stiff, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Most astonishingly, this S-rank mutated human's head wasn't facing her crushed heart, but rather in a bizarre posture, looking backward, as if she had seen something even more horrifying, thus becoming immersed in immense fear. An S-rank mutated human had been killed so easily. 5 minutes earlier, Jiang Chen wasn't with the injured male mutated human they had encountered, so presumably, the two S-rank mutated humans had fought, but no clear victor had emerged. But in just a few minutes, this female mutated human was dead. Chen Yimo and Yuan looked at each other, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. "Looks like the tracker inside your... What's it called again? Something like the magic wand?" Eugene picked up the magic wand that had fallen to the ground and handed it to Chen Yimo. Yuan turned the female mutant's body over. "Huh? Isn't there a wound on her neck too? Take a look." Chen Yimo squatted down and measured the wound with his finger. The wound was clean, cut by a sharp weapon, but the attacker seemed to have limited strength. The wound wasn't deep. However, although this wound is dangerous, it's not fatal. Eugene took a small blue test tube from his bag. A fatal wound, or a fatal blow to the heart? Were there two of them? Did they attack the mutant from both sides? Under a sky thick with dark clouds, everything seemed to be stirring. Chen Yimo stood up, gripping the magic wand tightly. The obsidian-inlaid wall reflected his contemplative eyes on its smooth surface. Under the orange light, Jiang Chen slowly opened her eyes. The pain in her abdomen told her that the attack was not a dream. An Asian woman came into view, approaching Jiang Chen with an unidentified metal device. A wary reflex urged Jiang Chen to back away, but her body was too weak to move. A warm palm rested on Jiang Chen's forehead. The wound is still a bit infected. Jiang Chen wanted to ask her where she was, whether she had been rescued, and where her rescuer had gone. But a tremendous feeling of weightlessness overwhelmed her. The soft, warm yellow light shone through her eyelids, and with many questions lingering, she slowly drifted off to sleep. During the 2 days she was in a coma, Jiang Chen sometimes felt awake, but her eyelids felt incredibly heavy, preventing her from escaping into darkness. The door opened gently, and she felt a large, strong hand caress her cheek, the gentle fingertips brushing away the sweat-dampened strands of hair. The woman beside her seemed extremely respectful as she reported Jiang Chen's recent condition. "Sir, the wound is somewhat infected, and she has a slight fever. We already used the best treatment. It will take a few more days for her to fully wake up." You may leave." A cool yet gentle voice sounded in her ear. A fragmented dream. Jiang Chen stood in the river of time, the deep red moonlight like scattered pink cherry blossoms on the horizon, countless figures silently running past her on both banks. Ah-chun, ah-chun, ah-chun. It seemed someone was looking for her ahead. She pushed through the crowd, running anxiously forward, but the blurry figure ahead made it impossible for her to grasp the hem of his white robe. She stumbled and disappeared into the sea of people. Jiang Chen woke up again in the afternoon. The woman taking care of her was named Mingjiu, a pharmacist. She was currently staying in a sanatorium attached to the laboratory building, which belonged to Professor Jiang Ruosheng. What a coincidence! From Mingjiu, Jiang Chen learned that after her recovery, they would go to the suspended tower, and the 2 girls, who had previously disappeared, were now there. But Mingjiu didn't know why the 2 girls were there. After all, she was only focused on scientific research and didn't care about the outside world. From Jiang Chen's observation, Mingjiu indeed lived a very simple life, either in the laboratory or in her room changing her medication. If it weren't for taking care of her, Jiang Chen thought she probably would have stayed in the lab for days, not venturing out at all. So when Jiang Chen asked Mingjiu who had saved her, Mingjiu knew nothing. She only said that the person was a former student of Dean Jiang Ruosheng, who had come from Beicheng to visit Dean Jiang and saved Jiang Chen on the way, but had already left. Jiang Chen naturally had doubts about Mingjiu's explanation. What a coincidence! How could it be such a coincidence that someone saved her from almost dying? And the other 2 girls rescued from Kshuria were also here, and they just so happened to be Professor Jiang Ruosheng's team. There are no such coincidences in the world. It was as if a train that had almost veered off course had been miraculously brought back to its original trajectory. Since Jiang Chen's repeated questions, Mingjiu had begun to gently distance herself from her. The only time they would inevitably communicate was when her wound needed a new dressing. Otherwise, Jiang Chen remained alone in her room. Apart from that, Jiang Chen hadn't seen anyone else. It was as if the world had suddenly fallen silent, and the events of that snowy night had vanished, far removed from her, allowing her to quietly recuperate. At night, Jiang Chen lay in bed looking at the wound on her abdomen. The fist-sized gash had long since healed under the light-colored dressing, which was slowly being absorbed by her body, becoming transparent and leaving only a flesh-colored scar. Soon, this scar would also disappear. Jiang Chen carefully turned over, her back to the door. She meticulously examined her palm, turning it over and over, silently chanting, broken blade, come out. Open sesame, broken blade appears. Guala, god of darkness, broken blade appears. No response. It seems this method of summoning the blade is ineffective. Judging from the previous triggering of the black gold broken blade, being interrogated in the interrogation room was already a life-threatening situation, yet the broken blade still didn't appear. Therefore, it's unlikely that facing mortal danger would trigger its appearance. So far, the broken blade's 2 appearances have both been due to Jiang Chen discovering the divine steel. This suggests there must be some necessary connection between the divine steel and the broken blade. Whenever she sees the divine steel, her blood involuntarily burns, and the broken blade seems to respond to some deep-seated call from her blood, naturally appearing in her palm. Whether for self-preservation or to uncover the secrets of both, she had to obtain a divine tablet and keep it by her side. Jiang Chen made up her mind to this. Chapter 28. Jiang Chen awoke abruptly from a nightmare, her body sticky with sweat. Bai Jian's ferocious face and the deep red, foul-smelling blood still lingered in Jiang Chen's mind. She quickly got out of bed, her head still groggy. She needed to pack her things today. Yesterday, Meng Jiu told her that she had almost recovered, and today they would be setting off for the suspended tower. However, she didn't have much to pack. The only thing Chen Yimo had given her, the magic wand, was missing, and she didn't know how Chen Yimo and the others were doing. Meanwhile, Yuan was fiddling with Chen Yimo's first-generation magic wand, which he had casually taken from Chen Yimo earlier. Why didn't Major Pei report the killing of this S-class mutant to the Legion headquarters? Yuan scratched his head, completely puzzled. The Major has his own ideas, we just need to obey orders. Fang Yu surveyed the dormitory they'd been living in for almost a month, neatly categorizing his belongings and placing them in their proper places. Looks tidy, Fang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Where's Chen Yimo? I haven't seen him since Jiang Chen disappeared, Yuan said, shoving his own things into Fang Yu's backpack as he turned to get something. I don't know, I haven't seen him for a few days. Fang Yu turned around and saw his once neatly organized backpack suddenly filled with a jumble of unidentified objects. Yuan, didn't I tell you not to stuff your random stuff into my storage bag? What's this? The mutated tooth from a few days ago? And what's in this blue test tube? Fang Yin pulled out a fist-sized, black-stained tooth from his storage bag. I'm taking this back for the research team to study. This sudden evolution of the mutants must be part of some conspiracy. Yuan frowned, rubbing his forehead with one hand, feigning profundity. Also, we finally encountered an S-class mutant, so we definitely need to take this blood sample back too. Respected Lord Yuan, what you say makes perfect sense. Then, could you please put such an important discovery in your own storage bag? Fang Yu looked at Yuan helplessly. Didn't you say last time you prepare a storage bag this time? Huh? Storage bag? Did I say that before? He scratched his head and walked out the door nonchalantly. On the top floor, a chilly wind ruffled the hem of Pei Du's black uniform. Holding the Transformer's wand that Jiang Chen had left behind, Chen Yimo asked the person in front, Jiang Chen, he's not dead, right? Pei Du didn't answer the question behind him, calmly bringing up another matter. Chen Yimo, after you return to the Legion, your father will come to pick you up. Chen Yimo wanted to argue, to say that he still wanted to stay here. He had previously refused his family's arrangement for him to go to the United Political Council, determined to join the Valjean Legion. But now, looking at the lonely, desolate black figure in front of him, Chen Yimo couldn't help but fall into memories. Chen Yimo's father was Pei Du's mother's junior apprentice. They had both been key members of the Valjean Legion's experimental team. His father had always greatly admired Pei Du's mother, considering her a complete genius, the most outstanding biological genetic scientist of this century. Pei Du's parents had a very close relationship, and they often brought 8 or 9-year-old Pei Du to their home. The adults always discussed topics that seemed extremely profound to them, human destiny, genetic modification, but for the young Pei Du, these were too dry and distant. From a young age, Pei Du displayed his intelligence and extraordinary abilities. He had incredibly strong control over his mental power, and his use of his supernatural abilities at such a young age was no less than that of an adult. At that time, Chen Yimo's supernatural abilities had not yet manifested, and his father had always expressed concern about it. Although he told outsiders that his father would accept whatever the outcome, he often inadvertently heard his father sigh helplessly. Yimo, why are you hiding here? Your father is looking for you. Little Pei Du knocked on the door of the attic below the stairs. How did you know I was here? Chen Yimo's sullen voice came from the dark attic. Xiao Pei Du smiled and said, Don't you always hide here when you play hide-and-seek? You actually know my secret base? Then how come I still win? Xiao Chen Yimo's thoughts were instantly diverted, her rosy face scrunched up. Huh? I only found out today. You just said every time. Xiao Chen Yimo looked resentfully at her empty hands. How can I not have superpowers? My father and mother are both superpowered. Why haven't I shown my powers yet? I'm already 10 years old. I should have shown my powers long ago. Yimo, the time when everyone shows their powers varies from person to person, Xiao Pei Du patiently replied. What if I'm an adult, and still haven't shown my powers? Yimo, I can't answer you. You won't even fool me? Do you think you're so great just because you have a special ability? Yimo, you know I'm not very good at lying. Pei Du sat down, leaning against the attic. Little Chen Yimo's eyes were red, and tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. Go away, I don't want to see you. Suppressed sobs echoed from inside the attic. The sunlight gradually slanted downwards. Brother Pei Du, are you still there? After crying, little Chen Yimo had released his emotions, and he felt a little embarrassed for his earlier unreasonable behavior. Yes, I am. Little Pei-du quietly waited at the door. His secondary ability was virtual space. He hid the crying little Chen Yimo in his virtual space, allowing him to vent his emotions. But this respite didn't last long. Pei-du's parents died unexpectedly in a mutant attack. Chen Yimo's father and other colleagues had repeatedly expressed their desire to adopt Pei-du, but 12-year-old Pei-du refused to be adopted by anyone. He became taciturn. They had only seen him a few times at high-ranking gatherings of the Legion's leadership. Many of Pei-du's parents' former colleagues surrounded him, expressing their regret and grief. He stood silently in the crowd, politely accepting their sympathy. But his indifferent gaze seemed detached from the guests. Even when he inadvertently glanced at Chen Yimo at the other end of the party, he merely passed by. Pei-du rose to become the youngest major in the Valjean Legion in record time, but he grew increasingly distant from the person Chen Yimo remembered. Chen Yimo pulled her thoughts from the fragments of her memories. Looking at the tall, aloof man before her, he seemed no longer the gentle person she remembered from her youth. Chapter 29. Jiang Chen had assumed Professor Jiang Ruoxing would be at least 60 or 70 years old, but he was surprisingly young. He looked to be in his early 50s, with a steady gait and a brisk pace. She had heard that this professor was one of the founders of the Suspended Tower, but in recent years, he seemed to have largely withdrawn from internal affairs, keeping a low profile. Seemingly noticing Jiang Chen's surprise, Meng Jiu explained, "Don't be so surprised. Professor Jiang is mainly responsible for medical preparations and biological weapons. To extend human lifespan, he developed a drug that could temporarily slow down human aging as early as the beginning of this century." "How long can it extend lifespan?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. Before Meng Jiu could finish answering, Professor Jiang Ruoxing, seeing the two of them, strode over. "Theoretically, the latest anti-aging agent can extend lifespan by 40 years, but based on current experimental samples, it has already far exceeded the theoretical data." His voice was booming and full of energy. "Hello, Professor Jiang." Jiang Chen, along with Meng Jiu, quickly greeted him. "You must be Jiang Chen. Are you feeling better now?" Professor Jiang bent down, his tone gentle and concerned. Being greeted so warmly by such an important figure made Jiang Chen feel inexplicably strange. "I'm basically fine now. Thank you so much for everything these past few days." Professor Jiang smiled and waved his hand. "It's nothing, it's a small matter." He then changed the subject, saying, "Actually, the principle behind anti-aging agents isn't complicated. The key to anti-aging lies in increasing the level of NAD in our bodies, which is a coenzyme. And the key to finding and increasing coenzymes lies in..." Professor, everything is ready. We can set off now." A young student next to Professor Jiang opportunely changed the subject. Gu Qing smiled awkwardly at the two of them. If she hadn't interrupted Professor Jiang, he probably wouldn't have finished explaining his research theories even by evening. Yes, we really must be leaving. If you're interested in anti-aging agents, you can ask me when we get back to the Suspended Tower." Professor Jiang didn't seem to mind his student interrupting him, and extended a friendly invitation to Jiang Chen. "Okay, I hope I have the opportunity to attend your lecture sometime," Jiang Chen said sincerely. She hadn't expected Professor Jiang, one of the founders of the Suspended Tower, to be so good-natured. It seemed her earlier concern about the professor's kindness towards her was unfounded. After Professor Jiang left, Jiang Chen finally saw the two girls, who had gone missing earlier. Their mental state was clearly much better than at the temporary encampment. The two girls were chatting and laughing, seemingly unaware of Jiang Chen opposite them. Jiang Chen was about to go up and greet them. Meng Jiu abruptly grabbed Jiang Chen's sleeve. "Jiang Chen, we should go." Before Jiang Chen could react, Meng Jiu hurriedly pulled her away, leaving her and the other two girls only able to gaze at each other from across the aircraft. Jiang Chen's life was extremely limited. From birth to death, her short life was confined to a small, second-tier city. It might seem surprising, but she had only ever seen airplanes on television, so seeing the aircraft before her was genuinely astonishing. Its streamlined shape exuded a futuristic feel. The main body was painted in gray and black, with some kind of special white symbol marked on the wings. Jiang Chen guessed it was the aircraft's code. Jiang Chen watched as a group of people carried box after box, identical in size and shape, out of the experimental building. The boxes appeared to be made of a special material, its surface extremely smooth and reflecting a strange, yet inexplicably captivating, color under the light. The feeling was familiar, yet somehow different. Jiang Chen turned to Meng Jiu, intending to ask what was inside. But she had clearly been off her game since morning, her brow furrowed and preoccupied. Jiangchen called her several times, but she didn't respond. Jiangchen, I don't really know, but promise me, don't be curious, okay? Your curiosity often leads to consequences you can't bear, Meng Jiu said earnestly, patting Jiangchen's head. The two boarded the aircraft with the rest of the group. As the feeling of weightlessness washed over them, Jiangchen knew they had officially embarked on their journey to the suspended tower. For safety reasons, the windows of the passenger seats on the aircraft were sealed shut, making it difficult for Jiangchen to get a general view of the world from high above. Sit to her left, Meng Jiu informed her that they would arrive at the suspended tower in 2 hours, but she seemed tired from the journey and soon closed her eyes to rest. Jiangchen sat listlessly in her seat, but felt like someone was watching her. She casually glanced back, but the passengers behind her were either resting with their eyes closed or talking quietly. No one was looking at her. She subtly focused her gaze on the two girls, who sat quietly in their seats, seemingly resting as well. Jiangchen straightened up slightly, leaning back in her seat. Wait, is it observing my head? She stood up, and Meng Jiu seemed to wake up with a start. She grasped Jiangchen's hand, and Jiangchen noticed that her palm was unusually warm. Meng Jiu's hoarse voice came. What's wrong? Sister Jiu, I need to go to the restroom. Jiangchen squeezed her palm back. Sister Jiu, are you feeling unwell? It's nothing. I probably haven't rested well these past few days. Meng Jiu abruptly released Jiangchen's hand, seemingly disliking such close contact. She pointed forward. Go straight ahead, turn right, and the restroom is there. Then, seemingly exhausted, she fell asleep again. Okay, I'll be right back. Before leaving, Jiangchen glanced at the two girls from Xuria. They were still sitting quietly in their seats, not moving. She slowly walked forward, turned right, and quickened her pace. Actually, Jiangchen wasn't particularly curious, but she simply couldn't resist the allure of the silver box. Her steps were beyond her control. When she came up, Jiangchen had carefully observed that the lab personnel had likely moved these boxes to the stern of the aircraft. She crouched down, hiding behind a large vertical screen, which was playing an advertisement for Moses Corporation's latest life-extending nutrient supplement. 7 or 8 tall Valjean soldiers were guarding the stern of the aircraft. Yes, she actually saw Valjean soldiers here. Jiangchen recognized their uniforms from the temporary encampment. They were easy to identify. She hadn't seen these soldiers board the aircraft with her, so she assumed they had been on board all along. Or perhaps this aircraft belonged to the Valjean Legion. The symbols on the aircraft's wings and the Valjean Legion's insignia were strikingly similar in design. If Professor Jiang Ruoxing's team and the Valjean Legion had such a close relationship, why would the two girls from Xuria falsely report themselves missing? Based on the timeline, they reappeared with Jiang Ruoxing's experimental team almost 2 days after their disappearance, while Chen Yimo and the others seemed completely unaware, believing the two girls had simply vanished. Was Chen Yimo's information incorrect? Or was he deliberately lying to her? But what was his purpose in doing so? To further gain her trust. Jiangchen suppressed her wild thoughts for the time being. She hid in a secluded corner, not daring to approach easily. Slipping in easily now seemed impossible, but where were these boxes going to be transported in all this trouble? What are you doing here? A cold, gloomy voice came from behind Jiangchen. Chapter 30. A strange man's serious voice came from behind her ear, making Jiangchen's hair stand on end. She immediately turned around. The commotion attracted the attention of the guards. One soldier whispered something to another, and then walked towards Jiangchen. Jiangchen glanced at Valken's soldiers approaching. She lowered her head, racking her brains for an excuse, when she heard a familiar voice. Jiangchen, what are you doing here? Meng Jiu suddenly appeared, anxiously grabbing Jiangchen's hand and pulling her behind her. Professor Norman, we are Professor Zhang's students. She must be lost. Lost? Norman's stern and gloomy gaze swept forward. Meng Jiu stood in front of Jiangchen, but Jiangchen could still feel his cold gaze. She glanced over Meng Jiu's shoulder, secretly observing the middle-aged man before her. He was dressed entirely in black, his face deeply wrinkled, his cheeks pale and sunken, his thick, curly hair streaked with silver, and his short, jet-black beard shimmered with silver specks. Jiangchen felt as if she were being stared at by a giant creature from the deep sea. Her entire body stiffened. Norman clearly didn't believe her answer. Valken soldiers gradually approached the three of them. I don't want this to happen again, he said coldly, glancing at Meng Jiu. Meng Jiu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pulled Jiangchen back to her seat. Jiangchen looked back at Professor Norman. He seemed to be talking to the soldier, who treated him with extreme respect. Back in her seat, Jiang Chen noticed that Meng Jiyu's palms were sweaty. Just when she thought Meng Jiyu was about to ask her something, Meng Jiyu turned her head slightly away, unwilling to speak to her. Jiang Chen felt her actions today were indeed extremely reckless. If it weren't for Meng Jiyu, she didn't know how she would have ended up in such a mess. But how could Meng Jiyu find her so quickly? The location of the silver boxes wasn't close. It involved crossing several cabins. Yet, just as Professor Norman discovered her, Meng Jiyu happened to appear. Jiang Chen shook her head again. She felt she had been overly paranoid lately. Perhaps Meng Jiyu had come looking for her because she hadn't returned. It was just a coincidence. For the rest of the journey, Jiang Chen stayed obediently in her seat, although the silver boxes kept replaying in her mind, as if they had a fatal attraction for her. With a boom, the aircraft landed smoothly on the ground. She was queuing to disembark with the others when someone bumped into her. Jiang Chen lost her balance and fell to the right. The person next to her helped her up. She quickly thanked her, and the girl smiled and walked forward. Jiang Chen casually put the piece of paper in her hand into her pocket. A slightly salty sea breeze blew in, scattering Jiang Chen's full head of black hair. She saw the aircraft land on land near the sea, and they were facing an endless ocean with an island on it, upon which stood a massive complex of black buildings. After everyone disembarked, the azure waves in the distance began to surge. Something seemed to be leaping and thrashing about on the seabed, heading towards them. Suddenly, a black metallic machine, resembling an octopus, crawled out from the seabed. Although its tentacles were made of some kind of metal, they appeared unusually agile on the seawater, their charcoal black tentacles extending above the surface. Professor Jiang Ruoxing and the others seemed unfazed, showing no reaction, as the tentacles extended one by one in front of them. At the tips of the tentacles emerged suction cup-like structures, but more like scanning orange laser eyes. These scanned Professor Jiang Ruoxing's right eye, turning it green. Except for Jiang Chen and those entering the suspended tower for the first time, everyone else completed the scan. Then, the mechanical tentacles transformed into a staircase-like structure, and the octopus had automatically opened a door. Beside the door stood a person in a gray-white uniform, holding a large mechanical device in his right hand and extending his left, seemingly as an invitation. Professor Jiang Ruoxing and the others stepped forward. Professor Norman followed closely behind. Even on this rare sunny day, the gloomy aura emanating from him was completely undiminished. His silver-white hair, somewhat dry and dull in the sunlight, coupled with his meticulous attire, gave the impression of someone born in a medieval monastery, exuding an indescribable solemnity. Jiang Chen, everyone entering the suspended tower for the first time needs to undergo cleaning, testing, and classification. I will. Meng Jiyu coughed violently several times, and blood even seeped from the corner of her mouth. Even resting on the aircraft hadn't alleviated her discomfort at all. Jiang Chen quickly supported her, finding her clothes soaked with sweat. She was clearly exhausted, her entire weight leaning on him. Meng Jiyu grabbed Jiang Chen's sleeve, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, her normally pale skin taking on an unnatural color. With rapid breathing, she managed to say, "Remember, you must avoid." Before Meng Jiyu could finish speaking, her grip on Jiang Chen's sleeve loosened, and she closed her eyes. Those around her immediately noticed something was wrong and rushed over. Gu Qing, the student who had interrupted Professor Jiang earlier, quickly came over and comforted Jiang Chen, saying, "Don't worry, let me check." Perhaps the flight was too long. Some people have fainted before due to discomfort. As he spoke, he pried open Meng Jiyu's eyes, and Jiang Chen noticed a layer of white frost on her eyelids. The orange scanning eye beside them quickly extended. Beep beep beep. The alarm turned from yellow to red. As soon as the alarm sounded, everyone was startled and quickly retreated. Gu Qing, who had been calm before, suddenly changed his expression. He grabbed Jiang Chen, pulled a small bottle containing a green solvent from his pocket, and sprayed it onto both of them. The green liquid immediately enveloped them. The incident happened suddenly. Jiang Chen inhaled several mouthfuls of the green liquid and coughed violently. Gu Qing, standing beside him, said, "She's probably infected with spores. It's just that the incubation period is long, so it didn't manifest before. Now she's showing early symptoms." Meng Jiyu, due to the continuous violent coughing, had already fainted. People in protective suits quickly transported her back to the spacecraft. Jiang Chen hurriedly grabbed the hand of one of the people in protective suits and asked, "Isn't she coming to the suspended tower with us?" Meng Jiyu's condition is too serious to stay in the suspended tower. We take her to a nearby treatment center. With that, they ignored Jiang Chen and walked forward. Gu Qing looked worriedly at Meng Jiyu, who had been returned to the spacecraft. These days, spore infection is really hard to prevent. We're close contacts. When we enter the suspended tower, we need to arrange for immediate cleaning and screening. Seeing Jiang Chen's furrowed brow, Gu Qin felt that he might have frightened the little girl in front of him. He comforted her, saying, Meng Jiu currently only has a white film on her eye. The number of spores in her body shouldn't be high, and it's still in the early stages, so the infection rate isn't high. He then handed the small green bottle to Jiang Chen. This is a spore preventative agent. It can effectively reduce the transmission rate of those initially infected with spores. Here, take it and spray again in 10 minutes. The group of people in protective suits efficiently treated Meng Jiu, and the remaining people then proceeded to undergo checks on the octopus scanner in an orderly manner. Jiang Chen was led to a group of people who were entering the suspended tower for the first time, including the 2 girls from Kashudia. This group of newcomers needed to undergo a more comprehensive set of tests before entering the suspended tower. Jiang Chen looked at the aircraft about to take off, and a gloomy mood returned to his heart. Chapter 31. Jiang Chen looked back at the spacecraft already in the sky. Besides worrying about Meng Jiu's life, he also found the rapidly spreading spore infection very strange. Meng Jiu was fine the day before leaving the experimental building, but within a day, her condition had deteriorated rapidly. Furthermore, Meng Jiu herself was a pharmacist, especially skilled in developing healing potions. During their few conversations, Meng Jiu had told Jiang Chen that her current research focused on monitoring blood coagulants under spore cross-infection. According to Meng Jiu, although there is an incubation period of about 14 days for spore infection in humans, in the early stages, no complications appear in the body, making it very difficult to detect infection. The end of the early stage is marked by the appearance of a white membrane in the eyes. In the middle stage, related complications appear, such as coughing, fever, and dark red blood vessels appearing in the joints, mainly because the spores have formed hyphae inside the body. In later stages, the hyphae produced by the spores completely invade the brain's nervous system. The brain merely serves as a carrier for the hyphae, losing its normal brain function. This is also known as a variant. As far as Jiang Chen knows, Meng Jiu's recent experiments have yielded a small breakthrough. Her developed blood coagulant can quickly detect whether an infection during the incubation period has occurred. This blood coagulant can, on the one hand, allow for timely testing, expanding the detection range and quickly isolating infected organisms. On the other hand, it also enables early intervention and treatment. Based on this inference, one possibility is that Meng Jiu was already infected during the experiment, but she knew it and concealed it. However, this line of reasoning has a logical flaw. The infection was bound to occur sooner or later. Moreover, it involves a life-threatening situation. Treatment in the early stages of infection might offer a chance of survival, so why would she risk her life to conceal it? Jiang Chen refuted this possibility. What if this is the case? Meng Jiu's infection wasn't an experimental accident, but rather a deliberate manipulation. However, this line of reasoning also has a flaw. Meng Jiu herself should be quite knowledgeable about the complications associated with spore infections. If she knew someone intentionally infected her, why didn't she report it in the early stages? Jiang Chen again refuted the above reasoning. Then suppose Meng Jiu was infected with a suspected mid-stage spore infection that wasn't actually a spore infection, which is why she didn't realize it. Then this person must have a far greater understanding of the complications associated with spore infections than Meng Jiu. As Jiang Chen waited with the rest of the group, a complex mix of thoughts swirled in his mind. If this possibility was true, why would this person do this? Was it to prevent Meng Jiu from entering the suspended tower, or was there another purpose? A new batch of octopus-shaped submersibles surfaced, and a group of people in uniform grayish-white suits emerged, each carrying a large bioweapon. They called themselves the Guardians of the Suspended Tower. Name: Jiang Chen. The Guardian in grayish-white stood expressionlessly before Jiang Chen, flipping through a list in his hand. Jiang Chen saw his name tag worn on his left chest, with Zhangfengde written above it. Line up, this way. After Zhangfengde finished counting the new recruits entering the suspended tower, he watched them slowly walk forward, a thought nagging at him, but then he remembered how they had done the same. They lined up and entered the octopus-shaped submersible one by one. From the outside, the submersible appeared completely opaque, but once inside, it was completely transparent, allowing a clear view of the outside world. It was like a giant, transparent glass sphere submerged in seawater. The submersible's interior could accommodate about a dozen people, with matching transparent, suspended seats embedded around the perimeter. As soon as Jiang Chen sat down, a transparent, water-like safety belt automatically extended from his lower back and fastened, preventing him from leaving his seat. A little boy next to him seemed startled by the sudden appearance of the safety belt and began to struggle violently. Zhangfenga, holding a gun, walked over expressionlessly and said, "Quiet down." The little boy, seeing the gun thicker than his thigh, immediately quieted down and dared not struggle anymore. Jiangchen looked around. There were 12 of them, all roughly the same age, between 13 and 15. 2 guards stood beside the submersible's entrance. As the submersible rapidly descended, the intense weightlessness made Jiangchen feel as if she were floating for a moment. Ugh! She heard a series of vomiting sounds around her, and a foul odor instantly filled the submersible. The lights in the submersible suddenly went out, plunging it into thick darkness. Everyone held their breath. Suddenly, screams erupted from inside the submersible. The rapid descent and intense weightlessness caused their hearts to pound, resulting in terrifying screams. Jiangchen guessed they must have sunk to the depths of the sea at an extremely rapid pace. But fortunately, she was the kind of person who could ride a roller coaster 3 times in one day without blinking, so she didn't react much. After a brief tremor, the submersible returned to calm. The glass walls, seemingly made of a transparent material, slowly emitted pale yellow specks of light, like fireflies embedded in the glass layers. Zhangfenga pressed the yellow button next to the valve, and a refreshing gas immediately sprayed out from the top of the submersible, dispelling the stench of vomit. Then, a circular tray suddenly rose from the center of the submersible surface, automatically cleaning up the vomit from the puddles on the ground, before returning to its original position. The entire submersible was refreshed again. Jiangchen glanced around and noticed that apart from a few people whose faces remained normal, most were pale, and their lips bloodless. The little boy next to Jiangchen was among the most severely affected. He was convulsing, trembling like blades of grass in the wind, large beads of sweat pouring down his face uncontrollably, his eyes tightly shut. Zhangfenga stepped forward, took out a bottle containing small black pills from his protective suit, pinched the little boy's cheeks, and fed him one. He then gave one to each of the others with severe symptoms. After distributing the pills, Zhangfenga returned to the submersible entrance. Those who had taken the pills were noticeably more stable. Jiangchen, aside from a slight dizziness at first, showed no other symptoms. Looking out into the darkness, she felt the submersible resembled a glowing jellyfish navigating the night. But then she thought, the outside couldn't actually see inside. To the creatures of the deep sea, it would probably just appear as an ordinary black squid. She looked back at the 2 guards at the entrance. Their expressions remained unchanged, as if they were already used to it. As the submersible stabilized, everyone's emotions calmed down, and a curious discussion about the suspension tower began. Chapter 32. After everyone had recovered, people began to discuss the matter. I really don't understand why we have to participate in this cleaning process. The boy sitting opposite Jiangchen was clearly unhappy about having to be cleaned and couldn't help but complain. From his intricately crafted clothing and styled hair with hair wax, it was clear he came from a relatively wealthy family. It seemed that even in a post-apocalyptic parallel world, the gap between rich and poor hadn't changed. The cleaning is a necessary step for all newcomers to the suspended tower. No one is exempt, a muscular man sitting diagonally opposite him said, clearly disdainful of these pampered young masters. Then, in a sarcastic tone he said, if someone thinks they're so noble and special, I suggest you go home and be your darling right now. What do you mean? I just meant that we didn't pass through the concentrated outbreak area of the spores, so we couldn't possibly be carriers. That's a misconception. Some of us, although we didn't pass through the spore concentration area, could actually be carriers of the spores. A boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses said. A gasp came from the side. What? We're all carriers of the spores. What's so strange about that? There are so many variants now. We might have even breathed the same air as it. It's normal to get infected with the spores, the bespectacled man said with feigned profundity. The rich kid then smiled contemptuously. Don't exaggerate here. Although normal people might carry some spores, talking about harm without considering dosage is utter nonsense. Most of those who become variants have passed through spore concentration areas. You're so noble, so pure, we mere mortals naturally need to cleanse ourselves thoroughly, lest you get infected and blame us for it. The muscular man mocked sarcastically. As the group exchanged barbs and insults, Jiangchen looked at the little boy on her left. He was still unconscious. She then glanced at the girl on her right. The girl looked frail, but thankfully, she seemed much better after taking the black pill. She asked, Hello, my name is Jiangchen. I'd like to ask, what does cleansing mean? I come from a remote city, and don't know much about these things. I'm afraid I embarrass myself by not knowing anything. Jiangchen smiled awkwardly. The girl paused, looking at the radiant Jiang Chen, thinking that this person seemed completely unaffected. She then said politely, "My name is Wendy." Wiping the sweat from her brow, she said, "I heard that we have to soak in a liquid in a container for 6 to 8 hours. That long?" Jiang Chen thought to himself, "This is hardly a cleaning. Soaking would be more accurate." Yes, soaking for so long is to wash away any spores that haven't yet grown on the body, and also to strengthen the immune system to resist spore implantation, Wendy explained patiently, her round eyes wide. "So, that octopus-shaped searchlight can detect whether someone is carrying spores?" "Yes, but..." She paused, then continued, "I also heard that this detector can only detect those with intermediate symptoms." So, according to that, the detector can only detect those with intermediate symptoms, meaning those with early symptoms could easily slip in undetected? Jiang Chen then thought, but everyone entering the suspended tower for the first time has to undergo a cleansing process. From a certain perspective, this double insurance can minimize the number of people carrying spores from entering. "Okay, thank you, Wendy." Detecting whether someone carries spores, Jiang Chen grasped the key phrase in Wendy's words. Wasn't that the same purpose as Meng Jiyu's latest coagulation reagent test? If Meng Jiyu's research results were promoted, wouldn't that add another way to screen for spore carriers? Jiang Chen looked at the heavy darkness outside the submersible, his heart tightening. Could it be that Meng Jiyu's sudden illness was because someone wanted to prevent her from interfering with the spore screening? Listening to their back-and-forth conversation, Jiang Chen roughly understood that the subsequent test involved drawing a blood sample to detect the ability value and other data, thus providing a basis for subsequent classification. Jiang Chen glanced at the guard standing at the submersible's entrance. They seemed completely oblivious to their conversation, their expressions as still as perfect sculptures. Time flew by, and as the light outside grew brighter, Jiang Chen knew they would soon surface. The crowd gradually emerged from the submersible. Jiang Chen looked up. From a distance across the sea, the suspended tower appeared as a massive, black structure, but only upon closer inspection did he feel a profound sense of awe. It was called the suspended tower, but it was far more than just a tower, or even just a school. It was more like a futuristic city. The architecture was characterized by ultramodernism, with massive steel and glass structures soaring into the clouds, within which advanced vehicles and mechanical beings moved about. Guided by the city guards, they boarded a flying vehicle one after another. Jiang Chen remained standing still. Wendy, a blonde girl with doll-like features, who had sat next to her in the submersible, kindly patted her shoulder to remind Jiang Chen that it was time to leave. "It's the same area, so why is it so different?" Jiang Chen slightly raised her hand. "What's wrong?" Wendy asked. "Although this place is some distance from where our flying vehicle is docked, it's still a coastal area, but the wind strength and direction are completely different." Wendy also closed her eyes to sense it. It really is. Those in front heard this, and gradually stopped. The sudden stop of the group naturally caught Zhang Fengde's attention, but he hadn't expected anyone to notice the problem so quickly. He thought they would need to live in the suspended tower for at least some time before noticing these subtle differences. His calm voice reached everyone's ears, extending 5 kilometers outward from the land where the suspended tower is located, and almost reaching the deepest part of the sea. The outer perimeter is protected by an energy shield that affects wind direction and speed. Such a large energy shield, enough to envelop the entire city. Wendy looked around in surprise. No wonder we can't directly take a flying vehicle to the suspended tower. Then why isn't the underwater section sealed off? Wendy asked curiously. Idiot. The rich young man sitting opposite Jiang Chen was named Zhou Yang. He put his hands behind his back and said matter-of-factly, "The environment at the deepest part of the sea is extremely harsh, with extremely high water pressure, extremely low temperature, almost no light reaching it, and very little oxygen." "So?" He paused, deliberately adding an air of mystery, immediately drawing everyone's attention, feeling like he was the center of attention again. He confidently stated, "There are naturally fewer sea creatures here. After all, even a robe is still a creature, so it's naturally difficult to reach it. Therefore, there are naturally fewer attack-type variants." Wendy didn't bother with the impolite address and nodded good-naturedly. Zhou Yang smiled smugly. While everyone was still reeling from the shock of the transparent yet unusually large energy shield, Jiang Chen suddenly asked from the crowd, "Where does this energy shield's energy come from?" Everyone turned to look at Zhang Fengde. He didn't patiently answer as before, saying, "That's not something you need to worry about. Get on the aircraft as soon as possible." Jiang Chen looked up again at the pure black tower at the highest point, so this was the origin of the city's name. Chapter 33. The aircraft traversed a cluster of buildings of varying heights. Due to the energy shield, Jiangchen noticed that most of the windows were not sealed, even those on the aircraft. Jiangchen looked down at the city. The city wasn't particularly large, roughly the size of the largest southern island in Jiangchen's original world. The entire city was dominated by a central spiral structure of steel and glass. Massive buildings soared into the clouds, with other structures arranged in a staggered pattern around the glass structure. The most striking feature was the black tower atop the glass structure. Even at a considerable height, the top of this black tower remained out of sight, piercing the clouds and requiring one to look up. Moreover, compared to the spiral structure at the base, the black tower was remarkably slender, making it appear asymmetrical, as if it weren't built on top but merely suspended. The city was divided into two parts: the central suspended tower academy, where students studied and lived, and an outer ring resembling a cityscape. Perhaps feeling slighted on the submersible, Zhou Yang launched into a long, detailed account of the suspended tower. He emphasized that his father and brother were both graduates of the suspended tower, instantly becoming popular among the new students. As Zhou Yang had said, the city appeared small in size. But it was like an iceberg. The exposed portion was merely its tip. The main body of the city was almost entirely hidden, and the seabed, extending for over 10 kilometers outwards from the coastline, had also been excavated for over 10 kilometers. The vast temperature difference between the surface and underground provides the energy needed for the city to function. Furthermore, every winter, the suspended tower recruits a batch of students. Admission requires passing a test to check if the new students possess supernatural abilities. Most of the newly enrolled students are young, and their abilities are still in their nascent stage. Some don't show them directly, so external tools are needed for verification. Of course, some who come to study have already demonstrated their abilities. Through their conversations, Jiangchen gleaned a lot of useful information. Supernatural abilities in this world are more like extraordinary talents. However, maximizing this talent requires learning and training, so schools, like the suspended tower, are not unique in this world. Naturally, these schools are not entirely charitable organizations. If the test results show no supernatural ability, the student will be ruthlessly expelled. In addition, there's another situation where someone might be sent away from the suspended tower academy. Although the test results show an ability value, this ability fails to manifest after adulthood. Zhou Yang calls this the legendary dud, but this type is extremely rare. The reason so many adults flock to send their children to the suspended tower every year is for two main reasons. First, it's very safe there, providing a stable external environment for ability users to enhance their abilities. Second, being a graduate of the suspended tower is an extremely useful passport in this world. Whether it's the Valkan Legion, the United Political Council, or even small cities, they are all very willing to accept students who have graduated from the suspended tower. So this place is practically teeming with superhumans. Jiangchen gazed out the window at the towering suspended tower in the distance. Did the many mysteries surrounding her mean she also possessed superhuman abilities? Although such a causal relationship didn't hold up to scrutiny. The aircraft passed through a long tunnel, plunging into complete darkness. About 15 minutes later, the whistling sound of landing signaled their arrival at their destination. The new students disembarked one after another. Jiangchen guessed they were somewhere underground. Directly opposite them were two staff members in silver-blue uniforms. Zhang Fengge stepped forward, quietly reported to them, handed them the roster, and then returned to the aircraft. Judging from their manner of speaking and tone, it was clear that those in silver-blue uniforms were of a higher rank than Zhang Fengge and his group in white. The two staff members in silver-blue uniforms approached. One of them, a young man in his early 30s, introduced himself. "Welcome to Suspended Tower Academy. I am Dong Zhe, your administrator for this test. This is my assistant, Julie." Julie flashed everyone her signature A2 smile. Dong raised his voice slightly to emphasize the importance of what he was about to say. "Here you will complete the cleaning, testing, and grading processes. Successfully completing these will usher in a new chapter for you. Of course, I hope that in the coming days, we can maintain a basic formation, rather than this chaotic mess, okay?" He smiled slightly, lowered his voice, and spoke gently, yet with an undeniable air of authority. Jiangchen immediately felt his gaze become tangible, and a pressure-filled mental aura followed. The previously bustling group of 12 immediately lined up from tallest to shortest. Even so, it couldn't stop the talkative nature of these young boys and girls. Dong Zhe turned around and led the new students forward, immediately followed by whispers. "Wow, so cool. Is that a psychic? Did you feel it? I just felt a surge of power. Hey, don't make such a fuss, okay? You're making us look like we never seen anything like this before." We really have never seen anything like this. You, country bumpkins. A bunch of country bumpkins. Alright, if you have anything else to say, I think you have plenty of time to talk. Now, please follow me this way. Dongzae turned and glanced at Julie, who slowed her pace and walked to the back of the line. Jiang Chen, third to last in line, naturally noticed that the two of them were positioned at the beginning and end of the queue, sandwiching the entire group in the middle. This made it easy to observe the movements of the new students at all times. Dongzae led them to a silver-white stone gate. This gate was exceptionally magnificent and tall. Jiang Chen estimated it to be at least 10 meters high. It was adorned with exquisite bas-reliefs, richly decorated and imposing, depicting various birds and beasts. For example, at the top of the gate was carved a majestic yet elegant bird. Its tail feathers were long and layered, each meticulously carved with intricate patterns. Its chest was decorated with magnificent patterns, rendered with delicate lines that complemented the natural flow of the feathers. Even underground, without sunlight, the warm texture of the stone, illuminated by the lamplight, made the animals in the bas-reliefs shimmer and appear lifelike. What was surprising was that none of these animals had their heads carved. Jiang Chen couldn't help but find the gate quite peculiar. Dongzae pressed his wrist against the lever on the door, and a small metal door beneath the main door opened automatically. Ah! A girl screamed from the crowd, and the person in front of him nearly tripped and fell on top of Jiang Chen as they stumbled backward. Chapter 34. Jiang Chen quickly steadied Wendy, who was standing in front of her and nearly fell. However, the scream was quickly drowned out by the bustling crowd, attracting no attention. In the lobby of the experimental building, several people in gray and blue uniforms were moving about. The people in gray uniforms were the lobby guides, explaining the various post-apocalyptic specimens displayed in the lobby to the visitors. Jiang Chen also saw a group of freshmen of similar age. These freshmen had likely entered through different doors, each followed by an administrator in a blue uniform. Their hairy heads looked around curiously. Although the administrators were trying their best to maintain order, some mischievous students, like elusive eels, broke away from the group and scattered. At this moment, a group that had entered the exhibition hall a little later than them, screams erupting one after another. But these screams, like their arrival, were quickly drowned out by the noisy crowd, as if everyone had long been accustomed to it. Jiang Chen quickly craned his neck to look ahead. What came into view was a huge, cylindrical, transparent glass container in the center of the hall, containing a naked woman. Jiang Chen strained to tilt his head back as high as possible, holding his breath. The object inside the glass container wasn't exactly a woman. It was immersed in a light green solution, shimmering under the white light. Its upper body was a pale pink, its skin texture like that of a kitten's belly, making it appear non-aggressive. Its body was about twice the size of an adult male, appearing exceptionally strong. Although this seemed incongruous with its feminine features, it possessed a certain ancient elegance and power. Its lower body was covered with a shell, upon which grew numerous pairs of enormous dorsal fins and multiple sets of segmented limbs. Where a head should normally be located, instead grew a complex ellipsoid. While the features of a woman could be vaguely discerned, the face was covered with numerous short hyphae. But most astonishingly, it possessed long, narrow wings on its back. These wings shimmered with starlight-like patterns, and even in the solution, it gently flapped its membranous wings. It was alive. Although Jiang Chen had seen mutants before, he had never observed a live mutant this closely, and this mutant was certainly among the most beautiful in the mutant world. A circle of freshmen fleeing the group had already gathered at the base of the glass cylinder. Their group was also itching to leave. Zhou Yang raised his right foot as if to leave the group, but Dongzae, preoccupied with talking to another person in a blue uniform, did not notice his movement. He hunched over and slipped away from the group, walking silently forward. Julie noticed Zhou Yang's actions, but didn't seem to care. It seemed most of the new students had done similar things before. A short while later, Jiang Chen, with his small frame, squeezed into the crowd and saw some basic information about the creature recorded on the left side of the glass cylinder. Humans named it the mutant butterfly, one of the oldest known variants among those captured. Its origins can be traced back to an ancient butterfly with mutated tendencies before the apocalypse, but according to biologists, this butterfly was already extinct. Therefore, the reason why this ancient creature could be resurrected remains unclear. Although this butterfly has completely mutated, it was not particularly aggressive before being implanted with spores, primarily feeding on plants and excelling at concealment and hiding. Early, the mutated butterfly mainly strengthened its abilities by cannibalizing its own kind of insects, but later it began selectively attacking larger mutated animals. While this mutant butterfly's inherently weak attack capabilities made attacking humans easy, it refrained from doing so for a considerable period. However, as the spores spread, the butterfly eventually succumbed. The spores gradually eroded its host, causing a dramatic change in the mutant butterfly's behavior. This mutant began selectively attacking humans, primarily targeting young women. After being captured, researchers conducted genetic testing and discovered that this mutant had consumed hundreds of people. The panel also recorded various detailed data about this mutant. For example, its wings are approximately 2.4 centimeters thick, and under a spectral microscope, the color of its wings far exceeds any known human hue. This material has significant scientific value. The forepaws were 5.3 centimeters long and extremely hard, strong enough to pierce through steel plates and other metal objects. It is speculated that this butterfly may have originated from Morris Canyon. As Jiang-Chen carefully studied the data on the panel, a familiar feeling welled up in his heart, as if a pair of enormous eyes from ancient times were slowly opening in the dark abyss. Jiang-Chen looked up. The amber eyes slowly opened, the keratinized and transparent cornea tinged with a certain green by the pale green liquid. Inside the glass container, the mutant butterfly's lowered eyes met Jiang-Chen's gaze, her pale face magnified in its pupils. In the pupils, thin blue mycelia sprouted from beneath her skin. Jiang-Chen jerked back, frantically trying to peel away the mycelia, but found nothing. The pale blue liquid inside the glass container inexplicably began to boil. The nearby alarm instantly emitted a sharp, beeping sound. The surrounding crowd panicked. The personnel in blue uniforms, seeing the mutant's intense emotions for the first time, hurriedly dispersed. The group of bewildered, curious students still gathered around the container. The once orderly exhibition hall suddenly descended into chaos. Wendy was pushed and knocked to the ground by the crowd. Jiang-Chen pushed through the throng, knelt down, and helped her up. She inadvertently noticed a faint crack at the bottom of the glass container, from which a pale green liquid was slowly seeping out. Hearing the alarm, Dong Zhe and Julie rushed over and led them away. He shouted, "Don't panic. Line up. The cleaning procedures are complete. Follow me." In the chaotic crowd, Jiang-Chen stumbled back to her original line, controlling herself not to look back, and disappeared into the dispersing crowd. But the gaze from inside the glass container pierced through the crowd, fixed intently on her. Chapter 35. The group followed Dong Zhe to the washing room. The washing room was divided into two areas. The left side was a pre-washing preparation room, where people could store their personal belongings before washing. The larger area on the right was the washing room itself, but it was separated from the washing room by opaque glass, so they couldn't see what was inside. Dong Zhe patted the roster, peering curiously at the freshmen, and continued, "Before washing, you need to change into the uniform. No personal belongings are allowed in the washing room, otherwise you'd be responsible for the consequences. Understand?" "Yes." After he finished speaking, the girls, led by Julie, entered the preparation room, which consisted of individual cubicles, so they didn't need to be completely naked. "We have about 20 minutes. Please wash up and change. After that, stand at your assigned cubicle number. We need to check again." Julie smiled as she gave the final reminder. Jiang-Chen went into cubicle number 3. The cubicle was small, about 2 steps wide, yet it surprisingly included shower facilities. A set of light-colored clothes sat on a cabinet to the right. The material resembled some kind of plastic. Water droplets slid across it without getting wet. Next to the wash basin in the center were mouthwash and toiletries, along with a sign that read, "Sweet Dreams." She carefully looked around but didn't find any cameras. However, modern technology likely already uses devices invisible to the naked eye. To be on the safe side, Jiang-Chen covered her head while undressing, quickly read the note, and then carelessly tossed it into the toilet along with toilet paper before flushing it away. Jiang-Chen turned on the cold water tap and submerged her face in the water. She needed the cool water to cool down her feverish head. The note simply stated, "No washing." What did that mean? No washing. Why? Should she believe it or not? Splash. Jiang-Chen lifted her face from the water. In the mirror, her black hair was wet and clung to her face, water droplets sliding down her cheeks from her eyelashes. She tried to recall the girl who had given her the note, but her mind couldn't piece together the girl's features. It was as if her face was missing features. Should she believe it or ignore it? Why did this person give her the note? Was it out of kindness or ulterior motives? Were there other people behind her? All these questions swirled in her mind. But time was of the essence. She had to make a decision immediately. A heavy thud echoed in the bathroom. Knock, 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 came the sound of knocking on the door. "What's wrong?" Julie's voice called from outside the door, but before Jiang Chen could respond, Julie opened the door without a word using a special device. A wave of steam rushed in, and Jiang Chen was lying on the floor, her knee slammed against the bathroom glass, blood mixed with shards of glass covering most of the floor. "Miss Julie, I slipped and fell," Jiang Chen said, choking back tears. Julie saw that Jiang Chen's knee was badly injured, and she was lying there, not even dressed yet. Julie grabbed a towel and draped it over Jiang Chen, then carried her outside. Jiang Chen was surprised that Julie, who wasn't very tall, only about half a head taller than her, lifted her as easily as if she were a kitten or puppy. The other freshmen, having changed their clothes, gathered around. Julie carefully examined the wound. Jiang Chen only had minor abrasions on his palm. But the most serious injury was the deeper wound on his knee. Even though Julie had sprayed some styptic spray on it, blood was still seeping from the edges. "How did you get so badly hurt?" Julie looked up at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes were red, clearly still tearing from the pain. The water temperature was probably too high, it was all foggy, and then I accidentally fell." A few tears dripped onto the back of Julie's hand. Jiang Chen continued, "I don't know if my previous wound hadn't healed properly, and this fall reopened it." Julie had noticed earlier, while examining the wound, that Jiang Chen's knee did indeed have a previous, fresh injury. The sudden rush of steam might be due to the confined space and high water temperature, preventing the steam from dissipating quickly and obscuring vision. But, knock knock knock. "Julie, are you ready?" Dong Zai urged from outside the door. "The cleaning room is open. This group needs to enter on time." "Okay, coming right away." Julie's thoughts were interrupted by Dong Zai's words outside. She looked up at Jiang Chen and said, "If there are wounds on the surface of the body, it's impossible to clean. Your wound is quite deep. After cleaning, use first aid dressings. It will take about 15 minutes for the wound to heal." Julie was a little annoyed. The dressings in their first aid kit were discarded ones from before, and they had to be changed every 5 minutes to ensure the wound healed within 10 minutes. However, the cleansing room required her and Dong Zai's cooperation to use, and most importantly, its use was strictly limited to specific times. Right now, the suspended tower was receiving new students, and if this batch was delayed, it would directly affect the next batch's cleansing. She didn't have time to delay everyone's cleansing for Jiang Chen's sake. "Does anyone know how to use the first-generation dressing?" Julie asked, looking around. The girls exchanged glances. Jiang Chen's dark eyes looked at them, surprised that the little bit she learned from Meng Jiu was already being used so quickly. During her treatment at Professor Jiang Ruoxing's sanatorium, she was extremely interested in this dressing because she hadn't expected that such a severe injury to her shoulder could be healed so quickly without complex surgery, using only this dressing. Therefore, she had asked Meng Jiu many questions about the dressing. This dressing was one of the achievements of Professor Jiang Ruoxing's team, and it had now been updated to the third generation. The wound on Jiang Chen's shoulder was treated with third-generation dressings, but the raw materials for these dressings are extremely expensive, currently only available to Jiang Ruoxing's internal team and high-ranking officials in certain regions. Second-generation dressings are more widely available on the market. Although their healing effects and speed are not comparable to the third generation, they are still quite expensive. Only military units, where casualties are possible, purchase second-generation dressings. The main reason first-generation dressings were phased out by these units was that they required frequent replacements to achieve a healing effect. However, these dressings were not completely eliminated from the market because their relatively affordable price often kept them as backup medicine. Even so, first-generation dressings were inaccessible to ordinary civilians. Only well-off families would buy them as backup. The girl standing in front clearly hadn't used them before. At this moment, a girl behind them slightly raised her hand and whispered, "I used these dressings on my father before." Jiang Chen's sharp eyes looked at the girl with the raised hand. "Found you." Chapter 36. "Who are you?" "Teacher Julie, my name is Lianwu." The girl answered obediently. Julie tried to recall the girl's name, but perhaps because they had recently received several batches of new students, she couldn't immediately match the photo on the roster with the girl in person. "Julie, what happened?" Dong Zai's voice came from outside the door. Julie quickly stood up. This was her first task this year, but the first time she encountered this situation. She had to finish it on time no matter what. "Are you sure you know how to use these dressings?" Julie asked, somewhat uneasy. "Where my father and I used to live, strange animals often appeared. My father was often injured, sometimes with large wounds." Lianwu began to ramble on, as if immersed in painful memories. "You stay here and look after her. I take you to clean up in a bit. Julie interrupted her, quickly checked the remaining girls for anything else they were carrying, and hurriedly left. What happened? Dongzae noticed 2 girls were missing from the group. One girl is injured. I arranged for another girl to look after her, Julie replied calmly, confident in her handling of the situation. Dongzae didn't say anything. Similar incidents had occurred before. However, the most important thing right now was to get the others cleaned up before proceeding to the next step. Then, after we open the cleaning room and settle everyone in, you can come back for them. There's still enough time, Dongzae said, glancing at his watch. Okay. Julie glanced back at the closed bathroom door, hoping everything would go smoothly. Inside, the girl carefully spread out the dressing with tweezers. The transparent, cool dressing temporarily relieved the pain in Jiang Chen's knee. Thank you, Jiang Chen said, bowing to the person in front of him. The girl paused, then said, It's nothing, just a small favor. Jiang Chen said sincerely, I meant. She paused and continued, I almost fell on the aircraft, and thankfully you caught me. I've been wanting to thank you ever since. The girl put down the tweezers. She casually pulled a metal ball, no bigger than a fist, from her pocket. The ball rolled to the ground, quickly settling firmly, blocking out surrounding eavesdropping and camera devices. The girl stood up and stretched. This was a stark contrast to her harmless demeanor in front of Julie. Faced with someone whose acting skills were on par with hers, Jiang Chen couldn't help but straighten his posture. How did you find me? Lianwu asked curiously. Sent. The girl turned around in surprise. To be precise, it was a process of elimination. I know the 2 girls from Xuria, and Morty spoke to me on the submersible, so those are the remaining 3 people, which greatly narrows down the possibilities. Jiang Chen adjusted her posture. She felt new flesh growing on her knees, which was a little itchy, but she resisted scratching it. She then said, At first, I wasn't too sure, but when you apply the dressing, there was physical contact, and everyone has a unique scent. I noticed it when you helped me on the aircraft. The girl raised her eyebrows, somewhat surprised by Jiang Chen's keen observation, and at the same time very curious why such a cautious person would rashly believe a piece of paper handed to her by a stranger. You believe me just because you saw what was on the paper? You led Mingjiu to find me on the aircraft. Lianwu glanced sideways. Jiang Chen recalled that when Professor Norman discovered her, Mingjiu arrived just in time. Jiang Chen initially suspected that Mingjiu had been secretly following her. But she collapsed as soon as she got off the aircraft. Her body was completely exhausted. She simply didn't have the energy to follow her on the aircraft, so someone must have alerted her and led her. The girl knelt down again to change Jiang Chen's dressing. You're smarter than I thought. She took a small box from her sleeve, inside which were 2 orange-yellow capsules. She handed one to Jiang Chen. What's this? Jiang Chen brought the capsule close to her eyes, examining it carefully. She had initially thought it was opaque, but upon closer inspection, she realized that tiny molecules were moving inside, like under a microscope. This capsule can protect the body from the effects of the cleansing solution. Jiang Chen tilted her head back and swallowed it in one gulp. Don't you have any doubts? The girl's eyes widened. Time is of the essence. This is already the 2nd dressing. Besides, if you wanted to harm me from the beginning, you wouldn't have waited until now. Jiang Chen could feel the capsule melting as it entered her body through her esophagus. Then, a gelatinous membrane grew from her body upwards. Jiang Chen raised her hand, looked closely, and saw that it was the same as before. It seemed like just a sensation. But Jiang Chen could clearly feel that even her eyes were covered with a transparent membrane. Jiang Chen. Lianwu nudged her when she didn't react for a while. Jiang Chen then realized that her ear canals were also sealed, making the sound seem like it was coming from afar, even though it was so close. So now, she was completely encased in a transparent capsule. Won't this affect my breathing? Jiang Chen asked, somewhat worried, because she felt a film on her tongue as well. It won't. The air won't be blocked. This only applies to the cleaning agent. After swallowing the medicine, Lianwu glanced at Jiang Chen's healing wound and said, There's no need to make the wound so big. I don't know how long you need, so just in case, I wanted to allow extra time. Jiang Chen wasn't quite used to it yet. She felt her voice sounded different than before, as if it were muffled, as if it were wrapped inside the blanket. Lianwu seemed to sense Jiang Chen's confusion. Don't worry, your eardrums are covered, so your hearing might be unclear at first, but you get used to it. With less than 4 minutes left, Jiang Chen asked, What would have happened if I hadn't been injured and lured you out? Missions, after all, can fail sometimes. Lianwu looked at Jiang Chen's somewhat serious expression, then smiled and said, I was just kidding. Even if you hadn't come looking for me, I would have. But Julie has been with us the whole time, and in terms of time. Jiang Chen hadn't finished speaking when he heard Lian Wu's cold voice beside him. Kill a few people, and there'd be enough time. Jiang Chen's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he asked, "Why did you help me?" But the girl had clearly already heard footsteps at the door. Julie had actually returned ahead of time. She nimbly crushed the metal ball on the floor, threw it into the toilet, and flushed it away. Everything was orderly, and without any panic. "Are you healed?" Julie turned the doorknob, her voice carrying in with the sound of the door opening. Chapter 37. It's almost healed. Lian Wu regained her harmless expression and obediently stood to the side. Julie stepped forward to check Jiang Chen's wound. New flesh had indeed grown. "Then let's get to the cleanup room as soon as possible." Julie glanced back at the girl. "Hey, what's your name again?" Her memory had been getting worse lately. She'd forgotten someone she'd just seen. "Lian Wu." The girl answered with a smile again. Julie routinely checked that the two of them were indeed carrying nothing. Her heart, which had been pounding, finally settled. Thankfully, everything was going according to plan. The three arrived at the cleanup room. The display screen showed Cleanup Room 1. Julie pressed her wrist forward. The oval-shaped sensor door opened automatically, and Jiang Chen's hair stood on end. This cleanup room was extremely spacious, about the size of a large opera house. The temperature was unusually low, and the air was thick with the smell of some kind of reagent. Rows of transparent glass containers filled with a pale blue liquid, in which human bodies were immersed, gave her the illusion of walking into a morgue. "Jiang Chen, you're on the 3rd floor, number 19. Follow me." Julie led Jiang Chen up the transparent glass staircase. Before leaving, Jiang Chen took one last look at Lian Wu, but when she turned back, she found that Lian Wu's features in her mind were as if veiled by silk, and she couldn't make out her face. She stopped. Julie turned her head and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." It seemed strange for her to turn around and look now, but she could feel that her head was being watched by the person behind her. She glanced ahead at the people lying in the glass containers around her. Their faces were covered with respirators, their expressions serene, as if they had entered a beautiful dream. Looking up, she saw countless glass containers, layer upon layer, neatly arranged like urns. Julie patted Jiang Chen's shoulder to indicate they could stop. Jiang Chen then realized they had reached their designated spot. A brief piece of personal information about Jiang Chen was displayed in front of her glass container, but it involuntarily reminded her of epitaphs. Julie activated a tablet-like device in her hand. The top of the glass container containing Jiang Chen automatically opened to both sides, and the bottom of the container lit up. Then, a light blue liquid emerged from each of the 4 corners of the bottom of the container, flowing out until it reached about 2/3 full, at which point the filling stopped. The light blue liquid floated gently, without any impurities, crystal clear. "Jiang Chen, it's all set up. You can go in now." Julie handed her a breathing mask and said gently, "When the time is up, you can proceed to the next testing point." Jiang Chen stepped inside, now somewhat doubtful whether the capsule Lian Wu had given her was truly effective. She could clearly feel the cool sensation of the light blue liquid enveloping her. Even the feeling of her body hair being wet was exceptionally clear. Julie gently pressed Jiang Chen's shoulders down, reassuring her, "Jiang Chen, you need to lie completely down to complete the cleaning." Perhaps sensing Jiang Chen's resistance, she increased the pressure on her hands, her tone becoming somewhat forceful. "Don't be afraid, this is a step everyone needs to go through." As Jiang Chen was fully immersed in the light blue liquid, the exit above the glass, as if sensing her presence, attempted to close automatically. She stretched out her hands from the liquid, struggling to open the glass door. But a drowsy gas emanated from the breathing mask. She tried to shout, but her exhaled vapor quickly enveloped the mask, blurring her face. Her struggling limbs began to weaken, finally collapsing limply. Jiang Chen tried to open her eyes, but a weariness, seemingly from the depths of her consciousness, quickly overwhelmed her, and her eyelids drooped heavily. Deathly silence fell around her. Darkness, almost tangible, gradually swallowed her. In her hazy state, she seemed to be back in the hall she had just visited, only this time, instead of looking up, she was coldly looking down at the passing crowds through the glass. The bustling crowds were reflected in her light green eyes, which greedily opened their mycelium-filled mouths. Jiang Chen had thought that during this long cleansing process, she might have a very long dream. Surprisingly, aside from that inexplicable and fleeting dream, when she woke up again, Julie was already beside her, as if she had never left. The cleaning container had recognized that Jiang Chen had completed the cleaning process, and the glass window opened automatically. She climbed out of the glass container and ripped off her breathing mask. Julie glanced at the panel information, somewhat surprised. Even with Jiang Chen standing right in front of her, she remained motionless, staring at the panel in her hands. Jiang Chen noticed her unusual expression and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Could the capsule have been discovered?" "It's nothing. It's just that your cleaning time was only 3 hours, whereas it used to take at least 6 hours." "That's strange." Julie shook her head, but then, still somewhat uneasy, she reviewed the information on the panel again, carefully checking the data. "Let me see." Dong Zhe, who had been standing at the control panel in the cleaning room, walked over and took the display panel from Julie. Jiang Chen's heart was pounding in her chest. She could tell that Julie had just been assigned to the cleaning work and was still somewhat inexperienced, but Dong Zhe was clearly very experienced. "The data is correct. There are no traces of implanted clothing on your body. Your previous living environment was probably extremely clean. Go to the next testing point." Dong Zhe glanced at Jiang Chen and handed the panel back to Julie. Julie also breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen was essentially someone she had handled. If anything went wrong later, she feared she would lose her job. Since Senior Dong said there was no problem, Julie thought that she shouldn't cause any trouble. Avoiding mistakes was the best course of action. She silently deleted the report about Jiang Chen's injury in the washroom from the dashboard. This report was virtually identical to countless others before, without a single problem. Jiang Chen wrapped the blanket tighter around herself, offering no further explanation to Dong Zhe's words. She herself didn't know the cause. Too many inexplicable things had happened to her, mysteries lurking like snakes in the night. But her intuition told her she needed to remain constantly cautious, or she would face something far more serious than death. She followed Julie to the testing room. Julie told her to simply follow the instructions based on the test results, and that Julie's main responsibility was the cleaning process. Her work was finished there. After saying goodbye to Julie, Jiang Chen entered the testing room alone. Compared to the cleaning, the testing process was much simpler than she had imagined. A researcher in a white robe casually performed a full-body scan and blood draw on Jiang Chen, much like a quality inspector in a large factory, taking no more than 10 minutes. Jiang Chen was told that the test results would be available in 20 minutes. One copy would be kept by her, and the other would be directly given to the administrator in charge of grading. In the testing room, Jiang Chen saw other freshmen around her age, presumably from the previous batch. Some looked anxious, like they were just before their college entrance exam scores were announced. Others seemed indifferent. Jiang Chen figured these were probably already displaying their abilities, and didn't care about the test results. Jiang Chen had planned to wait for Lian Wu to come out so she could ask her the question that had interrupted her earlier, but she hadn't seen her. "Jiang Chen, number 1319, your test results are available. Please collect them at lab station number 3. The announcement in the testing room sounded, and she followed the signs to lab station number 3. On the lab station was a large white machine, the display showing, "Test results for number 1319 are available. Please pay and print." What? They charge money? Chapter 38. Jiang Chen wasn't just empty-handed, she was practically penniless. She'd never even seen the currency of this world. Jiang Chen tapped the payment page, which displayed 327 suspended tower coins required for this transaction. Suspended tower coins were the currency circulating within the suspended tower. She sighed deeply. These days, you couldn't survive without money anywhere. Yes, not even in another world. Jiang Chen snapped out of her daze, staring at the large 327 on the screen, utterly bewildered. What to do? Borrow money? She didn't know anyone to borrow from, and she couldn't even find a job. Jiang Chen glanced back at the monitor, and noticed the word exchange in the lower right corner, the font so small, it was almost invisible. She clicked on it, and saw all sorts of items that could be exchanged for suspended tower coins, muted limbs, pre-apocalyptic cell phones, and other electronic products, even photos of certain idols, a diverse array of bizarre and unusual items, each with varying values. One of the unmutated grass seeds was worth a staggering 8,999 tower coins. Back in her day, the lawn downstairs was overflowing with everything imaginable, let alone a single grass seed. If she just shoveled a couple of square meters, wouldn't she be a billionaire? Stop daydreaming. Back to reality, on the left side of the monitor was a personal stored value account. Jiang Chen clicked on it, and inside was a full-body 3D image of herself, along with her name, gender, height, blood type, and other basic information. All other information was displayed as under development. Most importantly, the tower coin section showed 0. Jiang Chen couldn't help but pound her chest and sigh. I'm a pauper no matter where I go. She poked the screen hard, unable to resist shouting, what if I don't have any money? Dear Jiang-chun, this is your personal service terminal. If your account balance is insufficient, you can select option 899 in column 46 at the bottom right. A mechanical female voice came from the large white box. Unexpectedly, it was even an intelligent voice system. Jiang-chun leaned closer to the screen, searching carefully, option 899 in column 46. Found it. It truly was tailor-made for me. Good quality hair can be exchanged for 1,000 suspended tower coins. But where am I going to find someone to cut my hair? Jiang-chun reluctantly touched her long, black hair. The terminal continues to serve you. The exchange center can provide you with haircut services. You can also choose to use suspended tower coins in advance before exchanging them. You can complete the exchange within 7 days, during which no interest will be charged. We look forward to serving you. It truly is a one-stop service, and there's even interest. Jiang-chun was helpless. She pressed the good quality hair can be exchanged for 1,000 suspended tower coins exchange button firmly. Whoosh! Your suspended tower coins have arrived. Jiang-chun jumped back to the original page, selected payment, and the monitor showed printing. Jiang-chun's initial tension was dispelled by her previous predicament of being short of money. When Jiang-chun saw the test results, she knew that bad things always come in droves. The ability value on the test report seemed magnified several times, prominent and conspicuous. Ability value 1%. This is better than nothing, isn't it? Jiang-chun's mind was full of questions. Although she had fantasized about whether she was a genius or possessing extraordinary abilities. But reality slapped her in the face far too quickly. Jiang-chun dejectedly opened the door to lab table number 3 and walked out. She thought, maybe they made a mistake in their scoring. Yes, that must be it. The actual total score is 10% maybe? Well, my 1% isn't so bad. She tried to comfort herself. Just then, some freshmen were queuing outside waiting for their results. Hey, how's it going? Ha ha ha, just asking. A slightly chubby, ruddy-faced boy greeted Jiang-chun, a little embarrassed but also curious. He'd been waiting outside for ages. What was this girl's result that made her wait so long? Jiang-chun opened her eyes wide expectantly and asked, what's the total score? It says 1% ability value on it. Ah, it's calculated on a percentage basis. Du-hai's already squinted eyes visibly widened, almost doubling in size. Huh? Jiang-chun's heart sank. The boy, perhaps realizing his voice was a bit low and drawing attention, lowered his voice. Your ability value is indeed a bit low. But as long as you have an ability value, you can still stay in the suspended tower. Du-hai racked his brains, and finally found a reason to comfort Jiang-chun. Thank you. Jiang-chun replied dejectedly. By the way, what's your name? My name is Du-hai. From now on, we're classmates. I go in first. Du-hai scratched his head. Although he had already demonstrated his ability, the test report might not be very useful to him, but he still wanted to know his ability value. Okay, see you later. Jiang-chun tried his best to cheer himself up in the face of such a dismal ability value. According to the test results, she needed to wait here for her assessment results. Watching the crowds come and go, some people jumped for joy as they came out of the door, while others walked out dejectedly, leaning against the wall. Time slipped away quietly. Jiang-chun, hasn't your assessment result come out yet? That's not right, I was right behind you, and my result came out a long time ago. Du-hai was about to leave when he noticed Jiang-chun still sitting in the corner. Sigh, I'm not really sure either. Jiang-chun hadn't recovered from the shock of her 1% ability value. She felt dazed and her vision was blurry. Du-hai couldn't find a suitable reason to comfort her. Maybe there are more people this year, so the results are taking longer. Just as Du-hai finished speaking, the announcement came over the loudspeaker. Jiang-chun, number 1319, your assessment result is available. Please report to laboratory number 6. Jiang-chun immediately stood up. Good luck. Du-hai stood up and said sincerely, following Jiang-chun's lead. After saying goodbye to Du-hai, Jiang-chun followed the signs to laboratory 6. The door opened automatically. She mustered her energy and went inside. The room was filled with all sorts of books. Stacks of heavy books piled on the desk completely blocked the view of anyone behind them. Some leftover food lay nearby. Jiang-chun strained to see inside, standing on tiptoe. Unexpectedly, she found an elderly man, probably in his 60s or 70s, not wearing a white lab coat like a lab researcher, but rather heavy, faded, grayish-brown old clothes. He wore old-fashioned glasses, and was looking down at Jiang-chun's test report. He didn't look up at her, simply saying, "Sit down," and then ignored her completely. Jiang Chen sat down opposite him. The nameplate on the desk was pushed aside, hidden by the books. Jiang Chen glanced at it. It read Jilan. She waited and waited, and Jiang Chen had good reason to suspect that Professor Ji across from her had fallen asleep, as he had maintained this posture for at least 15 minutes. Jiang Chen stared at the lamp on her desk, lost in thought. My ability value is 1%, so what is my ability? Although she was now thin and frail, Jiang Chen felt a significant improvement in her speed. She used to be someone who couldn't even run 800 meters. Her vision and hearing had also improved slightly, though not by much, but Jiang Chen felt there was at least a small improvement. She glanced through the gaps in her book at the old professor across from her, but he still didn't react. Ahem, Professor Ji put down Jiang Chen's report and looked up at her. Jiang Chen quickly sat up straight. What kind of ability user was she? Chapter 39. Professor Ji touched his distinctively trimmed beard. Longer on the left, shorter on the right, uneven. He stood up, shakily walked to the back cabinet, slowly squatted down, opened the bottom drawer, and took out a copper-green seal. Professor Ji looked at the brand-new copper-green seal and muttered, "This is an antique that hasn't been used in years." The report was finalized. The classification report was complete. Professor Ji stamped Jiang Chen's copy as well, saying, "Get out." "That's it? The end?" Jiang Chen took the report. The classification result in the lower right corner was engraved in copper green. Undifferentiated. "Excuse me, what does this mean? I heard there aren't only physical and mental ability users?" Jiang Chen asked uncertainly. Professor Ji's face, as white as a chrysanthemum, had previously been sleepy, but now, behind his heavy reading glasses, it became sharp. "Nonsense." He slowly locked another of Jiang Chen's assessment reports into the safe. "Child, this world is far more complex than you imagine. How can you view it with such a simplistic binary? Take the report and get out." Jiang Chen wanted to ask more questions, but Professor Ji had already sat down again, clearly unwilling to answer anything. The tall books completely blocked Jiang Chen's view. She could only reluctantly turn and leave with the assessment report. Inside the room, Professor Ji, peering through the layers of books, fell into deep thought. 1% of an ability value, yet the conversion rate reaches over 90%. When was the last time I saw someone like that? Forget it, I'm getting old. He took the report out of the safe again. Outside. Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly, Du Hai lingered outside the door. He waved to Jiang Chen. "How's it going? Have your assessment results come out yet?" Du Hai was supposed to report after the assessment results came out, but he was genuinely curious about what the 1% ability assessment result meant, so he delayed reporting. "Yes, it's out. Undifferentiated. Do you know what that means?" "What? You're an undifferentiated person?" Du Hai's eyes widened. "Undifferentiated people haven't appeared for a long time. There are too many people here. Come with me, I explain it to you in detail." The two left the bustling corridor and found a quiet place. Du Hai paced back and forth, seemingly pondering how best to explain it to Jiang Chen. He thought for a moment and said, "It's like this. Undifferentiated individuals refer to those whose abilities haven't yet differentiated in their direction. They generally don't reveal their abilities before adulthood. Then what's the difference between this and a squib who has a confirmed ability direction but hasn't shown it yet?" Jiang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. She had already heard Zhou Yang's explanation of these undisplayed abilities on the spacecraft, so she wasn't surprised by Du Hai's explanation. Surely, she wouldn't be that unlucky, just 1 in 100. That's different. Du Hai couldn't help but sigh. If the probability of a confirmed ability direction user being a squib is only 1%, that is, only 1 in 100 ability users might be a squib, but undifferentiated individuals. Du Hai looked up at Jiang Chen again. The probability of an undifferentiated individual appearing is 1 in 10,000. That means if you're classified as undifferentiated, you're unlikely to display any special abilities. Jiang Chen gripped the railing tightly, feeling her blood rush to her brain. She couldn't understand what he meant for a long time. So, since the suspended tower was established, there haven't been any undifferentiated individuals displaying special abilities? Jiang Chen still held onto a sliver of hope. Du Hai lowered his voice, seemingly reluctant to speak. Based on the currently available data, there were some when the suspended tower was first established, but none in recent years. Fate had truly played a cruel joke on her, giving her a special ability value, only to tell her that this ability couldn't yet manifest. Looking at the narrow, steep staircase that seemed to stretch endlessly, it must have been built many years ago. Perhaps because few people trod in it, the mottled walls were covered in dust. Some walls had even completely crumbled. The dark corners of the ascending stairs meant that even the faintest rays of light sank into them. Jiang Chen's thoughts drifted for a moment. Looking at the winding staircase, she murmured, "Du Hai, 2 more years." Du Hai looked at Jiang Chen. The faint sunlight shone on her profile. His earlier resentment and anger had melted away. He asked, puzzled, 2 years? Yes, as the saying goes, when you think you reached the end of the road, a new path opens up before you. Ever heard that? Jiang Chen smiled brightly. Du Hai was momentarily blinded by her radiant smile. He shook his head. And what about 1,000 sails pass by the sunken ship, 10,000 trees bloom before the withered tree? Du Hai shook his head again. After all, in this day and age, survival was a struggle. Who had the time or inclination for such things? Jiang Chen realized she almost forgotten this was Eden in 2095. No longer her original world. Well, anyway, even though I only have 1% of my ability power right now, plus I'm an undifferentiated individual, she paused, then added, even a fly's meat is meat. Having some ability power is better than nothing. I can't just pack up and go home knowing this now. Besides, she had no home in this world. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Du Hai's small eyes were filled with great confusion. Well, in layman's terms, it's just taking it one step at a time, doing your best and accepting fate. Du Hai hadn't expected Jiang Chen to recover so quickly, as if she could overcome any obstacle. Jiang Chen looked at the rugged and dark stairs, thinking that one of the few things she learned in all her years of experience was mental manipulation. No matter how difficult the project, she held on, recalling inspiring poems and stories from 5,000 years of history to encourage herself to keep going. Even if she lost, she wouldn't regret it. All right, shall we go up these stairs, please? Jiang Chen pointed to the winding, upturned staircase. Yes, of course. Du Hai and Jiang Chen smiled at each other. Because of their different levels, they naturally had to report to different rooms. However, assuming they would meet again later, they said goodbye easily and went to find their respective rooms. Jiang Chen followed the signs, and the further she went, the fewer people she encountered, and the noise and chatter gradually subsided. Jiang Chen stopped at the last door in the corridor. The sign was covered in dust, but the words undifferentiated individuals reporting room were still faintly visible. She knocked on the door, mustered her courage, and opened it. Chapter 40. Jiang Chen entered the registration room. It was empty. The heavy curtains were drawn, making the room somewhat dim. A long, dilapidated table, a few chairs of varying styles, all covered in dust, and nothing else. Is anyone home? No one answered. Jiang Chen tried to walk around the chairs to turn on the light. But he couldn't quite figure out the jumbled obstacles on the floor, and before he could reach the light switch, he accidentally bumped into an unknown object. Thud. The unknown object fell to the floor, making an unusually sharp sound in the empty room. Who's there? A head emerged from one end of the long table. In the dim light, Jiang Chen could only see an irregularly shaped, enormous head hanging in front of the table. With all his speed, Jiang Chen picked up whatever was on the floor for self-defense, and in 3 steps, he quickly moved over the obstacles and turned on the light. The bright light from the incandescent bulb instantly illuminated the entire room. The person at the other end of the long table stretched and yawned. Then Jiang Chen noticed that they had something resembling a purple octopus sponge on their head. What was that for? The person, with that head, one arm dangling from the chair behind them, impatiently asked, "Who are you looking for?" That voice sounded familiar. "Hello, I'm here to report for duty." "Reporting for duty?" The octopus head raised its voice and asked again. "Yes, I'm an undifferentiated individual." Jiang Chen reiterated his classification. Silence. The other person seemed to have suddenly gone offline. There was no sound for a long time, making the originally uncreepy scene seem rather strange. "Excuse me, are you there?" Jiang Chen asked cautiously again. "Yes." A deep voice came from inside the octopus head. He reached up and removed his octopus head. Messy, dark blue hair covered half his face, but Jiang Chen recognized him immediately. "John Finga? You know me? Don't you remember me? I'm the one who escorted us into the suspended tower as city guards a couple of days ago." Jiang Chen said happily, having finally encountered a familiar face. "Oh, my name is Jiang Chen. Let me reintroduce myself." "Oh, okay." Jiang Chen decided to proceed with the registration process himself. "So what's the procedure now?" John Finga stood up and pulled a stack of crumpled booklets from some hidden corner. "Come and sign this." He then lay back down in the space created by pushing several chairs together. Jiangchen walked over, picked up the stack of documents, spread them out, and examined them carefully. This booklet seemed to introduce some basic information about the suspended tower, and the basic rules to be followed here. It was quite long, and Jiangchen only skimmed through it. The last page was a registration form, requiring Jiangchen and the undifferentiated administrator's signatures at the bottom. "Excuse me, do you have a pen?" Zhang Fengde closed his eyes, and thought seriously for a moment. He didn't think he ever used a pen in this room before. Without hesitation he answered, "No? I think you should have one, right?" Jiangchen pointed sheepishly to his jacket pocket. Zhang Fengde, without even opening his eyes, replied directly, "There aren't any in the registration room. What I meant was, you seem to have used a pen when you escorted us to the suspended tower, right?" Jiangchen subtly reminded him. Zhang Fengde, half closing his eyes, sat up and rummaged through his pockets. Sure enough, there was a pen. He tossed it to Jiangchen, who caught it and solemnly wrote his name. Silence. Zhang Fengde suddenly seemed to log off again, lying back in his chair and closing his eyes. "Excuse me, is this the end of our process?" "Yes. I see you might need to sign this too." Zhang Fengde sat up again and scribbled his name on the registration form. Jiangchen then noticed that beneath his fair skin, the dark circles under his eyes were particularly noticeable, and his eyes were quite bloodshot. What was he doing last night? Zhang Fengde noticed Jiangchen secretly observing him, and his previously calm gaze suddenly sharpened. She quickly shifted her gaze to the newsletter in front of her. "Don't we need to choose some courses or make a study plan?" "Whatever you want." "Is there anything else we need to do?" "No." Ring ring. An alarm clock broke the silence in the reporting room. Zhang Fengde finally got up from his chair very reluctantly. Even though his facial expression was mostly extremely calm, generally showing only slight impatience, this time his eyes revealed a hint of frustration. Frustrated about what? Zhang Fengde rubbed his messy hair and walked towards the door without looking back. Jiangchen quickly stood up. Hey, where are you going?" "Get to work," Zhang Fengde replied impatiently, clutching her octopus pillow. She knew this state felt familiar. It was exactly how she felt going to work in the morning. With a bang, the registration room doors closed, leaving Jiangchen alone again. She picked up her booklet, realizing she might need to go to school independently. But she really hadn't expected Zhang Fengde to be an administrator for undifferentiated individuals. Wasn't he a city guard? Could he also be an undifferentiated individual? "Sir, the 3 girls and the silver box have all entered the suspended tower academy." General Finian knelt on one knee, reporting respectfully. One is a beginner B level, one is a beginner C level, and the other is an undifferentiated individual. As per your instructions, we did not interfere with the classification results." Zhou Jingming was looking down at Finian's report, which meticulously recorded everything that happened after the 3 girls entered the suspended tower. His clearly defined knuckles turned the pages, and the faint blue veins were visible. His lowered brows and eyes remained as indifferent as ever, but the slight upturn of his lips clearly indicated he had seen something interesting in the report. In this calm and gentle atmosphere, Fenrir was momentarily lost in thought. Suppressing his surprise, Fenrir cautiously asked, "Do we need to send more men?" "I'm very sorry about Mingjiu, it was my mistake." Zhou Jingming raised his eyes, and said gently, "Don't get too close to them." "Yes." He glanced at the person below him, and said with some helplessness, "General, you already done so much for me. And you don't need to bow like this." Fenrir's attendant quickly helped him up. Although Fenrir was over 50, he was still quite spry. "My lord, I always hoped." Fenrir's tone was somewhat agitated, and he was about to say something when he looked up at those dark eyes with a deep red glint, and he jolted, quickly stopping himself. He was lost in this gentle scene, almost saying the wrong thing. Fenrir stepped outside, his body trembling slightly, as he stood by the window. His aged, eagle-claw-like hands gripped the scepter tightly. Years of war experience had given him a sense of immense danger approaching them. Chapter 41. Jiangchen sat in the registration room and flipped through the entire enrollment guide. The good news was that the guide was very detailed, covering everything from clothing and food to accommodation and transportation. It also provided comprehensive learning plans for different types of ability users, listing the courses and practical activities in tables. The bad news was that the learning guide for undifferentiated individuals only had one sentence on the last page: "Undifferentiated individuals, refer to this for learning." What did that mean? Refer to whom? How to learn? It wasn't explained. Jiangchen walked out of the registration room, completely bewildered, and happened to run into Du Hai, who had just finished registering. Du Hai waved to her. How did it go? Got it? It went pretty well. At least, she was officially staying at Suspended Tower Academy now. Du Hai, bursting with a natural sense of justice, figured Jiang Chen's ability value was so low that he should take better care of her in the future. That's good. Have you paid your tuition? What? There's such a thing as paying tuition? Jiang Chen was hit with another blow. Yeah, didn't the administrator in your registration room tell you? Jiang Chen couldn't help but groan inwardly then. How much does it cost? Ah, it's hard to say. Different ability specializations have different fees, and even our physical ability values differ. Those of us at the beginner level might get a discount. Du Hai scratched his head. Okay, let's go to the payment counter first. Jiang Chen slumped her shoulders and walked towards the payment center like a zombie. The payment counter had a huge, scrolling display screen showing the tuition fees for different ability users, and all expenses were very detailed. You can DIY your course selection, configuring the courses you want to take. This is suitable for those with a clear plan for their abilities. Alternatively, you can choose course packages selected by outstanding senior students from the previous year, also known as elite course packages. For example, in the psychic department, a package of courses recommended by a senior with advanced abilities costs 15,000 Suspended Tower coins. Du Hai chose this fully equipped course package, costing 6,000 Suspended Tower coins. Jiang Chen looked around. Was this the academic version of independent travel versus group travel? Jiang Chen searched from top to bottom, flipping through the pages, looking for the tuition fees for undifferentiated individuals. 5 minutes passed. Du Hai, did you find it? Am my eyes failing me? Jiang Chen scanned the large panel. I can't find it either, but my eyesight should be fine. Another 5 minutes passed. It shouldn't be there. Jiang Chen's eyes were sore from looking, but he still couldn't find the words undifferentiated individuals. Or, shall I take you to ask our registration room administrator? Du Hai thought for a moment. I'm already one of the latecomers. There's hardly anyone in the registration room now, so he shouldn't be busy. Du Hai said confidently. Besides, our administrator, Mr. Zhang Qiran, is practically a member of the elite class. He should be very knowledgeable and surely know. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire Du Hai's kindness. Du Hai, thank you so much. It's nothing, no trouble at all, Du Hai said, scratching his head sheepishly. The two wandered back to the registration room corridor, just as Zhang Qiran locked the door, sighing that he could finally leave work early today. A single teacher Zhang shattered his reverie. Zhang Qiran turned around, and Jiang Chen had never seen such a refined man. His pink shirt appeared casual, but a few buttons were casually undone at his collarbone, revealing a captivating collarbone. His purple-streaked black hair was tied up with a silver ornament, and an unknown yet rich fragrance wafted over. Zhang Qiran's gloomy expression vanished, replaced by a warm and gentle smile, a change of expression as swift as a Peking opera performance. He smiled gently and asked, "What's wrong, Du Hai?" Teacher Zhang actually remembers me, Du Hai thought with a secret delight, a slight blush creeping onto his dark skin. It's like this, my friend is an undifferentiated individual, but her reporting room administrator. Our administrator probably had some urgent business to attend to, so she hasn't had time to tell me yet. Jiang Chen quickly interrupted. Oh, right. Du Hai didn't know why Jiang Chen said that the administrator's job was to help new students register, but he could only agree. What could he possibly do? He's just a gatekeeper. Zhang Qiran said disdainfully, looking at the two little kids in front of him. Are you an undifferentiated individual? The sharper words, a stark contrast to his previous gentle tone, struck Jiang Chen's heart. Yes. It's been so many years since I've seen an undifferentiated individual. When was the last one? Zhang Qiran seemed unconcerned by Jiang Chen's answer, muttering to himself, it seems like 7 years ago. He bent down to look Jiang Chen in the eye. Those black eyes are really beautiful. What a pity. Before Jiang Chen could ask, what a pity, Zhang Qiran said ominously, I remember the last undifferentiated individual died during the differentiation process from a burst of energy. Senior Zhang, really? Don't scare me. Du Hai looked at Zhang Qiran nervously. Of course. Zhang Qiran pulled out an exquisite silver folding fan from somewhere, opened it to cover his mouth, and said with a chuckle, of course I was just joking with you guys. Jiang Chen and Du Hai felt a chill run down their spines. Professor Zhang, you haven't told us yet how much the tuition for this undifferentiated individual is? Jiang Chen couldn't help but want to break the strange atmosphere. Alright, Let me think. John Chiron casually fiddled with his folding fan, his long, almost womanly fingers moving with it. The curriculum for undifferentiated individuals isn't specifically structured. You can choose whatever you like. Jiang Chen and Du Hai exchanged bewildered glances. Was that an answer? Perhaps seeing their confused expressions, and glancing at Jiang Chen's attire, John Chiron mercifully said, "It's pointless whether you study or not anyway, so why don't you choose the introductory courses?" Introductory courses? Never heard of them. Du Hai was curious. He thought he had done his homework on the Suspended Towers courses thoroughly, but he had never heard of introductory courses. Introductory courses, as the name suggests, are some basic courses established when the Suspended Tower Academy was first founded. They're affordable. I think it's only 3,000 Suspended Tower coins a year. John Chiron closed his fan, glanced at his watch, and realized his appointment for nursing care was already over. He said impatiently, all right, it's the same whether you study or not. I have an appointment, I'm leaving." The intoxicating aroma slowly dissipated into the air as John Chiron left, leaving Jiang Chen and Du Hai staring blankly. Initial course? Chapter 42. After John Chiron left, Du Hai hesitated, then said somewhat apologetically, "Jiang Chen, the tuition deadline is 5 p.m. today. You have 1 hour left, and I might need to. Is there something you need to do?" Observing people's expressions was one of Jiang Chen's strengths. "Well, we junior ability users have a freshman gathering tonight, but if you need..." Du Hai felt a little embarrassed. He felt it would be disloyal to leave Jiang Chen behind, but the gathering that evening was a great opportunity for him to build connections, which would be helpful for his future development. "Du Hai, you already helped me so much today. Don't worry, I can handle the rest." Jiang Chen was very happy to have met such a helpful person as Du Hai at the beginning of her studies. It was a considerable comfort after a series of unfortunate events. "Okay, remember to contact me if you need anything. This is my ID number. You haven't paid your tuition yet. After you pay, you'll be given a terminal and we can communicate through it." Du Hai smiled and waved a watch-like terminal on his arm at Jiang Chen. "Terminal? Okay, see you later." Jiang Chen waved goodbye. Jiang Chen went to the payment counter again. She flipped through the course requirements in the enrollment guide from beginning to end. The courses were truly dazzling, including things like Dream Stealth, Spatial Control, Rapid Healing, and so on. But when she saw the prices, she decisively flipped past them, and finally found the initial course that John Chiron had mentioned at the very bottom of the list of courses. Just as John Chiron had said, the price was affordable. Jiang Chen followed the instructions, and saw the cost was 2,380 Suspended Tower coins for 2 years. Compared to other courses, this was practically a clearance sale, a rock-bottom price. Jiang Chen glanced at the course schedule. 2 years only meant 2 courses. The first year was general education, which Jiang Chen figured would be similar to popular science courses. The second year focused on practical application, a fusion of theory and practice. Compared to the previous courses, these two truly lived up to their names, simple and straightforward. Alright, now that the courses were chosen, it was time to make money. With 45 minutes until 5 p.m., Jiang Chen looked at the coordinates of the Exchange Center in the enrollment guide, his fighting spirit ignited. At the Suspended Tower Exchange Center. One price, 3,500 Suspended Tower coins, take it or leave it. Jiang Chen shouted, standing on tiptoe and pressing his hands against the counter. Tang Shi, the receptionist at the Exchange Center, was short and had a somewhat aged scar running from his ear to the corner of his mouth on his right cheek, giving him a fierce look. However, his shrewd, sharp eyes, half closed, clearly screamed profiteer. He shook his pointed head and said unhurriedly, "We buy according to the prices listed on the website. 30 centimeters of hair will only get you 1,000 Suspended Tower coins. I offer 60 centimeters of hair. I doubt you can find that length and quality here," Jiang Chen said, letting her hair down from its bun. Thick, smooth black hair reached her calves. Tang Shi was tempted. Under the fluorescent light, Jiang Chen's thick, misty black hair clearly hadn't undergone any cheap perming or dyeing. He couldn't help but calculate. Hair of this quality was truly rare, and would undoubtedly be favored by the upper class. Although anti-aging agents were now readily available, hair loss caused by nuclear radiation and industrial pollution remained a serious problem. This lock of hair, after some fine processing, could surely fetch a good price. Tang Shi looked at Jiang Chen's youthful face. Although she was somewhat clever, she was still young after all. He snapped, "Earn it or don't disturb my business, go away." He tried to shoo Jiang Chen away. But in his heart, He thought that this little girl was eager to exchange her hair for suspended tower coins, so he must be in a hurry and needed to put her down. He was pleased with his income this month, but his expression showed no joy. He was putting on airs and wouldn't budge an inch. Jiang Chen withdrew her tiptoes, and the high counter instantly obscured half her face. Tang Shi had to silently adjust the height of his chair so he could constantly observe Jiang Chen's expression. Jiang Chen recalled the people she had met along the way. Very few had long, pure black hair. Furthermore, she remembered that the exchange price for hair was relatively high compared to other exchangeable items, proving there was a market for it. She started to leave, seemingly having made up her mind not to exchange anymore, muttering, "Forget it, forget it. I was hoping to earn some pocket money, might as well not exchange." Jiang Chen's fair hands stroked her long, black hair, the stark contrast making the strands appear even more jet black and lustrous. 3,000 suspended tower coins, came Tang Shi's gritted teeth voice from behind. Jiang Chen didn't turn around upon hearing this. Even after already walking outside, she spoke to herself in a perfectly measured tone. Or perhaps I should go find teacher Zhang Qiran. He has connections, maybe he can introduce me to a better seller. This girl actually knows Zhang Qiran. Tang Shi jumped up, pushed his chair aside, clenched his fist, and pounded his other palm. 3,500 suspended tower coins, deal. Jiang Chen immediately turned around, beaming, and said, "Pay up." Tang Shi watched the girl's expression change faster than flipping through a book, and couldn't help but wonder if he had really offered too high a price. But before he could think about it, he transferred the suspended tower coins amidst Jiang Chen's repeated urging. But wasn't it supposed to be haircut first, then payment? He hadn't encountered such a haggling customer in a long time. Jiang Chen glanced at the clock. There were still 5 minutes until 5. Where can I get a haircut? Can it be done in 5 minutes? Are you in such a hurry? Tang Shi slowly pulled a white cape and scissors from the counter. You're cutting? Yes, if you need to check my hairdressing certificate, I can ask you to look it up. Tang Shi naturally didn't tell Jiang Chen that the last time he cut someone's hair was probably when he was taking his certification exam. Okay, then hurry up, I'm in a rush. Jiang Chen pushed away the apron Tang Shi handed him. Just like that, one cut. Snap, the moment the hair hit the ground, Jiang Chen felt a lightness in his head, and he sprinted through the door towards the payment counter. Tang Shi looked at the long black hair in his hand, his shrewd little eyes narrowing. Chapter 43. Jiang Chen finally completed the payment in the last minute before 5 o'clock. The white machine's display showed the message, "Payment successful, balance 793 suspended tower coins." Thank goodness, at least I have some balance. At least I'm not a pauper anymore. Jiang Chen smiled contentedly, then the page switched, revealing the following large text. Please select according to the page to pay for accommodation. Jiang Chen's smile froze on her face. Damn it, is this ever going to end? She raised her arm as if to punch this damn machine, but silently lowered it halfway through the swing. If she broke the machine, she'd definitely have to pay for it. If she injured herself, she'd have to pay for medical expenses. Frustrated, utterly frustrated, she couldn't take this anymore. She took a deep breath, leaned against the huge white machine, and patiently clicked on the accommodation option. The room offered various accommodation options. A deluxe single room for 10,000 tower coins, a deluxe double room for 7,000 tower coins, and even the cheapest 4-person room cost 2,000 tower coins a year. Jiang Chen tugged at her short hair behind her ear. Should I shave my head? She returned to the page, carefully examining the various options on the screen, and then opened the enrollment guide to study it thoroughly. Wait, it doesn't say you have to stay in the dormitory. Jiang Chen slapped her forehead, remembering that she did have a free place to stay for the next few days. After clicking the exit button on the page, a metal cylinder scrolled out from under the white machine. She opened it. Inside was something resembling a watch, with a card attached that indicated the device's name, terminal, and instructions for use. Its dial, let's call it a dial for now, is about the same size and thickness as a regular watch dial. Jiang Chen carefully examined it. The terminal felt cool to the touch and was hard, but it wasn't like any metal she'd seen in her previous world. It was a glossy, jet black color, with a faint bluish tint under light. Both sides were identical, with Jiang Chen's name engraved on the cross-section. She hadn't expected it to be a custom-made piece. But I don't see how to fasten it. Jiang Chen turned it over and over, but couldn't find a clasp. Isn't this how it's worn? Jiang Chen looked around. It was nearing evening, the payment deadline, and the place was deserted. She held the terminal to her left wrist, intending to find some kind of rope to tie it up. As if sensing her wrist's pulse, the terminal automatically conformed to her wrist, encircling it completely. The veins on her palm felt like they were being slightly shocked. The terminal on her wrist then emitted a silver blue light. Wow, it's activated just like that. A large screen appeared in front of Jiang Chen's retina. Hello, Jiang Chen. The terminal is at your service. A mechanical female voice sounded in his ear. The composed mechanical female voice asked, would you like personalized service? What is personalized service? We will provide personalized service based on your needs, such as the positive and sunny little angel type. The composed female voice suddenly changed to a soft and cheerful girlish voice. Hello, little Jiang Chen. How can I help you? Or, like a mature and steady man, the cheerful female voice changed to a deep and pleasant male voice. Little Chen, I hope to accompany you on the next journey. Or a gentle, warm male voice, a deep male voice turning into a delicate, gentle male voice. Chen Chen, is there anything I can help you with? Jiang Chen instantly got goosebumps. A steady, mechanical female voice tried to add other personalized prompts. Stop, stop, it's still the same. Okay, the terminal will continue to serve you. Could you explain how to use the terminal? Jiang Chen asked. Of course. The terminal is one of the most intelligent devices developed by the Suspended Tower Academy. With the terminal, you can communicate, identify, and exchange items without the need for external devices. Jiang Chen thought to herself, it's just a cell phone in their world. I thought it was something strange. But getting a phone as a free gift with tuition is a good deal. Never mind, now is not the time to study this thing. I need to get to my accommodation first. Jiang Chen left the payment center and immediately encountered a couple. Two nameplates immediately appeared above the couple. The girl's name was Qiao Na. Her ability was 5 senses evolution, beginner level, from Z City, 162 centimeters tall, and some other relevant personal information. The boy's name is Wang Fan. His special ability is a small, closed eye, and he's also from Z City. There's a heart-shaped arrow between them. Hey, this terminal is really interesting. The entire business card is uploaded to the terminal. Essential personal information is clearly displayed. Why is his special ability a small, closed eye? Jiang Chen pointed to the small eye on the large screen. Personal information involves privacy. You can choose to make it public or hidden, but publicly disclosed data must be accurate. Then let's go to my personal information page and take a look. Jiang Chen's personal data was indeed displayed before him, including details like blood type and height, all of which were set to public. Jiang Chen scrolled to the special ability section and chose to hide the undifferentiated individual option. Beep beep beep. Your friend, Spicy Sumao Du, has requested to add you as a friend. Jiang Chen accepted the request, and Du Hai's business card immediately arrived. Upon closer inspection, Du Hai was actually from Kexurilia. Jiang Chen, did the exchange go smoothly? Du Hai, are you from Kexurilia? Yes, are you from Kexurilia too? Sort of. Then we're from the same hometown. You can ask me any questions you have. I have to go now. Okay. It wasn't surprising that Du Hai was from Kexurilia. As far as Jiang Chen knew, apart from that underground palace, Kexurilia was a region with relatively few mutants and alien beasts, so there were quite a few humans living in groups. However, Jiang Chen didn't add his place of origin to his business card. Although it was gradually getting dark, the building was still brightly lit, with students coming and going. For a moment, Jiang Chen felt disoriented, as if she were back in her original world, attending school. Based on your vital signs, your body temperature is 36.1 degrees Celsius, which is low. Your energy consumption today exceeds your average level. You need to replenish your energy. The mechanical female voice on the terminal sounded again, reminding Jiang Chen that she was now in a strange world. Would you like to order food? Based on your assets, the most cost-effective food has been selected for you. A bread-like food appeared before Jiang Chen, costing 5 suspended tower coins. This is perfect for me. She finished selecting it, and less than a minute later, a small flying device gently knocked on the window. It was no more than a meter tall, with several neon-like bulbs forming the words Fast Delivery. Hello customer, your meal has been delivered. Enjoy your meal. A cute boy's voice came from inside. Jiang Chen opened the window, and the flying device's hatch opened automatically, delivering a steaming hot meal to her hands. With a whoosh, the superbike disappeared into the horizon. Jiang Chen opened her lunchbox. Inside was a small piece of heated bread, marked with an Made in China sign, and a very detailed ingredient list. She wolfed it down. The taste was so, but it was incredibly filling. Jiang Chen ate as she walked. She had already decided on her accommodation for the night. Yes, it was the reporting room from before. The reporting room and the payment center were in the same building. Jiang Chen was unfamiliar with the area, and it was getting late. It wouldn't be convenient to rush off to find somewhere else to stay. She thought she might as well make do here for now, but before that, she needed to confirm one thing. Chapter 44. Jiang Chen knocked on the door, but as before, there was no response. She opened it, and just as before, the room was empty. Based on her observations of the reporting room today, both the dusty classroom and Zhang Fengge's unfamiliarity with the procedures indicated that the undifferentiated individual's reporting room was only used on reporting days. However, to be on the safe side, Jiang Chen asked tentatively, "Terminal, is this room usually used?" "The terminal will check for you." According to big data, this reporting room is only used during reporting periods each year. It isn't used during other times, and is in an idle state. They can even find that? It's truly astonishing. This building must be riddled with surveillance cameras. No wonder she didn't see any security personnel. It seems the terminal is essentially the city's all-seeing eye. Based on this deduction, Jiang Chen decided to rephrase her question. "Terminal, does that mean data is only displayed when someone searches for is there anyone in the undifferentiated one's reporting room on the terminal?" She paused, then added, "Or rather, when someone searches for terms, like does Jiang Chen live in the reporting room?" "Theoretically, yes." Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. "So, if no one asks, no one will know?" This building alone is nearly 60 or 70 stories high, and there are countless similar buildings in the suspended tower. Even with cameras everywhere, she's like a tiny ant in a vast ocean, unnoticed. Unless someone specifically asks her, they probably won't find out she requisitioned this reporting room. But the question is, who would know she is? "I'm just an ordinary little genius," Jiang Chen thought to herself, feeling that staying here temporarily was perfect. "Yes, Jiang Chen, you really are a little genius." "Ah ha ha. I'm just being modest." Praise is Terminal's consistent principle. Although Terminal was just an intelligent data processor, after only a few conversations with her, she discovered that it could adjust its language style and expression according to Jiang Chen's tone and behavior patterns. That's quite interesting. Jiang Chen looked around and found a bench, probably used for waiting for guests. She pushed it to a corner with a window and moved the bookshelf next to it to act as a screen, so that she wouldn't be seen directly when the door opened. The entire city of Suspended Tower has a constant temperature, so it wasn't too cold. Jiang Chen ordered a small blanket, and it wasn't too uncomfortable to sleep on. "Terminal, could you tell us about tomorrow's classes?" Jiang Chen asked, lying down. "Your class tomorrow is the general education course in the introductory curriculum. It will be from 9 to 11 a.m. on the 27th basement level of Side Tower 1. There are approximately 15 students scheduled." "Okay, I'm taking a break. Looking forward to serving you again." Jiang Chen removed the terminal and placed it aside. She closed her eyes and began to organize her current work priorities. Jiang Chen was a typical night owl. Her mind became clearer as the night progressed. Therefore, her favorite thing to do was to brainstorm before bed, sorting out the problems she had encountered at work recently. A huge blank sheet of paper appeared in her mind, covering the entire floor. Little Jiang, wearing a red struggle headscarf, carried a giant calligraphy brush in her right hand and a cute bear-shaped eraser in her left, sitting cross-legged on the paper. "Alright, our little Jiang, now you need to empty your brain." Ms. Jiang, dressed in professional attire, stood before a giant sheet of white paper. Little Jiang stood up, tilted her head, and forcefully patted her left ear, instantly creating a small puddle of ink on the ground. "Not enough." Ms. Jiang shook her head. Little Jiang then patted her right ear, creating another puddle of black ink on the ground, repeating this process until all the ink in her brain was emptied. Ms. Jiang picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and drew circles on the giant sheet of white paper, saying, "Alright, little Jiang, now please concentrate, we begin today's brainstorming." Ms. Jiang wielded the giant brush and wrote on the white paper. First question, why did she wake up in the black pod? Ms. Jiang produced a pointer from somewhere, pointed to the question, and said, "These are fundamental questions, so are they important to you?" "Important." Little Jiang immediately raised her hand to answer. A sharp crack echoed as the pointer struck the paper. "Is your brain just for decoration? Think carefully." Ms. Jiang's stern gaze swept over her. Jiang Chen rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. She asked herself, solving these questions might help me find some reasons for what's to come, but is it the most important thing? Not really. Firstly, she had no clues at the moment, and exploring these questions would be time-consuming and laborious. Secondly, She had a premonition that these questions might hide a greater mystery and danger. Currently, she wasn't capable of protecting herself, and rashly exploring them could be dangerous. Therefore, these questions were too difficult and not urgent. Little Jiang stepped forward and drew a crooked 5-pointed star with a red ink pen. Ms. Jiang nodded with satisfaction. The second question came from the capture by two groups of people. A giant white sheet of paper played back the relevant events like a slideshow, truly a complex and intricate web of events. Ms. Jiang raised her chin and said, "Little Jiang, stand up and answer this question." Little Jiang was recalling what had happened before, and being suddenly called upon by Ms. Jiang to answer a question left her momentarily confused and bewildered. "Look at you. I told you to concentrate, not to get distracted, not to get distracted. Think about why they want to capture you. Think about it along that line of thought." Ms. Jiang's stern voice echoed in her mind. "Understood. Their targets are girls who escaped from Kishria, but the reason is currently unknown." Xiao Jiang scratched her messy hair and added, "It's probably related to the first question, so I must protect this secret." She thought to herself, "Right now, I know the fate of 4 girls who went to Mysokia is unknown, and the other 3 are currently in the suspended tower. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, there will inevitably be a third capture." As soon as Xiao Jiang finished speaking, even the usually serious Ms. Jiang frowned. After all, with 3 girls in the suspended tower, the concentration of targets provided the other side with an advantage. Secondly, Jiang Chen's 2 previous escapes were likely due to a combination of factors, but whether she would have such good luck this time was uncertain. So how to solve this? The most important thing is naturally to enhance one's abilities and improve self-defense, but how to improve the use of these abilities won't be known until tomorrow's school day. This question is more difficult and urgent than the first one, so Xiao Jiang added 2 stars to it. Ms. Jiang put away her pointer, indicating she was quite satisfied with the rating. The third question was about how to stay in the suspended tower for a long time. Xiao Jiang paced back and forth barefoot. "From my observations of the suspended tower today, there are strict checks for entry and exit. Identity verification is required to enter the suspended tower academy. The security measures are relatively tight." "That's true." Xiao Jiang added, hands on her hips, "I checked on the terminal, and the suspended tower hasn't been attacked in all these years. Even Mysokia, which is said to be the safest city in the world, has been attacked. The terminal is a product developed by the suspended tower, so this is just one perspective." Ms. Jiang shook her head, indicating that Xiao Jiang's conclusion was not rigorous. "But judging from the construction of the city's buildings here, it hasn't experienced any major attacks," Xiao Jiang replied, quick-wittedly. Ms. Jiang nodded in satisfaction. "That's true. So, assuming they couldn't go home and couldn't achieve their ability enhancements, staying in the suspended tower wasn't a bad option. However, this problem still had a 2-year time frame, so it wasn't urgent and could be postponed. Draw half a star." The fourth problem was a practical one, namely money. Seeing the fourth problem on the huge white sheet of paper, both Ms. Jiang and Xiao Jiang felt a pang of unease. Ms. Jiang put her hands on her hips and muttered, "You're a pauper wherever you go." "Sigh, I don't want to either." Xiao Jiang lowered her head dejectedly. As the saying goes, even a clever cook can't cook without rice. Although Jiang Chen had enrolled in the introductory course, being out in the world without money was ultimately a serious matter. Furthermore, the reporting room can only serve as a temporary residence. Its privacy and security are not guaranteed. What if one day a clever person like her decides to use it as a temporary dwelling? This question is the most urgent, but not as important as the second one. Ms. Jiang wielded her pen and ranked it second, with 1.5 stars. "Cheer up. Cheer up." Ms. Jiang patted little Jiang's shoulder forcefully. Jiang Chen looked up at the 4 questions on the huge white paper, ranked by urgency and difficulty. Now, his thoughts became exceptionally clear. The huge white paper slowly disintegrated like fragments, transforming into a cool breeze that dispelled Jiang Chen's confusion. Finally, it coalesced in his vast sea of consciousness into a line of words shimmering blue light. Set 2 small goals, strengthen my abilities, and find a job. Chapter 45. Jiang Chen opened her eyes and put on the terminal. "Good morning, Jiang Chen. The terminal will continue to serve you. It's 8 a.m. now, 1 hour before your first class. Your route has been planned. It's about a 20-minute walk." The terminal's voice came again. "Okay," she replied. After finishing breakfast, she realized she had nothing to pack again, so she went straight out the door. The corridor near the registration room was deserted, indicating this area wasn't frequently used. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any valuables in the registration rooms, so there weren't any security checkpoints, and entry and exit weren't very strict. The further Jiangchen walked, the more people there were, and she followed the crowd out of the building. Following the map provided by the terminal, Jiangchen saw many young, vibrant faces along the way. They were confident, full of hope for the future, and brimming with youthful energy. She looked up at the main tower of the academy. From what she knew, the main tower was the core area of the City of Suspended Tower, serving as the city center, and it was divided into above-ground and underground sections. The underground section primarily houses offices, responsible for the daily administration of the city and academy. For example, the initial cleaning and other procedures for Jiangchen and his team took place here. The above-ground section is the daily teaching area for the Suspended Tower Academy, with vertical gardens adding touches of greenery to the steel-like main tower. The terminal didn't provide much information about the highest part of the suspended tower. Autonomous vehicles traversed the sky, while some small aircraft didn't stop, directly entering the top of the main tower. Side Tower 1 was much more remote. Following the map on the terminal, Jiangchen navigated around layers of buildings. Side Tower 1, located in the northeast corner of the main tower, was the first to be built in the city, followed by 11 other side towers built in addition to the main tower. Tower number 1 was located in a remote area, becoming increasingly sparsely populated the closer one got to it. Jiangchen hadn't seen a single person along the way. 27th floor underground. Jiangchen took the elevator to the underground level. With a ding, the elevator doors opened. It's so cold. She felt like she was in an underground parking lot. The cooling system here was exceptionally effective. The motion sensor lights turned on, revealing that the entire floor contained only one laboratory and a supporting equipment room, making it feel quite empty and desolate. Jiangchen arrived at the classroom door. The display screen next to it showed initial course general education. Pushing open the door, she saw a few people sparsely seated in the large classroom. She found a corner seat at the back. The view was perfect. She could observe her surroundings while remaining in an easily overlooked spot. Having a terminal was convenient. Jiangchen looked around at the people, getting a general idea of the situation. Including herself, there were only 9 people in total. A blur of movement swept by. "Hi, my name is Hai Dongqing." A girl with brownish-yellow curly hair sat to Jiangchen's right. "Wow, the view from this spot is amazing. You have great taste. By the way, what's your name?" Jiangchen replied, somewhat bewildered. "Then we're friends. We both fell in love with this spot at first sight." "What does that mean?" Before Jiangchen could answer, Hai Dongqing answered to herself, "It means we're on the same wavelength. And our aesthetic sense is both incredibly advanced." Hai Dongqing smoothed her flowing curls. "Huh?" Jiangchen was momentarily confused, not understanding what the person opposite her was talking about. "Your hairstyle. That slanted cut at the ends, a blend of modern and classical aesthetics, is it a new style?" Jiangchen opened the mirror section of her terminal and looked at herself. Sure enough, people had been staring at her on her way to school, and she'd been wondering why. Now she finally understood. Her once thick, voluminous black hair, styled with Tang Xi's masterful technique, had been cut short at ear level, the ends jagged and uneven. My hairstylist probably has a unique aesthetic sense." Jiangchen had never met someone so overly familiar. Hai Dongqing's name was completely different from hers. She was petite, with large, round eyes, giving the impression of a chattering, chubby-cheeked little magpie. "Hey, did you know we got a new teacher for our general education course?" Hai Dongqing said mysteriously in a low voice. Jiangchen shook her head. "You didn't know? Didn't you see how few people came to class today?" Hai Dongqing pointed around with his round fingers. Isn't it because this introductory course is cheap and lacks substance, so fewer people signed up? That's one reason, but some people don't care at all. They think the course is really easy, so quite a few people signed up." Hai Dongqing replied, crossing his legs. "But the most important reason, I heard, is that Professor Norman is teaching us." Hai Dongqing exaggeratedly pounded his heart. "Do you know Professor Norman?" Jiangchen frowned. They had briefly met on the aircraft before, and Professor Norman had left a very deep impression on her. His gray-brown eyes seemed capable of seeing through any lie. "Let me tell you." Hai Dongqing pulled out a large, bright green hair clip from somewhere and pinned back her curly bangs, preparing to launch into a long-winded account of her latest intelligence. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of leather shoes on the ground grew louder as she approached. Hai Dongqing immediately straightened up, picked up her book, and her previously playful expression instantly became submissive, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor as a model student. Norman walked to the podium, his sharp eyes scanning each student like radar. When his gaze landed on Jiang Chen, his brows furrowed slightly, his scrutinizing gaze fleeting. Jiang Chen lowered her head nervously. Thankfully, the gaze only lingered for a moment before moving on. Starting today, I will be teaching you the general education course. His face tightened, and his finger slid across the terminal. With a ding, Jiang Chen and the surrounding students received a data packet on their terminals. All the course materials have been sent to you. I don't have many requirements, but I hope you can remember them. Professor Norman casually pointed to a male student in the front row. You stand up. The boy, caught off guard, didn't react for a moment. Professor Norman stepped down from the podium. My first requirement for class is concentration. Do I need to repeat it? Under Professor Norman's imposing gaze, the boy stood up tremblingly. And you? Professor Norman then pointed to another student next to him. The experimental sample room has the teaching equipment needed for this course. Here are the keys. You two go and get them. Wang Qing took the keys, and the two hurriedly left their seats, almost tripping and making a fool of themselves. A chuckle came from the side. Jiang Chen looked up and saw it was Zhou Yang. Why had he chosen the introductory course? Mr. Zhou Yang, do you find my teaching style funny? Norman's lowered eyes looked at Zhou Yang, whose mocking smile hadn't yet subsided. Professor Norman, I didn't mean it. Zhou Yang hadn't expected Professor Norman to criticize him in public. His father was one of Norman's most outstanding graduates. My second condition is that anyone who questions my teaching can drop out of the course right now. The previously whispering classroom fell silent instantly. The rest of the students can use this time to review what we be learning today. After giving this instruction, Professor Norman sat down alone in the lecture hall, opening his terminal and looking at something. Jiang Chen learned the personal information of the two students, who had just been called on through the terminal. The first one called on was named Wang Qing. His ability was Endurance Enhancement, at the beginner level. The one who tripped was named Sun Xiangyu. His ability was unknown. She lowered her head, her left eye involuntarily twitching, and sighed inwardly, here we go again. Chapter 46. Jiang Chen opened the data package Professor Norman had released on the terminal. Their first lesson was about mutated plants. She browsed through it roughly. Overall, compared to mutated animals, mutated plants were much milder. The mutations of most plants, in essence, increased their original attributes. For example, watermelons became sweeter than sugar, and roses bloomed larger than a person, but they generally didn't actively attack humans. Jiang Chen's gaze was drawn to a plant called sea vine in the data package. Perhaps because they both belonged to the vine family, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of the vines in Curia. She subconsciously touched her calf. The feeling of despair and pain that had easily broken her calf by those terrifying vines seemed to surge back into her heart. What's wrong? You don't look well. Hai Dongqing's face suddenly moved closer to Jiang Chen. Nothing, nothing. Have you ever seen this kind of sea vine before? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Sea vine? That's a very common mutant plant. Hai Dongqing zoomed in on the virtual display screen on the terminal. Look, this plant is very vigorous and easy to care for. It thrives with just a little sunlight, and many buildings now use it for decoration. Indeed, Jiang Chen saw this plant appear in many places on the suspended tower in the virtual display screen. Its sprawling branches waved in the air, seemingly possessing an inexhaustible vitality. However, this plant is only found on the suspended tower. I heard it was salvaged from the nearby sea. It's not aggressive, so it's now widely used. Hai Dongqing spoke fluently and logically. Speaking of which, I show you something. Hai Dongqing cautiously glanced at the podium, and saw Professor Norman still engrossed in his terminal. She quickly transferred a file from her terminal to Jiang Chen, nudged him with her shoulder, and whispered, take a look. Even a short video was chilling. The person filming was clearly crouching in a hidden corner. You could feel their heavy breathing being suppressed in the video. Under the cold moonlight, the bloated branches, without any wind blowing through them, were indeed swaying. They convulsed morbidly, like spasms, shaking violently like epilepsy beneath the clouds in the moonlit sky. Helplessly baring their fangs in the toxic air, it was as if some invisible foreign force was terrifyingly binding and pulling at the black roots underground. It was growing greedily, sucking. The screen suddenly jolted, filled with the screams, gasps, and shouts of a man and a woman in agony. Jiang Chen cut off the video and immediately looked around. Everyone was still focused on the information package Professor Norman had distributed and hadn't noticed her movements. She then remembered that only she could hear the message on her terminal. Jiang Chen reopened the video, and the screen came on. My brain isn't working. Ellie, run. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. The voice suddenly fell silent, and the screen returned to normal, but there was a distinct, heavy dragging sound, nauseating and sticky, like the sucking sound of some ferocious, unclean species, accompanied by a chilling clucking noise. Something was being chewed. Bang! The video abruptly ended. Even though the video was over, the chilling fear remained deeply etched in his mind. Isn't this some kind of composite? After all, technology is so advanced these days, Jiang Chen muttered, questioning softly. Someone brought up that idea before, but many experts have analyzed the video and confirmed it wasn't composited, Hai Dongqing said in a whisper, glancing around. Besides, the camera that filmed the video disappeared without a trace. If it were composited, who would steal something fake? That's true, Jiang Chen said, resting his chin on his hand. If you two seem to be enjoying your discussion, would you like me to prepare afternoon tea? Professor Norman's mocking voice came from behind them. Jiang Chen and Hai Dongqing immediately shrank back like two quails. Stand up. Yes. The two stood up in unison. Sit in the first row. Professor Norman, actually I think. Hai Dongqing drawled, still trying to make a last-ditch effort. Miss Hai Dongqing, are you questioning my decision? Professor Norman's gaze was sharp and cold. Without a word, the two rushed to the front row and obediently sat down. Wang Qing and Sun Xiangyu were frantically taking the mutated plant out of the cart. Sure enough, it was the sea vine mentioned in Norman's teacher's information package. But compared to the reddish-brown vine Jiang Chen had in Koshuri, this sea vine was much smaller. Its overall size wasn't large, about an arm's length. The leaves were narrow and thick, a light grayish-green color, and the curved branches swayed slightly, as if strolling or dancing. Jiang Chen, look. That sea vine seedling next to Wang Qing has actually flowered. Hai Dongqing was itching to jump out of his seat and run to the front to see for himself. One of the sea vines in the cart was covered with dense clusters of tiny, purplish-red flowers. Some of the flowers had withered, and mulberry-like fruits had sprouted from them, clustered together, contracting as if breathing. Hasn't it ever fruited before? Jiang Chen craned his neck to look. No, I never seen a seedling bear fruit. Jiang Chen recalled the data package Professor Norman had sent earlier. It hadn't mentioned anything about this plant bearing fruit. Before this, the soft vines had climbed along his veins, silently creeping into his sleeve, from his wrist to his arm. When Wang Qing noticed, it had covered his entire arm, and the muscles, bound by the external force, had begun to swell. He rolled up his sleeves and pulled hard, but surprisingly, he couldn't tear it off. Sun Xiangyu, come help me. Jiang Chen and Hai Dongqing, sitting in the front row, immediately noticed something was wrong. Jiang Chen turned around to look for Professor Norman. Professor Norman's black figure pushed open the door and came out. The surrounding students didn't seem to have noticed what had happened, but Jiang Chen sensed something was amiss. Hai Dongqing, the terminal shows your ability is speed evolution? Jiang Chen asked Hai Dongqing in a low voice. Yes, I'm known as Speedy Legs. Good, go outside and see if you can find someone to help you. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, and then instructed, sneak out, preferably avoiding Professor Norman. Why avoid Professor Norman? Hai Dongqing had some questions, but now wasn't the time to press her. Okay. She left like the wind, unnoticed. Sun Xiangyu immediately put down the mutated plant he was holding and helped Wang Qing try to pull the sea vine clinging to his arm. But the more they pulled, the tighter it became, and the purplish-red fruit swelled rapidly. With a bang, the sea vine broke free of the culture dish and began to grow rapidly at a visible speed. Everyone was shocked, not expecting such a sudden turn of events. Some of them had never even seen such an aggressive mutated plant in their lives, and many were stunned in their seats. Although somewhat panicked, sea vines were common plants in the suspended tower. Several bolder students stepped forward to help Wang Qing tear the sea vine off his arm. But no matter how hard they pulled, the sea vine seemed to be attached to Wang Qing's arm, and they couldn't pry it off. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wang Qing groaned in pain, the densely packed, tumor-like fruits visible to the naked eye trying to pierce his skin. What do we do? What do we do? Sun Xiangyu looked around for Professor Norman. Where's the professor? Where did he go? If this continues, his arm will definitely be ruined. I saw the professor just went out. A girl pointed to the door. I go find the professor right away. The girl hurriedly pushed the classroom door. How could this be? She turned around and shouted, the door is locked. The remaining students only then realized something was wrong. I'm a strength enhancer, I pushed the door. Yang Chong stepped forward, intending to push the door. It's no use. The doors inside the suspended tower teaching building are made of special materials. Even a cannon might not be able to blast them open. It requires a teacher's fingerprint to unlock, Zhou Yang said, stepping forward. Right, we have terminals. We can contact people outside. A girl in the crowd stretched out her wrist and began to access her terminal. I just tried it. Messages from the terminal here haven't been sending, and messages from outside aren't coming in either, Zhou Yang said slowly, arms crossed. The scene suddenly erupted into chaos. Jiang Chen didn't dare approach too closely. Experience and common sense told her that in chaotic situations, maintaining a certain distance was crucial for safety. She carefully observed Wang Qing's arm through the gaps in the crowd. Under the pressure of the mutated plants, the flesh on his arm seemed to have burst open, and blood was flowing freely. He lay in Sun Xiangyu's arms, his consciousness beginning to fade. Chapter 47. Zhou Yang stepped forward and said, I just looked at the data package Professor Norman sent. It says that sea vine is an aquatic plant. Yes, I saw that too, a fair-skinned girl with glasses chimed in. Jiang Chen had seen her information on the terminal before. Wu Ling, her special ability is emotion manipulation. She can induce, enhance, or weaken the emotions of others, thereby influencing their behavior and decisions. Zhou Yang continued unhurriedly, since it's an aquatic plant, its vines must be afraid of fire. Burning the roots of the sea vine should save him. Everyone's thoughts suddenly became clear. Looking at the scene before him, Zhou Yang increasingly felt that this was just a small test from Professor Norman, a perfect opportunity for him to show off his skills. A confident smile appeared on his face. My power is fire. True to her name, a girl with fiery red hair stepped forward. Neve, that's my name. It's alright, don't panic. Right, we're all power users now. We can handle a mere mutated plant. Hurry, burn it! My good mood is ruined. Neve opened her palm, and a cluster of bright yellow flames rose from it. She aimed the flames at the roots of the sea vine. In the raging fire, the emerald green vines twisted and rustled, as if screaming. The sound of the burning fire echoed throughout the classroom, filled with the smell of burning plants, reflecting the innocent and naive faces of the children. It hurts. Wang Qing, who had collapsed to the ground, suddenly struggled to his feet, his arm covered in a dense mass of blisters. Sun Xiangyu immediately pressed down on Wang Qing's convulsing body, shouting, Stop! They're communicating through synesthesia. Synesthesia? Neve withdrew the flame from her hand. How is that possible? Synesthesia usually requires plants and humans to spend a long time together. It's unbelievable that the sea vine and Wang Qing have already established synesthesia in such a short time. Then we can't burn it now? Neve asked. If we want to save Wang Qing's life, we probably can't keep it burning. Zhou Yang's previously relaxed brows furrowed unconsciously. Jiang Chen, standing on the outer edge of the crowd, looked around. When Wang Qing was first injured, the students around him were indeed panicked and anxious. But as time passed, this emotion would gradually subside. Because whether Wang Qing's right hand would be useless was not important to those present, they were not the ones who caused the accident and had no need to blame themselves. As long as the danger doesn't involve themselves, they can simply observe from the sidelines. Jiang Chen looked towards the door again, but Wang Qing's injury was probably far from the professor's goal. The mutated sea vine's blood, nourished by Wang Qing's blood, swelled larger and larger, the surrounding stench of blood growing stronger, and the fleshy growths on the top leaf stems were even faintly throbbing. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out in the classroom. Another vine growing from a side branch of the sea vine wrapped around the girl's calf. The girl was dragged along by the mutated sea vine, its dense stems and leaves tightly binding her fair skin. The sea vine on Wang Qing's arm, its fleshy growth saturated with blood, burst open, like ripe fruit, filling the air with a strange fragrance. The sea vines in the cart stirred, extending long, thin branches to attack the surrounding students. Startled by this sudden turn of events, the students scattered like birds. How could this be? Weren't sea vines supposed to be relatively mild mutated plants? Zhou Yang quickly climbed onto the wall. Jiang Chen then noticed that web fingers were beginning to grow on Zhou Yang's fingers, allowing him to walk swiftly on the wall. In front of the podium, the mutated plants almost completely covered the cart, filling nearly half of the laboratory. Wang Qing's upper body was completely enveloped by the largest sea vine, while Sun Xiangyu and the girl, who hadn't had time to retreat, were now also directly engulfed by the mutated sea vines. The remaining students retreated to the furthest corner near the door, where the sea vine branches couldn't reach them. Will they die? Wu Ling, the girl behind Jiang Chen, sobbed softly. Everyone had initially thought it was just an accident, and the injuries were already a huge deal, but now it had become a matter of life and death. Didn't you see they were about to be eaten by these sea vines? Why are you asking? The boy beside him roared. Jiangchen calmly squatted down and pulled a remnant of the mutated sea vine stem and leaf, torn off during their escape, from under someone's feet. It wriggled in Jiangchen's hand, trying to wrap around his fingers, but after detaching from the main body, it quickly turned into a dry, withered yellow leaf. Jiangchen crushed the withered stem and leaf in his hand, stood up, glanced at him, and recalled the data he had seen earlier. Yizhenchuan, mutation direction enhancement, can increase the strength of others. Wu Ling couldn't accept this outcome and looked desperately at Jiangchen beside her, searching for hope. Jiangchen silently replied, I don't know. The dark green vines had completely enveloped the three of them, obscuring their view of the interior. But growth takes time. These mutated plants need nutrients, and the people lying there are their source of those nutrients. If they want to continue growing, they need even more nutrients. Jiangchen thought for a moment, and then voiced his guess. The tension in everyone's hearts was shattered by Jiangchen's words. What do you mean? Zhou Yang, still clinging to the wall, asked. Professor Norman's data package shows that, under normal circumstances, the sea vine's growth cycle takes 3 weeks to reach maturity? Jiangchen pointed again to the card now covered by the mutated sea vines. But look, this sea vine matured at an incredibly fast pace from its seedling stage, taking only half an hour. The dense sea vine rippled like green waves, and Jiangchen's calm voice echoed in everyone's ears. So, it must have been absorbing Wang Qing's blood as nourishment before we even discovered it, its growth rate already far exceeding normal. What does that mean? Jiangchen turned to face the crowd. It means they need to absorb even more nutrients to grow even faster. Zhou Yang, who had been clinging to the wall, retracted his webbed hands, jumped down, and completed Jiangchen's sentence. When Jiangchen entered the classroom, he surveyed the students' abilities. Except for Zhou Yang and Wang Qing's abilities, which he hadn't revealed, he silently memorized the abilities of the others. It now seems Zhou Yang's ability is a primal reversion, incredible speed, the ability to climb freely, and even the ability to conceal himself like a chameleon. Truly an extraordinary ability. And what about Wang Qing's ability? Jiangchen looked at Wang Qing, who was wrapped in vines. Could it be? What can we do? The door is sealed, and the terminal is unusable. Are we just going to sit here and wait to die? A sturdy little fat guy slumped down. Time ticked by, and the main plant in the center was constantly expanding, its stem slowly encroaching on them. The crowd's emotions shifted from anxiety to despair, and the sobs gradually grew louder. Cry, cry, cry! Wu Ling, can you be quiet for a second? Yi Zhenchuan yelled at the girl next to Jiangchen. Quiet. I'm about to die, and you want me to be quiet? Don't I even have the right to cry anymore? Wu Ling, who had been suppressing her sobs, suddenly burst into tears. Despair and helplessness filled the air. Jiangchen observed the expressions of the remaining people. The timing was perfect. I have an idea. Maybe we can try it. What idea? Wu Ling stopped crying and asked hurriedly. Right now, she was willing to do anything to get out. Outside the door. Professor, is it really okay to just leave this group of freshmen inside like this? Kane, Professor Norman's assistant, said with some concern. Professor Norman looked at the group of students on the virtual screen without saying a word, but pointed to a figure on the screen and said, Go and get the medical report and grading report for that freshman Jiangchen. Yes. Chapter 48. What you're saying is as good as saying nothing at all. Betty Yangchang questioned sarcastically. Jiangchen's proposed plan was still to eliminate Hai Ting's main trunk. His words were immediately met with skepticism from those around him. We just tried it. Hai Tong and Wang Qing have established a synesthesia. There's no way to burn the main trunk to death, Nif said, hands on her hips. That's true. Burning it would indeed kill the main trunk, but the process is too lengthy and would endanger Wang Qing's life. So we need to strike decisively, Jiangchen said calmly. Significantly? Zhou Yang looked at the main trunk protected by layers upon layers of vines, and asked doubtfully, You mean we have to go through all these vines to kill the main trunk? Yes, we need some people to kill the main trunk, while the others coordinate to distract the remaining vines, creating an opportunity for those who want to kill the main trunk. Jiangchen explained the initial plan. Although this plan was extremely risky, it was a way to quickly save the three of them. No, that's too dangerous. Yi Zhenchuan scolded Jiangchen, saying, Leaving aside who goes to kill the main trunk, what if we anger these vines? Can you take that responsibility? Yi Zhenchuan's concerns aren't unreasonable. Anyway, I'm not going, Chubby Yang Chong muttered. Then we can't just wait here. Are we just going to wait here to die and become nutrients? Anyway, I'm not going. Someone will definitely come to save us. Yang Chong turned his back, deciding not to participate in the discussion. Who will come to save us? Funi questioned. Professor Norman? The remaining 5 people's gazes immediately focused on Funi. Funi continued, although I don't know why Professor Norman did this. 3 people are already inside the vines, their fate's unknown. Right, why would he care about our lives? Didn't he kill his students before? Wu Ling suddenly remembered the previous rumors. Jiangchen genuinely didn't know about this. She looked at Wu Ling, who was about to recount what she had heard when Zhou Yang interrupted her. Wu Ling, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Which year or eye did you use to see Professor Norman kill his students? Zhou Yang hurriedly argued. But this rumor has been circulating for a long time. If it's false, why doesn't Professor Norman clarify it? Wu Ling retorted without flinching. That's. Zhou Yang couldn't find a suitable reason to refute Wu Ling's words for a moment. He turned his head away angrily, his face flushed. What's wrong? You can't argue anymore? Your Professor Norman is a murderer. Wu Ling clenched her fists, her helplessness regarding her life and death making her desperately need an outlet. Stop arguing. What's the point of saying this now? Phoenix interrupted their debate. Leaving aside what Professor Norman is trying to do, we're currently in the most secluded part of the entire building. Normally, no one comes here except for students in class. If we just keep waiting here, we might as well wait to be collected into our corpses. Taking action is better than sitting here waiting to die. Wu Ling followed closely behind. What are you talking about? We're students, not soldiers. What are you talking about? Yi Zhenchuan thought these people were completely insane. Objection. Objection. The scene immediately became tense again. Funi looked at Jiang Chen, who hadn't spoken until now. Why aren't you saying anything? What are your thoughts? Me? Disagreements are normal. Is that what I asked? Don't change the subject. Funi had a fiery temper, and was easily provoked. Jiang Chen glanced at everyone present. From the perspective of either the primacy effect or the recency effect, the argument among the group hadn't yielded any new solutions. Therefore, from a cognitive perspective, Jiang Chen's proposed solution had already left a deep impression on the remaining 4 people. But this was only the first step. As an undifferentiated individual, Jiang Chen's abilities were arguably the lowest among those present. Therefore, if she were to lead the subsequent actions, the effectiveness in both execution and cohesion would likely be greatly diminished. Jiang Chen mentally reviewed the abilities of the remaining 5 people. Funi was a fire-based ability user, Yi Zhenchuan's ability was enhancement, Zhou Yang's was ancestral reversion, Yang Chang's was strength enhancement, and Wu Ling's was emotion control. However, apart from Zhou Yang, who was a mid-level ability enhancer, the rest were all low-level ability users. While Funi and Wu Ling supported the operation, their actual power was limited. But if Yi Zhenchuan and Yang Chang's abilities could be combined, their chances of victory would undoubtedly increase significantly. Therefore, this is just my initial idea. Zhou Yang is the only mid-level ability user among us. I think he might have a better idea. Jiang Chen turned to look at Zhou Yang on the wall, giving way. While winning him over, it also served to shift the focus of conflict. From the argument just now, it was clear that 2 factions had emerged. Although Zhou Yang's attitude was ambiguous, based on Jiang Chen's understanding of him from the diving chamber, he loved the limelight, and would likely not take overly conservative measures. Zhou Yang, who always enjoyed being the center of attention, naturally elegantly stepped down from the wall. Alright, I heard you all arguing for a while now, Zhou Yang concluded. I think we should work together to cut off the main trunk. He pointed to the churning sea vines not far away. The others hadn't noticed them during the argument, but now it was clear that the vines had silently spread over. Their area of movement was shrinking. Like, what's your name again? Jiang Chen. Right, just like she said, we split into 2 teams. 1 hit, and we be sure to succeed. I'm not doing it. Do whatever you want, I'm just waiting here. Yi Zhenchuan, what do you mean? You have time to wait, but what about the people inside Hai Tung? Them? What do I care about their lives? I'm just like Yi Zhenchuan, we wait here. Fatty Yang Chong simply plopped down in the doorway and closed his eyes. How could you? Ah! A girl's scream came from behind Jiang Chen. Chapter 49. Before Jiang Chen could even look back, thick vines lashed out at him. Jiang Chen quickly dodged to the left. The second anomaly. To avoid the vines' attack, Jiang Chen and Zhou Yang were forced to move to another corner, separated from the other 4. Help! Help! Jiang Chen heard Wu Ling's loud cries. She was entangled by a huge vine, which effortlessly wrapped and dragged her into the dense vegetation. How could this be? There weren't this many vines before. Yang Chang's wheat-colored skin hardened instantly. Many vines lashed at him, but he was unharmed. The classroom was spacious and lacked cover. The 5 of them dodged left and right, and in a short time, they all sustained numerous injuries. Thenan's palms erupted with huge tongues of fire as she attacked the vines opposite, but the giant, wave-like sea vines, burning fiercely, continued to attack them, and the speed of their attacks increased. Yi Zhenchuan hid behind Funi, and Jiang Chen could see the flames in Funi's palm growing larger and larger. But the sea vines seemed utterly unfazed by the flames. Even engulfed in flames, their thick branches continued to grow rapidly, and most of the vines began to target Funi specifically. Seeing the situation was dire, Funi immediately withdrew the flames from her palm. Just as she was about to turn around, a vine pierced her palm and quickly wrapped around it, pulling her inward. Yi Zhenchuan, save me! Funi grabbed Yi Zhenchuan's arm with her other hand. Yi Zhenchuan grasped Funi's hand in return. Funi's eyes lit up with joy, but this joy quickly turned to shock. Yi Zhenchuan gave a forceful shove, and Funi was mercilessly dragged away by a vine that was rushing towards them. Taking advantage of the moment Funi was being dragged, Yi Zhenchuan immediately hid behind Fatty and hurriedly said, "I help you." Fatty suddenly felt a surge of force on his back. He swung his fists and snapped the oncoming vine. Jiang Chen and Zhou Yang, hiding at the edge of the corner, watched helplessly as Funi was suddenly dragged away by the vine. Both of them were filled with doubt. The sea vine, having attacked the 2 of them in succession, seemed to be digesting its nutrients and slowly calmed down. Zhou Yang, when you mention Funi later, don't press her further. Why? It must be Yi Zhenchuan and the others. A little suspicion can sometimes be a better catalyst for cooperation, but too much can backfire. Zhou Yang slowly climbed along the wall to Yang Chang's side and asked, "Where's Funi?" Yi Zhenchuan lowered his head and said dejectedly, "He was dragged away by the vines." How could this happen? Funi has the strongest attack attribute among us. The scene was chaotic at the time. We didn't have time to dodge, and Funi. Yi Zhenchuan looked very sad. Jiang Chen turned his head to look at Fatty. He seemed to have something to say, but then frowned and swallowed his words. According to the calculation, there was a half-hour interval between the first attack by the sea vine on Wang Qing and the second attack. The interval between the third attack just now was less than half an hour. I guess it will launch a 4th attack as soon as possible. Jiang Chen calculated the time. What do we do now? Fatty had been hoping for a rescue, but in just 1 hour, 5 of them had been killed. Zhou Yang and Jiang Chen exchanged a glance. Zhou Yang said, "The sea vine hasn't launched an attack yet. Fatty Yang Cheng, your ability combines offense and defense. I need you to cover me as I enter the sea vine's interior." "Cover you?" But Yang Cheng hesitated, his legs trembling involuntarily. He was genuinely afraid of those thick, resilient vines. "Yi Zhenchuan, is there a distance limit to your abilities enhancement?" Jiang Chen asked. "Me?" Yi Zhenchuan hadn't expected to be chosen, but since they were all in the same boat, he had to tell the truth. "I can't be more than 2 meters away from the target of my enhancement." Jiang Chen carefully recalled that Yi Zhenchuan had indeed stood very close to Yang Cheng when they arrived, so it seemed his statement wasn't entirely untrue. "Then you two go together." Hearing that Yi Zhenchuan was also coming with him, Yang Cheng felt a little more at ease, but, "Zhou Yang, could I borrow the dagger at your waist?" Jiang Chen pointed to an exquisitely crafted dagger tucked into Zhou Yang's waist. "This?" Zhou Yang took down the beautifully crafted and ornate dagger and handed it to Jiang Chen, saying doubtfully, But this is mainly an ornament, it's not very lethal." Jiang Chen took the dagger from her hand. Although it was far inferior to her black and gold broken knife, Jiang Chen was already quite adept at using this short knife. Zhou Yang saw the way Jiang Chen held the dagger and wanted to correct her, saying it was a dagger, not a knife. But then she thought, she's probably just scared and wants a dagger for self-defense. She'd have to rely on herself later. "Okay, let's go." It was Zhou Yang's first time confronting a mutated plant, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. He glanced at Jiang Chen standing beside him. Her face was calm, seemingly completely unafraid of the giant vines before her. But how could that be? She was just an ordinary 14-year-old girl with no special abilities. The 4 of them stepped into the green abyss of vines. The entire laboratory was only 15 meters long. The enormous vines cast a heavy shadow, enveloping the 4 of them. Jiang Chen carefully stepped over the writhing vines on the ground, avoiding waking the still sleeping monster. The rustling sound of the vines rubbing against each other was chilling, as if something was stealthily approaching, sending shivers down their spines and filling them with fear. Yang Chong, at this moment, didn't care about saving face. He clung tightly to Yi Zhenchuan's arm, carefully weaving around the surrounding vines. Yi Zhenchuan tried several times to pry his hands off, but to no avail. How much longer until we get there? It's so far. Yang Chong muttered to himself over and over. Quiet down. Zhou Yang turned around and whispered sharply. Yang Chong shut his mouth. The four of them gradually approached the spot where Wang Qing had fallen, the main part of the trunk. Jiangchen stopped, and Zhou Yang immediately noticed, asking what's wrong. Jiangchen looked around. Did you hear a buzzing sound like insects? Insects? We're already several layers underground. There shouldn't be any insects here. Zhou Yang listened carefully, but indeed heard nothing else. Look, isn't that Wang Qing? Yi Zhenchuan whispered. Wang Qing, who had been lying on the ground, was now standing upright, hanging from a huge vine. The vine's branches were extremely thick, almost purplish-brown in color, as if it had been soaked in blood. The main trunk was less than a meter behind Wang Qing. Wang Qing was completely enveloped by dark green vines, covered in small, purplish-red flowers, larger than the ones Jiangchen had seen before. The fruits were also the size of a fist. Let's go rescue Wang Qing first. You cover me, Zhou Yang said, nodding to Jiangchen. Long, sharp claws extended from between his fingers, easily severing several vines that lunged at him. Hey, didn't I say to cut them? Yang Chong asked, bewildered. Shut up. Zhou Yang stepped forward. Sure enough, the previously quiet vine suddenly roared and attacked Zhou Yang, forcing Yang Chong to retreat several steps. Yang Chong, cover me. Zhou Yang shouted. Yang Chong swiftly stepped in front of Zhou Yang, his petrified skin taking the vine's blow head-on. A gash on his arm, like a stone, split open and then quickly healed. The vine, having missed its initial attack, continued its assault. Jiangchen and the other two formed a semicircle in front of Zhou Yang, advancing. However, the vines were numerous. A long, thin vine ensnared Yang Chang's leg, dragging him away. Jiangchen quickly grabbed Yang Chang's arm, shouting, "Grab me." Jiangchen then pulled Yi Zhenchuan back, trying to maintain formation and prevent the vines from scattering them. Yi Zhenchuan, where's your power? Yi Zhenchuan was stunned by the wildly swirling vines, completely forgetting to buff Yang Chong. If the rest of them became nourishment for the vines, he could hold out for a while until rescue. Yi Zhenchuan subconsciously loosened his grip. Yang Chong immediately grabbed Yi Zhenchuan's neck with his thick arms, panting heavily, and roared, trying to escape again? If we're going to die, we all die together. No, 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 I'm coming. Yi Zhenchuan hadn't expected the timid, cowardly fat man to suddenly become such a different person. Yang Chong regained some strength. He steadied his other foot, and tore off the vines wrapped around him. Several vines on his muscular shoulders twisted and writhed like they were wrapped around a rock. Yang Chong gritted his teeth and walked at the front, blocking most of the vines' attacks. They were getting closer and closer to Wang Qing, and more vines gathered around them, fighting against them. Jiangchen seized the opportunity and said to Zhou Yang behind him, "Now." A blur of motion appeared, moving in the opposite direction, revealing sharp claws with absolute speed. The sharp claws severed the main stem a meter away from Wang Qing. The surrounding vines withered at a visible speed. The thick tree trunk supporting Wang Qing collapsed, slowly disintegrating from his body. It's finally over. Yang Chong collapsed to the ground. Unbeknownst to him, a cold green vine silently wrapped around Wang Qing's arm once more. Chapter 50. Look! Yang, panting, chopped off the main stem, turned around, and triumphantly held up the vine he had uprooted. Jiangchen knelt on the ground and looked up. Watch out! A bright green vine attacked from behind, aiming for Zhou Yang's arm, where he was holding the sea vine root, and stabbed fiercely. A sharp pain shot through Zhou Yang's palm, and the sea vine root fell down her injured arm. The dead sea vine began to grow again, the green vines attacking them once more. Jiangchen mechanically swung her dagger, cutting off the vines that kept surging towards her, but her arms and legs were already covered in wounds. She looked around blankly. Yi Zhenchuan was being dragged around like a rag doll by Fatty, but Fatty's hard, stone-like skin was healing more and more slowly, and blood kept seeping out. The vines surged in again from all sides, encasing the students like cocoons. They were still growing, but soon she would be like them. I must have overlooked something. The events that had transpired since the vines began their transformation flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. The sea vines had coiled around Wang Qing's arm, undergoing their first transformation, and subsequently relentlessly attacking humans. The main vine was receiving nutrients, and the ripe fruit of the sea vines had triggered other vines to also possess offensive properties. So if they had severed the main vine, the other vines should have returned to their original state. The matter should have ended, but why were these vines still attacking humans? Jiang Chen looked at Wang Qing lying not far away. Although his breathing was weak, Jiang Chen guessed that his ability was originally endurance enhancement, which could amplify his healing speed. Wang Qing, Wang Qing. She murmured Wang Qing's name. Time rewound to the beginning of class, when Professor Norman suddenly called on Wang Qing, and his special ability was precisely enhanced endurance. Was this a coincidence? Jiang Chen swung his knife, slicing through a vine as thick as an arm, and a figure silently approached Wang Qing. Behind him, a vine covered in black, venomous growths also fixed its gaze on Jiang Chen. She closed her eyes, listening intently. Yang Chang's cries, Yi Zhenquan's loud curses, Zhou Yang's panting, and the rustling sound of layers of vines rubbing together. But, deepest within, there was another voice. Jiang Chen raised his dagger with both hands and forcefully stabbed into Wang Qing's palm, who lay within the vines. A piercing scream echoed throughout the classroom, and countless vines began to writhe and twist. Jiang Chen felt a chill creep down her spine. Turning around, she was met by a vine covered in black, venomous growths. Its swollen, black fruits began to burst open, scattering across the ground. As the dark gray vine approached her brow, it crumbled like burning ashes. Outside the door, Professor Norman stared at the remaining ashes on the monitor, holding Jiang Chen's classification report. Jiang Chen, utterly exhausted, lay back on the ashes of the vine. She sighed, this experiment is finally over. When Jiang Chen awoke 3 hours later, she found herself in the infirmary of the suspended tower, where she encountered the most unexpected person. Registration room administrator, what are you doing here? I'm also the liaison for the undifferentiated individuals. Zhang Fengde replied briefly, sitting in the shadows by the window, his expression unreadable. Oh! Jiang Chen thought to herself. Before she fainted, she vaguely remembered Hai Dongqing bringing people to open the classroom door. It seemed Zhang Fengde was the liaison for the undifferentiated individuals. If something happened to her, she might indeed need to contact him. Then came a quiet silence, leaving Jiang Chen alone, awkwardly lying on the bed. Administrator, I wanted to ask, Jiang Chen swallowed somewhat sheepishly, that my medical expenses should be reimbursable, right? Jiang Chen noticed the numerous dressings on her thighs and arms, the material of which seemed quite expensive. She frowned, thinking, this should be considered a work injury, right? Zhang Fengde raised an eyebrow, surprised that this was the first thing she cared about upon waking. The Education Committee has already reported this to the Suspended Tower Council. The Suspended Tower Academy will cover the medical expenses. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she didn't have to cut off a piece of her flesh. The thing you killed is called a parasitic scorpion. It can parasitize the human body and manipulate mutated plants. Zhang Fengde walked over, opened the terminal, and the virtual screen showed Jiang Chen raising her dagger to kill the parasitic scorpion. So there are such things. Jiang Chen leaned closer to take a look. How did you find out? Zhang Fengde pulled out a chair next to the bed and sat down. Jiang Chen recalled the whole process. She felt that even though the terminal had recorded the entire process, she shouldn't have made any mistakes. So she truthfully said, we killed the main stem, but the sea vine is still growing. Jiang Chen glanced at Zhang Fengde. His expression remained unchanged, suggesting he had already witnessed what had transpired in the classroom. He continued, after Professor Norman's unexplained departure, the hating attack occurred. Following this lead, the only person who had contact with Professor Norman was Wang Qing. Jiang Chen felt her throat was dry. She had expended a lot of energy in the previous crisis, but her limbs were immobilized. She looked at the water on the table beside her, then glanced at Zhang Fengde again. But Zhang Fengde clearly didn't care about Jiang Chen's desire for water, gesturing for her to continue. Jiang Chen finished her final guess in her parched voice. I suspect that when Professor Norman handed a key to Wang Qing, it was at that moment that he implanted the parasitic scorpion into Wang Qing's palm. Knock, knock, knock. The infirmary door opened. A brightly colored figure rushed over. Jiang Chen, you're awake. How are you feeling? You didn't see it. I found someone and rushed over immediately, but the elementary classroom was converted from a lab, and most weapons can't open it. I was almost ready to blast it open with a cannon. Hai Dongqing chattered on. So how did you guys get in? Hai Dongqing scratched her curly hair sheepishly. Professor Norman came, and he opened the door. Jiang Chen hadn't expected that Professor Norman would be the one to open the door in the end. She had originally planned to send Hai Dongqing out to find help, just in case they couldn't escape from inside. At least they have outside assistance. But she had underestimated the fact that no one could enter the elementary classroom without Professor Norman's fingerprint unlock. Professor Norman really left no way out for anyone. Jiang Chen was about to turn around to look for Zhang Fengde, but he was nowhere to be found. Hai Dongqing brought over a glass of water, which Jiang Chen gulped down. What about the other students? Wang Qing was the first to be trapped, but he has enhanced endurance, so the sea vine's attack had limited effect on him. Sun Xiangyu is a healing type. He's just unconscious now, Hai Dongqing said. Sure enough, Professor Norman's initial two choices were students, who could heal themselves against the sea vine's attack. Although they were entangled the longest, their abilities helped them avoid mortal danger. The other students weren't in much danger because they weren't entangled by the sea vine for long. Zhou Yang's arm was badly injured, but fortunately, he received timely treatment and is fine now. Hearing Hai Dongqing's words, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. Was Professor Norman's choice of these students intentional or unintentional? Only the professor himself knew. And what about Professor Norman? Jiang Chen continued to ask. Professor Norman. Hai Dongqing stood up and closed the door. Chapter 51. Hai Dongqing sat down beside Jiang Chen's bed and continued. After you were sent to the Suspended Tower Medical Center, Professor Norman left. She opened her terminal. But look, our general education course teacher has changed, so I suspect the Suspended Tower's higher-ups definitely know about this. Jiang Chen saw that the teacher's name displayed on the course panel was Wan Xianliang. How do you think the higher-ups will deal with Professor Norman? Jiang Chen shook her head. Jiang Chen, how did you figure out the problem was in Wang Qing's palm? Jiang Chen repeated Hai Dongqing's explanation to Zhang Feng earlier. Hai Dongqing stared wide-eyed at Jiang Chen. She truly hadn't expected Jiang Chen, with her slender arms and legs, to react so quickly. Whether it was when she stabbed Wang Qing's palm with her knife or dodged the vines, her speed almost matched Jiang Chen's. The knocking sounded again. Jiang Chen and Hai Dongqing exchanged glances, wondering who would be looking for her at this time. Please come in. Two men in black suits and sunglasses entered. Miss Jiang Chen, please come with us. Hai Dongqing blocked Jiang Chen's path. Who are you? We are sent by the council. Please cooperate with our work, said one of the larger men. The council? Now? She just woke up. Do you have any humanity? Hai Dongqing said, displeased. The two men at the door remained unmoved. Jiang Chen sat up and gently patted Hai Dongqing's hand. It's all right. Excuse me. Zhang Fengde pushed a wheelchair in from outside. He hadn't left, which genuinely surprised Jiang Chen. Zhang Fengde pushed the wheelchair to Jiang Chen, and Hai Dongqing helped Jiang Chen into the wheelchair. The man in the black suit said coldly, You too? No one else needs to go. Hey, what do you mean? That's inhumane. Don't you see she's injured? Can't you even allow someone to accompany her? Hai Dongqing said indignantly. I'm her liaison. I'm responsible for her safety, Zhang Fengde said. Jiang Chen looked up at Zhang Fengde in surprise. This was the first time she heard Zhang Fengde speak so much. She understood Hai Dongqing wanting to go with her, given her curiosity and enthusiasm. But why did Zhang Fengde want to go too? Was it also out of curiosity? Outside the door, the two men in black remained standing motionless. Did the council specify that only I should go? Jiang Chen asked. The men in black had received instructions to bring Jiang Chen, a student in the general education course, to the meeting room. It didn't say only she should go. No. Jiang Chen shrugged. Then they can go too. Let's go. Zhang Fengde pushed Jiang Chen towards the door, with Hai Dongqing following behind. This time, the two men in black suits at the door didn't stop them again and made way. Jiang Chen hadn't expected that going to the council would require taking a flying vehicle. Looking at the increasingly smaller building, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder what the council members wanted to ask her. They already had the relevant videos from the laboratory, and should theoretically know what had happened. And why was she being sought out? Had Zhou Yang and Yi Zhenquan gone too? Or was she the only one going? Jiang Chen believed she hadn't revealed the runes and the broken black gold sword while in the laboratory. Jiang Chen, did you hear us? Hai Dongqing nudged her shoulder. Sorry, I was a little distracted just now. Jiang Chen smiled. Jiang Chen, don't worry. After your accident, the council asked us a few questions at the scene, just routine questions. You were unconscious at the time, so they probably wanted to ask again. Hai Dongqing comforted Jiang Chen. Okay. Jiang Chen turned to look out the window, thinking, if only it were that simple. Zhang Fengde looked at Jiang Chen's slightly furrowed brow, and together, they looked out the window at the highest point, the actual suspended tower. Passing through layers of security doors, they entered a large conference room. The attendees sat in a circular seating arrangement, arguing amongst themselves, oblivious to Jiang Chen and her group's arrival. Jiang Chen immediately spotted Professor Norman sitting next to her at the head of the table, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the numerous accusations. He gently stroked the teacup on the table, lightly skimming off the foam, and took a small sip. He looked up, his gray-brown eyes meeting Jiang Chen's, who was sitting in a wheelchair. The gazes of everyone at the conference table followed, focusing on Jiang Chen and his group at the door. After entering, Jiang Chen had already used his terminal to get a general idea of who was attending the meeting. Gui Weichen, the youngest board member whom Hai Dongqing had been so eager to see, was not present. The rotating board member, Jiao Wingguang, was acting as the acting chairperson today. The board of directors has 9 members, who jointly elect one person to serve as the rotating chairperson for a 1-year term, renewable. The current rotating chairperson is Jiao Wingguang. She didn't see Jiao Wingguang's special ability on the terminal, so it was probably hidden. Jiao Wingguang rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He'd been driven to the brink of madness by these two groups arguing all afternoon. A huge disagreement had arisen within the Suspended Tower Academy regarding how to train students with special abilities. One group believed that special abilities were the rarest resource in the world, a precious asset to humanity, and must be treated with caution. They also believed that it was only a matter of time before special ability using plants and animals could coexist peacefully with humans. This group was known as the Doves. Another group believed that special ability was a matter of survival of the fittest. They argued that by artificially organizing confrontations between special ability using humans and plants and animals, and even between humans themselves, they could enhance the offensive capabilities of special ability using individuals, effectively suppressing or eliminating such plants and animals, and restoring human dominance. This group was known as the Lions. Jiao Wingguang glanced at Professor Norman, who stood beside him like a meditating monk. He never heard of Norman being a member of the Lion faction. How could the tide have turned so quickly? Or was he just getting old, his insight failing him? He followed Professor Norman's gaze to the doorway and saw the girl in the wheelchair. He had already reviewed the students involved in this incident. Although no undifferentiated individuals had appeared in the suspended tower in recent years, only a handful of undifferentiated individuals could transform into superhumans. Moreover, this girl's superhuman ability was only 1%. He couldn't understand why Norman had summoned her to the council. Furthermore, he had also seen Jiang Chen's background information. He was brought by Jiang Ruosheng. Although Jiang Ruosheng had stopped participating in council work in recent years, focusing on research, he was still a veteran member of the council. Could it be that Jiang Ruosheng and Norman had some past grievances, and they wanted to use this girl as leverage, but he still had to give Norman some face? As far as he knew, Norman had already developed several new types of weapons and equipment. Jiao Wingguang said in a low voice, "All right, I think everyone has had a very heated discussion. Now let's hear from the person involved in this incident to tell us what happened." Jiang Chen, who was called upon, met the gazes fixed on her and gently clenched her fist. Chapter 52. This was the third time Jiang Chen had recounted the events. Just now, in the aircraft, she had repeatedly reviewed what had happened in the laboratory. The only somewhat puzzling thing was that when she entered the vines, it seemed she was the only one who heard the sound of some kind of insect crawling. But these sensations were ultimately difficult to explain. Therefore, Jiang Chen's account of the entire process leaned more towards what she observed with her own eyes. Her intuition told her that this approach would be more advantageous. Jiang Chen carefully chose her words to recount her experience in the laboratory. The attendees at the conference table had already seen the footage from the monitors before Jiang Chen arrived, and her description was almost identical to the recording. However, they needed someone with first-hand experience to corroborate the footage. Sitting next to Professor Norman, Doreen, Jiang Chen saw on the terminal that she was a member of the council, primarily responsible for the curriculum design of the Suspended Tower Academy, and her superpower was ice manipulation. Jiang Chen had previously asked Hai Dongqing why the terminal had a special section for displaying superpowers. Because if she possessed a certain superpower, she would obviously be unwilling to expose it. It's like revealing one's entire fortune, who would easily expose their secrets. However, Hai Dongqing's words gave Jiang Chen a new understanding of superpowers. First, the Suspended Tower possessed specialized machines for testing superpowers. Regardless of whether these machines could completely detect every superpower, this was enough to show that superpowered individuals weren't the only ones aware of their abilities. Of course, The suspended tower also promised that if a superpowered individual didn't want to disclose their abilities, the suspended tower would strictly enforce confidentiality procedures. Meanwhile, the terminal only displayed the name of the ability, not its specific use. Therefore, some ability users would choose to display their abilities, ostensibly for communication, but Jiang Chen believed this might also be a form of intimidation. Doreen stood up. She was extremely tall and beautiful. Her black silk dress accentuated her flawless, alabaster skin, and a slender waistband perfectly outlined her alluring figure. She approached Jiang Chen in her high heels. "Miss Jiang, I am deeply sorry for what happened to you in the laboratory. On behalf of the Academy, I will provide you with some compensation." Her voice was gentle, contrasting with her aloof and glamorous image. Compensation? Jiang Chen never expected these people to be so humane. Wait, isn't this compensation expected? After all, she sustained all her injuries in the laboratory. Before Jiang Chen could make a demand, she was interrupted by another voice. "Doreen, I don't think we gathered everyone here today to discuss compensation." Professor Norman sat opposite a middle-aged man named Xiao Jiaming. It had to be admitted that, after so many years of alienation in this world, aside from the initial riots, there were only localized hot wars, and the suspended tower's geographical location determined its relative stability. Furthermore, the suspended tower's population was mostly composed of people with superpowers. They often held relatively high social status, so regardless of whether they had adopted advanced technology, they were at least handsome. Xiao Jiaming, however, clearly did not belong to this category. His sparse black hair hung in strands on his forehead, his skin was rough, and his teeth were uneven. A rough, hoarse voice echoed in the large conference room, sounding somewhat sinister. "The issue we're discussing now is Norman's unauthorized use of mutated plants with offensive capabilities in classroom teaching. Doreen, please get your priorities straight." Doreen retorted, not to be outdone, "But as you can see, the students in the lab are all here safely, everything is under control." Controlled? What if this student hadn't discovered the parasitic scorpion? What would happen to these students? Would they become guinea pigs for your pointless experiments? A young man sitting next to Xiao Jiaming abruptly stood up. "Yi Ding, don't make meaningless assumptions. We only need to see the facts." Doreen remained composed despite Yi Ding's questioning. "Fine, since we're talking about the facts, what about the accident 5 years ago? Was it still under your control?" Yi Ding looked at her defiantly. "We all said it was just an accident, and—" Jiao Wenguang, who had been acting as an invisible man, coughed, finally silencing the crowd. He looked at Norman. "Professor Norman, is there anything you'd like to say?" Norman turned to his assistant. "I have a report here that I think you find interesting," Kane said hastily, stepping forward immediately. He opened his terminal, and a virtual display screen appeared in the conference room, showing a 3D model of a human body. "Holy crap!" Hai Dongqing exclaimed. Jiang Chen's round eyes widened instantly. The huge virtual display screen showed Jiang Chen's 3D human model, filled with various data. Kane introduced, "We are very grateful to Ms. Jiang Chen for providing the latest data for our experiment. We should thank her." He then clapped his hands, leaving the others looking on with indifference. Jiang Chen rolled her eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. So they were just targeting her. She was an undifferentiated individual, currently without abilities, so releasing her data didn't violate the suspended tower's rules? Kane clearly didn't care about the others' reactions, and said passionately, "We have 2 experimental data reports here, only 1 day apart. The variable is this experiment." Kane showed everyone Jiang Chen's first set of data. In the first set, Jiang Chen's ability value was 1, and the conversion rate was 60%. "Jiang Chen, your conversion rate is incredibly high?" Hai Dongqing exclaimed. "But your ability value?" Jiang Chen could only sigh deeply, thinking, this is tantamount to public execution. She glanced at Zhang Fengde standing behind her. His gaze was fixed on the virtual display screen, but he hadn't uttered a single word since entering, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Kane pulled up a second set of experimental data and said, "This is our latest measurement report, showing that although the experimental subject Jiang Chen's ability value is 1%, her conversion rate has reached 70%, an increase of 10%. His eyes shone brightly, his words were full of passion, and his heightened emotions caused his fair skin to flush slightly. Kane continued to pull up another set of data. This data panel clearly showed 2 dimensions, ability value and conversion rate. The ability value determines your level, while the conversion rate determines your stage. The ability values are divided into 4 levels: A, 80 to 100, B, 60 to 79, C, 30 to 59, and D, 0 to 29. The conversion rate is divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The highest conversion rate for most people hovers around 90%. Kane pulled up other data and continued, "Here are the data for other students. You can clearly see that through this experiment, most students' conversion rates have improved to varying degrees." Jiangchen glanced at the data on the virtual panel. Basically, except for Hai Dongqing, the conversion rates of the students in the lab all increased to varying degrees. Jiangchen's increase was the fastest. No wonder she was used as a sample. Hai Dongqing beside her said with some regret, "Sigh, if I had known it was just an experiment, I would have participated too." Nonsense. Chapter 53. Yi Ding stood up angrily. "Kane, what kind of smokescreen are you playing? Look at your data reports yourself. Aside from Jiangchen's significant increase, what about the other students? Take that injured student, Wang Qing. How much did he increase? Only 2%, yet you almost made him lose an arm." Kane retorted without backing down, "How can training be without injuries? But that doesn't mean our methods are useless. Even a small increase still shows an improvement, doesn't it? Training? You dare call it training? Did you get authorization to use these training methods? And did you get the students' consent?" Yi Ding seized on his weakness and attacked relentlessly. Kane was self-righteous, even considering it completely justified. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. If we don't guarantee a fully realistic simulation environment, how can these students go all out? Simulating the experimental environment like a battlefield is not an exaggeration at all. Battlefield? Suspended Tower Academy is just an academy, not a military unit. Teaching students how to use superpowers is our responsibility, not how to fight. You guys are so naive. What time is it now? What kind of teaching methods can you possibly produce? People nearby joined the argument, and the two sides argued fiercely. "Jiangchen, are you in favor of the Lion faction or the Dove faction?" Hai Dongqing asked curiously. "Besides the Lion faction and the Dove faction, are there any other factions in Suspended Tower?" Jiangchen turned around and asked in a low voice. "Yes, there's also neutral. They're impartial." Hai Dongqing subtly pointed his little finger at the person in the center of the long table, and said, "Usually used for mediating disputes." "Stop!" Like a howling wind and an impending downpour, Jia Wingwang's roar echoed throughout the conference room. The arguing gradually subsided. Jia Wingwang cleared his throat and said, "I think our meeting today has reached a point. Given that this incident, although it didn't result in any deaths, has still damaged the Academy's image, therefore." He looked at the instigator of this whole drama. Norman. He hadn't uttered a single word throughout the entire meeting, calmly sitting in his chair, looking at the virtual display screen in the distance, seemingly completely unconcerned about the meeting's outcome. Professor Norman will no longer serve as the instructor for the introductory course, effective immediately, and is prohibited from contacting students for 1 year. After Jia Wingwang finished speaking, he opened his terminal and published the above message. "Director Jia, this accident injured 9 students, 4 of whom are seriously injured. I think." Yi Ding stood up, wanting to say something more. Jia Wingwang stood up and said, "Today's meeting is adjourned." He hurriedly left. Professor Norman, who seemed to have been punished, appeared completely unaffected. He strolled over and stopped in front of Jiangchen. "My experimental team has 1 more spot available. If you're interested, you can come and participate." "Okay, I hope I have the opportunity." Jiangchen looked up and replied expressionlessly. Doreen, walking behind Professor Norman, also looked Jiangchen up and down, seemingly somewhat displeased that Jiangchen hadn't immediately accepted Professor Norman's invitation. After the Lion faction left, the remaining Dove faction members also departed one after another, but most of them were dissatisfied with the outcome, complaining before leaving that Director Jia had let Norman off so easily. Jiangchen was somewhat troubled. Had they all been forgotten? What happened to the promised compensation? Looking at the empty conference room, only the 3 of them remained. Even the 2 men in suits who had brought them were nowhere to be seen. Zhang Fengde pushed Jiangchen's wheelchair out of the conference room and back to where the aircraft was docked. They needed to take the aircraft back to the main building of the academy. Hai Dongqing walked along, looking around cautiously. This was her first time visiting the top floor of the Suspended Tower, and now she had to leave. What a pity. "Have you been here before?" Jiangchen turned back to look at Zhang Fengde. When they arrived, 2 men in suits had led the way. To be honest, these winding paths were completely disorienting. Someone who hadn't been here many times would have no idea which way was which. Zhang Fengde seemed to have just woken from some kind of reverie. "I've been here before." He didn't explain further, and Jiangchen didn't press the matter. Although Zhang Fengde was generally taciturn, he seemed unusually silent today. On the aircraft, Jiang Chen received a message that she needed to stay at the Suspended Tower Medical Center for a few more days for observation. Unlike when they arrived, the three of them were in different moods. Jiang Chen looked at the Suspended Tower's rooftop receding into the distance. She thought the reason the pigeon party was dissatisfied was that although Jia Wingguang seemed to have punished Norman, it was all bark and no bite, truly a case of settling things unsettled. Professor Norman's overt invitation was even more intriguing. Based on her level analysis, she was only a high-level D-rank ability user, but her ability value was only 1. Even with a high conversion rate, she couldn't cross into the C rank. So why did Professor Norman recruit her into her team? As an experimental subject? Hai Dongqing's question about choosing sides between the doves and lions was indeed a well-worn topic, but choosing sides is an art. From a utilitarian perspective, choosing the right side can bring more help, opportunities, and support, but once you choose a side, you inevitably face targeting from the other side, the so-called factionalism. But is it possible not to choose sides? No. It's not that she's aloof or insists on being one of those who don't conform. Professor Norman seemingly in different favor when he left, and his summoning her, as the representative for this incident, undoubtedly led the doves to mistakenly believe she was already a member of the lion faction. Therefore, a newcomer like her doesn't have the right to choose sides. She might inexplicably become a blood bag in the war between the two sides. As for the neutral faction, they seem impartial, but in reality, they all have their own agendas. They mostly act as mediators, but that doesn't mean they are completely neutral. Therefore, her current abilities are completely insufficient to protect herself. Rashly choosing sides would leave her vulnerable to being discarded at any moment. She must be extremely cautious, walking a tightrope between two dangerous paths. A single misstep could lead to an abyss. Her current strategy is twofold. Firstly, to minimize her presence, hoping these important figures will quickly forget about her. Secondly, to subtly maintain her presence without the other faction's knowledge. I have to be wary of being hunted by the mysterious organization from Xculia, and now I also have to be careful not to become a casualty of the power struggle between the two factions. Jiang Chen felt increasingly frustrated. Looking at the approaching main tower of the academy, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think about her survival. She couldn't stay in the undifferentiated individual's reporting room forever. It was neither safe nor sufficiently secluded. But she had no money. The compensation promised today had vanished, like a duck that was almost in her grasp. This was unbearable. Chapter 54. Jiang Chen was finally discharged from the hospital after 2 days of rest. Although teachers had been assigned to the initial courses, only Hai Dongqing and she were still able to stand and walk. The others were still undergoing treatment and couldn't attend for the time being. During her rest, Jiang Chen reviewed all the job information on her terminal. Good, she needed to find a job. It wasn't that she loved working, but she urgently needed to solve her income problem. Jiang Chen hadn't expected that in this new world, she would have to work. Was she a chosen worker? But what she didn't know was that on the other side of the Suspended Tower Academy, in front of the white machine, Lianwu changed her face again, facing the camera. A emotionless voice came from the machine. Facial recognition error. Large remittance failed. Lianwu changed her face again. Which face did I use for authentication? Back to Jiang Chen. She filtered out a few jobs based on her available working hours. According to the latest course schedule, she could only attend classes during the day, at 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., so she only had the remaining time to use freely. There are few jobs that match her schedule to begin with, and among those, finding one with relatively low requirements for special abilities is even rarer. For example, a psychotherapist requires at least a mid-level B-grade mental healing ability. While an environmental cleaner's schedule matches her requirements, their job description states that they must have at least a basic C-grade air purification ability. Furthermore, some purely manual labor jobs have already been replaced by robots and no longer require human intervention. Like searching for a needle in a haystack, Jiang Chen finally found a job that matched both his time and his supernatural abilities. The job posting read, City Guardians, 10 positions available. Job responsibilities. Responsible for security patrols, monitoring, and prevention within the suspended tower. Maintaining order within the suspended tower area and ensuring the safety of personnel and property. Salary and benefits. Base salary plus team commission, negotiable. After 5 years of service, employees will enjoy the benefits of permanent residence of the suspended tower. Requirements. Law-abiding, of good character, and in good health. Requirements include passing the City Guardian test. Supernatural abilities are not limited. Contact person. Xiong Repay, interview location, room 305, 21st floor, red building. City guardians, but the job responsibilities are basically just security guards, aren't they? Jiang Chen's eyes widened again as he saw, after 5 years of service, employees will enjoy the benefits of permanent residence of the suspended tower. This was practically a guaranteed job. Unexpectedly, the job of a security guard is so cost-effective these days. She had previously checked on the terminal how to stay in the suspended tower. The information indicated that to become a permanent resident, one needed to make outstanding contributions, obtain merit recognized by the Suspended Tower Academy, or be rated as a Class A ability user. There was also an other option. Serving as a city guard for 5 years was this other option. Given Jiang Chen's current situation, staying permanently in the suspended tower would be an excellent option, especially since the job only required a 5-year service period to enjoy permanent resident benefits. Jiang Chen immediately searched on the terminal to see what permanent resident benefits included, and what she found truly astonished her. Permanent residents receive an annual allowance from the suspended tower for living expenses, full medical coverage, and are provided with permanent housing. This offer was practically perfect for Jiang Chen. It was a prime example of low requirements and high pay. However, there's no such thing as a free lunch. The job posting mentioned must pass the city guard test. What kind of test was that? Jiang Chen searched for information about city guards on her terminal, but apart from the job posting, there was no other relevant information. Anyway, she decided to give it a try. She located the red mansion. It wasn't far, about a 10-minute ride on the electromagnetic bus. The maglev bus was the preferred mode of transportation for ordinary people in the suspended tower. Compared to the buses in Jiang Chen's world, this type of bus essentially traveled in the air, making it extremely fast and offering dynamic routes that could be customized. Jiang Chen boarded the silver-blue maglev bus. The driverless carriage felt somewhat empty. Besides one person in the back, only Jiang Chen herself was there. She casually found a seat and sat down. According to the route plan, the next stop was directly to the red mansion. When Jiang Chen boarded the bus, he saw a boy wearing a baseball cap sitting in the last row, but his face was always downcast, and the terminal couldn't recognize his information. He was probably also going to the red mansion to look for a job. Jiang Chen looked down at the city of suspended tower. It seemed completely unaffected by the terrifying mutated creatures outside. It was safe, peaceful, and everything looked so orderly. The people on the street had serene and peaceful expressions. A mother was leisurely pushing a pink stroller, completely unlike the constantly wary expressions Jiang Chen had seen at the temporary outpost in Curia. There was even a macaron dessert shop on a street corner, its window display filled with a dazzling array of desserts. Bright and colorful electronic banners displayed various advertisements. The perfect robot, your companion of love, brings you lasting happiness, beauty elixir. Returning to 18 is not a dream, the strongest mech, explore infinite possibilities. It felt as if the outside world had long since faded from her memory. Ring ring. Passengers, hello, Hongta Station has arrived. We wish you a pleasant journey, and look forward to seeing you again. A friendly female voice came from the top of the carriage. After getting off the train, Jiang Chen looked up at the towering red tower. As its name suggests, the building, predominantly vermilion, exuded an indescribable solemnity and majesty. Its retro-style red walls and black tiles created a striking contrast between this classical building and the surrounding modern, dynamic architecture. Behind the red tower lay a vast expanse of clear blue sea, with the mainland on the opposite side. The baseball player walked straight through the gate without stopping. Jiang Chen felt his figure was somewhat familiar, but he walked too fast. She hadn't even gotten a good look at his face. Chapter 55. Inside the red mansion, Xiong Repay looked at the screen displaying the applicants, who had already passed the tests, and sighed deeply. This was the 467th person. With 2 days left until the recruitment deadline, only 8 people met the requirements. He grabbed his frizzy hair and rubbed it vigorously, muttering, "Annoying, annoying, annoying." Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Xiong Repay looked up and saw Jiang Chen, a slender man with uneven black hair. He thought, this guy's here for the physique test? "Hello, I'm Jiang Chen. I'm here to apply for the job." Jiang Chen stepped forward and shook hands with Xiong Repay. "What is your ability and level?" Xiong Repay routinely picked up a pen, preparing to record the applicant's ability. "My ability display hasn't been shown yet. My level is high level D." Jiang Chen answered honestly. "What?" Xiong Repay slammed his pen down, his tone impatient. "Little girl, We're not here to play around. This is a legitimate workplace, understand? Now get out of here. I'm not here to play around. Doesn't your job posting say no special abilities are required? Jiang Chen retorted. We're casting a wide net. Xiong Rapei seemed to realize his wording was inaccurate and quickly added, what I mean is, this job posting is open to a wide range of applicants, but it has specific requirements. You need to pass a rigorous test to be qualified. I haven't even tried. How do you know I can't do it? You have to let me see what the test is like. Faced with Jiang Chen's unreasonable behavior, Xiong Rapei tried to persuade her several times, but to no avail. He thought to himself, young people these days really don't know what they're doing. I'm a dud, and yet I'm so audacious. Alright, if you want to try, sign this first. Xiong Rapei took a piece of paper from the drawer and placed it in front of Jiang Chen. Disclaimer: Hong Lu is not responsible for the results of this test. It was truly a life or death waiver. Bang! A door behind Xiong Rapei was suddenly flung open, and a burly man with arms thicker than Jiang Chen's legs was dragged out. Zhang Fengge. Jiang Chen hadn't expected to run into him here. Zhang Fengge dragged the burly man out through the back door. You two know each other? Xiong Rapei was genuinely surprised. He and Zhang Fengge had worked together for several years, and he usually kept to himself, never seeming to have any friends. Zhang Fengge seemed unfazed by Jiang Chen's presence at Hong Lu, like a small pebble dropped into a vast ocean, leaving no ripples. He casually moved the burly man into the adjacent repair chamber, pressed a button, and the chamber began operating. See that? He's a mid-level B-rank ability user, and he's like this. What will happen to you at D-rank? I don't need to tell you, Xiong Rapei said coolly. What's the worst possible outcome for those of you entering the test? Is it like him? Jiang Chen pointed at the burly man in the repair pod. That's considered mild. In severe cases, you'd be bedridden for a year, Xiong Rapei said bluntly. Zhang Fengge, if you know her, quickly persuade her to leave. Don't cause me any trouble here. I won't persuade her, Zhang Fengge said indifferently, sitting on a chair next to the repair pod. Jiang Chen looked at the enigmatic back door, then at the burly man lying inside the repair pod. This is a gamble, but life is full of adventures. I sign. Jiang Chen signed his name in bold, flowing strokes. There are 2 tests in total. The first is the Abyss test, and the second is the Stress Sensitivity test. The system will adjust accordingly based on the test taker's characteristics, so the test subjects may vary for each person. Xiong Rapei put away the signed waiver. Also, take off your terminal. No information about the City Guardians is allowed to be published on the terminal. Xiong Rapei looked seriously at the terminal on Jiang Chen's wrist. Jiang Chen then realized that neither Xiong Rapei nor Zhang Fengge were wearing terminals. No wonder there was no information about the City Guardians on the terminals. Alright, is there anything else you want to say? Xiong Rapei looked at Jiang Chen solemnly. This sounds like a deathbed speech. Jiang Chen smiled and stepped through the back door. A huge machine, similar to the repair pod outside, appeared before him, but this pod was much larger, and the materials looked different from the ones outside. This is the testing pod. Once you're inside, your body will enter a dormant state, and all tests will be conducted in your brain. Zhang Fengge handed her a metal bracelet. This is a life detector. It will sound an alarm if your life points get too low. Jiang Chen picked up the silver gold bracelet, put it on, and walked towards the testing pod. Zhang Fengge adjusted the values to be used next at the pod's entrance. Lying in the testing pod, Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Fengge's lowered eyes, and asked with a grin, Zhang Fengge, as they say, meeting is fate, and we're practically acquaintances now. Do you have any pre-exam tips? No. Zhang Fengge closed the hatch and pressed the red start button. I knew it. Jiang Chen watched Zhang Fengge's figure grow increasingly blurry, then slowly closed his eyes. Sigh, looks like we won't be able to recruit anyone this year. We only have 8 qualified people so far, and one of them messaged today saying she's not coming. I wonder if she heard something. Do you think it's because we didn't offer enough compensation? Seeing Zhang Fengge's lack of reaction, Xiong Rapei didn't seem to care, munching on sunflower seeds and muttering, it's still the same group of people up there. What kind of work are they assigning every day? However, he seemed used to his self-talk and continued, I'm telling you, they're all acquaintances. Why didn't you try to persuade her? This test can cause mild coma for 3 months. Severe cases could lead to cerebral palsy. This young lady looks quite pretty. She'd be fine. She's an undifferentiated individual, Zhang Fengge said calmly. What? Inside the testing chamber, Jiang Chen was plunged into darkness, the thick, inky blackness seeping into her body. But perhaps because she had spent so long in the stone coffin, she wasn't particularly afraid of her current situation. In fact, Jiang Chen found this place much better than the stone coffin, at least it was spacious. She adopted a swimming posture, moving around in the darkness. Abyss test. What did that mean? In darkness, people experience fear, often conjuring up images that represent that fear, such as death, demons, and monsters. Suddenly, the mutant cockroaches that had appeared in the Xurian dungeon appeared before Jiang Chen. They were numerous, surging towards her like black waves. She could even see the foremost mutant, its sharp mandibles dripping with thick yellow saliva. Jiang Chen was instantly surrounded. As one mandible aimed at her forehead, she closed her eyes and murmured, "This is all an illusion." The scene shifted. Cold snowflakes landed on Jiang Chen's eyelashes. The hysterical woman bared her sharp, menacing fangs. Jiang Chen lowered her head with difficulty, and saw her heart being squeezed by a sharp claw. Is this virtual reality pod really that realistic? Jiang Chen felt pain in her internal organs, as if her heart was about to shatter. She gasped for breath, as if only in this way could she suppress the pain. Disobedient child, you must be punished. The woman tightened her grip on her heart, and Jiang Chen felt as if her heart was about to burst. Yes, it's all fake, it's a dream. Jiang Chen suddenly squeezed her eyes shut. When she opened them again, the snow was still falling heavily. Chapter 56. What's going on? Didn't you say she's an undifferentiated individual? Xiong Renpei stared at the red beeping alarm on Jiang Chen's bracelet. Xiong Renpei was utterly baffled, and the testing chamber was visibly heating up. This isn't right. Undifferentiated individuals are practically a bug in this machine. He paced back and forth, while Zhang Fengde leaned against the wall. For a moment, neither of them could open the chamber door. The anxious wait was excruciating. Are you sure she's an undifferentiated individual? Xiong Renpei asked anxiously. Zhang Fengde glanced at Jiang Chen's increasingly pale face and replied, "That's the result on the test report." Xiong Renpei couldn't help but think that the reason undifferentiated individuals were a bug in this testing chamber was because the tester's principle was to attack other ability users based on their own abilities. Unlike ordinary, single-powered individuals whose abilities are fixed, undifferentiated individuals seem to exist outside the boundary of their abilities. If the anchor point of their ability cannot be found during the entire testing process, then theoretically, she should emerge quickly. Inside the testing chamber, when Jiang Chen opened her eyes again, she still saw the S-class mutant Bai Jian. Bai Jian's sharp claws tugged at her heart, toying with her body like a game. She swayed like a broken doll in the wind and snow. Jiang Chen was somewhat dazed, unable to distinguish whether this was reality. In her vision, fragmented by long black hair, she didn't see that figure. Jiang Chen felt the blood in her veins slowly turning cold. Why? Bai Jian lowered her body, her bulging white eyeballs rotating back and forth, fascinated by the expression of a dying human. What did you say? To hell with parallel worlds, I had enough. Either erupt in anger or die in silence. Rage seared her insides. The air seemed thinner than ever before. Pfft. Dark red blood trickled from Bai Jian's lips. She mechanically looked down at her neck, blood gushing from the cut. The blade, made of a special material, reflected a shimmering light in the dim, snowy landscape. The black gold divine tablet embedded in her neck shattered, flowing like light along the broken blade into Jiang Chen's fingertips and body. Jiang Chen had never felt his heart pound so hard. His blood surged wildly in his veins, the rapid, boiling impact on his heart causing his jaw to chatter. What do we do? Xiong Renpei stood anxiously beside the test chamber. Should we force it open? The alarm inside the test chamber continued to beep. This time, not only was Jiang Chen's bracelet ringing, but the chamber's own alarm was also sounding. No, the test chamber is still running. If it's forcibly shut down, it will initiate a self-destruct sequence. Zhang Fengde rejected Xiong Renpei's suggestion. Where did this monster come from? This hasn't happened before. Xiong Renpei paced anxiously, watching the red alarm instruments flash faster and faster. One death wasn't a big deal, but if the test chamber exploded, that would be disastrous. Bang! The test chamber door was blasted open by a powerful internal force, and Jiang Chen fell straight to the ground. Xiong Renpei stared dumbfounded at the still smoking test chamber. Jiang Chen slowly crawled out of the black smoke. Did I pass the test? A broken mechanical voice came from the dilapidated testing chamber. Number 467. Jiang Chen. Test passed. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. She had no external injuries, and what had happened inside the testing chamber was like a dream, vanished with the wind. The black gold broken sword disappeared again, but Jiang Chen felt a strange familiarity with the sensation of the shattered divine tablet flowing into her body along the broken sword. Zhang Fengge, her pressure sensitivity test didn't seem to have been conducted, did it? How did the testing chamber release her? Xiong Ripei felt that today had been incredibly strange. This testing chamber had been guarded by several generations of city guardians, and had never had any problems. But today, the test hadn't even finished completely before the chamber released her. We only look at the test results. Zhang Fengge put the ejected hatch back in its original position, though it probably wouldn't be able to be pressed back down anytime soon. Looking at the shattered test chamber, then at the energetic Jiang Chen, Xiong Ripei consoled himself. At least we recruited someone. He then said, now, let me explain the work of the tower guards. Our main duties are twofold. One is escorting people entering and leaving the city safely. Jiang Chen knew this. When they arrived, Zhang Fengge and his group had picked them up. Xiong Ripei led Jiang Chen to the equipment compartment and explained, this is our uniform, made of special materials that can withstand common physical attacks such as firearms or melee weapons. Jiang Chen accepted the silver-white uniform. It seemed the Tower Guardian's duties were far more complex than just escorting. She followed Xiong Ripei into the elevator to the Tower Guardian base. Inside, Jiang Chen tried to ignore Xiong Ripei's scrutinizing glances, but he finally spoke first. Are you really an undifferentiated individual? Jiang Chen nodded. This is the result from the suspended Tower Academy's test. Would the Academy's test results be inaccurate? Xiong Ripei shook his head, feigning seriousness, but his tone was resolute. No, test results are never wrong. Never mind that. The Tower Guardian's second and most important task is protecting the suspended tower. As soon as Xiong Ripei finished speaking, the elevator doors opened. A massive command center came into view, the size of 2 basketball courts. Huge monitors surrounded the walls, and seats were arranged in a staggered arc, from high to low. People in silver-white uniforms bustled about, each performing their duties, and no one noticed the 2 people at the entrance. This is the Central Command Center. Only high-ranking officials work here, Xiong Ripei said in a low voice. For a lowly fry like us, who knows how many years it would take to climb to this position? Be smart later, understand? He then pointed to the very center and said, that's the position of the Supreme Commander. Jiang Chen followed his finger, and looked at the core area. A towering dark crystal structure, a full 2 meters high, stood there. Looking up, he saw various sophisticated instruments mounted on it, giving it an imposing and solemn appearance. However, we haven't seen the commander sit in that position for many years now. After all, the tower now has a protective shield. Xiong Ripei patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, speaking with the air of someone who'd been there all along. Little Jiang, work hard. Even though our hopes are small, everyone should have some grand ambitions. Maybe one day you can work here too. Huh? I try. Jiang Chen nodded, clearly impressed. The two walked to the workstations on the outer edge. The special glass material made it impossible to see what was inside. Xiong Ripei pointed at the display screen above and said, hello, Sister Hua, I'm Xiong Ripei, the head of the personnel team at Shaoqingren. A moment later, the glass door opened automatically, revealing a middle-aged woman sitting in the seat. But the terminal wasn't displaying any information. She noticed on her way here that the terminal seemed to malfunction here, which was quite strange. Jiang Chen quickly glanced at her. Her black hair was neatly combed into a bun at the back of her head. Even though everyone was wearing the same color clothing, she had cleverly pinned a purple rose to her chest. Sister Hua, these are the city guards recruited this year. They passed the test. This is their report. They're here to report for duty. Xiong Ripei spoke in a high-pitched voice. Jiang Chen immediately flashed her signature 8 teeth, bowed politely, and said, hello, Sister Hua. Xiong Ripei nodded, as if expecting a lesson. Sister Hua, her nails painted a vibrant red, pointed forward, not even glancing at the two of them, her delicate voice uttering only a few words, take it, aim it at that. Jiang Chen looked at the metal probe sticking out in front of her, then glanced back at Xiong Ripei, momentarily speechless. Looking at Jiang Chen's bewildered expression, Xiong Ripei realized this girl lacked any real intelligence. Why are you looking at me? Just do what Sister Hua tells you to do. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Jiang Chen didn't have time to think further, and aimed herself at the metal probe. After the silver-black metal probe, resembling a snake's head, detected the living organism, it made a sizzling sound and began to rotate rapidly around Jiang Chen from top to bottom. Jiang Chen felt a blinding flash of white light before her eyes, almost blinding her. When her vision returned, she saw a pair of sharp eyes sweeping over her, causing her to shudder. Chapter 57. Clean, yes, but an undifferentiated one? Sister Hua's sharp eyes sized Jiang Chen up and down. Xiong Renpei chuckled and said, Sister Hua, you know, the rules say that you must pass the test chamber to become a city guardian, but... He cautiously glanced at Sister Hua's expression. He boldly added, well, these days, how many people can pass the test chamber? Forget 1 in 100, we can't even pick 1 out of 50. Sister Hua continued to scrutinize Jiang Chen without showing any emotion. The young girl, however, wasn't intimidated. Her eyes were clear, and she stared directly at Sister Hua's scrutiny, already having made up her mind. Her gaze remained fixed, but she asked Xiong Renpei, how many are there? Hearing this, Xiong Renpei knew there were probably enough, and quickly replied, including this girl, this is the number. He then held up 8 thick, strong fingers. Then, without making a sound, she took a small, exquisite metal box from her pocket and placed it on the table. Sister Hua didn't even glance at the metal box, presumably because such things were commonplace for her. Sister Hua, you know, we city guards do all the rough work. Over the past few years, quite a few have left, and... Xiong Renpei glanced at Sister Hua, who seemed to know what he was about to say, and withdrew her gaze from Jiang Chen. Xiong Renpei sighed and concluded, right now, we're short-handed. Stop! Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Go on. I have other things to do. Sister Hua lazily turned her head. Xiong Renpei, feeling like he'd been granted a pardon, quickly thanked Jiang Chen and withdrew. Clearly in high spirits after completing the task, Xiong Renpei hummed an unknown tune as he left. Jiang Chen, naturally, couldn't miss this excellent opportunity to ask questions. Team leader Xiong, what was that snake headlight detector for? You don't even know? Well, that's understandable. You're living in a semi-peaceful era now. It's normal not to have seen these things. Xiong Renpei lowered his voice and said, that's a device to detect if you have any listening or monitoring devices on you. With today's technology, implanting a listening device into your cells isn't difficult at all. Isn't the suspended tower just an academy? Why are there so many security procedures? Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder. It was the city guards again, the cleaning, and today's equipment detection. You wouldn't believe it, though suspended tower is just a small city centered around the academy. Do you know how much technological equipment and medical supplies the academy provides to these legions and city-states every year? He looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then said earnestly, Jiang Chen, we city defenders must maintain a high level of vigilance. Think about it, suspended tower has no troops, and we're mostly researchers and students. What do you think is the reason we survived 2 major crises? Jiang Chen looked at the silver-white uniform in his hand. Xiong Renpei's eyes widened. You don't actually think we city defenders can hold anything, do you? Jiang Chen, the tower the city defenders guard isn't that tower. Saying this, Xiong Renpei looked up at the black tower that soared into the clouds. Jiang Chen nodded, feigning sudden understanding, then casually remarked, this terminal is really strange. It works sometimes and doesn't work at all. He fiddled with the terminal on his wrist. Xiong Renpei scoffed, a terminal? Just a tool for those people to collect data. Seeing Xiong Renpei's utterly disdainful expression, it was easy to guess that the people at the Red Mansion weren't equipped with such devices. He softened his tone, adding, terminals have different access levels. Some information can only be seen with a license. However, those people in the council chose to release some insignificant personal information to promote this thing. To show off their selflessness. The two returned to the Red Mansion close to afternoon. Xiong Renpei felt a great sense of accomplishment after completing this round of recruitment, and the thought of his monthly bonus filled him with joy. He glanced at the young girl walking ahead, and a bitter feeling returned. Where would be a suitable place for this undifferentiated girl? Although we recruited her, judging by her thin arms and legs, she probably can't do much work. It's easy to invite a Buddha, but hard to send him away. Where should we assign her? Xiong Renpei looked up and saw Zhang Fengde, who had finished repairing the test chamber, and was preparing to return. A thought struck him, and he hurriedly called out, Captain Zhang, wait a minute, wait a minute. His short, sturdy legs moved forward at their fastest speed, leaving Jiang Chen only a blurry afterimage. Captain Zhang, after much thought, I think someone like Jiang Chen is most suitable for your 11th district team, Xiong Renpei said breathlessly. Before Zhang Fengde could respond, he hurriedly added, what I'm saying is, what's the most important thing between people? Do you know? Zhang Fengde frowned, clearly too lazy to waste words with Xiong Renpei. Maintaining his usual style, he ignored her, didn't respond, and turned to leave. Xiong Rapei grabbed Zhang Fengda's arm, quickly saying, It's fate. We always say meeting is fate. You're Xiao Jiang's reporting administrator, that's fate. Xiao Jiang, what are you standing there for? Come here. Jiang Chen, standing behind Xiong Rapei, poked her head out, we're here. Xiong Rapei turned around and saw Jiang Chen's magnified face, which startled him. He subconsciously released his grip on Zhang Fengda's arm, muttering to himself, when did this girl get here? I didn't even notice. Hey Xiao Jiang, how come you walk like a cat, without making a sound? Xiong Rapei patted his heart. Huh? I just casually walked over like that. Jiang Chen shook her arm. I mean next time. Hey, where's Zhang Fengda? Xiong Rapei looked at his empty palm, turned around, and saw that Zhang Fengda was already far away. He quickly pushed Jiang Chen, go, hurry up and catch up with your Captain Zhang. You be working for him from now on. Jiang Chen looked at the departing Zhang Fengda. Although they hadn't interacted much, and Zhang Fengda was far more complex than he seemed, he didn't seem hostile towards her. Being on his team shouldn't be dangerous. She made up her mind, smiled, and called out, Captain Zhang, wait for me. Xiong Rapei looked at the figures one after the other ahead, shook his head, and silently hoped to see this group of tower guards again next year. After all, they were all living, breathing people. Chapter 58. Jiang Chen had initially thought Zhang Fengda would be very troubled and unwilling to have her join their team. After all, as an undifferentiated individual, Jiang Chen's current abilities didn't meet the standards expected of a city guard. Fortunately, Zhang Fengda's emotions were like a vast, calm sea. He neither welcomed nor resisted Jiang Chen's arrival. The dark circles under his eyes were particularly noticeable against his fair skin. Did this guy never sleep at night? Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder. Suddenly, a red figure appeared before him like an upside-down spider, coming right up to Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen braked sharply to avoid a head-on collision. Hong Rui. The boy was short, about the same age as Jiang Chen, wearing a red striped shirt, with bright red highlights on his blonde hair, making him stand out. The boy named Hong Rui nimbly jumped down. Captain, is this the new recruit we're going to for District 11 today? No. Zhang Fengda answered expressionlessly. Huh? The two behind him stared at each other in surprise. He was added at the last minute. The other one will be taken to District 11 by someone else. Jiang Chen's heart finally settled. Zhang Fengda's words were tacit approval of her joining their team. What's your name? How old are you? Hong Rui asked, adopting an adult-like demeanor. Jiang Chen 14. Hong Rui's eyes immediately lit up. Ah, then I call you Little Jiang from now on. You can call me Brother Rui, I'm a year older than you. Jiang Chen very tactfully called out, Brother Rui. Hong Rui's small body immediately swelled with immense joy. Come on, Little Jiang, let's get on the flying vehicle first. A medium-sized aircraft came into view. Ignoring the two chattering figures behind him, Zhang Fengda strode forward to the cockpit. The city guards actually have aircraft. Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Oh my, Xiao Jiang, although we have the lowest status in the Red Mansion, aircraft are still our basic equipment. Hong Rui finished speaking, then glanced cautiously at Zhang Fengda ahead. However, these aircraft are all discarded by the Red Mansion, but our captain has the skill. This one is in no way inferior to those in the Red Mansion. Hong Rui. Zhang Fengda's imposing voice rang out. Hong Rui shuddered like a chick, but still mustered his courage and called out, Captain, I'm just giving our newcomers a brief introduction. It help us with our work. Silence fell over the cockpit. Come, let me introduce you to District 11. Although our jurisdiction isn't large, but... Hong Rui lowered his voice, and continued, it's the furthest from the suspended tower and the red building. But don't worry, there's a Xixian bus to the suspended tower every day. Doesn't that mean it's a remote area? Jiang Chen thought, but asked tactfully, is farthest a good thing? You don't know this, but the most important port in District 11 is called the North Port. This port isn't open to the public. Every year, the personnel we escort must have visas jointly issued by the suspended tower and the red building to pass through. Got it. Hong Rui winked at Jiang Chen. Understood. According to Hong Rui, District 11 doesn't transport many passengers each year. At least Jiang Chen remembered that when he entered the suspended tower, he didn't disembark through the District 11 port. But, Hong Rui stammered for a moment. She knew it. Every good thing was followed by a but. You see later. Okay, we're here. With a smooth landing, Jiang Chen finally arrived at the so-called Area 11. Yes, it was indeed very desolate and empty. There were hardly any large buildings around. Perhaps because they were nearing a coastal port, reefs stood everywhere, and a few lonely submersibles were docked on the shore. Not far away was a 3-story building, the newest building in the area. Stop! Hong Rui's footsteps were abruptly halted. He muttered under his breath, "Brothers, it's not my fault." Zhang Fengge opened the door, and for a moment, Jiang Chen felt as if he were back in the undifferentiated individual's reporting room, the dimly lit room, the blurry figures. Snap! The harsh light of the incandescent bulb instantly filled the office. Amidst the profanities, 2 disheveled heads came into view. Jiang Chen saw 2 men sitting haphazardly in the small office, of different ages. The older one was under 40, the younger one about the same age as Zhang Fengge, but both had dark circles under their eyes. Hong Rui shouted, "Captain." And the 2 men immediately snapped to attention and stood up. "Red hair, I told you to give advance notice." A burly man grabbed Hong Rui's head with one hand. Hey, I just didn't have time." Hong Rui suddenly realized he was now being called brother, and his tone became mature. "We have a new recruit." Zhang Fengge walked in and briefly introduced, "This is Jiang Chen. He will be working with us as city defenders from now on." Holy crap! They actually added manpower to our ranks after all these years. Calm down, calm down. Red hair broke free from the burly man's grip and ran to Jiang Chen. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "What's your ability?" Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Fengge amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd. Zhang Fengge had returned to his seat, seemingly dozing. Undifferentiated. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and revealed his ability. "Ah!" A tall, thin man walked over, covered Red Hair's mouth, and said gently, "Don't mind him, this kid's impulsive and loves to make a fuss. My name is Hai Tianai. This kid's name is Hong Rui. You can just call him Red Hair." Hey, what Red Hair? Little Jiang is younger than me. He shouldn't call me Brother Rui." The burly man stepped forward, ruffling Red Hair's hair. "Always chattering away, lying about your age again. My name is Lei Ming. If you don't understand anything in the future, just tell me. You're all older brothers, why can't I?" Red Hair complained, his face full of resentment. The others were initially surprised by Jiang Chen's undifferentiated identity, but after a moment's surprise, they didn't seem to take it to heart. "By the way, Captain, wasn't it said that a new mentalist would be sent today?" Hai Tianai asked. Hearing the word newcomer seemed to tug at Zhang Fengge's brow. He opened his eyes, his pupils shifting slightly. "Hello everyone, I'm Chen Yimo, the new city guard." A clear and bright voice rang out behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen never expected to meet Chen Yimo here. After exchanging names with everyone, Chen Yimo walked up to Jiang Chen and said in a crisp and cheerful voice, "I guess you are also a new city guard. What's your name?" He pointed to Jiang Chen's clothes. The 2 of them were the only ones not yet dressed in the tower guard uniforms. Jiang Chen replied dryly, "Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen? A nice name. I hope we can work together smoothly in the future." A gentle, serene smile, like a breeze and the bright moon. Jiang Chen was speechless. This acting, these lines. Jiang Chen was about to applaud and cheer, and offer him some flowers. But why was Chen Yimo here? Wasn't he at the temporary encampment in Xuria? Even if it was said that Valjean's troops were withdrawing, they wouldn't be withdrawing to the suspended tower. And judging from his words, he clearly joined the city guard ranks, but Chen Yimo wasn't in the Legion. How could he suddenly be here? Did the Valjean Legion and the suspended tower's higher-ups know? Jiang Chen suppressed his questions and looked at Zhang Fengge. If Zhang Fengge had mostly been like air before, showing little interest in most things, now he stood up and walked towards Chen Yimo. Although Zhang Fengge was slightly older than Chen Yimo, he looked down at Chen Yimo. But what kind of person was Chen Yimo? In a place as powerful and influential as the Valjean Legion, this young man, who had already shown great promise, looked at the person before him without fear. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. "Come out with me for a moment," Zhang Fengge said to Chen Yimo. Chen Yimo, however, toned down his sharp edge and said with a smile, "Yes, Captain." The 2 stepped out of the door one after the other. "What's going on? Who's this new guy? I never seen the boss so serious before." Red Hair tugged at his messy hair. Hai Tianai looked in the direction the 2 had disappeared, and said in a slightly somber tone, "It seems the days ahead won't be simple." "What's not simple? You 2 just love to overthink things all day long." Lei Ming's gruff voice broke the awkward atmosphere. He added, "To be honest, he's just some young guy who might be relying on some amazing abilities. When we first came here, nobody respected anyone. The captain called him over just to teach him a lesson." Hai Tianai didn't argue further, turning to Jiang Chen in the corner, and said gently and kindly, "Come Come, little Jiangchen, let the seniors tell you what everyone in the city guards is supposed to do. The three of them changed their expressions, looking at Jiangchen with wide smiles. Huh? Why did she have a bad feeling about this? Chapter 59. The three surrounded Jiangchen. Lei Ming, a straightforward man, cut to the chase, asking, Did Xiong Repei tell you what the city guards do? Jiangchen looked at the three, feeling like she'd been tricked. He did. Team leader Xiong said the city guard's most important job is to escort people in and out of the city and protect the suspended tower. As soon as she finished speaking, the three exchanged knowing glances. Lei Ming's lips curled into a sneer. That team leader Xiong, he's been using the same story for years, never changing a word. Jiangchen noticed that even Hai Tianai, usually so mild-mannered, had a hint of disdain in his eyes when Lei Ming said this. However, Hai Tianai quickly adjusted his expression, interrupting Lei Ming's attempt to continue the conversation, calling out, Lei Ming. Lei Ming pursed his lips and stopped talking. Actually, what Xiong Repei said isn't wrong, but it's not complete. Did Xiong Repei introduce Area 11 to you? Hai Tianai paused and then asked. No, but Red. Lil Rui told me that Area 11 has relatively low customer traffic. Jiangchen said with a slightly questioning tone. Is that how you introduce Area 11? Hey, I was just afraid of scaring the newcomers. Didn't Brother Lei say that our work should be done step by step, from simple to complex? Red Hair was a little dissatisfied, but hearing Jiangchen call him Brother Rui made him feel that he was right. Lei Ming, I did say that, but I told you to use it like that. Didn't I tell you about the risk warning when you first arrived? I forgot. Hai Tianai, speaking like a patriarch, said, I don't think Captain Zhang will be back for a while, so I'm telling you in advance, just in case he has to go on a mission. The suspended tower has 11 blocks, which means 11 ports. Our 11th district is the 11th port, but my port has a special feature. I know, it's not open to the public, and you need a dual visa to open it. Brother Ray mentioned it to me. Red Hair smiled with satisfaction. Yes, but Hong Ray hasn't been to the other side of the port yet. I only been here for half a year, and I haven't had the chance before. Hong Ray scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. So what's so special about the other side of the port? Jiangchen asked curiously. Lei Ming and Hai Tianai exchanged glances. Hai Tianai continued, the city on the other side of the 11th district's border is called Wasteland City. It's the largest city closest to the suspended tower. This city is now abandoned. Anyone who comes ashore is strictly prohibited from approaching Wasteland City without permission. Jiangchen, you must remember this. Hai Tianai said earnestly. Okay. Jiangchen nodded solemnly. Having finished the serious topic, Hai Tianai changed the subject, saying, of course, we don't need to go to the other side many times a year. My other routine work. It's like mobilization, patrolling and security in the 11th district, repairing large equipment like submersibles, cleaning up suspicious garbage on the 3 main streets around the area, monitoring special personnel. Jiangchen's dark eyes widened visibly. Not wanting to frighten the newcomer, the blonde-haired man lowered his voice and said, wait a minute, summarizing their work. So how many tower guards are there in District 11? Jiangchen asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. The blonde-haired man's next sentence instantly extinguished Jiangchen's hope. Including you guys, there are 6 people at most. 2 of them retired due to occupational illness. Occupational illness? Didn't team leader Xiong tell you? Hai Tianai was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't this part of the testing process? However, he patiently explained to Jiangchen, all the city guards need to undergo a stress sensitivity test. Stress sensitivity test? Jiangchen had some questions, but didn't show them on her face, continuing to listen to Hai Tianai's next words. The reason for the stress sensitivity test is because we escort people in and out of the city. You should know that the submersible switches between the sea surface and the seabed at extremely high speeds. The huge difference in altitude between the two can easily damage the human heart. Hai Tianai looked at Jiangchen's furrowed brows, but still felt it best to explain the possible consequences to her clearly. If it's just occasionally, it might not have a big impact, but we do it about 10 times a day, which places extremely high demands on the physical fitness of those with superpowers. Over the years, heart damage is inevitable. Of course, there are some superpowered individuals with exceptionally strong physical abilities who are completely unaffected. As Hai Tianai finished speaking, a heavy atmosphere filled the entire office. It seems there's no such thing as a free lunch. The job posting that permanent residency would be granted after 5 years of service wasn't something easily obtained. Lei Ming, seeing everyone's long faces and drooping heads, suddenly became furious and yelled, "What's with all those expressions? Are you all going to die tomorrow? Look at the captain, he's been working for well over 5 years, and he's perfectly fine." Jiang Chen looked towards the door. The two men hadn't returned yet. She was somewhat curious why Zhang Fengge, having already completed his 5-year term, was still staying with the tower keeper. After exchanging information with Lei Ming and the others, Jiang Chen understood her upcoming tasks. To improve efficiency, she volunteered for the night shift, primarily responsible for the first half of the night. Hai Tianai told Jiang Chen that the three of them had just completed a night shift the previous day, and generally, they wouldn't be assigned a second night shift anytime soon, so there was no need to worry too much. This also explained the dark circles under Zhang Fengge and the others' eyes. But for Jiang Chen, this was undoubtedly good news, allowing her to balance her daytime initial lessons with her nighttime work. "It's almost time for our patrol today. Why hasn't the captain returned yet?" Red Hair stared expectantly at the closed gate, saying with dissatisfaction, "That kid must be up to something. Don't overthink it. Lei Ming, take Red Hair to Cuss Street. The abandoned processor there needs repairing. It needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Xiao Jiang, come with me, you need to grab some tools." "Tools?" Jiang Chen followed Hai Tianai to the city guard's weapons and equipment depot. A red light wave scanned Hai Tianai from the right, and the heavy sensor door of the depot slowly opened. A dazzling array of new firearms filled the room, but each weapon was covered by a laser shield, surrounded by laser eyes. Any criminals would likely meet their demise here instantly. Hai Tianai explained, "The weapons and equipment depot is only accessible to authorized personnel. Our group's authorized personnel are Captain Zhang and me. If you need to collect new weapons later, you can come to me." However, he paused, then added, "Issuing firearms requires authentication. Each person can only receive one, and any lost weapons must be reported immediately. Xiao Jiang, remember that." Hai Tianai unlocked a laser dome with his fingerprint, took out a pistol, and handed it to Jiang Chen. It was a uniquely designed pistol, somewhat similar to Zhang Fengge's, only much smaller, but still a behemoth for Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen's hesitation, Hai Tianai patiently explained, "Don't worry, this gun is called a Thunderball machine gun, a special weapon for the city defenders. It's very easy to operate. Captain Zhang's looks a bit like this." Hai Tianai said gently, "That's right. Captain Zhang's was the initial version. The one you have now is a version that has undergone several improvements. We used to joke that Captain Zhang always carried around an old relic. Try picking it up." Born in peacetime, Jiang Chen would never have encountered such a thing in real life. Even the guns he saw in movies were completely different from this one, let alone how to use it. Jiang Chen took the Thunderball from Hai Tianai's hand. It felt cool to the touch, and was extremely lightweight, with a transparent barrel. Looking closer, one could see lightning-like lightning bolts dancing inside. The Thunderball has an intelligent guidance system. It can predict and track targets using advanced algorithms, achieving high-precision strikes even in complex jungle or urban environments. Fearing Jiang Chen might not understand, Hai Tianai summarized it in the simplest terms. It means that as long as you aim at the opponent, even if they moved out of your sights, the Thunderball can predict their next move and achieve predictive firing. Understood. Jiang Chen tucked the Thunderball into her silver-white uniform, but her gaze was instantly drawn to a large weapon resembling a spaceship. This is one of the most complex weapons, but with the widest range of attack. The Reaper. The operating procedure is rather complicated, but our Captain Zhang participated in the development of this weapon before," Hai Tianai said proudly. Jiang Chen looked around at the room full of guns. Was the suspended tower, known for its peace and tranquility, really home to so many enemies? Chapter 60. Night had already fallen. The crescent moon, like a half-golden ring, disappeared behind thick clouds. Without moonlight, the sea was a deep, dark void. Jiang Chen stood beside the octopus-shaped submersible, holding the lightning bolt. Behind him was the pitch-black sea, and beside him stood a tall metal submersible, its clawing tentacles churning in the shallow water. Zhang Fengge received a last-minute order for a group of people to leave the tower that night. Originally, 2 people would have been enough, but the higher-ups had requested 4 guards for this mission. Considering that Jiang Chen and Chen Yimo were newcomers, they weren't included in this emergency operation. However, the exhaust gas processor on Cuss Street in District 11 was malfunctioning, and the untreated exhaust gas had caused several people to fall unconscious. Lei Ming and Hong Rui, experienced in this area, were sent to repair the machine that afternoon. Hai Tianai gave the two some last-minute instructions on what to be careful about, and Jiang Chen and Chen Yimo had no choice but to fill in temporarily. No, only Jiang Chen should be considered. She looked at Chen Yimo standing in front, her eyes bright, as if eager for this emergency operation. With a teammate like this, Jiang Chen had good reason to worry that the journey ahead wouldn't be smooth sailing. A group of people emerged from the darkness, and Jiang Chen watched them from afar. Under the flashing searchlights, silver hair was dappled with light and shadow. His long, thin eyes slowly turned, landing directly on her without any hesitation. How could he be here? Jiang Chen quickly lowered her head, hiding it in the shadow of Chen Yimo in front of her. Pei Du saw Jiang Chen hiding behind Chen Yimo, his long eyelashes fluttering, and he stopped looking at her, striding forward. At the same time, Jiang Chen felt another gaze fall upon her. Crouching low and turning her head, she saw Zhang Fengge scrutinizing her. Jiang Chen smiled innocently, revealing her perfect 8 teeth. Chen Yimo, standing ahead, crossed his arms, seemingly unsurprised by Pei Du's presence at the suspended tower. Pei Du stopped and stood in front, seemingly waiting for something. Then, Jiang Chen heard a familiar voice, "Major Pei, thank you for waiting. We can depart now." What did this mean? What were they doing tonight? Gathering all these people together. Jiang Chen? Good morning, Professor Norman. Jiang Chen looked up, forced to face the impeccably dressed Professor Norman. A flicker of surprise crossed Norman's usually calm eyes. He hadn't expected this young man to choose the role of a city guard, but these thoughts vanished quickly. He nodded, asked no further questions, and strode into the submersible. Professor Norman's call of Jiang Chen was heard by everyone present, and the gazes on Jiang Chen intensified. After all, Professor Norman was one of the most renowned scholars at the Suspended Tower Academy. It was truly surprising that Jiang Chen, a newcomer, was remembered by such an important figure. Several gazes weighed heavily on Jiang Chen, making her feel extremely uncomfortable, as if sitting on pins and needles, as if she were sitting on pins and needles, as if she had a fishbone stuck in her throat. What was that? She actually saw several Valkan soldiers carrying a silver box into the submersible again. This wasn't the same silver box she had seen on the aircraft before. Were they being sent away? Jiang Chen didn't have time to think further. The group had already boarded the submersible one after another, and she inadvertently bumped into Chen Yimo again. Chen Yimo and Pei Du were the two people who knew Jiang Chen's background best. She needed to avoid them as quickly as possible. Pretending not to recognize Chen Yimo, Jiang Chen walked into the submersible without looking back. Chen Yimo smirked, watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure with a half-smile. Jiang Chen walked to the cockpit. "Captain Zhang, all personnel are in the cabin." "Yes, sir." Zhang Fengge was entering the travel code into the autopilot at the front of the submersible. She had expected Zhang Fengge to use this opportunity to interrogate her, but surprisingly, he hadn't said a word, focusing solely on his work. After everyone was seated, the submersible started up with a roar. Jiang Chen and Zhang Fengge stood at the entrance, guns at the ready, while Chen Yimo and Hai Tianai stood at the exit. Jiang Chen tried her best to avoid looking at the silver-white box, but her gaze inadvertently lingered on it. The silver box, made of some unknown material, was so solid it had no gaps. Even after boarding the submersible, several Valkan soldiers remained vigilantly guarding the silver box, not leaving its side for a moment. Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Chen's heart began to pound uncontrollably. She swallowed hard, trying to suppress this strange feeling. Jiang Chen, focus. Jiang Chen's gaze, like mist, fell on Zhang Fengge, her pupils shimmering with a deep, unfathomable light. Zhang Fengge's unfathomable gaze seemed to see through everything. He was too perceptive. Jiang Chen shuddered, snapping out of her daze. "Yes, Captain," she whispered. To resist the temptation of the silver box, Jiang Chen tried her best to focus her attention elsewhere. There weren't many people leaving the tower this time, including the tower guards. There were only 10 in total. Professor Norman sat ramrod straight in his seat, his eyes closed, seemingly resting. Pei Du, on the other hand, turned his face to the outside of the transparent glass, his eyes lowered, the wrinkles between his brows never fading. While Jiang Chen had been cautiously examining the silver box, Chen Yimo and Hai Tianai were practically staring at it openly, though their eyes were clear, suggesting they were merely curious. Gurgle. What was that sound? Jiang Chen pressed his ear close to the submersible's hatch. A series of indescribable sounds came from the dark depths of the sea. By the dim light, in the deep, damp ocean, lush weeds, moss, and various strange, fallen shrubs grew all around. Everything was covered in moss, damp, and partially hidden behind the abnormally abundant vegetation. A shadowy, empty space seemed to harbor some unknown life form, watching them intently. A pale, swollen face slowly emerged from the transparent glass. The rotting skin, bobbed by the seawater, slipped off and floated in the water. Its dark, hollow eyes stared fixedly at Jiang Chen, a silent grin spreading across its lips. In that brief instant, Jiang Chen's hair stood on end, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. Squeak, squeak. The silver box suddenly creaked violently. The Valkan soldiers, in perfect unison, surrounded the box and restrained it. The woman outside the compartment stretched out her wrinkled, bark-like fingers, the sharp nails scraping against the glass of the compartment door with a piercing sound. Zhang Fengde grasped Jiang Chen's shoulder as he stepped back and whispered, "Stand where you were." He walked towards Hai Tianai and whispered something to him. Hai Tianai nodded and came over. "What? Scared? It's just a water zombie." Hai Tianai took Zhang Fengde's place, standing beside Jiang Chen. "A water zombie?" "Yes, not very powerful, but a bit troublesome." Soon, several water zombies filled the entire glass dome of the submersible, their eerie eyes darting inside. Although Jiang Chen knew that theoretically he couldn't see anything from the outside in, the zombies' gazes were relentless. The submersible's tentacles were surrounded by the water zombies, causing its speed to slow down. Jiang Chen saw Zhang Fengde inputting something in the autopilot. "Jiang Chen, hold onto the handrail," Hai Tianai reminded him. "Huh?" Jiang Chen instinctively followed Hai Tianai's instruction and gripped the handrail by the hatch. With a deafening roar, the submersible slammed into the dense mass of water corpses several times at incredible speed. The rapid movement caused the cabin to shake violently. Perhaps overconfident in their powerful abilities, none of the Valkan soldiers were seated in safety chairs. The violent shaking sent them tumbling and falling to the floor. Jiang Chen watched helplessly as the uncontrollable silver box slid towards her. She released the handrail, spread her arms, and gripped the silver box tightly. The seemingly cold silver box had a cool, moist feel to it. Jiang Chen's slender, pale fingertips touched it lightly, her hand instinctively reaching out to open the box. Chapter 61. Just as Jiang Chen was about to open the silver chest, a hand with distinct knuckles pressed down on her hands as she tried to open it. Jiang Chen looked up to see Pei Du's cold gaze fixed on her. Fortunately, everyone was in a state of chaos and hadn't noticed Jiang Chen's small movement, only noticing that she had been knocked down by the silver chest. Pei Du easily picked up the silver chest and whispered to the soldier, "Keep an eye on the chest." Hai Tianai pulled Jiang Chen up, his usually good temper softening as he scolded her in a low voice. "Do you know what you were doing?" "I'm sorry." Jiang Chen herself didn't know she had acted so out of control. "I just don't know what happened, Although I don't know what's inside that chest, they sent the Valkan Legion to guard it, so it must be something important. Your rash opening could have had disastrous consequences." Jiang Chen deeply regretted her impulsiveness. She had completely lost control and opened the chest without warning, and this was the second time already. She silently lowered her head. Hai Tianai felt her words might have been a bit harsh. After all, Jiang Chen had only been temporarily brought in to fill in today. But after much thought, she realized that similar emergencies might occur again in the future, and she needed to truly understand the potentially immeasurable consequences of her recklessness. The octopus-like tentacles of the submersible pierced through several water zombies, their broken bodies scattered on the seabed like duckweed. Like an arrow released from a bow, the submersible broke through the encirclement of water zombies and rushed outwards. Jiang Chen watched from afar as the rapidly retreating water zombies slowly became several black dots. Behind them, a colossal creature breathed, its eyes, hidden in the deep sea, peering out from behind the layers of water zombies, staring at them. The rest of the journey was quiet, as if the previous attack was merely a dream. Zhang Fengde returned to his original position expressionlessly, seemingly unfazed by what had just happened. Jiang Chen realized that during the entire incident, she had overlooked someone, Professor Norman, who remained seated in his safety seat, his eyes slightly closed, seemingly oblivious to everything that had just transpired. What were they planning to do with the silver box? The submersible slowly surfaced, and everyone disembarked one by one. The crescent moon pierced the clouds, and the scenery on the shore was faintly visible in the dim moonlight. This docking point was clearly not the one Jiang Chen had used to board the aircraft. The desolate city was deathly silent, half collapsed. Huge electronic advertising screens were blown over, and towering skyscrapers tilted precariously. The deserted city was eerily quiet, save for the occasional gust of wind that sent the broken metal sheets lying on the ground swaying back and forth, with a mournful creaking sound. Several Valkan soldiers laboriously carried the silver chest down from the diving chamber. Pei Du looked at Zhang Fengde and said, "You need to send 2 people with us. Weren't the city guards only supposed to escort them out? Why did they need to come with them?" Zhang Fengde replied calmly, "We only obey the orders of the suspended tower. Pei-Du raised a raised eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Norman, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Send 2 with us, leave 2 behind. We return in an hour. Hai-Ti and I hadn't expected to encounter such a difficult situation with just 2 new recruits today. Before this, although the suspended tower had a lot of miscellaneous tasks, they had always been confined to the tower's interior. They had never carried out missions outside the tower. But these were Professor Norman's words, and they couldn't refuse. He looked at Zhang Fengge, who merely frowned slightly but didn't hesitate much. Yes. Zhang Fengge's gaze shifted to Hai-Ti and I, clearly indicating that he wanted Hai-Ti and I to come with him, while Chen Yimo and Jiang Chen remained where they were. Hayden and I received his captain's signal, and was about to take a step forward when he was interrupted by a young man's voice. Captain Zhang, can I go with you this time? I like to learn something and broaden my horizons. Chen Yimo adopted a studious demeanor. What a lame excuse, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Chen Yimo didn't even bother to pretend. It was obvious he cared deeply about tonight's operation. Let's go! Norman didn't care who went with him. He strode forward. Zhang Fengge and Chen Yimo seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. Zhang Fengge didn't object further, but before leaving, he glanced at Hai-Ti and I. His furrowed brow remained furrowed. Jiang Chen watched their figures slowly disappear into the darkness of the city, a sense of curiosity lingering. What were they going to do? The towering, dilapidated city buildings obscured the dim night, and countless greedy eyes seemed to be fixed on the silver box in the darkness. Let's do it here. Norman stopped. This spot was located in the darkest part of the abandoned city. Several Valkan soldiers put the silver box down. Professor, for your safety, please follow me. Pei-Du suggested humbly. Norman didn't refuse. He wasn't a physical enhancer, and was indeed useless now. He pointed to Zhang Fengge and said, come here. Zhang Fengge approached, and Norman, looking into his eyes, said, telekinesis is indeed a remarkable ability. It's a pity he's just a city guard. Telekinesis. An ability user can freely move an object from point A to point B, the distance between the 2 points varying depending on the user's rank. Zhang Fengge was a mid-ranking ability user, capable of controlling an object up to 500 units away, perfectly suited to their mission. Zhang Fengge wasn't surprised that Professor Norman knew so much about his ability. They were all property of the suspended tower. Norman handed Zhang Fengge a small vial of a preparation, saying, open the silver box and pour this liquid inside. Zhang Fengge took the preparation without asking what was in the silver box, or what the preparation was for, which surprised Professor Norman. It seemed the suspended tower's city guards were far more interesting than he had imagined. The heavy clouds pressed down, making it hard to breathe. The Valkan soldiers opened the silver chest. One of them, seemingly seeing something utterly terrifying, collapsed to his seat, completely forgetting what he was about to do. His companions frantically helped him up, and he shakily ran back to Chen Yimo, who had conjured a protective shield using his mental energy. A sticky, malevolent aura washed over them. Zhang Fengge picked up the green preparation. A mirror-like surface appeared before him, like ripples on water. He stretched out his hand, and several hundred meters away, a pair of hands appeared directly above the silver chest. The green preparation slowly flowed into the chest. In the absolute silence, terrifying footsteps pattered. A tall, stout, obese woman approached. Her face, covered in thick, fleshy features, trembled slightly. Her grotesque eyes stared intently at the silver chest. The dappled moonlight filtering through the clouds projected her silhouette onto the broken wall, its outline writhing and slowly changing shape. The silver chest remained motionless. A chilling wind suddenly rose, and terrifying screams echoed throughout the city. The night was still young. Norman closed his eyes, but the howling from the abyss had only just begun. Brother Hai, have you heard any strange noises? Jiang Chen pointed to the abandoned city ahead. Hai-Ti and I gazed into the distance, his voice heavy, and said, Jiang Chen, something's coming up later. You go ahead. Chapter 62. Before Hai-Ti and I could finish speaking, a dark mass approached them from the horizon. The two wanted to quickly return to the submersible, but the thing was too fast, surrounding them in the blink of an eye. A dense swarm of insect-like, grayish-black creatures assaulted their eyes. Their rapidly beating wings emitted a devilish shriek, and large, translucent bulges on their backs contained viscous liquid. Damn it, it's a shadow bug. Be careful of its venom, it's corrosive. Hai-Ti and I fired a barrage of lightning balls. Jiang Chen glanced at Hai-Ti and his actions, raised her lightning ball, and fired at the oncoming shadow bugs. The shadow bug hit by the lightning ball emitted a burnt, nauseating odor, and a small drop of viscous liquid splashed onto Jiang Chen's left cheek. Instantly, A small patch of skin felt like it was being corroded by sulfuric acid. Hai Tianai looked back at Jiang Chen worriedly, surprised by her incredibly fast shooting speed, no less than his own. The two stood back to back, the blue electric light from the lightning orb flashing across the entire coastline. Soon, the ground was littered with the corpses of shadow worms, but these creatures were far more troublesome than expected. They surged relentlessly from the abandoned city center, and Jiang Chen felt the lightning orb in her palm begin to heat up. She knew that even the most powerful weapon had its limits. A larger shadow worm silently approached the two, its large pack on its back bursting open, instantly gushing out a thick, yellow liquid. Before Jiang Chen could even see clearly, the backs of the surrounding shadow worms exploded one after another. It's over. Even the seemingly indestructible bodies are not immune to a few bloody holes. Just as Jiang Chen felt her second life was about to end, bang! Jiang Chen saw herself being lifted further and further from the ground, flying at an incredible speed towards an abandoned building in the desolate city. She looked up and saw enormous black bat wings soaring through the sky at incredible speed. She herself, like a chick, was gripped by Hai Tianai's sharp claws, soaring under the moonlight. Brother Hai, that's so cool. Hai Tianai flapped his wings, accelerating, and the shadow bugs behind them fell some distance behind Jiang Chen and the others. He whispered to Jiang Chen, my ability is only good for escaping. The diving pod is too close to those shadow bugs. We probably won't be able to get back anytime soon. Let's hide inside the building first, there are many hiding places there, and they won't find us for a while. Okay. The two landed on the top of an abandoned building. The building's collapse wasn't too deep, offering a panoramic view of most of the city. Hai Tianai retracted his enormous bat wings and said to Jiang Chen, let's wait here. I sent our address to Captain Zhang, we meet here shortly. Boom! A deafening roar followed. 100 meters away, Jiang Chen saw a towering building collapse, turning to dust from top to bottom. He could vaguely see the creatures residing inside the building fleeing, but before they could escape, they too were reduced to dust in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen stared in disbelief at the scene before him. What kind of power was this? We need to get down quickly. This building is probably going to collapse too. The chain reaction caused by the ground tremors caused other buildings to sway precariously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strange sound emanated from the massive metal plates atop the collapsing building. Jiang Chen and Hai Tianai locked eyes, both seeing wariness in each other's gazes. Something was approaching. Hai Tianai spread his wings, carrying Jiang Chen as they leaped from the top floor. Even with their heightened alertness, a brown, fleshy growth-like object whooshed towards Hai Tianai's wing. The rapidly descending Hai Tianai was caught off guard and plummeted. The growth, the size of a head, was a jumble of thick muscles twisted together, its features indistinguishable in the bloody mess. Thick yellow saliva dripped from its gaping mouth, and its blackish yellow teeth tore a chunk of flesh from Hai Tianai's wing. Hai Tianai groaned, flapping his wings to try and shake off the giant, but the giant snapped its jaws shut again, refusing to let go. Blood instantly stained the entire right half of his wing. Jiang Chen could even hear the giant's heavy sucking sounds. Hai Tianai clung tightly to Jiang Chen, using his last bit of strength to plummet to the ground. The two crashed heavily to the ground. Ignoring his own wounds, Jiang Chen lunged at the giant creature. With a whoosh, the giant's head was severed, thick brain matter splattering everywhere. The remaining half of Hai Tianai's head, clinging to his wing, slowly withered and dried. Jiang Chen quickly helped Hai Tianai up. He had exhausted all his strength and was now unconscious. Jiang Chen took out the healing potion he had exchanged before setting off and sprinkled it on Hai Tianai's injured wing. The potion frothed and gurgled upon contact with the wound, seemingly showing signs of improvement. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen poured all the potion over it. Hai Tianai's bulging veins on his arm gradually subsided, and his dark complexion slowly returned to normal. Jiang Chen collapsed to the ground. Before setting off, she had been practicing the use of the lightning ball when she happened to see Chen Yimo and Zhang Fengde returning. However, she was hidden in the shadows, and the two didn't notice her. I have no other requirements, only one. Ensure the safety of my team members. Zhang Fengde rarely spoke in such a serious tone. Chen Yimo, abandoning his usual playful expression, replied, this time, I represent the United Political Council, not the military corps. We will not endanger the safety of the tower guards. Zhang Fengde's gaze inadvertently drifted to the ajar door of the training room, where Jiang Chen was, then he strode away. What does this mean? Will Chen Yimo and the others endanger the safety of the city guards? That evening, Jiang Chen received an urgent notification of a temporary mission, requiring her to escort a group of people out of the tower that night. Jiang Qin's heart began to pound, and her ears started to burn, a signal she always had when misfortune struck. She immediately opened her terminal, and used all her tower coins to buy the latest healing potion. Now, seeing Hai Tianqing's wings visibly healing, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Qin turned around, her fingers gripping the hilt of the black gold broken sword tightly. 2 meters away, the severed head, half of which had been cut off, had already healed considerably. At that moment, all her thoughts exploded in her mind like fireworks. This feeling of déjà vu. 2 meters away, a deep red divine tablet was hidden within the head, but it gave off a different feeling than the one in the silver box. As for what the difference was, Jiang Qin didn't have time to ponder it. What a clever trick. Like Jiang Taigong fishing, waiting for the willing to take the bait. But she was certain that divine tablets could actually attract each other. Chapter 63. Jiang Qin stared at the gigantic figure 2 meters away, twisted into a bloody mess. A woman's face was vaguely discernible, a few sparse, damp strands of hair clinging to her mangled head. Jiang Qin stepped forward, the broken black gold knife in her hand vibrating. The gigantic figure seemed to sense something dangerous approaching. Suddenly, it shot out a tongue-like proboscis, covered in tiny, sharp teeth, opening and closing and howling as it lunged at Jiang Qin. Seeing the proboscis about to strike, Jiang Qin rolled away, dodging the attack. With a loud bang, the marble pillar behind Jiang Qin was instantly pierced and reduced to dust. It turned out that the building from before had been destroyed by this gigantic figure. Jiang Qin didn't dare hesitate any longer. She could sense another creature approaching not far away. The ability to turn an entire building to dust speaks volumes about its terrifying power. But now only the giant remains, and the other creature that attacked it to this state is even more terrifying. Now is the giant's weakest moment. Its bulging eyeballs darted back and forth, and a sweet little girl's voice escaped its fanged mouth. "Big sister, don't be afraid, don't run away, I won't hurt you." The sticky head, still feigning innocence, grinned with its crooked mouth and continued, "Big sister, have pity on me, I'm so hungry, I only eat one piece of meat, I promise." Then it suddenly lunged at Jiang Qin's head. Jiang Qin stood there motionless, seemingly giving up her last resistance. Sharp serrated teeth bit into Jiang Qin's forearm, sweet blood flowing into the giant's mouth. It sucked hard, as if wanting to bury its head into her body, murmuring, "So sweet, so sweet." Jiang Qin's pale skin became even more translucent. With her other hand, she raised the broken knife and forcefully stabbed at the giant. The giant, immersed in the sweet, massive blood, sensed the approaching danger. It was a pity, it had finally encountered such a delicious human. Reluctantly, it released its sharp teeth. "Since you drunk my blood, you won't leave so easily." The giant's teeth were firmly blocked by Jiang Qin's arm, its mouthparts unable to escape. Jiang Qin tightly embraced the giant with her bitten hand. The force was so great that her nails almost flipped open, and a sharp pain shot through her scalp. But at this moment, she squinted, breathing heavily, yet felt no pain in her arm or fingertips. With a swift movement, she aimed. With her current abilities, she had to strike with certainty. Jiang Qin slashed down with the black gold broken knife. At a 45-degree angle to the upper right corner of its eye. Snap! Perfectly accurate. How could you possibly know? The once sweet and charming female voice withered into that of a frail, aged old woman. A tiny crack appeared on the deep red divine steel, radiating outwards from this point until it finally shattered. A crimson light, tinged with gold like fireflies, enveloped the broken black gold sword, flowing along the blade and merging into Jiang Qin's palm. The bulging eyes of the giant object in Jiang Qin's arms were filled with disbelief, but in an instant, they turned into a handful of yellow sand, scattering with the wind. Jiang Qin had witnessed the divine steel merging into her body in the testing chamber, but she never imagined it would be so deadly. Her skin began to burn intensely, every muscle in her body felt as if injected with some kind of poison, writhing in excruciating pain. The broken black gold dagger suddenly broke free from Jiang Qin's grasp, emitting a deep red light. It seemed to refuse any contact with her, standing before her, coldly watching her life slowly fade away. Her eardrums throbbed with pain. Footsteps were approaching from a kilometer away. Jiang Qin's hands clenched into fists, her internal organs feeling dislocated and stuck together. It felt as if a wild beast was bursting forth from her body. It was too late. Jiang Qin opened her bloodshot eyes, the metallic taste of blood choking her throat. Suppressing the surging desire within her, she lunged forward, gripping the broken black gold dagger tightly. The dagger vibrated in her hand, causing a dull ache in her chest. Her tiger's mouth was already split open. She gritted her teeth, half kneeling on the ground, refusing to let go. 100 meters, 90 meters, 50 meters. Chen Yimo saw Jiang Chen's half kneeling back, the swirling dust blurring her figure. Her body seemed to have lost all strength, collapsing with a thud. Jiang Chen. The broken knife, emitting a crimson glow, stood upright above Jiang Chen's heart. A young woman's voice reached Jiang Chen's ears, but seemed distant. A faint scent of incense lingered in the air. The flickering lamplight cast shadows on Jiang Chen's thin eyelids. She struggled to open her heavy eyes, only to find her limbs as heavy as lead. An ancient song drifted in and out of sight. Ah Chen, I know you're pretending to be asleep, look. Jiang Chen finally opened her eyes with difficulty. The broken knife, positioned before her chest, plunged into her heart. She opened her eyes abruptly. The smell of healing agents filled the room. She must be in the medical room. Sizzle! Jiang Chen raised his bitten arm. The wound had been cleaned and covered with a thick dressing. It was almost healed. His empty right hand was unharmed. But Jiang Chen knew the broken knife was still inside his body. At the last second before being discovered, Jiang Chen finally retrieved the knife. You're awake? Chen Yimo opened the door and saw Jiang Chen sitting up. Jiang Chen lowered his hands and hurriedly said, Brother Hai, how is he? You used the treatment very promptly. He's alright, and he's awake now. Which room? Second from the left. Jiang Chen threw off the covers, opened the door, and rushed straight to Hai Tianya's medical room. Chen Yimo's brows furrowed unconsciously. Was this recovery speed too fast? When they found the two of them, both had been bitten by the giant beast. Jiang Chen's injury was more severe, and he hadn't received timely treatment. But in just one night, she was lively and energetic again. Was it because she was young? Before Jiang Chen even opened the door, she heard a loud, wailing voice. Brother, you're not crippled, are you? If you were, wouldn't I be the most useless person in the family? This, the most. You're even asking for it? Did that voice sound familiar? She knocked on the door and saw a girl with a brightly colored, messy hairstyle, meeting her walnut-shaped eyes. Jiang Chen? Hi Tianqing? You're the unlucky guy who almost became crippled with my brother? Ah, more or less. Jiang Chen nodded sheepishly. Hi Tianqing, hi Tianai. The names clearly indicated a family, but she hadn't connected the lively girl before her with the composed Hai Tianqing. Before Jiang Chen even stepped inside, several people rushed in from behind, pushing Jiang Chen and Hai Tianqing aside. A simply dressed middle-aged woman suddenly embraced Hai Tianai. The sight of Hai Tianai, at 180 centimeters tall, being held in her arms was rather comical. Hai Tianai gave a wry smile and glanced at the two people in the doorway. Who's this? Hai Tianqing scratched his curly hair and said, The one embracing my brother is my mother. The one lying on the sofa as soon as we came in is my second brother, Hai Tianjin. The one secretly eating a banana is my third brother, Hai Qianyu. Jiang Chen stared dumbfounded at the family. Chapter 64. Inside the laboratory. It's a real pity this time. That tycoon is so cunning, we didn't even manage to catch him. Kane grumbled incessantly. If Professor Norman hadn't sent me on another mission, I definitely wouldn't have let this happen. You? Doreen glanced at him disdainfully with her alluring eyes. What? You look down on me now? You're still better than some people who are all looks and no brains. Aya! A thick layer of ice instantly formed on half of Kane's arm, from bottom to top. Ice manipulation, able to condense, shape, and control ice and frost at will, can rapidly freeze surrounding objects, rendering them immobile and extremely fragile. Doreen, what are you doing? You can't win an argument, so you resort to violence. Despicable. Despicable. Kane's originally rosy face instantly turned a deep purplish red. Still being stubborn. The thick layer of ice continued to spread upwards, reaching Kane's neck. Doreen. Professor. Bang. Ice shards scattered on the floor. Professor Norman entered the laboratory and said to the two, I hope you can focus on the experiment. His tone wasn't harsh, but it weighed heavily on them. This is Major Pei Du. He will be participating in the silver box experiment with us. Pei Du nodded in greeting. Why are the city guards here too? This isn't a place they can come to. Kane, the ice on his arm still frozen, quickly pointed to Chen Yimo, who had just stepped into the laboratory. Chen Yimo was still wearing the city guard's uniform. He represents the United Political Council. Norman's deep voice echoed in the laboratory. Kane's expression froze in shock. Now that everyone's here, let's discuss the results of this experiment. Kane, open the analysis video data you had in the background. Everything that had happened after the silver box was opened was displayed before everyone again in holographic form. Even just the images, the chilling atmosphere emanating from the silver box still resonated in the hearts of everyone present. Zhang Fengde slowly opened the silver box. In the very center of the box lay a sleeping boy of 11 or 12 years old. His eyebrows were thin and dark, slanting diagonally into his temples. On his pale, translucent skin, faint blue veins were visible. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were black, but in the moonlight, they turned a deep blue, as if they contained layers of color, the deepest being the most intense. He slowly crawled out of the silver box, looking around like a bewildered child. His gaze inadvertently fell on the protective shield Chen Yimo had erected. His eyes were blank, but he stared at them intently, as if he could see them. Everyone held their breath for a moment. Not far away, a tall, stout, obese woman dragged her fleshy body toward the silver box, whimpering, "I'm so hungry, I'm so hungry." Thick drool dripped from the corners of her mouth with each step. He slowly turned his gaze away, looking at the woman approaching him. The woman looked at the fair-skinned boy, her torn lips splitting into a wide, gaping maw. Hunger and greed turned into madness as she moved forward rapidly. The boy's expression remained unchanged. He simply watched her approach, until suddenly they were only a finger's width apart. The woman opened her gaping maw, her esophagus abnormally widened from her desperate scrambling for food. One could even see the red and white flesh of some animal piled up inside, the stench of rotting food overwhelming. "You eaten too much." A calm, emotionless voice came from the boy's wooden lips. "He can actually talk?" Chen Yimo exclaimed in surprise. "This is a 6th-generation experimental subject, already possessing basic language and thought abilities," Norman said casually. Pfft. A delicate, white hand pulled out a crumpled, loose object. "What's that?" a Valkan soldier asked tremulously. "Her intestines." An absolute silence filled with silent terror. No one had clearly seen how the boy had done it. Peidu frowned slightly at the scene. This thing was far more dangerous than he had imagined. "Ah!" The woman collapsed to the ground, her fat, bare paw-like hands clutching her mouth, writhing wildly as she cried and wailed. The boy stood before her, seemingly curious about her vivid expression, and bent down slightly. Suddenly, the mandible attacked the center of the boy's face. He easily dodged the attack by simply turning his head. A mid-sized bust behind them turned to dust the instant it touched the mandible. Raging dust. This ability can be fixed to a specific point on the body. When the user activates this skill, anything that touches that part will turn to dust. Missing its target, the woman immediately withdrew her mandible and attacked the boy again. Dust billowed, and the building was engulfed in dust. The boy emerged from the smoke and dust, dragging the obese woman's leg, and with a forceful tear, ripped it open. "What's he doing?" Chen Yimo asked, watching the figure in the distance. "Looking for the divine steel." Professor Norman's usually stern expression cracked, revealing a smile. Left leg, left arm, right arm, slowly, methodically, like a human eating a crab, dissecting the food on a plate. The entire city echoed with mournful cries, but these cries grew fainter and fainter, slowly giving up the struggle. Only a gigantic giant remained. The boy twisted the woman's head, intending to pry it open, when suddenly the woman's voice transformed into the same voice as the boy's. "I'm in so much pain." Hearing this identical voice, the boy's usually expressionless face seemed to falter. The gigantic giant seized its opportunity, its mandibles plunging into the ground. Instantly, a deep hole appeared in the ground, and the gigantic giant disappeared through the hole. The boy stared blankly at everything before him, but his confusion didn't seem to stem from the giant's escape. Rather, he seemed absorbed in the voice that perfectly mirrored his own. Norman glanced at the motionless boy and handed Zhang Fengde another vial of white potion. The holographic image shut down, and the laboratory fell silent. Ahem. Kane straightened his tie and adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, saying, "This is my report based on Silver Box's behavioral patterns. Take a look." A series of data about Silver Box appeared on the virtual display screen. He confidently raised his chin and glanced at Doreen. Although Kane lacked offensive abilities, he was one of the few brain-evolving individuals, particularly skilled in data analysis. While they were outside the city, Kane had analyzed Silver Box's every move. "This is our 6th-generation prototype, coded XT-06. Its intelligence and attack capabilities will be more than 10 times that of a mid-level ability user." Kane stared intently at XT-06 on the display screen. He spoke rapidly, seemingly caught up in some kind of frenzy. "I know your Legion and the United Political Council sent people because they're worried about whether the Silver Box might be dangerous to humans, after all. He suddenly seemed to snap out of his reverie, not finishing his sentence. After all, what? Chen Yimo seized on his words and continued. Kane, rarely caught off guard, retorted angrily, that's none of your business. We programmed strict instructions into XT06. He will never harm humans and must obey human orders. Look how perfect he is. He can even fight against a mutant possessing a divine steel. No, this isn't fighting. It's a complete one-sided crushing defeat. We humans have finally developed something to counter the divine steel. Extreme excitement caused Kane's sagging skin to tremble, and greasy beads of sweat to quiver from his nose. Dorian felt a sudden wave of nausea. Compared to the fervor, Pei Du's cold voice broke the oppressive heat. What's implanted in XT06? I doubt your institute would conduct such a risky experiment with a real divine steel. Divine steels can indeed attract each other. Early on, some radicals implanted divine steels into their bodies to attract other divine steel possessors, but the results were unexpected. In the fierce battle, the person who obtained the other divine tablet instantly turned into black water. This black water was extremely corrosive, and anyone who came into contact with it would also turn into black water. Even the most corrosion-resistant containers could not withstand it. And within seconds, it evaporated into the air, rapidly killing plants and animals within a radius of several miles. After this devastating cost, the plan to obtain a divine steel through mutual attraction was never mentioned again. The implanted substance is called jade silk, developed by us based on the characteristics of the divine steels. It can mimic the divine steels to the greatest extent possible, especially having a fatal attraction to the bearers of the divine steels. Professor Norman's words struck the laboratory like a thunderbolt. Even Kane and Doreen were momentarily speechless with shock. The energy emanating from the divine steels had dominated this world for a century. A single divine steel could almost completely supply the energy needs of a city, so it seemed no one dared to challenge this power. But Professor Norman's words were a wake-up call for everyone present. They had all seen the XT06 implanted with jade silk in the video, its power completely surpassing that of the giant implanted with the divine steel. Everyone was a witness. Kane practically jumped for joy. He rubbed his hands together, paced back and forth, and swallowed hard, exclaiming, "This is incredible. This is simply the greatest achievement of this century. No. It should be called the greatest achievement in human history, a feat to be recorded in history. We will change all of humanity." Doreen, whose expression had been consistently indifferent, clenched her arms tightly, her crimson nails digging into her skin without her noticing. Her gaze was fixed on Professor Norman, who sat before her. "Where's the silver box?" they both asked in unison. Norman's hawk-like eyes swept over the two of them, his lips tightening, but his words were directed at Pei Du and Chen Yimo. XT06 is still in the experimental stage. Although it has been programmed to protect humanity, its power is too great. Currently, its actions are controlled through medication, so it cannot be handed over yet. Slightly tired, Norman leaned back in his chair, his graying hair obscuring his gloomy eyes, clearly unwilling to speak. Doreen quickly said, "I think we reported everything about XT06 clearly today. Could you two please report this to your superiors?" Pei Du and Chen Yimo didn't say anything more. After they left, the laboratory suddenly became quiet. Kane thought it over and over, but couldn't suppress his restless heart. He cautiously asked, "Professor, look, those two people over there are gone now. You know me, I'm just so curious, could I just take a peek?" Kane's eyes darted back and forth, eager and expectant, not daring to utter those two words. Even the one who had always contradicted him remained silent, her alluring eyes shimmering with anticipation. Professor Norman stood up, his serious and rigid tone leaving no room for argument. "No one is allowed near the silver box without my permission. Do you believe it? They actually created something even more powerful than the divine steel, the jade silk?" Chen Yimo remained skeptical of Norman's words in the laboratory. "Weren't you and I both there?" Pei Du remained calm as always, seemingly unaffected by the matter. "I was there, that's true, but I feel like this just happened so." Chen Yimo couldn't find the words to describe his feelings. Suddenly? Yes, too suddenly. Even if the suspended tower is developing some new weapon, the political council has never openly sent anyone to directly intervene or monitor it, and we never received any intelligence before about the suspended tower manufacturing this kind of thing. He paused, then continued, "Even if it's being done in secret, such a large-scale operation is understandable. It's one thing if the Legion doesn't know, but how could the United Political Council not know?" Chen Yimo looked back at the laboratory receding into the distance. The United Political Council has many people planted in the upper echelons of the suspended tower. It's impossible they haven't heard a thing. This wasn't exactly a secret. Naturally, the Valjean Legion also had its own people within the suspended tower. Did you receive any information about the manufacture of the jade silk? Chen Yimo asked uncertainly. Pei-Du didn't keep him in suspense, answering directly no. Us? Pei-Du pondered Professor Norman's words in the laboratory. What did you say? Chen Yimo looked up at Pei-Du's thoughtful face, a sudden thought striking him. He said, right, just now in the laboratory. Norman's two assistants seemed completely unaware of the jade silk's manufacture. So when Norman said us, did he mean there were other people involved in the jade silk experiments? The darkness before dawn is the deepest. It seems this matter isn't as simple as it appears. Although I was mainly sent to monitor the XT-06 bioweapon, this has turned out to be a pleasant surprise. Chen Yimo toyed with the mysterious transformation wand in his hand. A pleasant surprise? Let's hope so. Pei-Du's eyes darkened, and he changed the subject. Why did you decide to become a city guard? You're not my superior anymore, so I don't need to report this to you, Major Pei. Chen Yimo looked at the first rays of dawn on the horizon, waved to Pei-Du, and said, let's go. Pei-Du watched Chen Yimo's figure recede into the distance. He was somewhat surprised that the United Political Council, as a non-governmental organization maintaining peace and security in Eden, was so concerned about the silver box being developed by the suspended tower. Chapter 65. Jiang Chen then learned that the Hai family currently lived within the suspended tower. Hai Qianya's father was originally a researcher at the suspended tower, but died in the line of duty, leaving his widow with permanent residency rights. Hai Tianjin and Hai Tianyu were twins. This was their final year at the suspended tower. Neither of them were A-level ability users, so they would leave after their studies. However, Hai Tianai, the eldest brother, was an A-level ability user, yet he resolutely chose the role of a city guardian, which baffled his entire family. Hai Tianai appeared gentle, but was actually stubborn. Despite his family's opposition, he resolutely embarked on the path of a city guardian. The reasons behind this remained unknown. Hai Tianqing sighed deeply. What's my brother doing? He's an A-level ability user. Why would he become a city guard? And Jiang Chen, what made you decide to become a city guard? Don't you know that being a city guard could easily cost you your life? Hai Tianqing patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, speaking with an air of superiority. Forced by life. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, but every cloud has a silver lining. This time, she had turned misfortune into blessing. After saying goodbye to Hai Tianqing, Jiang Chen returned to the Red Mansion and ran into Zhang Fengge, who had just returned. Jiang Chen quickly went to greet him with a smile and asked, Team Leader Zhang, well, it's like this, it's just... What do you want to ask? Zhang Fengge was usually extremely busy, speaking as he walked. Jiang Chen pressed on, I want to ask how much a city guard earns a month, and if they can get an advance? You get paid for a day's work? Yes, we're short of money. Jiang Chen dropped the pretense and spoke directly. Zhang Fengge scrutinized Jiang Chen from head to toe with a probing gaze. Jiang Chen felt a chill run down her spine under Zhang Fengge's gaze. She knew it was unreasonable to ask for wages on the first day of work, but she urgently needed money. Huh? What? Still not satisfied. Of course not, thank you, Captain Zhang. Jiang Chen watched Zhang Fengge's departing figure. She had expected to have to argue a lot to get her wages. She had prepared several backup plans and arguments, but none of them had been used. She hadn't expected Zhang Fengge to act so quickly. Her wages had arrived in her account the moment she left the red building. The terminal showed a total of 13,250 suspended tower coins. So high. Upon closer inspection, 5,000 of the suspended tower coins were for her recent work injury compensation. Jiang Chen looked at her overflowing little nest egg, and couldn't help but beam with joy. Jiang Chen opened her terminal, and found the newly renamed know-it-all Du. Du Hai has been making waves in the suspended tower lately. He's cheerful, loyal, and has joined many clubs, accumulating a wealth of information. Now, he started selling that information. Jiang Chen had previously bought a Suspended Tower Academy Extreme Survival Guide from Du Hai, which detailed the most cost-effective school supplies and daily necessities, proving very helpful at the time. Du Hai, do you know of any houses for rent near Area 11? Preferably something cheap. Know-it-all Du, huh? You want to live in Area 11? That's the most remote part of the entire cliff. Jiang Chen, yes, I found a job in District 11, so I might be in a bit of a rush. Know-it-all Du, okay, leave it to me. After paying the information fee, Jiang Chen received a house offer shortly after. Know-it-all Du, thank you for the tip, boss. This is my friend's house. I give you a 20% discount, 1 month's deposit, and 3 months rent in advance. Here's the address. Jiangchen, thank you for your support, boss. Jiangchen opened the door. The house wasn't large, but it was fully furnished. It was an apartment located on the northwest corner of Kus Street, about 30 kilometers from the academy. Kus Street was a relatively quiet area. It was close to the port of District 11, but the port was closed to the public year-round, so the closer you got to the port, the sparsely populated it became. Jiangchen didn't choose a dormitory inside the academy, partly because it was close to District 11, but also because she wanted a secluded place, preferably away from the Tower of Suspension surveillance. A night had passed since she absorbed the divine steel. Apart from the initial near-death feeling after absorbing it, her body hadn't experienced any other reactions. She drew the gray curtains, instantly plunging the once bright room into darkness. The terminal was placed in the room outside the bedroom. Everything was ready. Jiangchen raised her palm, closed her eyes, and recalled the moment she obtained the divine tablet. The feeling of the tablet shattering and transforming into streams of light that merged into her body was like a torrential downpour washing over her. She gritted her teeth, opened her eyes again, and clenched her fist. A dark, broken sword appeared before her. This was the first time Jiangchen had quietly observed this broken sword. Previously, she had only glanced at it briefly before it disappeared. Although Jiangchen had never seen a long sword in real life, she had at least seen them in many movies and TV dramas. Samurai swords, Tang swords, Miao swords, and so on. This broken knife, however, seemed unlike theirs. The blade was longer and thicker, yet extremely light, hardly resembling a cold weapon. At first glance, the blade was dark black, but upon closer inspection, fine, golden red veins appeared, like veins on the human body. These veins were so fine, they were almost invisible. But what was most surprising was the nick on the blade. Jiangchen initially thought it was from a strong impact during use, but upon closer inspection, it looked more like a drop of some kind of solution had accidentally dripped onto the edge, creating a smooth nick. Jiangchen had witnessed the power of this broken knife. Leaving aside the hard scales of the giant python in the underground palace, it could easily shatter even the divine tablet. So what could possibly have melted several holes in such an indestructible broken knife? Gripping the hilt, she haphazardly practiced a few strokes. In her original world, she wasn't even good at chopping vegetables, let alone using a knife. But this broken knife felt surprisingly natural in her hand, as if her body instinctively knew how to use it. Was it muscle memory? Did the original owner already know how to use this broken knife? Never mind that for now, she now possessed a divine tablet within her body. According to Chen Yimo and the others, wasn't she practically invincible? Even if her ability value was only 1%, potentially indicating a congenital deficiency, this was still a divine tablet. Jiangchen eagerly took out a cup and pressed her finger against it. Why? No reaction. Logically, if she had seized that giant's divine tablet, wouldn't that mean she had also seized its ability? Raging dust? Jiangchen's broken sword sensed this power the moment it touched the divine steel. But what did this mean now? The cup on the table remained unresponsive. Unconvinced, Jiangchen gripped the broken sword and touched the glass with the tip. The glass spun a few times, but remained unharmed. She immediately stood up, ran to the mirror, and scrutinized her reflection for a full quarter of an hour. Nothing was found. Slumped onto the bed, Jiangchen stared blankly at the ceiling, rubbing her forehead. Her success in hitting the target was due to her ability to clearly see the exact location of the divine steel inside the giant creature. But after scanning the mirror from top to bottom several times, she found nothing. Jiangchen began to feel disoriented. Was it all just her imagination? Had she not obtained the divine steel? Otherwise, how could she not see it? And why hadn't she acquired the giant creature's power? The setting sun's rays filtered through the curtains, casting dark red streaks on Jiangchen's face. Jiangchen gripped the broken sword tightly in her hand, the cool touch reminding her that she was indeed holding it. She half closed her eyes. According to her previous calculations, the broken sword would trigger at the moment the divine tablet appeared, and since she could now control it skillfully, the divine tablet must be within her body. But why she couldn't see the divine tablet now, nor had she acquired the giant's abilities, she thought something was missing. What was missing? Perhaps due to the excessive exertion over the past 2 days, Jiangchen slowly drifted off to sleep, filled with countless questions. And the black gold broken sword fell from her palm, standing upright above Jiangchen's heart. Chapter 66. Jiangchen opened her eyes, having slept soundly without dreams. She picked up her terminal. A notification had arrived yesterday that general education courses would resume today. Look, there weren't many people to begin with, and now there are only. Let me count. Hai Dongqing scanned the room from left to right, including us. There are only 6 people. Jiang Chen looked around. There weren't many people who had chosen the initial courses to begin with, and now that 2 people were gone, the lab seemed even emptier. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised that Wang Qing wasn't there, given his severe injuries. Yi Zhenquan wasn't there either. He must be worried about something else. When she arrived this morning, Funi was standing at the door, her eyes blazing with anger that seemed capable of scorching anyone who passed by. However, Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised that Zhou Yang was also there. He had clearly come specifically to confront Professor Norman, but now that Professor Norman had left, he hadn't backed out. Dongqing, do you know Professor Wan Xinliang? You know what? I asked my brother, and they didn't know either. He must be a recent hire for the academy. There's no information about him on the terminal. Hai Dongqing said mysteriously. Wan Xinliang pushed open the door and entered. He was wearing a worn-out gray-brown trench coat, with several faded patches. Although he looked younger than Professor Norman, around 40 years old, his light brown hair was already gray. He carried an old book in his right hand, and a tattered little suitcase in his left. No way. Is this our new general education course teacher? He's so different from Professor Norman. Zhou Yang muttered beside him. It's Professor Wan Xinliang, Jiang Chen said quietly. Jiang Chen, how can you be so sure? Hey Zhou Yang, what are you doing sitting next to us? Hai Dongqing rolled her eyes at Zhou Yang. She really thought Zhou Yang's taste was terrible. Why was he wearing such an ugly men's top hat in the lab? Mind your own business. Does this seat have your name on it? Zhou Yang retorted without hesitation. His name, WXL, is engraved on his suitcase. Jiang Chen nodded, raising his chin. The tattered little suitcase was bound together with ropes, presumably having traveled with its owner for many years. However, what intrigued Jiang Chen was the book in Professor Wan Xinliang's hand. Although it looked worn, and the letters on the cover were peeling off, making it impossible to read what was written, every page was neatly arranged. After all, they rarely use paper documents these days. Professor Norman had previously sent them teaching materials directly via terminal. Wan Xinliang walked to the center of the laboratory. A few students sat sparsely in the large room, but he didn't care how many people were there. All eyes were fixed on him. Wan Xinliang opened his suitcase and took something out. The laboratory erupted in chaos. See Vine. The chubby boy ran to the laboratory door at his fastest speed, ready to open it and run away. Don't worry, Professor Wan Xinliang said calmly, because several students were already scrambling towards the door in fear. Most people felt there was indeed something to worry about. The chubby boy glanced at the sea vine in Professor Wan Xinliang's hand, his eyes filled with terror. Sea vines are afraid of fire, as you all learned in previous lessons, Professor Wan Xinliang said. Most of the indoor greenery in the suspended tower uses sea vines. They have strong reproductive capabilities and are very resilient. They can be cultivated even in water. This one I dug up in the reception hall. Professor Wan Xinliang showed everyone the sea vine in his hand. This sea vine was quite quiet, its emerald green vines twined around Professor Wan Xinliang's fingertips, appearing somewhat shy. So, we must ask ourselves a question. How did we arrive at the conclusion that sea vines are afraid of fire? Zhou Yang immediately raised his hand. Sea vines were originally marine plants, but due to the continuous rise in seawater temperature, a large number of these plants migrated to land, Zhou Yang continued. They are extremely sensitive to heat, and simply cannot survive in the churning, scorching ocean. I couldn't have explained it better myself, Professor Wan Xinliang said, and Zhou Yang proudly raised his chin towards the gerfalcon. So, ultimately, the biggest fear of sea vines is heat. Records show that when seawater temperatures rise to over 50 degrees Celsius, these vines are forced to quiet down and relocate. But can't these plants establish synesthesia with humans? Sun Xiangyu asked anxiously, having been closest to the sea vines at the time. Indeed, the instantaneous burning of flames is fatally painful for humans, Professor Wan Xinliang said. But there's a gentler method than flames, Jiang Chen? Zhou Yang, sitting next to Jiang Chen, jumped up and down. His hand was raised again. Answering a question in this situation would be awkward, and Jiang Chen didn't have time to think about why Professor Wan Xinliang had called on her to answer this question. She had to stand up. Use hot water. While flames can kill the sea vines quickly, hot water will make them calm down and shift their target. Even with synesthesia, the human body's tolerance to hot water is far greater than the burns from flames. Is that right? Exactly right, Professor Wan Xinliang said. Zhou Yan lowered her hand, looking somewhat disappointed. The best way to deal with these mutated plants is to understand their habits. Complete extermination can sometimes lead to mutual destruction. Seemingly roundabout methods might achieve the same goal. Alright, let's put it into practice. Professor Wan Xianliang pointed to the chubby guy by the door, and Sun Xiangyu beside him. Although they had already heard the theory, the two still cautiously stepped forward. Professor Wan Xianliang tore off a sea vine from his hand, and held it in front of the two. The chubby guy trembled, hesitant to reach out. Sun Xiangyu glanced at Professor Wan Xianliang, then boldly reached out his hand. The sea vine instantly wrapped around Sun Xiangyu's arm. The two were momentarily flustered by the scene before them, but Professor Wan Xianliang's continued presence reassured them. In the laboratory, there were containers of water, and a furnace on the work table. The chubby guy quickly grabbed a set of equipment, and started heating. Sun Xiangyu dipped his arm into the container of hot water. Although the water might be a bit hot, as a typical superhuman, his body was generally enhanced, so the temperature was perfectly manageable. After a while, the sea vine wrapped around Sun Xiangyu's arm began to bubble and gurgle, quickly crawling out of the container, and hiding in a shady corner. They actually solved it just like that. Zhou Yang, sitting next to him, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. For the rest of the time, all the students in the laboratory listened attentively to the lecture. The lively and interesting content kept several students excitedly chatting after class. Jiang Chen was about to leave with the crowd. Jiang Chen, come here for a moment. Professor Wan Xianliang called out to Jiang Chen, who was about to leave. This is a gift for you. Wan Xianliang handed Jiang Chen the antique-looking book. A gift? Jiang Chen took the book, and was about to open it. I think you might need a quiet place to read this book, Professor Wan Xianliang suggested gently. Okay, thank you, Professor. But why did you give me this book? Jiang Chen was a little puzzled. She had never met this professor before. Look at my memory. This is a gift from a friend of mine. A friend? Jiang Chen looked up in surprise and asked, Who? Wan Xianliang shook his head apologetically. I'm sorry, I can't tell you right now, but I think you meet soon. Meet soon? Chapter 67. Jiang Chen returned to her residence with the Book of Answers. She had 2 hours before her night shift, giving her time to thoroughly study it. The book's appearance was unremarkable. The grayish-brown cover lacked a title, let alone an author's name. Who could have given her this book? Firstly, it couldn't have been someone close to her. If it were, why would they go through Professor Wan Xianliang to deliver it? Could it be him? But why would he give her a book? Jiang Chen couldn't figure it out, so she put the matter aside and focused entirely on studying the book. She had already tried to open it, and unsurprisingly, it was sealed shut. After several attempts, Jiang Chen even began to wonder if it was even a book anymore. Suddenly, a plan flashed through her mind. Could it be the method she had been thinking of? Jiang Chen drew her black and gold broken knife and slashed her hand, drops of blood falling onto the book. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It really was this old-fashioned method, but Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Why could her blood open this book? For words slowly appeared on the cover. The Book of Answers. The Book of Answers instructions. 1. Place the book on the table and close your eyes. 2. Take 5 to 10 seconds to concentrate on your question. For example, who was the fairest woman in the Garden of Eden? 3. While imagining or stating your question, place one hand on the cover of the book and turn the pages from back to front. 4. When you feel the time is right, open the book, the answer you seek is there. 5. The Book of Answers can only answer 3 questions. Please use it with caution. Given that there are only 3 questions to ask, regardless of whether the answers in the Book of Answers are correct, based on her observation of Professor Wan Xianliang today, this Book of Answers shouldn't just be a prank. Many questions flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, such as, what exactly was that mysterious black pod in the underground palace of Xuria? Why did the magical elements inside the pod turn into a black liquid and merge into her body? Why is there a mysterious organization constantly hunting these 7 girls? Why can she see the divine steel? Why didn't she seize the previous superhuman's ability after taking the divine steel? Why did she come to this world of Eden in 2095? Who gave her this book of answers? And so on. She had many more questions swirling in her mind, making it difficult to decide which one to ask first. Night fell, and the city lights came on. Jiang Chen overheard 2 boys talking nearby. You're leaving the suspended tower next year. What are your plans? Me? The boy thought for a moment, then replied, probably going back to downtown town. Ah, but I heard there haven't been many people around your hometown these past few years. With your powerful abilities, you could easily get into any unit, let alone the Valken Legion. The boy shook his head and said, "My mother doesn't have any abilities, and I already left home too far." You have a point. Jiang Chen's hearing and sight were now truly exceptional. She could easily detect sounds at this distance. She closed her eyes, placed her hand on the Book of Answers, and devoutly asked in her heart, "How can I return to my original world?" Jiang Chen flipped through the pages from back to front, opening the book. It was completely blank. What did this mean? Had she made a mistake? Jiang Chen stared intently at the blank page. A few faint words appeared in the center of the page. Incomplete data, unable to provide information. What a lousy book. Jiang Chen angrily threw the book down. It was truly a waste of her time. The Book of Answers lay quietly in the corner. Jiang Chen paced back and forth, picking up the broken knife and gesturing at the anatomical model she had bought. Time passed quietly. After calming her agitated mood, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and picked up the Book of Answers again. The fifth instruction on the cover indeed showed that only 2 questions remained. This lousy book of yours. It hasn't even answered any questions, yet it dares to give me a reading. I already used up one of my questions. The Book of Answers lay quietly in Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen had no choice but to swallow her anger. She had 2 questions left, and she didn't know if the Book of Answers was even useful. Her trust in the book had greatly diminished. But there was no other way. She had to try anything. To avoid wasting her question attempts, Jiang Chen thought long and hard before finally deciding on her second question. How should I use the divine tablet within me? This question was arguably the most practical for Jiang Chen's current situation. Jiang Chen carefully turned the pages, opening one. If she received another nonsensical answer this time, she would definitely throw the entire Book of Answers into the fire. But the contents displayed on the Book of Answers immediately cleared Jiang Chen's mind. After the divine steel liquefies, all its power will merge into the wearer's body, restoring it to a state of no attributes. The divine steel will generate new abilities based on the characteristics of the ability user. This sentence, though simple, contained a wealth of information. First, the reason she couldn't see the divine steel was because the previously solidified steel had liquefied within her. However, this raised a new question. How did the previously solidified steel become liquefied within her? Second, all its power will merge into the wearer's body meant that she was obtaining the energy acquired by previous divine steel wearers. In simpler terms, she was acquiring internal energy, but not cultivation techniques. Third, the last sentence raised some questions for Jiang Chen. What did it mean to generate new abilities based on the characteristics of the ability user? Jiang Chen put down the Book of Answers. She hadn't figured out the last question yet. She needed to think it over carefully to avoid wasting her last chance. She looked at her hands. What kind of superpower would she develop? Based on her own characteristics? Did this mean it was a guaranteed assignment? There was no mention of when or where. Could she make requests later? Jiang Chen smiled wryly. She certainly didn't want the divine tablet to assign her an overly cool or arrogant superpower. Indeed, given her current situation, an overly showy superpower wasn't suitable for her. Her public identity was that of an undifferentiated individual. Jiang Chen had researched a lot about undifferentiated individuals in the suspended tower these past few days. According to recorded data, only 3 undifferentiated individuals had ever developed superpowers over the years. One was untraceable, as he died from an explosion while developing his superpower. The other 2 had different abilities. One was ordinary physical enhancement, nothing special. The other was a mid-level superpower user whose green finger could revive any plant, an interesting superpower user, but he disappeared for unknown reasons. Therefore, if she suddenly possessed a powerful, publicly displayed superpower, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Jiang Chen looked at the warm yellow lights of the 11th District Guardian building in the distance. It was time for her to go on duty. Chapter 68. Patrolling is one of the daily administrative tasks of the city guards. The 11th District isn't large, consisting of 2 cities, with the 11th District as the boundary, the North District above, and the South District below. Jiang Chen and Chen Yimo's patrol area for the first half of the night was the South District. In the equipment room. Why aren't you surprised to see me? Chen Yimo was referring to the first day they happened to meet. Jiang Chen tucked his Thunderball pistol into his waistband, confirming that the city guard's communication equipment was ready. Surprised, but I acted it out to cooperate with you. Chen Yimo chuckled. This girl always managed to deliver a sarcastic remark unexpectedly. The 2 walked through the streets of the South District. Compared to the sparsely populated North District, the South District, closer to the main city's academy, was much more bustling. Although it was already night, neon lights flickered, and tall, futuristic buildings emitted a cool blue glow. A huge holographic image was of the latest generation of electronic robot beauties. The two weren't wearing the city guards' uniforms. They mingled in the crowd, observing their surroundings for any suspicious individuals. Chen Yimo casually glanced at Jiang Chen. The orange-red lamplight cast a shadow on her face, blurring her features, but unable to dim her dark eyes. He truly hadn't expected Jiang Chen to become a city guard, so seeing her on the maglev train had genuinely surprised him. However, he had a more important mission to complete at the time, so he hadn't approached. Her long, glossy black hair had been cut short, losing some of her youthful beauty, but gaining a vibrant energy. Yet, for some reason, a sense of loss washed over him. "Why did you decide to become a city guard?" Chen Yimo turned to her, asking casually, as if making small talk. "No money." "Huh?" Chen Yimo's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He considered many reasons, but this was the last one he thought of. "Besides, it's relatively safe here," Jiang Chen added casually. Indeed, he had already reviewed Jiang Chen's file. Although the higher-ups at the suspended tower only authorized him to oversee the silver box, checking the information of an ordinary student wasn't difficult. Jiang Chen's file was extremely clean, only introducing her basic information. Her ability was undifferentiated, but much information was missing, such as her parents and place of origin. However, in the turbulent environment of the apocalypse, this missing information wouldn't attract much attention. Chen Yimo shook his head and chuckled, bringing up another matter. "They said you only had a 1% chance of being an ability user, but I didn't expect your ability value to actually be 1%. Jiang Chen unconsciously slowed her pace. As expected, Chen Yimo's identity wasn't so simple. She even knew her ability value with such precision. Suppressing her surprise, Jiang Chen calmly continued, "And you? Can a soldier of the Valkyrian Legion also serve as a defender in the suspended tower?" "Of course not. I'm no longer with the Valkyrian Legion." "Oh." Jiang Chen didn't press further about why Chen Yimo wasn't with the Valkyrian Legion. The more she knew, the faster she might die, and besides, these things were none of her concern. The bustling street scene couldn't diminish the invisible distance between them. At the temporary encampment in Xuria, everything was too chaotic and flustered. Jiang Chen hadn't thought things through carefully, but during her time in the suspended tower, as she reviewed past events, Chen Yimo's repeated manipulation and probing came to light. But there was nothing to criticize. Jiang Chen's calm gaze remained fixed on the road ahead. Chen Yimo stared intently at Jiang Chen, as if making a decision, and said in a slightly somber tone, "The source of the information may not be accurate, but the people trying to capture you are likely from two groups. One group is still unclear, but the other group may have been sent by the Moses Company." A bolt from the blue. Jiang Chen hadn't expected Chen Yimo to bring her such bombshell news. Moses Company? Yes, its other name, which you're probably more familiar with. Moses? Moses. From the logo on the bread she'd just eaten at the suspended tower, to the ubiquitous advertising displays. Moses manufacturing was everywhere. Jiang Chen looked up and immediately saw a beautiful female robot in a holographic image, her head bowed, smiling as she uttered, "Made by Moses." Moses is the largest conglomerate in Eden, encompassing the entire industrial chain from clothing and food to housing and transportation. In recent years, it has developed rapidly, acquiring numerous industries. Now, its operations have extended to the latest scientific research, creating a dominant position. Chen Yimo softened his tone. "So, Jiang Chen, even with the strict security at the suspended tower, if Moses doesn't get what they want, I think even if you obtain permanent residency, this place might not be absolutely safe." Chen Yimo was undoubtedly intelligent. He saw that even as an undifferentiated individual, Jiang Chen had chosen the path of a city guardian. Lack of money was one factor, but more likely, it was a desire for the suspended tower's protection. But could the suspended tower truly protect her? Chen Yimo's words were undoubtedly a wake-up call for Jiang Chen. Why would Moses go to such lengths to capture her? And who were the other groups trying to capture her? Her flesh wasn't some Tang monk's flesh. Why were so many people trying to capture her? But desperation prevents one from seeking help haphazardly. First, she didn't know if Chen Yimo's information was true or false. It wasn't that she wanted to deliberately doubt Chen Yimo's warning, but the series of mysteries surrounding her forced her to be more cautious. She remained composed and said, "Chen Yimo, thank you for telling me such important information, but I really don't know what Moses wants, so..." Beep beep beep. The city guard's communicator beeped. Zhang Feng's steady voice came through. "Jiang Chen, you and Chen Yimo immediately head to District 10 for reinforcements." Suspicious individuals have been discovered entering the suspended tower, resulting in the death of a woman. Chapter 69. A female mummy, folded in half. Her entire body was a pale bluish-white in varying shades. The skin on her face had been peeled away, and the remaining flesh had been deliberately sculpted into a terrified smile. Her sunken eye sockets revealed the despair she had felt in life. The deceased was 14 years old, named Chiyusen, a freshman in the 2095 class of the suspended tower. Time of death, 4 hours ago. No wounds were found on her body. Cause of death. All blood was drained. Hai Tianai reported to Qian Gang, the captain of the 10th District City Guards, after examining the body. Seal off the scene. No one is allowed to approach this building. All city guards immediately increase patrols in the surrounding area. If any suspicious persons are found, immediately arrest them. Qian Gang ordered. Captain Zhang, may I speak with you privately? Qian Gang glanced at the desiccated corpse and walked outside. The 10th district was more prosperous than the 11th district. Although it was nearing midnight, the colorful streetlights still shone brightly. Qian Gang and Zhang Fengde weren't particularly close. They were classmates who entered the suspended tower together, but their acquaintances were limited to nodding acquaintances. However, he now felt compelled to seek advice from his old classmate. After all, Zhang Fengde had once served as the acting captain of the city guards in District 10. These days, the job of a city guard was becoming increasingly difficult. Anyone with any ability wouldn't take on such a thankless task. Qian Gang was also desperate. His abilities were limited, and the outside world was too chaotic. He could easily lose his life. Becoming a captain of the city guards was at least a minor official position, and after 5 years, he would receive a permanent residence permit. But he never expected that such a bizarre thing would happen so soon after he had barely settled in. While death isn't uncommon, this method of death was truly gruesome. Moreover, and most importantly, the entire tower was under tight terminal surveillance, with surveillance cameras installed in every street and alley, yet they hadn't found a single clue. Forget about suspicious individuals, they hadn't even found the murder weapon. Brother Fengde, we immediately sent the message to other areas, but right now, we have no leads, not even any suspicious individuals. Also, you know District 10 better than I do, this method of death. Qian Gang seemed unable to recall the corpse's appearance and hurriedly said, have you seen this method of death before? Zhang Fengde's brows had been furrowed ever since he saw the body. No, there were 4 cases of death due to excessive blood loss last year, but this is the first case where someone died from having all their blood drained without any wounds. Beep beep beep. Qian Gang turned on his communication device. He heard his heart thud, and his whole body, like a slender skin, lost all strength and collapsed. Zhang Fengde quickly helped him up, and they saw a series of messages coming through the communication device. 2 women have been found dead in District 9. 1 woman has been found dead in District 8. 3 women have been found dead in District 7. When Jiangche arrived, the atmosphere was beyond describable as a cloud of gloom. Why are you here? Hai Tianai asked as he walked over. Captain Zhang sent a message saying there's been a murder in District 10, and we need reinforcements, Jiangche explained. Sigh, Hai Tianai sighed. It seems like it's not just District 10 that needs reinforcements now. Hai Tianai told Jiang Qin and Chen Yimo the whole story. Disbelief flashed in both of their eyes. They were committing crimes in each district every hour, yet the suspects hadn't made any demands. Jiang Qin looked at the people in gray uniforms coming and going. Their uniforms were well made, their weapons and equipment advanced, and their movements were perfectly synchronized. They quickly surrounded the entire crime scene, and the 3 men hurriedly retreated to the side. Who are they? Jiang Qin glanced around. Gray Worms, that's their nickname. They're a group of special engineers trained by the suspended tower. Normally, they're scattered throughout the suspended tower, but in case of emergencies, they're handed over to them. Jiang Qin nodded. It seemed these special engineers were the suspended tower's true security force. A person stepped out from the group. It was Yi Ding, whom Jiang Qin had met at the council meeting. Jiang Qin nudged Hai Tianai. Brother Hai, what exactly does Yi Ding do at the suspended tower? His position on the terminal says he's the board secretary, so how come he's leading engineers? Hai Tianai looked around. There was no one nearby. He whispered, the Doves, you heard of them, right? Jiang Qin nodded. The second in command of the Doves, responsible for unnatural deaths at the suspended tower. These special engineers are under their command, Hai Tianai explained. Jiang Qin watched as these special engineers methodically inspected the building, leaving no corner unchecked. But a question crept into her mind. The doves were different from what she imagined. Whether it was the previous clash between the two factions or the training of special engineers, they seemed far more formidable than their names suggested. She suppressed her questions and looked around, but couldn't see Zhang Fengde. "Hey, where's Captain Zhang?" Captain Zhang took red hair and Lei Ming to District 5 ahead of time. Judging by the timing, this suspect's next target is probably District 5. This is the first place he's killed, and I was the first one he checked. Captain Zhang was worried they might question him later, so he told me to stay here. Sure enough, a short while later, Hai Ti and I was called in for questioning by Yi Ding. Now that Grey Worm had taken over, Jiang Chun and Chen Yimo were actually getting in the way. The two of them simply went to the building entrance to wait for Hai Ti and I. Killing several women in this area every hour, what's the point? And if this suspect wants something, why didn't he just say so after attracting the attention of the higher-ups? Jiang Chen looked at Chen Yimo, puzzled. Chen Yimo rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawning, and said, on one hand, it's a provocation, on the other hand, I bet this person isn't an ordinary person. He's used to being high and mighty, so he likes to let others guess. What a twisted sense of humor. This isn't our job. Let's leave as soon as he arrives. For people like Chen Yimo who live on the edge, death is nothing. A few deaths around them are just another leaf falling. Jiang Chen gazed at the fading streetlights and muttered to himself, why start from District 10? One end of the thread was shrouded in a complex web of mysteries, leaving one completely baffled. Hai Ti and I was quickly finished with his questioning and came out. The three boarded the maglev train, intending to return to District 11. Jiang Chen looked at his reflection in the train window. She asked casually, Brother Hai, should we check every house when we get back? What if this suspect also has a murder case in District 11? Hai Tianqing yawned and said, no need. Captain Zhang said District 11 has a small population and no girls from Kishria. By the way, all the victims were from Kishria. I wonder what grudge this suspect has against this place. The cold air from the maglev train's air conditioning brushed against her neck, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 70. Early morning. Less than an hour until the next Chile girl dies. Waves crashed against the rocks. Jiang Chen hurried out of the guard's duty room, on her way home. Dusk had fallen. She suddenly changed direction, plunging into the darkness. Brother Rui, it's me, Jiang Chen. Brother Hai said he found an important clue, but he's at the scene, and can't leave for a while. He asked me to bring it over. Where are you now? Hong Rui looked at the bustling crowd. Zhang Fengde was reporting something to Yi Ding, and obviously didn't have time for him. He was now a brother, after all. He looked down, and sent the address directly. We're at the Vanley building. Jiang Chen guessed that Yi Ding and his team would definitely not let these people run rampant in the suspended tower. If their target was a Xili girl, then the higher-ups of the suspended tower would have a natural advantage. What will Yi Ding and his group do? Yes, gathering these girls in one place beforehand isn't difficult, and then catching all the criminals in one fell swoop is arguably the most effective method right now. She had previously spent a lot of money to buy a topographical map of the suspended tower from Du Hai, which detailed the shortcuts between the various areas, and now it came in handy. How long are you going to follow them? Jiang Chen stopped in her tracks. A dark figure emerged from behind Jiang Chen. This person was Chen Yimo. The girls who truly came from the underground palace had their identities concealed as soon as they entered the suspended tower. They won't be able to find you for a while. Are you still going? Chen Yimo was somewhat puzzled. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was extremely cautious, and would never take unnecessary risks. You said you only been talking for a short while? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Besides, she saw the huge display screen flashing welcome to District 5. Time was tight. She didn't have time for much planning, but Jiang Chen knew she had to go this time. Sitting idly by and waiting to die would only put her in a passive position. She had to figure out why these people were relentlessly pursuing them, and this pursuit was completely different from the previous two. Besides, the humiliating death of the girl from District 10 echoed in Jiang Chen's mind like a slideshow. These people. Jiang Chen took a step forward, but Chen Yimo grabbed her arm. Jiang Chen, calm down. This isn't as simple as you think. Going like this is just suicide. Moonlight shone in, casting shadows on the two of them. Chen Yimo's hand went empty. She had vanished before their eyes. In the darkness, three people were approaching District 5. A 16 or 17-year-old girl with pigtails looked around innocently. Another middle-aged man, with a beard, hunched over, walked at the very back. Walking at the front was a young man in his early 20s, with smiling, good-natured eyes. Are they at the Vanley building now? The girl with pigtails asked with a grin. The bearded man replied, "Yes, our contact is already there. All the girls from Kashulia are there, making it convenient to skin them all together. Don't you think they're trying to trap us like turtles in a jar?" The girl smiled, but her tone was extremely cruel. "Little Flash, you can't use trapping us like turtles in a jar like that. It makes you seem uncultured." The young man joked with a smile. "Ugh! What a pity, I just saw a very cultured face. I could have just peeled it off and worn it." The girl with the pigtails, who was itching to do something, stopped trying to find that person. "Don't forget, Chairman Chen gave the order." The bearded man stammered. Yes, didn't we do a good job? We got rid of these girls, and got their blood." The girl with the pigtails tiptoed, and twirled gracefully. "Good job? Look at the mess." The bearded man muttered. The girl landed on her tiptoes. "You think I did a bad job?" Her smiling voice was tinged with blood. "It's their good fortune that I peeled their faces off, so they should thank me with a smile." The atmosphere suddenly became strange, and the bearded man lowered his head, not daring to speak. "Don't be angry, my girl." The young man, seemingly unfazed by the eerie atmosphere, lazily stretched out his arms. "All the blood has been sent out? It's been handed over to our sentries in various areas." The bearded man couldn't help but caution, "Our main goal this time is to secretly kill these girls and extract their blood. If we clash head-on with them, it might be very difficult for us." "Nagging, Flash, get it over with quickly," the young man said casually. The girl with pigtails skipped forward. The bearded man looked at the two people ahead, breathed a sigh of relief, but for some reason, his eyelids kept twitching. "Vanley Building. Are you sure they all come?" Yi Ding asked, watching the occasional people walk by on the monitor. "Sure," Zhang Fengde answered calmly. They had already located all the girls from the other districts, and placed them in a hidden location within the Vanley Building. The gray worms had infiltrated every corner of the building. "I see who's so arrogant." Jiang Chen nimbly bypassed a gray worm. The engineer stood ready, not even blinking for a long time, unaware that someone had slipped past him in his shadow. Ability: Shadow Walker, Level 1. A Shadow Walker can control their body to hide in surrounding shadows, attaching themselves to them and moving synchronously with objects. The ability lasts a maximum of 30 minutes, with a minimum cooldown of 6 hours. If asked what it felt like to gain an ability for the first time, Jiang Chen would definitely say it felt amazing, like her blood was flowing smoothly, her body felt incredibly light, and her senses and speed were significantly enhanced. Then, a ding appeared in her mind, and the ability information appeared. While this ability wasn't particularly lethal, it helped Jiang Chen effectively gather information. After all, light sources were everywhere inside the suspended tower, and naturally, shadows were ubiquitous. Most importantly, this ability could save her life in critical moments. However, she was somewhat disappointed that the ability she gained after absorbing the divine steel was only a low-level one. It was like gaining 100 years of internal energy, but only being able to utilize 10 years' worth. Jiang Chen followed the shadow of an engineer to the conference room, opened the door, and was greeted by Zhang Fengde and Yi Ding. The light was quite strong, making the shadows small and thin. "Report, everyone is in position." A beeping alarm sounded, indicating that an ability user had broken in. However, no outsiders had entered the Vanley Building since the alarm went off. Zhang Fengde and Yi Ding nodded to each other, as if they had achieved some goal. Zhang Fengde walked towards the door, glancing casually at the shadows around the corner. He slowed his pace. Jiang Chen held her breath, but seemed to notice nothing, and continued walking out. Jiang Chen clung to the shadows at Zhang Fengde's feet. Luckily, she had reacted quickly, stepping over the shadows along the edges. Zhang Fengde walked quickly, passing through layers of corridors, until he reached a door and opened it. The girl lay on the bed, the sheets around her littered with ripped flesh and blood. Jiang Chen knew this wasn't her body, as all her blood had been drained, and the skin on her face had been peeled off. Only 2 minutes and 15 seconds had passed since the alarm sounded. The bodies of the engineers in the room had been brutally dismembered, the girl's face distorted into a horrifying smile. They hadn't even seen a trace of the perpetrator. Chapter 71. Jiang Chen was shocked when she saw this scene. But what shocked her even more was Zhang Fengde's calm expression. Could it be? Just as you predicted, someone inside the suspended tower is there to help them. Yi Ding walked up from behind Zhang Fengde. While the data on all the personnel in the suspended tower wasn't top secret, finding all the girls in the 11 districts of Kshuria wasn't easy. Only headquarters had all the data on the 11 districts. So, if they took any action, the other side would inevitably know in advance. It was better to go with the flow. Secretary General, This is a SID tracker. They're currently heading to the location of the second girl. This is their ability analysis report. An engineer next to Yiding took out a monitor with 3 small red dots moving rapidly on it. During her time in the suspended tower, Jiang Chen would use any spare time to delve into the terminal and absorb a large amount of information. Furthermore, she used the remaining money from her rent to buy many information booklets from Du Hai that weren't recorded on the terminal. Said trackers are something not recorded on the suspended tower. The main reason is that these devices are completely impossible to remove. As long as the target isn't dead, they will remain attached to that target for life. Therefore, they are strictly prohibited items by the suspended tower, but naturally, these so-called high-ranking officials are not included in this prohibition. Jiang Chen saw a room filled with blood clots, scattered and broken throughout. The room full of engineers was merely a smoke screen. The girl thought she was protected, but it turned out to be bait. The display screen clearly recorded how the 3 killed everyone in the room. The pigtail's ability is to skin people alive and attach the skin to another person, doing so seamlessly and undetectably. This explains why no one noticed when the 3 of them entered the Vanley building. The bearded man's superpower was that he could explode anyone who came within a meter of him. The young man's superpower was the ability to instantly drain the blood from his opponent's body. For minutes and 15 seconds later, no one survived. It has to be said, no wonder these 3 were so arrogant. Such a combination, capable of both offense and defense, was indeed formidable. But unexpectedly, Yiding and his team had anticipated the 3's moves, placing said trackers and cameras in the girls' rooms beforehand. Yiding smiled, his voice revealing undisguised joy, and instructed his trusted aide, "Send over the analysis report. The council has sent people. Should we surround this place first, to trap them like turtles in a jar?" His trusted aide suggested at the opportune moment. "No need. Even if we wanted to surround them, we might not be able to. Don't worry, I placed all the Xilian girls from the other 4 districts here. They won't be able to kill them all in a short time. Judging by the time, our people will arrive by then." Yiding patted Zhang Fengge on the shoulder. "Your method of gathering all the girls is excellent. We just need to wait now. Come, I just got some new wine developed by Moses Company, a special edition. Try it." Zhang Fengge frowned, his tone slightly somber. "Secretary Chen, I think my previous statement might have been wrong. The reason I proposed this plan to lure them here is because we are fully prepared. Snipers are already deployed. Although these 3 have special abilities, stopping their plan shouldn't be difficult." "Little Zhang, you yourself said that these 3 have special abilities." "What are special abilities? They are the most precious treasure of Eden. How can we let such treasure be harmed? If a shot goes off accidentally, it would be a great pity if these ability users died under a sniper's gun." He paused, feeling he said too much today. A servant immediately brought over some special liquor, which he gulped down. He said in a rough voice, "Don't worry, I checked the abilities of these girls from Xuria. They're all ordinary. If they die, they die. These days, 10 ordinary ability users for 1 special one, not a bad deal." Jiang Chen hadn't expected things to take such a turn. These murderers had become protected individuals. With less than a quarter of an hour before her ability wore off, her chest felt like it was being crushed by a huge rock, making it inexplicably hard to breathe. She knew her next move might be very inexplicable, even overly saintly, but she did it anyway. Zhang Fengge watched Yiding calmly walk towards the command room. Jiang Chen emerged from the shadows. "Captain Zhang, I'd like to ask you for a favor." Yiding felt he handled things perfectly today. Now he just needed to wait for Zhao to rewind 5 minutes. The council members arrived, and their analysis report was extremely detailed. Finding someone inside the suspended tower who countered the trio was only a matter of time. In the dimly lit room, he picked up a wine glass filled with a ruby-red liquid that reflected in his dazed eyes. The liquid was rich and fragrant. He drank it down in one gulp, the aftertaste lingering. His body was slightly sweaty, a stress response from extreme excitement. The thought of seeing 3 special abilities on the monitor filled him with excitement. They were so unique, and these abilities were about to belong to them. He felt a little parched and ordered, "Go get some more wine." "Yes." The door opened. 5 minutes later, Yiding, feeling increasingly irritated, cried out, "Where are all the dead people? Where's the alcohol? Stand up and turn on the microphone." A sharp black knife was pressed against Yiding's neck. Rewinding to 5 minutes earlier. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Fengge's already furrowed brows deepened. Jiang Chen hadn't intended to disturb Zhang Fengge, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone directly to Hong Rui to gather information. But now she desperately needed someone to help her. I can't tell you why I'm here now, nor can I explain why I need your help later, but it won't be beyond your capabilities, nor will it put you in any great danger. Can you help me? Jiang Chen lowered her head. Her reason was arguably unreasonable. Tell me. Jiang Chen suddenly looked up. Don't even think about calling for help. The people around you have already been sent away. No matter how much you shout, no one will hear you. Jiang Chen stood in the deep shadows, speaking coldly. Yi Ding's initial sweat had turned to cold sweat. His reflection in the glass was all he could see. There was no one else in the room, but the knife pressed against his burning skin. What do you want? Yi Ding asked, trying to regain his composure. Years of stable life in the suspended tower had almost made him forget he was in the apocalypse. What I want is simple. Tell the communicator, all engineers, spare no effort, kill the criminal. Dream on. I heard your ability is called resurrection. It's quite an ability. Since you enjoy waiting so much, let's give it a try. A slow, deliberate voice came from behind him. Chapter 72. Ah! Jiang Chen severed Yi Ding's right arm with a single stroke. The broken blade was extremely sharp. Before Yi Ding even felt the pain, he saw his arm, which had been holding a wine glass, fall to the ground, blood and red wine mingling together, vividly red. From now until now, another 10 minutes have passed. 2 girls have died, and I only lost one of your arms. Not a bad deal. Jiang Chen stomped Yi Ding into the shadow of the French windows. Under the influence of the divine tablet, her body had also been noticeably strengthened. Pain surged through the bowl-sized wound on her arm, assaulting her brain. Yi Ding groaned in agony. Who are you? Tell me or not. Yi Ding's resurrection ability was indeed powerful. In a short time, new flesh grew from the wound on his right arm, still bleeding. In less than a minute, half of the amputated limb had grown back. Jiang Chen's hand swiftly fell. Ah! Talk or not. Jiang Chen's black eyebrows, thick and dark as if slick with water, were stung by the newly grown flesh, her nerves taut with tension. Even a feather falling would snap them. She gripped her broken knife tightly, as if it were her lifeline. Others were ruthless, but she would be even more ruthless. Another slash. I talk. Jiang Chen took the communicator and whispered, if you don't do as I say, I won't hesitate to take you away and let you experience the feeling of dying and being resurrected every day. Alright, talk. So, the engineers. At all costs, kill the criminals with all their might. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Chen knocked Yi Ding unconscious with the hilt of her knife. Now it was Zhang Fengge's turn. Yi Ding's confidant had just brought in a special supply of liquor delivered by Sonda. He clearly remembered bringing a few bottles, but he couldn't find them when he went to look for them. He wondered if one of the engineers had secretly taken them. As soon as he entered, he heard gunfire erupting from the building. What's going on? He carefully carried his elegant wine bottle around the cacophony of gunfire. He bumped into Zhang Fengge. Captain Zhang, what's happening? Wasn't Secretary Yi waiting for the council members? Why are they fighting now? Zhang Fengge replied calmly, didn't you hear? Secretary Chen issued new orders to immediately kill the 3 criminals. I guess there are new instructions from above. His confidant looked at Zhang Fengge suspiciously, seemingly unconvinced. Bang! A severed limb fell to his feet, dark red blood splattering on his trousers. He saw the soldier next to the bearded man a few meters away explode dead. The situation was now a life-or-death struggle. They had no choice but to fight. He grabbed the communicator and roared, all snipers, have you fed your eyes to the dogs? Aim long range, fire. The bearded man had already been shot several times, but he still protected the girl with pigtails beside him. Jiang Chen, hidden in the shadows, observed the battlefield. Wait, where's the other person? Oh no! She completely forgotten why this group had come. Jiang Chen quickly ran towards the corridor. The young man touched his chest. It was now bulging. Even his belly looked like it was about to burst, creating an eerie contrast with his refined appearance. His movements had to slow down. Without the cooperation of the other 2, he had to deal with the sappers guarding him himself. Fortunately, most of the sappers had run out to kill the 2 men. With a bang, the door opened, revealing an empty room. The young man checked the doorplate. According to the information, there should be a girl inside. Where was she? He looked around and finally spotted a girl behind the gauze curtain by the window. She was crouching on the ground, hugging her knees, looking pitiful. The young man felt pity. Don't be afraid, come to me quickly. I make sure you're not afraid anymore. His ability was to drain the blood of his victims, but extreme fear amplified the agitation in the blood, making it very uncomfortable for him to absorb the blood. So, he had the boy with pigtails give him a very approachable face, which he was quite pleased with. He slowly approached the gauze curtain. "Good girl, let uncle see you." "Wait a minute." A timid girl's voice came from behind the curtain. "Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? How could I kill such a young and lovely girl?" The young man moved closer to the curtain without making a sound. "You're lying," the girl screamed. Don't panic, don't panic. How could I possibly kill you? I collect your blood and find them a new body. You wake up again," the young man explained gently. "Why should I believe you? Who are you?" A girl's sobbing came from inside. The young man frowned, his eyes fixed on the girl. He had read the intelligence. None of the girls possessed special abilities. They were mostly low-level abilities. "I'm a researcher? You could call me a scientist. How could a scientist harm people?" He then abruptly yanked open the curtain. A black knife appeared out of nowhere, forcefully stabbing him an inch above and to the left of his heart. In the blurry shadows beneath the curtain, a girl lay on the ground with her eyes closed. "Let's talk this out properly now, or we make things ugly later, and you regret it. What kind of researcher are you?" Jiangchen pressed the broken knife close to the edge of his heart. The young man stared at the empty space ahead. What kind of superpower was this? If he couldn't even touch the other person, let alone drain their blood, he suppressed his impatience, waiting for a better opportunity. "We are researchers under Moses." Jiangchen's brow furrowed. "So it was Moses Corporation. Why are we hunting down the girl from Koshuria this time?" "I don't know. It's an order from above." "You didn't understand my question. I asked why it's a hunt this time." The young man's previously gentle and kind eyes suddenly fixed intently on the front. 20 seconds, 15 seconds, 10 seconds. Time was running out. A dull pain shot through the back of her head, like a drill was chiseling at it. Her superpower was already pushing her body beyond its limits. She steadied her hand, pressing the knife closer to his heart. The young man grunted. "The supply of raw materials has decreased. The higher-up suspect the problem lies with Churia. They're looking for it, and so are we. So for the sake of..." His voice trailed off, blood still seeping from the wound near his heart. "For what?" Jiangchen had to move closer to hear him clearly. Clang. Beneath the white gauze and red window, the bright moonlight streamed in. A girl with black hair and dark eyes, holding a black knife, suddenly appeared before him amidst the shadows. "It's her." He quickly reached forward, his rapidly beating heart telling him that she was the one they had been searching for. She would be faster. The blade sliced downwards from her heart, like a slicing through bamboo, blood gushing from her chest. Before the young man's hand even touched her wrist, his eyes stared straight down, all the blood gushing out like a bursting dam. Crimson blood nearly submerged Jiangchen. After her powers faded, her body ached like a rag repeatedly wrung dry, her veins feeling constricted by a sticky substance. "You actually killed him!" A hysterical scream pierced her ears from outside the door. "I kill you, kill you." Chapter 73. "I'm going to tear every inch of your skin off, one by one." Her tone shifted abruptly from madness to a cruel, cold-blooded cruelty. The pigtail girl's fingernails transformed into sharp, long nail plates, swiftly attacking Jiangchen. Jiangchen was exhausted. The rapid beating of her heart caused oxygen deprivation in her brain. She tried to breathe deeply, but the oxygen seemed to have vanished from the world. The sharp nails sliced through the air. Jiangchen rolled to the right with all her might, but the nails instantly sliced across her back. With a rip, a piece of flesh and skin, along with her clothes, was torn off her shoulder blade. As if scorched by hot oil, Jiangchen groaned and rolled to the corner furthest from the pigtail girl. She was in too much pain, too exhausted. All her strength had been drained. In close combat, she couldn't even wield a broken knife. For a moment, she seemed to want to give up entirely. But her body's instincts compelled her to continue her desperate struggle. "You think you're so great? Trying to be a savior? Don't you know your own limitations?" The shrill voice of the girl with the pigtails roared. She slowly approached Jiangchen, who lay in a pool of blood, laughing maniacally, and shouted, "Even if I can't get the blood of the remaining girls, I skin them all alive. And yes, I won't let you die. I leave you alive until your last breath, so you can watch me skin you alive." Sweat mixed with blood blurred Jiangchen's face. Her vital signs were rapidly fading. The sharp, cold glint of the pigtail's long nails pierced Jiangchen's cheek. The two closed in as close as possible. Bang. "If the knife's useless, I still have the gun." Jiangchen gasped for breath, rolling backward, using the last of her strength to try and deflect the lightning ball. But she was completely exhausted, and the shot still missed. The lightning ball pierced through the ribs of the pigtail, causing her to kneel on the ground, staring in shock at her abdomen, then glaring venomously at Jiang Chen. You actually scratched my skin. She scrambled towards Jiang Chen, leaving a trail of blood, screaming maniacally, I kill you, kill you. Jiang Chen lay quietly on the ground not far away, completely losing control of her limbs, as if they were gone, the pitiful oxygen dwindling in her body. Outside the window, the night was clear and dust-free, the moonlight as silvery as silver. Jiang Chen slowly closed her eyes. Yes, what was the point of playing the hero? She was worse than a bear now. But at least it wasn't too bad. The girl with the pigtails had been shot by her. She probably wouldn't make it out of that door. She made this choice herself, and whatever the outcome, she should accept it. It was her own fault. But she really wanted to go home. Her heart felt like a sour jujube soaked in the rain, bitter and hard to swallow. Bang. The familiar gunshot rang out. The girl with the pigtails looked at Jiang Chen, who was so close, and fell to the ground in despair and resentment. Jiang Chen opened her slightly reddened eyes. She saw Zhang Fengde's thunderball pistol pointed directly at the girl with the pigtail's head, then slowly raising the muzzle to point it at her. A pair of strong hands pulled her into an embrace from behind, lifting her up, and they fell together into the darkness outside the window. The weightlessness of falling made Jiang Chen surprisingly calm. His dark red eyes were full of depth, melancholy and tenderness, so much so that even the simplest smile exuded a sorrowful aura, making her feel as if she had returned to the snowy night. Jiang Chen sank into the black liquid once more. The sticky liquid tightly bound her limbs. She struggled desperately, but these damn things relentlessly pursued her until they were completely absorbed into her body. The immense pain was like struggling in black flames. Jiang Chen suddenly awoke from the nightmare, and saw a strange man sitting on the sofa not far away. He sat facing forward at the other end of the sofa. In the dim light, his face was somewhat tired and unpredictable, but he seemed to have noticed that she was awake. He walked towards her. Awake? Tall and imposing, like a solitary pine tree, this was probably the best description of him. He was even paler than Jiang Chen, with thick eyebrows and dark eyes, his skin as white as jade. Despite his striking features, he possessed a gentle demeanor. Jiang Chen, although the Book of Answers tells you how to use the Divine Tablet, you shouldn't have taken such an extreme risk the first time you used it. Although his tone was reproachful, Zhou Jingming carefully helped Jiang Chen up, avoiding touching her wounds, and gave her a pain-relieving medicine. A large piece of skin had been torn off her shoulder blade. Although the latest dressing could quickly promote wound healing, pain during the recovery period was inevitable, and this medicine could minimize the pain. Jiang Chen was in a state of extreme shock and confusion upon waking. Although she had guessed that he might be the one who had saved her from the female S-class mutant, she hadn't expected him to know that she possessed a divine tablet. The sheer amount of information, coupled with her injury, made her mind momentarily overwhelmed. However, Zhou Jingming was extremely patient and didn't rush her to react. Jiang Chen recovered from her momentary lapse and asked, "Who are you?" "Zhou Jingming, I was in too much of a rush last time and left without saying goodbye." "I'm sorry." Zhou Jingming smiled gently at her. "I know you have many questions you want to ask. Don't worry, I answer them for you slowly later. Go to sleep." Zhou Jingming's warm palm wiped the sweat from Jiang Chen's forehead. Jiang Chen's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. The potion she had just drunk must have had a sedative effect. The figure before her eyes vanished into darkness. Lianwu stood outside the door, awaiting her punishment. She had been too careless and lost Jiang Chen. "My lord." "Lianwu, I hope you understand the reason for your existence." Zhou Jingming's indifferent gaze fell coldly upon her. Lianwu lowered her head heavily. "Yes." Chapter 74. Early morning. As the first rays of sunlight fell on Jiang Chen's face, she felt a momentary daze. The soft bed, the bright sunshine, it was as if she had returned to her little house before she transmigrated. Unexcused absences from work and school were not something a law-abiding person like Jiang Chen would do, so she turned on her communicator the day after she woke up. However, Lianwu held her hand, telling her that she had already asked for leave for her. The person who asked for leave was naturally someone else, but Jiang Chen hadn't expected Zhou Jingming to even consider such a small matter. Jiang Chen quietly finished her breakfast, the most lavish breakfast she had eaten since arriving in Eden. She saw Lianwu standing to the side. Seeing Lianwu again, Jiang Chen wasn't particularly surprised. She had more or less guessed it beforehand. However, it was clear that Lianwu was in a bad mood today. At least until now, apart from the matter of the leave, she hadn't said a word. Jiang Chen wasn't oblivious. The reason for the situation was largely due to her. People always implicate those around them because of their choices. Lianwu raised her eyes to look at Jiang Chen. She looked very thin, her frizzy hair making her face appear exceptionally youthful, and her dark eyes were remarkably clear. When you were injured and lying on the ground unable to move, that Kshalia girl was already awake, but she was just pretending to be asleep, Lianwu said softly. Jiang Chen immediately understood what Lianwu meant, and said self-deprecatingly, "It was my own choice after all. Other people's choices are none of my business." Lianwu looked at the dappled sunlight outside the window. Hadn't she already made her choice? Jiang Chen felt that compared to when she was attacked by the S-class mutant, her body was noticeably weaker this time. Her body felt like a deflated balloon. Even though Zhou Jingming had sent her many nutritional supplements, they seemed to sink without a trace once they entered her body. Jiang Chen drifted into a state of intermittent drowsiness. Zhou Jingming was much busier than she had imagined, but he would still come to Jiang Chen's room to sit for a while every day. Jiang Chen tried many times to ask him something, but she always drifted off to sleep amidst the blurry, fragmented images. Finally, one evening at dusk, Jiang Chen sat alone in the greenhouse of Zhou Jingming's house. Lianwu had said that moderate exercise was good for her health. Although she didn't know what Zhou Jingming did for a living, she assumed he was extremely wealthy and powerful. Although this place was far from the Suspended Tower Academy, and Zhou Jingming looked to be under 30, it was rare to see such a large house. Most importantly, she had witnessed him kill an S-class mutant. A deep-seated fear had inexplicably taken root in Jiang Chen's heart. The ancient bell hanging at the greenhouse door rang, and the last rays of the setting sun poured in for a moment as the glass door was pushed open. The setting sun shone like gold, and the evening clouds merged into a beautiful scene. Jiang Chen looked up. Zhou Jingming's skin was extremely fair, and in the sunlight, it possessed an even more refined, jade-like quality. His eyes were deep. When you looked into them, you were always unconsciously drawn in. Jiang Chen fidgeted with her fingers and asked, "How should I address you, sir?" This was the first time she had heard Lianwu address him this way. "No need, just your name." Zhou Jingming seemed somewhat displeased. Although the difference was subtle, Jiang Chen still sensed it. At least his gaze, which had been fixed on her, had fallen on a red rose bush that had not yet bloomed beside them. Besides Lianwu and Zhou Jingming, she had never seen a third person in this house, so he probably didn't live here much. She didn't know if the other party was friend or foe. Although he had saved her twice, he always gave her a feeling of unfathomable depth. She still didn't know his purpose, and she needed to be more careful. Zhou. Jiang Chen felt it was inappropriate to call him by his name so directly. She said tactfully, "Mr. Zhou, thank you very much for saving me twice, but I still want to ask how you knew I obtained a divine tablet. Of course, if you don't want to answer, I understand." "It's all right. I always kept Lianwu by your side, so it's not surprising that I know you obtained a divine tablet." Zhou Jingming seemed completely unconcerned about the problem with his words. Was this an open surveillance tactic? Jiang Chen frowned. "Mr. Zhou, I may have a lot of questions. Please forgive me. Asking questions is a virtue." "Ask away," Zhou Jingming said understandingly. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, but she quickly composed herself and asked calmly, "Why are you monitoring me?" "Monitoring?" Zhou Jingming wasn't bothered by the word. He said slowly, "Why not say it's protection?" "Protection?" Of course, in retrospect, he had indeed protected her. "Then let me put it another way. Why are you here to protect me?" Jiang Chen asked. "That's a very good question." Zhou Jingming looked up at the meticulously tended flower bed, but unfortunately, the people in the flower bed seemed oblivious to it. Probably just wanting to show some hospitality. Hospitality? Jiang Chen was momentarily confused. "Yes, to welcome a guest who has come from afar." Zhou Jingming turned around, smiling, his gentle eyes gazing at her. Jiang Chen instinctively gripped her clothes tightly. No, she needed to stay calm. She couldn't let his ambiguous words throw her off balance. "I have indeed come from afar. The journey by spacecraft took almost 2 hours. I meant Asia." Zhou Jingming walked towards her. What? He actually knew she was from another world? Jiang Chen was so shocked that she jumped to her feet, but her body hadn't fully recovered, and she couldn't even stand steadily. Zhou Jingming sighed, reached out, and supported her. The burning heat from Jiang Chen's skin reached his palm. "You started having a fever again." Jiang Chen pulled his hand away, anxiously asking, "You're also from our world, aren't you?" "No." Zhou Jingming's tone was somewhat cool. She looked up into his eyes, confirmed it wasn't a lie, and lowered her head in disappointment. Jiang Chen pushed Zhou Jingming's hand away, grabbed the chair, and stood up defensively. How did you know? She hardened her shell again. I can't tell you that right now, but could you promise me you go back to your room? You haven't taken your medicine yet, Zhou Jingming said firmly. I think you have other questions. Even the fact that she didn't belong to this world was known to Zhou Jingming, so Jiang Chen had nothing to hide from asking. But right now, she really needed to lower her fever. The book of answers was something I didn't consider carefully. I should have come back sooner to explain. Zhou Jingming handed Jiang Chen the cooling medicine. The serial killings of the Xurian girls this time were indeed beyond his expectations. Jiang Chen drank the medicine, and her abnormally high brain finally calmed down. Compared to the solidified form, the liquefied divine tablet integrates better into the wearer's body. This integration is comprehensive. He paused, looking at Jiang Chen, whose eyes were already drowsy, but she still tried her best to listen. This comprehensive integration severely tests the body's rejection reaction. Clearly, your body is currently rejecting the divine tablet's integration, which is why your abilities are rapidly depleting after using them. Rejection? Jiang Chen never expected that her body would reject the implantation of the liquefied divine tablet. But why? Jiang Chen looked up at Zhou Jingming in confusion, but others. It varies from person to person. Zhou Jingming's gaze darkened as he looked at Jiang Chen, and he said succinctly, Jiang Chen, you should rest. Zhou Jingming's warm hand touched her eyes, darkness returned, and Jiang Chen once again drifted into a dream. Chapter 75. Jiang Chen felt that people like Zhou Jingming, seemingly gentle, were actually quite assertive. He would answer any question she was willing to, for example, regarding the use of the divine steel. Jiang Chen now truly understood why her recovery had taken so long. Ultimately, it was because she had used the divine steel to its limit without digesting and absorbing it, coupled with her body's reaction. It was like taking a super powerful tonic an hour before a 1,000-meter run, then going all out, not only finishing the 1,000 meters, but also adding an extra 500 meters. Furthermore, her body was allergic to the ingredients in the tonic, which undoubtedly made matters worse. The current solution was to wait patiently, since absorption and digestion varies from person to person. But for questions Zhou Jingming didn't want to answer, he would gently tell her that he would talk to her about it later. This left Jiang Chen feeling like she punched cotton. On the third day, although Jiang Chen's body hadn't fully recovered, she was at least able to stand up on her own. Isn't it nice to live here? Zhou Jingming asked from the dining table. It's great. There's delicious food, spacious rooms, and even a 100 square meter greenhouse. It's a world of difference from my tiny rented room. But you know, there's always no place like home, Jiang Chen said self-deprecatingly. Zhou Jingming put down his cup and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked up and met his cool yet gentle gaze. But she realized this was a sign that he was in a bad mood, for example, his silence and staring at her, waiting for her explanation. There's an old saying in our world, born in hardship, die in comfort. I'm afraid if I continue like this, I forget my situation. You be safe here. Mr. Zhou, no place is absolutely safe. Jiang Chen answered, looking directly into his eyes. Zhou Jingming's eyes dimmed, and he looked at her helplessly. Jiang Chen felt like a child who had done something wrong, but she stubbornly insisted on going back. Alright, I can grant your request, but you must promise me you won't use your supernatural abilities for a while. Zhou Jingming sighed. No problem. Jiang Chen swallowed the last bite of her rice. She thought she probably wouldn't be able to eat such delicious food for a while. Zhou Jingming watched Jiang Chen's departing figure. Gui Weichen walked over and asked, Sir, should we send her to a more secluded place? No need. Don't interfere too much with her life. Zhou Jingming's eyes darkened slightly as he looked at the blurry figure in the distance and said softly, just live like an ordinary person. The city guard building. Jiang Chen, Captain Zhang said he assigned you some special work these past few days? He said you were assigned there as soon as you arrived at the Vanley building. Tell your brother Rui about it. Hey, why is your face so pale? Hong Rui asked in a loud voice. Captain Zhang didn't tell you what kind of special work it was? No. That's right, it's classified. The more people who know, the more. Jiang Chen gestured with his hand on his neck. Never mind, I don't want to hear it anymore. Curiosity killed the little red cat. Jiang Chen chuckled and brushed it off, then asked, by the way, where's Captain Zhang? He's been going out early these past few days. I tell you a little insider. Hong Rui glanced around mysteriously. Captain Zhang might be getting a promotion. Zhang Fenga had indeed been extremely busy lately. Jiang Chen hadn't seen her even once since she returned. She needed to explain to her superiors why Zhang Fengde was at the Vanley building and what she did. So every time she came up with a suitable reason and mustered the courage to explain, she couldn't find anyone and had to give up again, going back to make up another excuse. During this time, Jiang Chen also tried to find out what happened at the Vanley building, but clearly, the suspended tower's media control was more effective than she had imagined. The serial murders that night seemed to have never happened. After all, Hai Tianqing and Du Hai were extremely well informed, but even with Jiang Chen's subtle probing, they seemed to have heard nothing. Back in the general education courses, Professor Wan Xianyang was a very knowledgeable person. In the limited time, they learned a great deal of knowledge beyond the terminal, and even the usually arrogant Zhou Yang couldn't help but begin to admire this professor, who, despite his shabby appearance, was incredibly learned. Life seemed to have returned to normal, except for Chen Yimo. What was bound to happen finally happened. In the evening, Jiang Chen tucked his pistol into his waistband, preparing to go out on duty, when he bumped into Chen Yimo walking towards him. This was the first time Jiang Chen had seen Chen Yimo since returning. Chen Yimo's brows were lowered somewhat. Jiang Chen rarely saw such a profound expression on his usually unrestrained and flamboyant face. She was ready to be interrogated by Chen Yimo. Tonight was a rehearsal. 2 superhumans from the Vanley building were killed by special forces, but the last culprit hasn't been caught. Chen Yimo said, looking at Jiang Chen's excessively pale face. Why isn't it going according to the script? What? Jiang Chen frowned. 2 superhumans killed by special forces? It seemed someone fabricated their deaths. Who was it? Moreover, even Chen Yimo didn't know the details of how Yi Ding was injured, which surprised Jiang Chen. She was incredibly lucky that day. Of the 3 superhumans, the one with the strongest attack attribute was the bearded man. If she had faced him head-on, she would probably be dead by now. But a sliver of hope flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. The bearded man hadn't been caught, which meant the suspended tower group still didn't know why they were targeting these girls. This was undoubtedly good news for her. Jiang Chen looked up at Chen Yimo. Why did you tell me this? Chen Yimo glanced to the side and said in an unfriendly tone, naturally, because I'm like someone else, always meddling in other people's business. The other person was rarely speechless. Are you curious how I suddenly developed superpowers? Jiang Chen tried to start a conversation. Chen Yimo didn't seem surprised. The 2 walked under the brightly lit buildings. It's not surprising at all. I've seen your file. Although your superpower value is extremely low, your conversion rate is extremely high. It's not strange that you develop superpowers. Besides, I used to. He seemed to recall an experience from his youth. Then, changing the subject, she said with a mix of mockery and amusement, of course, even with just 1% of his ability, someone still wanted to be a great hero and save 14 girls. Truly impressive. It seemed Chen Yimo was associating her current weak body with her low ability value. She didn't argue further, simply saying, I didn't help much. My ability is only good for covert observation and providing some intelligence. Jiang Chen thought to herself, even if she told Chen Yimo about her ability, Chen Yimo probably wouldn't expect her to use an ability with no offensive attributes to carry out an assassination all by herself. Looking back now, she felt a chill. That day, she had only acted with the recklessness of a newborn calf. But Jiang Chen, this assassination attempt by Moses' company will definitely not be the last, Chen Yimo said earnestly. I know, Jiang Chen murmured, looking up at the giant female robot in the holographic image. Chapter 76. Moses Corporation. A bearded man stood hunched over, head bowed. Chairman, the blood samples have all been compared. The researcher, looking at the tall figure standing before the huge floor-to-ceiling window, continued cautiously, the comparison results failed. He quickly lowered his head after speaking. Chen Jitong strolled to the top floor of the building, looking down, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Very good, more interesting than I imagined. What about the 3 girls from before? We examined their biological samples, but although they have a small resemblance to the original samples, they couldn't withstand the first experiment. All the test subjects are currently dead. The atmosphere turned icy, and both men unconsciously lowered their heads even further. With a bang, the glass window in front of Chen Jitong shattered, all the glass shards suspended in midair, suddenly rushing backward. The researcher, dressed in a white lab coat, suddenly had red blotches appear on his body, like plum blossoms blooming wildly in the sky. The researcher's gaze shifted from shock to agony. He looked down at his own body, only to find his eyeballs had long since detached from their sockets, pinned to the wall behind him. He watched helplessly, as his body was neatly dismembered and scattered across the floor. Chen Jintong looked at the bloody mess on the floor with disgust. He was somewhat agitated. This carpet was one of his favorite styles, but now it was covered in gore. He pressed the doorbell, and several people quickly entered. They were highly trained, not even blinking, and within a minute, the entire room was transformed. Under the immense pressure, the bearded man didn't dare breathe. He pressed himself against the wall, trying to minimize his presence and hoping the person in front of him wouldn't see him. The biting cold wind, unimpeded by the glass, howled and dispersed the stench of blood from the room. Chen Jintong raised his palm, watching the swirling air flow through it. Knock, knock, knock. Chairman, it's me. Branlin pushed open the door and entered. Although the scent of air freshener filled the room, the stench of blood was far from dissipating easily. He approached Chen Jintong's side, immediately noticing his impatient expression. He cautiously reported, the suspended tower was smart this time. They didn't report this incident to the outside world. That idiot Yi Ding tried to claim these special ability users for himself, and now he's really shot himself in the foot. If it weren't for one of their city guard captains saving him in time, even with the ability to regenerate, his arm would only have grown back halfway. Have you found out who killed them? Both bodies were burned to ashes at the scene, making it impossible to determine the cause of death. The signs of a struggle inside the house weren't intense. However, according to our information, Yi Ding insists it was a young woman with an ability similar to invisibility. Invisibility? Chen Jintong frowned. While this ability wasn't particularly special, it could be very useful if used properly, and according to the suspended tower standards, it would definitely be recorded. Sure enough, he heard Branwin's explanation. We investigated all the ability users registered with the suspended tower, gender, age, and ability, but so far none match. Moreover, according to Yi Ding's confession, this woman used a knife, and the knife was very strange. After being slashed, her supernatural abilities seemed to be frozen, and her methods were extremely forceful. She came alone, Branwin added. Chen Jintong's sinister gaze swept towards a corner. The bearded man felt a chill run down his spine and stammered, that night, we investigated and didn't see a woman carrying a knife. Branwin was also somewhat confused. According to his investigation, the other party should have come alone. Who would be so bold to evade so many people, severely injure a high-ranking member of the suspended tower, and kill 2 mid-level B-rank supernatural beings? Most importantly, they had never heard of such a person. Leaving aside the supernatural ability, just the knife, a medieval cold weapon like a knife, was rare even in Eden, let alone in the post-apocalyptic year of 2095. Branwin had smelled blood earlier, and naturally guessed that the Shuriken girls they had found weren't the girls they were truly looking for. Branwin, a man of keen insight, said, there are currently 13 registered Xilian girls, but I suspect someone is concealing the identities of other Xilian girls. Chen Jintong's cold, hard voice rang out. That's just my guess, but... Branwin's light brown eyes flickered slightly as he tentatively asked, President, we already lost quite a few people in this matter. What about that girl from Xilian? Chen Jintong's cold gaze swept over his limbs. Branwin was startled. Realizing he had overstepped his bounds, he immediately hesitated to continue. But then a thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly changed the subject, saying, recently, the suspended tower has received people from the Legion. Major pay due. Chen Jintong's face suddenly darkened, a cold smile playing on his lips, his eyes devoid of any warmth. He hurriedly left the room. Branwin, seeing the bearded man huddled in the corner, said, he's gone. The bearded man, Wu Sheng, slumped against the wall, utterly exhausted. He'd been lucky to run into Branwin, one of Chen Jintong's most trusted assistants, with whom he had a somewhat good relationship. To be honest, you were unlucky to run into those 2 high-profile superhumans. Now that you're dead, you reaped what you sowed. Branwin, tell me the truth. Moses initially went to great lengths to capture the Khrushchev girl, but suddenly changed their minds and turned it into a manhunt. I'm getting old, not as sharp as I used to be. I'm afraid I eventually be caught up in this. What will happen to my Amin then? Wu Sheng rambled on. Branwin glanced at him, his face full of worry. Wu Sheng was a veteran of Moses, and he had a 5 or 6-year-old daughter. But due to the special nature of this mission, only trustworthy people were sent out. Wu Sheng, I still have no clue about this matter. I suspect it's related to the Research Institute, Branwin sighed. The bearded man's previously confused mind instantly cleared. You mean the Noah Research Institute? No wonder, no wonder, no wonder. He repeated no wonder 3 times. The research lab has never failed to get what it wants, so I guess this won't be the last time. Branwin looked at the brown bloodstains splattered on the corner of the wall, probably left there before but not cleaned off. I understand, Thank you for reminding me. The bearded man's previous dejection vanished. It seemed that just hearing that name meant everything was already decided, and victory was inevitable. Chapter 77. Jiang Chen met Zhang Fengde one evening. He looked exhausted, his brows and eyes weary. Captain Zhang, I wanted to explain what happened that night. Jiang Chen mentally rehearsed her prepared statement. Is it about the city guards? Zhang Fengde asked casually. She had secretly followed him to the Vanley building last time, avoiding cameras the entire time. She certainly wasn't acting as a city guard. No. You don't need to report to me about matters outside the city guards. Zhang Fengde offered no further explanation, heading directly towards the 11th District building, leaving Jiang Chen standing there, deep in thought. Was this an attempt to distance herself? But if she really wanted to distance herself, why did Zhang Fengde help her take those special supply liquors? When Jiang Chen made the request that day, Zhang Fengde had only nodded slightly. He hadn't asked anything, not even turned his head, just as he usually seemed indifferent to most things. But was the gun Bong Fengde raised that day aimed at her? Or at Zhou Jingming behind her? And now, why raise it so high only to lower it so easily? This left Jiang Chen completely baffled, but whatever Zhang Fengde's purpose, her anxiety of so many days finally subsided. What are you standing here for? Grab your things, let's go! Hai Tianai saw Jiang Chen standing dumbfounded at the intersection as she walked out the door. She patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and handed her a warm package. This is something my little Tianqing asked me to bring you. It's a special dish my mom made, but it might not taste very good. Jiang Chen felt a warmth in his hands and stared blankly at the meal pack. How come you become such a goofball, just like my little Tianqing? You two are together every day, you must have caught it from her. Hai Tianai laughed heartily. Jiang Chen then noticed that both Hai Tianqing and Hai Tianai had a dimple on the right corner of their mouths when they smiled. Thank you, brother Hai. Don't mention it, let's go. Jiang Chen opened the meal pack, a wave of heat wafting out, revealing tender vegetables and marbled meat. He took a bite and muttered, "It's delicious." Hai Tianai watched Jiang Chen eat like a hamster. His talkative younger sister had said that Jiang Chen's life might be a bit tight, and considering he was working as a city guard, he figured his life wasn't easy. He ruffled Jiang Chen's frizzy hair with a large hand, laughing, "Oh dear, little Jiang, it seems you have no taste in fine food." Jiang Chen looked up at the City Guardian building, standing tall in the coastal area, far from the suspended tower and the bustling city streets. The display screen above, displaying Welcome to District 11, emitted a soft, warm light, making her feel less lonely. Standing silently on a distant high-rise, Zhou Jingming observed everything. Gui Wechen beside him joked, "Sir, it seems these nutritious meals you prepared will be useless." Zhou Jingming chuckled. "Your young friend seems to be struggling financially. Why don't you just send her money? Lianwu's last operation was a mistake. This time, the money will definitely be there." Gui Wechen felt his suggestion was very useful. A newly enrolled student in District 11 suddenly had a large sum of money appear in their account. Luckily, your subordinate didn't succeed. Do you think the terminal will immediately report this unusual information to the council members? Wan Xianliang silently stroked his newly sprouted stubble, gently questioning. "I'm a member of the Suspended Towers Council." "So what? When you designed the terminal, you were hoping it would be transparent to all council members," Wan Xianliang said. "Sigh, a miscalculation, a miscalculation," Gui Wechen said with a wry smile. Zhou Jingming watched the two figures recede into the distance, then turned to the person beside him and asked, "How's the second experiment with the silver box going?" When it came to business, Gui Wechen's nonchalant expression immediately vanished. Norman didn't allow anyone to approach. Even our people, apart from the first time we saw them, haven't been seen since. However, I suspect they'd probably conduct the second test soon. The United Political Council and the Valken Legion have each sent representatives to supervise the test, but so far they haven't taken any further action. I guess they're still observing. Wan Xianliang added. Push forward with the second experiment. Yes. The North District is far more desolate than the South District. Besides its distance from the main city's suspended tower, it's also unsuitable for human habitation. Below the bedrock coastline, the terrain is steep, dotted with islands and reefs, and riddled with sea caves and sea cliffs. During the day, it's quite scenic, but at night, the howling sea winds and the man-like reefs create an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. However, it boasts the island's largest and deepest deepwater port, and is home to the North District Port Authority, directly under the Suspended Tower Council. While they act as the city's guardians, responsible for the security of the 11th District, they lacked direct access to the area under the North District Port Authority's jurisdiction. To enter the jurisdiction, instructions from the council are required. Actually, this wasn't Jiang Chen's first time at this port. She had been here on her first day escorting the silver chests. However, last time, they had the council's approval, so they had a smooth journey, boarding their aircraft and arriving at the port docking point without any hindrance. Jiang Chen recalled what she had seen then. The jurisdiction covered at least several thousand square meters, surrounded by a tight protective wall. But today, they could only work as guards at a sentry post 1 kilometer in front of the North District Port Authority, without even touching the main gate. Team Leader Hai is here. A thin, short, dark-skinned middle-aged man greeted them. Old Gua, we come to confirm the shipping manifest. This is our new guard, named Jiang Chen. You can call him Little Jiang, Hai Tianai said. So young, already a guard. Well, there isn't too much work in District 11. If you're lucky, you get ahead in a few years. The man named Guo Lao spoke while pulling out a stack of forms. Today's forms are the same as yesterday's. Honestly, it's pointless for you to come all this way for the same things every day. Hai Tianai, unusually unfriendly, retorted, that's what we do. Otherwise, wouldn't we just be getting paid for nothing? He took the shipping documents from Guo Lao, and then pulled out another form from his pocket, handing it to Jiang Chen and instructing Jiang, compare the two. The two chatted idly, and Jiang Chen carefully compared the two forms. Hai Tianai's document was likely the declaration form, while Guo Lao's was the actual shipping document for the time of the transaction. The records weren't many, mainly listing mechanical equipment such as wastewater treatment plants, industrial robots, and parts for some large equipment. Of course, there were also a small amount of chemicals. The two lists were identical in both type and quantity. Jiang Chen reported the results to Hai Tianai, who confirmed them and signed them. What are you thinking about? You look so distressed. Hai Tianai hummed a tune as he slowly drove his newly bought, modified second-hand car. Brother Hai, did you notice that those two lists are practically identical? How is that possible? Not to mention the equipment. Even the quantities of those tiny chemicals are exactly the same. This is very... Jiang Chen recalled the two sets of data. This is completely unrealistic. Exactly. Hai Tianai switched the car to autopilot and laughed. Captain Zhang said you're very perceptive, and I certainly felt it today. Those two lads, Hong Mao and Laming, have come with me at least dozens of times, and they never even considered this issue. You mean, you and Captain Zhang both know about this? He continued, that's right. As you can see, it's very difficult to ensure that the declaration form and the shipping document for things like medical preparations are completely consistent. Losses are unavoidable. Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder, why go through all this trouble when such forgery could be easily detected? Hai Tianai naturally noticed Jiang Chen's question, but he didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he asked Little Jiang, who do you work for? The suspended tower? Hai Tianai shook his head. Jiang Chen looked at the lights flashing outside the car. How could she have forgotten that? She said, it's the Red Tower. That's right, we're all recruited by the Red Tower. The duties of the city guards are all defined by the Red Tower. Hai Tianai explained persuasively. She gazed at the towering cliffs rushing past outside. Continuing his train of thought, the Red Mansion stipulates that the guards are responsible for verifying shipping manifests and declarations, but they don't actually conduct any verification. She paused, seemingly considering appropriate wording, and continued, but essentially, the Red Mansion's actions are a form of silent oversight, and the North District Port Authority handing over the shipping manifests is a compromise between the suspended tower and the Red Mansion. Jiang Chen, I take back the praise Captain Zhang gave you earlier. You're not only perceptive, but also very clever, Hai Tianai said with a smile. Jiang Chen, however, was thinking to herself that she had unknowingly taken sides. Chapter 78. Jiang Chen returned to her residence. 4 hours until dawn. She lay on her narrow bed, and the pre-sleep storm arrived as expected. Through this verification of shipping documents, the relationship between the suspended tower and the Red Mansion was probably not as simple as previously thought. All the previous clues seemed clearer now. For example, the Red Mansion not wearing its terminal, the Red Mansion's name not following the suspended tower's usual naming convention, and the verification of shipping documents during today's inspection. On the surface, the Red Mansion was only responsible for the suspended tower's daily administrative work, but was that really the case? The Northern Port Authority was directly under the suspended tower council, so in principle, it didn't need to show the Red Mansion the relevant shipping documents for verification. However, the Red Mansion had its guards do so, which was undoubtedly a challenge to the council's authority. But this verification was merely a formality. The Red Mansion had made concessions to some extent, and the council tacitly approved of this behavior. Making the Northern Port Authority hand over the shipping documents was also a concession. Both sides, implicitly, made their own trade-offs. But why should the council, clearly the highest authority, yield? And why should the Red Mansion, merely an administrative body, act beyond its authorized scope? Amidst this surging thought, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask herself these questions. Was her arrival at the Red Mansion, becoming a guardian of the city, truly a coincidence? She couldn't know. Another thing that couldn't be ignored was the Northern Port Authority. Why was this place attracting so much attention from both sides? Was it merely because it had the largest and deepest port? She suspected it was more than that. But what did this have to do with her? Jiang Chen turned to her side, lying flat on the bed. Although she now possessed superpowers, it was clear that one power alone was far from enough to survive in this world. She needed to be more cautious, more careful, and rein in her impulsive and reckless heart. The image of Zhou Jingming's gentle smile flashed through her mind again. Although she had reviewed the past events many times, she still couldn't figure out Zhou Jingming's motives for protecting her. In any case, life is always more unpredictable than surprising. She had been lucky to be saved from death twice before, but what about next time? Jiang Chen's weak and empty body forced her to stop her endless thinking. Finally, she silently told herself that she must be a well-behaved person. But then she silently added a small condition, if conditions allow. Having thought it through, Jiang Chen drifted into a dream. In the laboratory. Jiang Chen, have you heard you might get a raise recently? Hai Tianqing nudged Jiang Chen's arm. A raise? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he whispered, who told you that? My older brother, of course. He said that since your Captain Zhang saved the day, he was supposed to be transferred to the main tower of the suspended tower as an assistant researcher, but he refused. In the end, it turned out to be a raise for you. Such good news. Let me tell you. Zhou Yang saw the two of them whispering, and Hai Tianqing was deliberately turning his back to him, not letting him hear. Professor Wan, I have a question. Zhou Yang raised his hand. Jiang Chen and Hai Tianqing's discussion had to be paused. Hai Tianqing glared fiercely at Zhou Yang, who grinned smugly. Professor Wan Xianyang walked over, and saw the two staring at each other. After answering Zhou Yang's question, he said to Jiang Chen, you stay after class. Zhou Yang's radar immediately went off, and he looked at Jiang Chen with disbelief, his eyes saying, the professor is actually going to give you special treatment. Jiang Chen looked innocent and shrugged. Hai Tianqing, like a victorious rooster, raised his chin and strode arrogantly to get a measuring cup, deliberately walking past Zhou Yang. Why do you always go against Zhou Yang? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Hai Tianqing, still angry, exclaimed, didn't you see him always looking down his nose at people? Didn't you see that peacock blue suit he's wearing? I reasonably suspect he's imitating me, and doing it terribly. Why do you say that? Jiang Chen asked, utterly puzzled. Oh dear, didn't you see this peacock feather in my hair? Jiang Chen looked up, and saw a light blue feather in Hai Tianqing's purple-streaked hair. She had assumed it was a chicken feather or something, but of course, she swallowed her words. Doesn't this mean you two are destined for each other? Oh Jiang Chen, you're insulting me. Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Chen speechlessly. Insulting whom? Zhou Yang leaned in and asked. After class, Jiang Chen stayed at the door waiting for Professor Wan Xianyang, who was still answering questions from several students. Thanks to Zhou Yang's enthusiastic promotion, their lab had attracted many students. It must be said that compared to Professor Norman's serious and cold demeanor, Professor Wan was clearly gentle and refined. Sorry to keep you waiting. Wan Xianyang smiled apologetically. It's all right, Professor. What did you want to see me for? Jiang Chen asked directly. These are nutritional supplements, if you want your body to recover as quickly as possible. Wan Xianyang handed Jiang Chen a small box. Jiang Chen naturally guessed who had sent them. These nutritional supplements were expensive, far exceeding her current income. But why not take them? She already owed Zhou Jingming twice, so it wouldn't hurt to take them this time, Jiang Chen thought shamelessly. Besides, her body was indeed recovering slower than she had expected. There's one more thing. Wan Xianyang's eyes, behind his black-rimmed glasses, seemed to see right through people. Try not to get close to the North District Port Authority again. Jiang Chen was startled. It seemed that no matter what she did, she couldn't escape Zhou Jingming's notice. Why? Jiang Chen, when you ask why again, you already started to be curious about it. You're a smart child. You should know how to avoid harm and seek benefit. Wan Xianyang said earnestly. Jiang Chen looked at the medicine box in her hand and said softly, "Okay, thank you for the reminder, Professor." Sure enough, during the night shift, Jiang Chen was assigned to patrol the South District with Lei Ming, while Chen Yimo and Hai Tianai were responsible for checking shipping manifests at the North District Port Authority. The reason given was that there had recently been clandestine activities among teenagers in the South District, and as the youngest female among the guards, Jiang Chen could easily blend in with them. This reason was perfectly reasonable and justifiable. If Professor Wan Shualiang's words from earlier that day hadn't still echoed in her ears, Jiang Chen might have actually believed it. However, she accepted the assignment anyway. Appropriately listening to advice was one of her many virtues. What surprised Jiang Chen the most, however, was that Zhang Fengge was also going to patrol the South District with them. Normally, patrols in the South and North Districts were done in pairs, with the remaining guards staying behind to keep watch at the building. Zhang Fengge, as the captain of the guards, didn't participate in such routine work as patrols. But this time, for the first time ever, he went with them to patrol the Southern District. Moreover, ever since Jiang Chen saw him that evening, she noticed he seemed somewhat distracted, something she never heard of before. She had a feeling that Zhang Fengge was hiding something. Chapter 79. Lei Ming, as always, walked briskly at the front, patrolling back and forth like a hunting dog. Jiang Chen followed behind him, quickly reading the brief news report about the secret activity of the young men and women in the Southern District on her communicator. The location of this secret activity was a branch of the Nth Club in District 11. Entertainment and leisure venues, like clubs, were not uncommon in the suspended tower. The relatively stable social environment of the suspended tower provided favorable external conditions for these industries. The Nth Club was one of the oldest clubs in these entertainment industries, and it was extremely inclusive, characterized by low barriers to entry and high potential. Naturally, it attracted many young people to gather there. The news report stated that each district had a branch, while the headquarters was located in the main building of the suspended tower. What exactly did this club do? Simply put, it was a place for exchange and learning. Here, people could exchange supernatural abilities, and even spar with each other. However, there was a prerequisite. To enter the club, one needed to wear a mask. Jiang Chen thought this request was quite reasonable. Whether or not to disclose one's abilities on the terminal was entirely the user's choice, but the stable social environment of the suspended tower lacked a place for competition. The Nth Club, while providing a venue, also ensured ample privacy for those with superpowers. Naturally, a club with such a large membership would attract the attention of both the suspended tower and the Red Mansion, so it was subject to regular inspections every year. However, the explosion that the competitors of the Nth Club were hoping for never occurred at this club. According to the information Jiang Chen had, apart from a very few minor injuries caused by sparring among those with superpowers, this branch had enjoyed a peaceful and uneventful year after year. She was curious about what kind of secret activity was taking place here that even the usually composed Zhang Fengge couldn't sit still. Jiang Chen discreetly glanced at Zhang Fengge. From Jiang Chen's usual observations of him, Zhang Fengge was always busy. Sometimes, even if it wasn't work for District 11, he would still do it if it was sent by the Red Mansion. For example, in the neighboring District 10, where there was a large flow of people and additional guards were needed to escort people away, or in District 5 where there was a violent incident and additional manpower was needed, he was always there. This taciturn man had basically done most of the work for District 11. "What are you looking at?" Zhang Fengge asked, looking down. She had been caught red-handed. Jiang Chen scratched her head, answering a seemingly unrelated question. "I read the text message. It says a group of young men and women are regularly sparring at the club. Is that considered a secret activity?" Zhang Fengge, being much older than Jiang Chen, didn't mind her secretly observing him and said, "Sparring is normal, but look at the receipt attached to the text message." Jiang Chen immediately pulled up the receipt, which detailed the club's electricity and water expenses. Sure enough, during certain days in the past few months, electricity and water bills had increased to some extent, albeit not significantly, but very regularly. She continued flipping through the year's receipts, finding the pattern identical. And in the most recent month, both electricity and water consumption had increased slightly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel at how all-encompassing the job of a city guard was. Checking meters was also part of their duties. She looked up at Zhang Fengge. "Is this happening in other areas too?" "To avoid alerting them, we only reported to the Red Mansion so far," Zhang Fengge said without hiding anything. "The reason for this report is simply that the people gathered at that club are not from District 11. Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Fengge with some surprise. "What does that mean?" So Zhang Fengge didn't submit this suspicious receipt to the Red Mansion at all? He doesn't trust the Red Mansion. What are you talking about? Lei Ming interjected, interrupting Jiang Chen's question. This is a mask, and a transformation agent. He was about to hand over the metal mask and a small bottle of purple reagent when he suddenly remembered something, his brow furrowing. He hurriedly asked Zhang Fengge for confirmation. Captain, the money for these things can be covered by the budget, right? Zhang Fengge nodded helplessly. Lei Ming immediately handed the items to the two of them with great delight. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised by the mask, but what was this purple reagent? Seeing Jiang Chen's question, Lei Ming confidently explained, these days, everyone has sharp eyes. Thinking you can hide from recognition just by wearing a mask is wishful thinking. So someone developed this transformation agent. It doesn't completely change your appearance after drinking it, but there will be some difference. You see when you try it? Lei Ming said, winking. Jiang Chen exclaimed, I didn't expect this tertiary industry could spawn a secondary industry. Hey, that's an interesting point. Lei Ming pointed to a place not far from them and said, that's the shop. There are several of these small shops within a few hundred meters of every Nth club. Jiang Chen looked over. The shops weren't large, but next to each shop was a rather large, dark, draped building. What's that? Oh dear, Jiang Chen, you're usually quite clever, how come you don't know this? You can't possibly just transform right here on the street, can you? That's the changing room. Here are 2 sets of clothes I prepared for you. Change into them together later. Lei Ming seemed to remember something and added, however, be careful when you go in. It's very dark inside, which is for privacy, so it's understandable. Jiang Chen looked at the crowd of people coming and going. Sure enough, everyone coming out was wearing a mask. She turned around, smiling and teasing, Brother Lei, you seem so familiar with this place, it must be more than once, right? Lei Ming was momentarily speechless. He glanced at Zhang Fengge, and seeing that he didn't seem to mind, he retorted, it doesn't say that city guards can't register as members of Club Inn. I only been here a few times before, and now I don't even have time to sleep, let alone come here. Zhang Fengge didn't seem to mind that Lei Ming was a member of Club Inn, and said, let's go. Lei Ming said as they walked, oh right, how could we forget about this? When we go in and come out, we might not recognize each other. We need to agree on a location, let's go there. He casually pointed to the giant light sign at the left intersection. Team Leader Zhang, every member needs a code name. We use those code names as a code to meet each other. Lei Ming said professionally. Octopus. Zhang Fengge uttered the 2 words calmly. Jiang Chen and Lei Ming exchanged glances, both understanding the unspoken meaning in their eyes. Little Jiang Chen, what about you? Jiang Chen replied, I be called Scholar. Wasn't she currently the down-on-her-luck scholar about to explore the haunted house? That suits your usual scholarly demeanor quite well. Lei Ming suddenly became embarrassed, stammering, I already registered my code name before, and it's hard to change it now. This immediately piqued Jiang Chen's curiosity. It was the first time she'd seen Lei Ming blush and be embarrassed. Brother Lei, what's your name? You can't laugh. I absolutely won't laugh. And you can't tell Hai Ti and I, especially that red-haired kid. I promise, I keep it a secret. Unable to resist Jiang Chen's persistent coaxing, Lei Ming finally blushed and whispered, little eggshell. Huh? In the entire 11th district, Zhang Fengge and Hai Ti and I were both conspicuous figures. Red hair was also a cute little boy, not to mention Chen Yimo, who had just arrived and was quite handsome. In comparison, Lei Ming's appearance might not be so outstanding, especially since he was large and had a particular fondness for small and cute things. To protect Lei Ming's pride and confidence, Jiang Chen clenched his fingers, silently thinking, the moment to test my acting skills has arrived. Ah, I think this name is very good, especially suitable for you. Jiang Chen said sincerely with a smile. Really? Little Jiang Chen, I always thought you have great taste. Actually, I think this name is a bit ordinary. I originally wanted to register Sweet Chestnut Roll, but changing it might cost some tower coins. Little Jiang Chen, which one do you think is better? Lei Ming asked, his eyes wide. I think. Jiang Chen racked his brains, trying to think of a name that suited Lei Ming better. The person in front of them trembled slightly. The two people discussing looked up and saw Zhang Fengge's eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes smiling. That slight smile was like a shallow ripple appearing in a calm, still dead sea. Lei Ming and Jiang Chen stood frozen in place like dazed geese. Zhang Fengge, noticing they hadn't followed, turned around and said sternly, follow me. His smile, however, hadn't faded. Jiang Chen and Lei Ming exchanged a glance, knowing what had caused their surprise. They smiled at each other and quickly obeyed their captain's instructions, following after him. Chapter 80. Inside the changing room. The room was exceptionally dark, with a few dim lights installed on the ceiling. The light was blinding, making it impossible to see the faces of those around him. He could only vaguely make out that some people were wearing masks, and some weren't. The dense crowd surged into the not-so-small room, suddenly reminding Jiang Chen of public spaces and shopping malls during holidays. Crowded, and filled with various smells. Jiang Chen followed the crowd inside. Lei Ming told him there were small cubicles where he could take the potion, as it would take some time for it to take effect. In the darkness, bumping into things was inevitable. Just as Jiang Chen was about to squeeze into a newly vacated cubicle, someone behind him bumped into him, pushing him away from the cubicle that had finally become available. The person seemed utterly disgusted, forcefully shoving Jiang Chen into the crowd while yelling, "Who is it?" So blind. The force was like a domino effect. A whole bunch of people behind her would have been crushed. Luckily, Jiang Chen was quick-witted. Just as she was about to fall into the dense crowd, she grabbed onto a protruding wall, avoiding becoming a victim of a stampede. Outrageous. How dare they accuse someone first? The sweltering environment completely ruined her usually good temper. Jiang Chen immediately grabbed the person's sleeve. "Hey, do you know your actions almost killed someone? I pushed you, so what can you do about it?" The person retorted confidently, flung her sleeve away, and shoved a thin girl next to them. "Ah!" the girl screamed. Jiang Chen grabbed the wall with one hand and pulled the girl, who had been pushed down, with the other. The light was dim, but she could vaguely see that the man wasn't wearing a mask, presumably because he hadn't used the transformation agent yet. Even in the dim light, she could vaguely see the wicked smile on his lips. Darkness bred a violent flame. Jiang Chen straightened up, intending to step forward. She heard a younger man say in a muffled voice, "Time's almost up, let's hurry." The man glanced at Jiang Chen disdainfully, as if she were something dirty, then turned and disappeared into the crowd. Jiang Chen wanted to chase after him, but she was there today as a city guard, and business was more important. But that young man's voice sounded familiar. Seeing a newly vacated cubicle next to her, she rushed in without thinking. The light inside the cubicle was slightly brighter. Jiang gulped down the transformation agent. It tasted like soapy water. She swallowed it, and within a minute, she noticed a real change in her body. Of course, this change wasn't drastic, like a male turning into a female, or a tall person becoming short. It was a subtle, gradual change. For example, she felt her bones had become stronger, and she had grown a little over half a head taller, causing her trousers to be shorter. Her skin became more rosy, and her frizzy hair was tidied up. Her previously thin and frail body had become upright and healthy. Jiang Chen put on her mask, pushed through the crowded street, and saw several people standing under the streetlights at the intersection. She walked over, unable to immediately distinguish between Zhang Fengge and Lei Ming. "Scholar?" A strange voice came from behind. Jiang Chen turned around, and saw two people walking towards her from under a nearby tree. One wore a glittering peacock mask, and the other wore a jet-black squid mask. "Luckily, I saw the clothes you were going to wear beforehand." Lei Ming looked Jiang Chen up and down. "Little Jiang Chen, I knew these clothes would suit you perfectly. Now you truly live up to your codename." Jiang Chen had noticed this in the mirror inside. The transformed version of her did resemble a slightly older version of herself. "Let's go," Zhang Fengge said, looking at the increasingly lively scene outside Club Inn. The three of them walked along the street and entered Club Inn. The clinking of glasses and the exchange of toasts created a scene of extravagance. This made Jiang Chen, upon entering, almost feel like she was at a high society banquet. Inside, there were groups of 3 or 5, and also individuals strolling alone. It was truly a lively scene. A sommelier approached the three, offering them stemmed glasses filled with fine wine. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised to see that the sommelier wasn't wearing a mask. She looked around and saw many maskless people in the corners of the hall, some performing songs and dances, others cleaning, and still others waiters in dark red uniforms. Lei Ming quickly stepped forward, took a glass of wine, and handed it to Zhang Fengge, saying, "Zhang Octopus, this is Moose Company's latest wine development this year. I heard it has a unique taste and an unforgettable aftertaste. If you buy it elsewhere, it costs this much." Lei Ming held up 5 fingers. Zhang Fengge ignored him and walked straight inside. Lei Ming was a little disappointed that he hadn't succeeded in recommending it. Not being able to share something good was extremely discouraging for him. Turning back, he saw Jiang Chen still looking around and cheered up. He quickly said, Jiang Scholar, do you want to try some? I guarantee you love it after just one drink. It's all free here. No need. Jiang Chen shook her head. The mere mention of Moses' company made her skin crawl, let alone drinking their wine. She changed the subject, asking, why don't these people need to wear masks? They don't have superpowers. Of course they don't need to. You mean they're ordinary people? Yes. Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder. Wasn't the suspended tower only for people with superpowers? Only ordinary people with special honors had the opportunity to stay in the suspended tower, like Hai Tianqing's mother, the spouse of a deceased researcher. Although she didn't have superpowers, she could still live in the suspended tower. Jiang Chen had initially thought this policy was quite humane. She told Lei Ming her questions. Lei Ming replied matter-of-factly, they don't live in the suspended tower. They just work at Club Inn. After all, why would superhumans do such simple and low-level work? There are also robots being developed, aren't there? Jiang Chen swallowed the rest of her thought before she could finish. She had read in the data that nearly 3/5 of the people in the suspended tower were members of Club Inn. Even in the most remote parts of District 11, the club's nightly foot traffic was already this high, meaning the demand for the corresponding service personnel was considerable. And the cost of a robot was probably dozens of times the salary of an ordinary person. And here, ordinary people were probably the cheapest consumables. Jiang Chen closed her eyes, then opened them again. She was going to see what secret activities Club Inn was up to. Chapter 81. Is this a way of saying I'm too old? Discrimination? Blatant discrimination. Lei Ming angrily looked at the huge screen above him. Before a dark red passage, there was a huge screen displaying the words those over 18 years of age are prohibited from entering. In striking red lettering. Let's take a look, Zhang Fengge said. The three of them turned to the corner and observed the people entering. Sure enough, most of them appeared to be quite young. But some were unconvinced. A short, but overweight man walked in. He doesn't meet the requirements, Zhang Fengge said, standing next to Jiang Chen. Captain Zhang, you could tell? Lei Ming asked, his expression full of admiration. Sure enough, as soon as half of the man stepped inside, red beams of light shot out from both sides of the passage. Ah! A scream came from the man's back. Two men in gray clothes emerged from the passage, supported the unconscious man lying on the ground, and led him away. What's that thing? Lei Ming was also somewhat shocked by the scene. You don't know? Brother Lei, don't you come here often? Jiang Chen asked. I often. Well, only occasionally, but I never seen a place like this before. Lei Ming replied. Zhang Fengge carefully examined the devices on both sides of the passage and explained, it should be a device that can check a person's bone age. These kinds of things are used in the testing process at the Suspended Tower Academy. Jiang Chen remembered that when they first entered the Suspended Tower, they had undergone a comprehensive examination in a similar device, which was how she determined the body's exact age. While transformative agents can alter physical characteristics to some extent, things like bone age are difficult to change easily. But why is there equipment for the Academy's testing procedures here? Lei Ming, who usually didn't think much, suddenly started working on it. The Academy updates its equipment every year. This model is probably outdated, but it's likely been improved, with the addition of an electric shock function, Zhang Fengge said. Captain Zhang is truly knowledgeable, Lei Ming said cheerfully. Jiang Chen looked up at Zhang Fengge. She had figured out the City Guardian's operations these past few days, and what Zhang Fengge had just said was entirely within the scope of the Suspended Tower Academy's operations, not the City Guardians. How did he know that? Zhang Fengge noticed Jiang Chen's gaze, lowered his head, and their eyes met. Jiang Chen turned her gaze to the device and said, becoming a member of Club Number N is almost effortless, but there's such a strict internal checkpoint. Isn't that contradictory? Jiang Chen's question remained unanswered. Practice is the only way to test knowledge. They had to go in and see for themselves what was inside. However, it was clear that only Jiang Chen could enter at this point. The three planned their strategy. Jiang Chen would go in first to investigate. Lei Ming would track down the man who had been electrocuted and taken away by the group of men in gray. Zhang Fengge would patrol the entire club to see if there were any other suspicious circumstances. Lei Ming patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder with feigned seriousness and said, Little Jiang, you must act according to the situation and not reveal our identities as the city guards. Roger. Lei Ming, afraid of delaying the tracking of the man in gray, hurriedly left. Zhang Fengge glanced at Jiang Chen, then turned and left. Jiang Chen looked up at the huge warning sign, preparing to go inside. A gentle tap on her shoulder made her turn around, and see Zhang Fengde returning. He bent down, meeting Jiang Chen's gaze, and calmly said, "Act within your capabilities." Jiang Chen was taken aback, then immediately replied, "Yes." Jiang Chen walked towards the passage, the light from the testing equipment sweeping down from above. Unimpeded, she passed through a long dark corridor. There were far fewer people here than outside. As the distant lights gradually grew larger, Jiang Chen knew she was almost there. The macaron-colored decor gave a light and bright feeling. In the center, huge yellow and green blocks spelled out Nth Game City. A dazzling array of game facilities were on display. She saw many young girls and boys walking leisurely, chatting and laughing as they played. "Welcome to Nth Game City." A strikingly handsome man immediately approached. "And you are?" "I'm Mira, the housekeeper of Nth Game City. Please let me know if you need anything." He then pulled a drink from behind his back and handed it to Jiang Chen. "I don't drink alcohol." "Dear Miss, Nth Game City doesn't offer any alcoholic beverages. This is orange soda. Of course, if you like other flavors, we also have strawberry, chocolate chili sauce, onion grapefruit juice." Mira listed them off with great familiarity. "No, this is fine." Jiang Chen quickly accepted the drink. "Mira, could you show me around this arcade?" "Of course," Mira said enthusiastically. "Miss, may I ask your name?" "Scholar." "What a peculiar name." This arcade, number N, was much larger than Jiang Chen had imagined, at least 3 times the size of a typical arcade. Mira gave Jiang Chen a tour, which took nearly an hour. "Mira, can I play all the rides here?" "Of course." Jiang Chen asked somewhat shyly, "I wonder if these rides are expensive?" Although her mask concealed her face, her demeanor clearly indicated her financial constraints. "Miss Scholar, you don't need to worry about the cost. All the rides here are free." "Free?" Jiang Chen's eyes widened. This was simply unbelievable in the suspended tower. In the academy, everything, from cleaning to testing, required payment. Why is everything free here? And the drinks from Club N are still available. This might be a marketing tactic, to encourage those who tried the drinks to buy more outside the club. And all the games here are free to play. What's the point of this Nth arcade? Jiang Chen looked at Mira and asked bluntly, "I'm curious. What's the initial intention behind opening an arcade like this?" She hesitated, realizing Mira was very passionate about her work. Mira has clearly heard this question before. She looked around the arcade and asked Jiang Chen her first question, "Miss Scholar, do you feel happy here?" Jiang Chen recalled her experience from her walk around earlier. "Yes. That's our initial intention," Mira said understandingly. "Firstly, this is different from typical arcades. The noisy and chaotic rides are well separated from the quiet and relaxing ones, so you can choose freely whether you're seeking excitement or relaxation. Secondly, they offer a variety of free snacks. This is practically a perfect amusement park." Chapter 82. Jiang Chen's side came up empty-handed. She tried 2 games, one of which was a thrilling ride. A zero-gravity pirate ship. The feeling was indescribably exhilarating. The pirate ship was set in a simulated space environment. With complete weightlessness, Newtonian mechanics didn't apply. This meant that, apart from the lumbar support, her buttocks were never in contact with the seats during the rapid rises and falls, and the violent swings. Jiang Chen felt several times that she had dodged 3 assassination attempts, but today she might die here. Her adrenaline was surging, and her muscles were extremely sore from the intense tension. Jiang Chen took several deep breaths to slow her heartbeat and bring her pulse back to normal. But the novelty of the thrill was like a fish out of a dried-up ditch suddenly swimming into a vast ocean. For comparison, Jiang Chen chose a more relaxing game. A carousel. A fully simulated nightfall, dazzling lights, and flowing music filled the air. Riding on the exquisitely crafted carousel felt like entering a fairy tale world. Jiang Chen left Game Room Inn, where Zhang Fengde and Lei Ming were already waiting for her. "Why did you stay in there for so long?" "What's in there?" Lei Ming asked impatiently. "I played a few games, which took up a lot of time." "Played games?" Lei Ming asked doubtfully. "Yes, it's a huge arcade. I looked around and didn't find any violent, gambling, or pornographic games. There are mostly healthy and educational games, and a few more stimulating ones. If that's the case, then it seems like there's nothing wrong with this place." Lei Ming stated his conclusion, noticing the 2 men's furrowed brows. "Is there a problem?" "I can't say for sure right now." "What about you two?" Lei Ming continued. "Those 2 men in gray were actually quite nice. The man who was electrocuted received immediate treatment, and I saw that they paid for it, and even gave him compensation." The 2 men then turned their attention to Zhang Fengde, hoping he might have some reliable information. But Zhang Fengde succinctly declared no, indicating that their entire operation tonight had ended in failure. Jiang Chen returned to her residence. Several vials of nutrient solution lay scattered beside the bed. She lay on the bed, the nutrient solution flowing down her esophagus into her stomach, making her feel warm. The aftereffects of her previous injury were much more severe than Jiang Chen had imagined. Hungry. She would get hungry very quickly. Even though she was eating a lot at every meal, and receiving extra food from the siblings Hai Tianqing and Hai Tianai from time to time, she was still very hungry. What chilled Jiang Chen the most was that this hunger came from her very bones, from the deepest part of her body. Even eating a lot of food couldn't help. The immense emptiness made her feel cold from the inside out, like a body turning from warm to cold when it dies. The effects of the nutrient solution quickly became apparent. Her limbs began to regain normal human temperature. Before falling into the dream, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder if Zhou Jingming's words were really true. Was her weakened body truly due to pushing the divine tablet to its limits? Bionics draws design inspiration from existing systems in nature. From airplane wings inspired by bird wings, to the bioluminescent materials with nanostructures resembling butterfly wings, to superhydrophobic coatings similar to lotus leaves, modern technologies developed using bionics are already ubiquitous in reality. Voiceover Jiang Chen. What's wrong? Jiang Chen snapped out of her daze. What's wrong with you? Why have you been so absent-minded lately? Hai Tianqing said softly. Professor Wan Xinyang was engrossed in lecturing at the podium, oblivious to their presence. Jiang Chen rubbed her eyes hard. I guess I haven't been sleeping well lately. I told you, you're teaching during the day and working at night. You can't keep up like this. Hai Tianqing thought Jiang Chen was practically a carbon copy of her brother in his youth. She found Jiang Chen's life incredibly monotonous. He either spent his days immersed in a pile of antique books in the lab, or patrolled the southern district for most of the night. During the second Spore Crisis, bionic technology achieved new breakthroughs, and research on androids was brought up again. Currently, the key challenges in technological breakthroughs lie in blood regeneration and the function of the human brain. Voiceover, and why have you been going to club in so much lately? Hai Tianqing asked curiously. Playing games? Jiang Chen said listlessly. Hai Tianqing asked, puzzled. Huh? You don't seem like someone who likes playing games. It's all for work. By the way, do you know about In-Game City? Jiang Chen sighed and smiled wryly. Yeah, I know. Isn't that the most popular area of Club Inn? But my mom said if I went, I'd be so engrossed I wouldn't want to leave, so I haven't been yet. Jiang Chen, tell me, is it fun? It's fun, Jiang Chen said dryly, but a work-related trip might lose its fun. What are you two talking about? Zhou Yang couldn't help but interrupt, seeing the two whispering. Mind your own business. Hai Tianqing's eyes widened. She hadn't forgotten Zhou Yang's tattling earlier. Jiang Chen, let's continue. Zhou Yang blushed and raised her hand. Professor, I have a question for you. Wan Shuaoliang's gaze fell upon him. Hai Tianqing angrily shut her mouth. Jiang Chen watched the two bickering all day long and could only smile wryly. The investigation into Club Inn had reached a bottleneck. Zhang Fengde had arranged for two people to continue staking out the club. After all, he was the captain of the 11th District City Guards, and he had far more to deal with than his two lackeys. But Jiang Chen noticed that Captain Zhang was still spending as much of his spare time as possible at Club Inn. As for the reason? That remained to be seen. For the past month, she had become a regular at Arcade Inn in District 11, trying almost every game. Lei Ming was in the same boat, having become practically sworn brothers with the bartenders. Even so, the two of them had come up empty-handed. Mira had offered a plausible explanation for the peak electricity and water bills. The arcade's electricity consumption was inherently higher than the club's, and for environmental reasons, the arcade only operated during the day, unlike the club which was open 24/7. Now, even this only lead had gone cold. If these two technical problems are solved, then humanity's place in the history of life will be rewritten once again. Voiceover. Chapter 83. Jiang Chen only learned of the escort mission for Professor Norman from the suspended tower the evening before last. The notification for this operation was very formal. The Red Mansion issued instructions that the city guards would also need to participate in this operation to ensure the safety of Professor Norman and the others. The names Zhang Fengde and Hai Tianai were on the list. Both were A-level ability users, so Jiang Chen wasn't surprised. As for Chen Yimo's name, Jiang Chen had a feeling he was also there for the silver box, otherwise, his timing as a city guard would be too coincidental, so his inclusion in this mission was reasonable. But why was her name on the list? She had thought she wouldn't have to go this time, since Hong Rui and Lei Ming hadn't been sent out. Jiang Chen secretly inquired with Hai Tianai. Hai Tianai, surprisingly, hadn't received any information either. For a moment, Jiang Chen almost suspected that someone had already discovered she had obtained the divine steel. But after thinking it over, she realized their current technology couldn't directly pinpoint its exact location. Otherwise, why would they use the silver box as bait? Furthermore, although her body contained a piece of the divine steel, there were no unusual signs on her body, except for the wound she sustained from the giant attack, just like Hai Tianai's. She shouldn't have given herself away at the time. Jiang Chen felt a growing unease. She was also worried about something else. The mysterious silver box. This thing held an inexplicable attraction for her. Initially, Jiang Chen believed the silver box contained the divine steel, since she was involuntarily drawn to it. But now that a divine tablet truly resided within her body, she began to doubt her initial assessment. Furthermore, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. After leaving the suspended tower, she needed to have her body examined again from the outside, Jiang Chen silently resolved. In the flower room. My lord, they have begun planning the second experiment with the silver box. Everything is ready, Gui Wuchen said. The moonlight was like water, and blood-red roses burned, ready to bloom. Where is Jiang Chen? Zhou Jingming broke off one of the red roses, and pinned it to his chest. Gui Wuchen was taken aback. His lord was paying too much attention to this girl. According to the information we received, Jiang Chen is also part of the accompanying personnel. Should we remove her from this operation? No need. Zhou Jingming turned to look at Gui Wuchen. Gui Wuchen lowered his head in reverence, his lips pressed tightly together. He shouldn't have hesitated just now. Let's go, isn't the banquet about to start? Zhou Jingming lowered his gaze and walked forward. Gui Wuchen unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed. Jiang Chen glanced at the information on her communicator. This time, their destination wasn't the abandoned city from before, but a small city called Fog City. She immediately searched for information about the city on her terminal. It wasn't large, the vegetation was dense, and it was shrouded in fog year-round, making it unsuitable for human habitation. Otherwise, there wasn't anything particularly special about it. Why go to this place? Is there a divine steel there? What are you thinking about? I seen you standing here by the window, like an idiot for ages. Hai Tianai joked. Thinking about why we had to set off in the middle of the night? Jiang Chen gazed at the dark North District outside the flight cabin. The North District Port Authority flickered, like fireflies in the pitch-black night. Who knows? Hai Tianai couldn't figure it out for the moment. The flight cabin moved extremely fast. What would normally be an hour's drive took less than 15 minutes. The four of them disembarked from the flight cabin one after another. Jiang Chen smelled the slightly salty sea breeze again. Are you moving? So much stuff? Chen Yimo easily took the backpack off Jiang Chen's back and weighed it. Just in case. Jiang Chen took back his backpack. They were going to a place that would last at least 10 days, and Fog City was sparsely populated. What if they forgot something? Jiang Chen glanced at Chen Yimo. He, on the other hand, was empty-handed. Chen Yimo gave Jiang Chen a mischievous look, leaving Jiang Chen momentarily bewildered. Then she understood. Someone was better prepared than her. A medium-sized bus pulled up in the distance. Several soldiers in Valken uniforms disembarked and unloaded crates of supplies. Be careful, these are the latest medical supplies. If you break them, can you afford to pay for them? Kane said anxiously. Crate after crate of supplies were unloaded from the bus. Jiang Chen noticed clear labels on the crates: medical supplies, weapons supplies, daily necessities, etc. She suddenly felt her backpack become quite heavy. So you're the city guards. Kane, dressed in a white research robe, sized them up from head to toe, his shrewd eyes blatantly revealing contempt and disdain. Jiang Chen could only be thankful that Lei Ming and Hong Rui weren't there. Situations requiring diplomacy like this were never suitable for the taciturn Zhang Fengde, so this task naturally fell to the understanding Vice Captain Hai Tianai. Researcher Kane, we will, as before, ensure your safe arrival at your destination, Hai Tianai said to Kane with a gentle smile. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face, and besides, the city guard's escort last time had been flawless, so Kane couldn't afford to be unreasonable. His gaze shifted, landing on Jiang Chen in the shadows at the far corner. His expression darkened instantly, and he pointed at Jiang Chen, saying, "What do you mean? Is this the Red Pavilion's intention? Sending a low-level, undifferentiated individual to participate in this operation?" Hai Ti and I quickly stood in front of Jiang Chen, explaining, "Researcher Kane, let me explain." "Explain? What's there to explain? Letting you participate in this operation is already your greatest honor. You bunch of idiots actually tried to fob us off with this kind of trash." Kane's lips curled into a look of utter disdain. Jiang Chen raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over him indifferently, and said in a calm and powerful voice, "Who are you calling an idiot? Who are you calling trash?" Kane's gaze lingered on Jiang Chen's face, half hidden in shadow, and a strange tightness gripped his heart. But the other was only a 13 or 14-year-old undifferentiated individual. He shouted in a rough, hoarse voice, "That's right. Kane, I invited Jiang Chen to participate in this operation." Professor Norman walked over slowly. Everyone turned to look at Professor Norman, who had just arrived, but Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the person beside Professor Norman. Chapter 84. He was probably a little younger than Jiang Chen. The moonlight shone on his face, giving it a slightly bluish-white glow. Even his pupils and delicate eyelashes were silvery white. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of the albino child she had seen in her previous world. He expressionlessly swept past the crowd and walked towards Jiang Chen. Chen Yimo was the first to sense something was wrong and quickly stepped forward, but the boy was too fast. Before anyone around could react, he was already standing in front of Jiang Chen. His silver eyes, devoid of any emotion, stared at her, seemingly curious about the black eyes that were the complete opposite of his own. Jiang Chen clenched her fists, silently letting him look at her. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent. Jiang Chen unconsciously swallowed, his gaze following her slender neck. "Come here," Professor Norman said softly. Jiang Chen was certain she had never heard Professor Norman's voice so gentle. The boy silently turned around and obediently returned to Professor Norman's side. "Please forgive him. He may be a little curious about his peers." Professor Norman's expression returned to its calm and placid state. Although it was an apology, it contained no trace of remorse. Jiang Chen felt that if Kane's arrogance was like a boiling kettle, hissing and sizzling, then Norman's arrogance was ingrained in his very bones. "I think we shouldn't waste our time on pointless arguments," Dorian stepped forward and urged. Kane was somewhat resentful. He expressed his dissatisfaction by sniffling heavily through his red nose. But now that Professor Norman had spoken, he had no grounds for argument. However, before boarding the submersible, he glared fiercely at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen chose to ignore his gaze. The entourage was much larger than Jiang Chen had anticipated. Besides the city guards, there were 8 members of the Valken unit alone, and judging from their physiques and attire, they were clearly elite troops. However, she didn't see pay due, which was somewhat strange. In addition, there were 5 men in black suits, who, along with the man in the suit Jiang Chen had been summoned to the council meeting earlier, should all belong to the council. Just as everyone was gradually boarding the submersible, Jiang Chen heard a shout from afar. "Wait for me." The most unexpected person appeared before her. Du Hai. "Du Hai, what brings you here?" Jiang Chen looked at the panting man running towards her. It had been a month since their last meeting, but they frequently communicated via terminals, and weren't exactly strangers. But seeing Du Hai again still surprised Jiang Chen. The phrase "completely transformed" wouldn't be an exaggeration. He wore an impeccably tailored suit, carried an expensive-looking briefcase, and his attire was more than enough for a press conference. "Jiang Chen." He greeted her warmly and familiarly, just like before. "I was wondering if I run into you today, and sure enough, we met. I was sent to document this operation." "Document?" "Yes, I'm now a special commentator for the suspended tower," Du Hai said with a smile. "Special commentator? What are you still rambling about?" Kane poked his head out of the aircraft, looking at Du Hai with displeasure. Okay, coming right away." Du Hai hurried forward, but secretly turned back and silently said to Jiang Chen, "We talk in detail later." One submersible couldn't hold so many people, they would leave in 2 groups. Jiang Chen, as usual, teamed up with Hai Ti and I to escort the second group. Hai Ti and I entered the destination in the cockpit, and the submersible smoothly submerged with a boom. Jiang Chen was somewhat relieved that Kane wasn't on their submersible, otherwise, he would definitely cause her trouble. On their submersible were mainly Valken soldiers, 2 men in suits, and Doreen. Doreen, she had met her at the council, but today she looked somewhat haggard, unlike her radiant self that day. The rapid descent brought a feeling of weightlessness similar to a sudden elevator crash. The 2 men in suits, likely frequent travelers between the outside world and the suspended tower, didn't seem to be in much pain. They simply clenched their fists, tilting their heads back, intending to endure the ordeal. Even the renownedly trained Valkan soldiers couldn't escape the shock of the intense weightlessness. I never want to come to this hellhole again. I feel like throwing up. One soldier muttered, wiping vomit from his mouth. What a hellhole. Even killing mutants wasn't this disgusting. Complaints rose and fell. Jiang Chen steadied herself. Over the past few days, she had become adept at maintaining her balance inside the violently undulating submersible. The cleaning robot, its brushes protruding, diligently scrubbed the floor. She pulled out a small bottle containing pills specifically for this condition and handed them to those experiencing severe reactions. When it was Dorian's turn, her face was deathly pale, and sweat had soaked her meticulously styled hair, but she still maintained basic etiquette, sitting upright in the safety chair. This is a desensitizing gravity pill. Take it, and you feel better, Jiang Chen said, handing her the small white pill. Below Dorian's tightly furrowed brows were a pair of light brown eyes. She saw Jiang Chen standing steadily before her. She vaguely remembered this girl, but Jiang Chen seemed completely unaffected. She couldn't help but be surprised. Although she knew this was the daily work of the city guards, Jiang Chen had probably only been at the suspended tower for a month at most. This was too good for her to have adapted so well. Doreen shook her head. She never took any drugs of unknown origin. Seeing her resolute attitude, Jiang Chen had no choice but to take the pill and return to the hatch. Xiao Jiang, you're the fastest adapting city guard I ever seen, Hai Tianai said, gripping the hatch handle. Even Captain Zhang was constantly swaying in and out of position in the submersible for the first 3 months. Maybe it's just my constitution, Jiang Chen replied. She guessed that just like some people are naturally immune to seasickness, perhaps she was one of those types. After enduring the intense weightlessness, soft lights illuminated the submersible. Jiang Chen carefully counted their supplies. They far exceeded their needs for 10 days, and they even had several boxes of machine guns alone. In the deep sea, the underwater world outside was pitch black, as if all life had been put on pause. Jiang Chen gazed at this world, as black as water, and felt an unusual tranquility, like returning to her mother's womb. This time, their underwater journey was exceptionally smooth. As the shimmering light and shadows fell into the water, the weightlessness of the subsequent ascent made Jiang Chen hear the gasps and curses rising and falling behind her again. She knew they were about to reach the shore. Jiang Chen looked through the hatch window at another submersible ahead. Unexpectedly, her eyes met a pair of silver eyes. He wasn't sitting in a safety chair like the others. The extreme weightlessness seemed to have no effect on him. His face was expressionless, and Jiang Chen couldn't detect any curiosity in him. He faced her as if looking in a mirror. Jiang Chen was startled by her own thought. She turned her eyes away, her back to her. She was now certain that this was the silver box, or rather, the person inside the silver box. But there was no divine tablet inside his body. Chapter 85. The aircraft they were transferring to was already at the dock. The person stepping off the aircraft was Pei Du. He gave a brief greeting to Professor Norman, then his gaze fell on the boy beside him. The boy's hair, a shade lighter than silver, caught Pei Du's eye, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face, but vanished like a ripple on the sea. On the aircraft, Du Hai, how did you end up as a special commentator? Jiang Chen asked curiously. That's a long story. Du Hai instinctively wanted to keep him in suspense. All right. I was just asking casually. Jiang Chen stood up, intending to leave. Wait a minute, I tell you. Didn't I previously compile various news reports about the suspended tower on the terminal? Then the council saw it, and gave me the status of a special commentator, Du Hai said with a smile. Du Hai had previously published numerous compilations about the suspended tower on the terminal, such as 100 Things You Must Know About the Suspended Tower, A Food Guide to the Suspended Tower, A Few Mysterious Legends of the Suspended Tower, The Most Comprehensive Guide to Visiting the Suspended Tower, and so on. Even someone as frugal as Jiang Chen spent a considerable amount of money buying many booklets. So what are you here to record this time? You don't even know. Jiang Chen shook her head. The information they received from the city guards was only to ensure the safety of Professor Norman and his group, to safely deliver them to their destination, and to safely return them to the suspended tower. Besides, since learning of this news, her focus had been on the silver box, but she had just noticed that Du Hai's attention wasn't on the boy, so he probably wasn't here to observe him. Didn't you see any news about Fog City on your terminal? Yes, I did. There's some news about Fog City on the terminal, like it's shrouded in fog all year round. Jiang Chen. Du Hai interrupted Jiang Chen, somewhat annoyed. You didn't even follow my latest channel. Jiang Chen felt a little embarrassed. She only opened Du Hai's homepage when she needed to buy news. However, Du Hai only complained verbally and kindly explained to Jiang Chen, but this news hasn't been verified yet, so it's normal that you didn't find it on your terminal. I have some information. There have been unnatural babies in Fog City. Unnatural? Babies? Jiang Chen couldn't immediately connect the two words. Didn't you read the information about Fog City? There are almost no permanent residents here, but in recent years, children have been born one after another. Isn't that strange? Du Hai said mysteriously. A small population, yet so many babies being born. It's truly baffling. But what does this have to do with the suspended tower? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. I can tell just by looking at you. Do you usually just go between your city guard building and the academy lab? Du Hai said, somewhat exasperated. Jiang Chen wanted to retort. She recently added a new location, Club Inn, so now it was practically a three-point line. But remembering that Zhang Fengde was tight-lipped about the mystery surrounding the club, even in the Red Chamber, she swallowed her rebuttal. Du Hai continued, the suspended tower's population is basically due to the migration of outsiders. Think back carefully. Have you ever seen a newborn baby in the suspended tower? Jiang Chen thought back carefully. Indeed, during her time here, she only seemed to have seen one mother pushing a stroller from the aircraft, and hadn't seen any babies since. And let me tell you, Du Hai leaned closer and whispered in Jiang Chen's ear. Are you sure about this information? Jiang Chen looked at Du Hai hesitantly. Hey, I can't guarantee anything else, but when it comes to information, I vouch for it with my life. Du Hai said confidently. Thump. The aircraft seemed to have collided with something. Jiang Chen quickly stood up and walked towards Hai Tianai. The fog here is too thick, the visibility is too low. It must have been some kind of bird that crashed into us. Hai Tianai opened the folding curtain on the window and explained. Jiang Chen followed, slightly pulling up the folding curtain and looked down. The thick, fluffy fog, like icing sugar, enveloped the ground. The aircraft, cutting through layers of clouds, resembled a dagger-like vehicle traversing a glacier. I didn't expect the fog to be this thick. Jiang Chen, though he had imagined it before coming, was still taken aback by the sight beforehand. The aircraft has already lowered its altitude to its lowest point, but the visibility is still so low. No wonder this place is so sparsely populated, Hai Tianai said, tilting his head to look at the scenery outside the window. Jiang Chen watched as branches occasionally pierced through the clouds. The thick trees, covered in glossy green moss, provided ample moisture to the fog. With a loud thud, the aircraft landed. As soon as Jiang Chen stepped off the aircraft, he felt a wave of damp air wash over him, accompanied by the scent of fresh grass. It felt like a forest after the rain, fresh and moist. Major, we checked everything inside. This house must have been the villa of some wealthy person before the apocalypse. We also searched the surrounding area these past few days, and haven't seen any suspicious creatures, Fang Yi reported. They had received orders from above, and arrived in Fog City a few days ahead of schedule. Yuan organized the soldiers to move all the supplies into the villa's storage room. Just then, he saw a familiar face, Chen Yimo, walking towards them. However, Chen Yimo wasn't wearing the Valkan Legion's uniform. Instead, he was wearing a silver-white uniform. Chen Yimo, where have you been lately? Hey, why are you wearing? Jiang Chen? Yuan stepped forward, about to greet Chen Yimo, but before he could finish his sentence, someone emerged from behind Chen Yimo. The silver uniform accentuated her slender figure. The damp fog soaked her thick, black hair, but she didn't look disheveled at all. She turned to look at him, her deep, dark eyes appearing incredibly unfathomable. However, her gaze didn't linger for a moment, heading towards the person in the same uniform ahead. That's Jiang Chen? Yuan stammered, still thinking she was long dead. If you think there's something wrong with your eyes, I suggest you go see an ophthalmologist, Chen Yimo said indifferently, then walked towards the other side of the villa. Yuan quickly followed, asking softly, what's going on? What's she doing here? I don't know, Chen Yimo said impatiently. Hey Chen Yimo, why are you getting so grumpy? Are you wearing the same clothes? And why do I feel like she's a little different than before? Yuan didn't know what words to use to describe seeing Jiang Chen again. Different? Chen Yimo stopped. Not exactly different, but it seems the same, no different. Yuan himself felt that what he was saying was completely nonsensical. However, Chen Yimo clearly understood his meaning, and said in a low voice, nothing's different, it's just that we never truly understood her. Huh? What do you mean? Yuan watched Chen Yimo's departing figure, and for a moment felt that Chen Yimo was different from before. Chapter 86. The villa had 3 floors, and an underground storage room. Falcon soldiers and the city guards lived on the first floor, while Professor Norman, Du-Hai, and the man in the suit lived on the second floor. The top floor was mainly used as a place for Professor Norman and his team to conduct experiments. In the first floor reception room. Our job this time is simple. We just need to cooperate with Professor Norman's work, Hai-Ti and I said. Are you sure Kane won't come looking for trouble with us again? Chen Yimo asked coolly. Hai-Ti and I looked at Jiang Chen. I go talk to Kane about the room issue again. Kane had handled the room allocation himself, and sure enough, the four of them were assigned to the most remote northwest corner of the villa. Chen Yimo didn't comment and left alone. Hai-Ti and I was helpless about Chen Yimo's willful behavior. Everyone now knew that Chen Yimo, this paratrooper, was probably not under the city guard's command. Brother Hai, where's Captain Zhang? Jiang Chen hadn't seen Zhang Fengde since disembarking from the aircraft. I saw him head towards the woods behind the building. He told us to just assign tasks ourselves. As the two were talking, they ran into Du-Hai, who was coming down from the second floor. Jiang Chen, have you checked your rooms? It's so damp here, my room smells musty. We were just about to. Then I show you around the villa with you. For Kane to select these rooms in such a short time, he must have put a lot of thought into the aircraft. Their 4 rooms were the last 4 at the end of the corridor, each labeled with a name. Beyond the corridor lay a tall, lush green forest. Thick branches easily broke through the corners of the outermost room's walls, letting in damp air. Jiang Chen looked at the rooms with names on them. Without a doubt, hers was the worst. She opened the door with a creak. With a whoosh, something grayish-brown rushed towards them. Jiang Chen and Hai-Ti and I reacted quickly, dodging to the side. Du-Hai, who had never seen anything like it before, stood there dumbfounded, forgetting to move. Fortunately, Jiang Chen reacted in time, drawing her lightning orb and firing at the creature. The lightning orb flashed blue lightning, tearing through the air. With a thud, the grayish-brown thing was struck and fell to the ground. Du-Hai, as if just reacting, fell flat on his backside in fright. Jiang Chen stared at the grayish-brown thing, which lay sprawled on the ground like a tattered toad's skin. The area where the lightning ball struck it was emitting smoke, revealing a slightly different color beneath. Jiang Chen wanted to get a closer look. Watch out! Hai-Ti and I cried out. The thing that had been lying on the ground suddenly emerged from its brown skin, a blur of brownish-green light shooting straight at Jiang Chen's face. However, the thing was moving too fast. It was about to collide head-on with Jiang Chen. Retreating would have slowed it down due to inertia. Jiang Chen, however, didn't slow down. Instead, she accelerated, charging straight forward. Jiang Chen. Hai-Ti and I and Du-Hai stared in shock at the scene before them, their hearts pounding in their throats. She leaped forward swiftly, slightly sidestepping, narrowly avoiding the thing. With a loud crash, shards of glass from the corridor windows scattered across the floor. Du-Hai and Hai-Ti and I breathed a sigh of relief, only to see the man who had just escaped death squatting on the ground, seemingly unharmed. He pointed with a hint of disdain at a lump on the floor and asked, what was that thing? It was so fast. A Falcon soldier living on the first floor, having heard the gunshot, rushed over and asked, what happened? Just now, something this big, grayish-brown, ran out of there, shed its skin, and broke through the window. Du-Hai gestured tremblingly like that, it looked like, what was it again? A ray. Jiang Chen added, having been closest to the creature, and seen it most closely. Yes. Du-Hai finally managed to stand up, leaning against the wall. That's called a brown-skin plant, a parasitic plant that grows on the ancient trees of the misty forest. A middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in coarse linen clothes and with his hair wrapped in a gray headscarf, approached. He picked up the hide that the brown pelt had just shed and continued, this kind of hide can be used as a raw material for a medicine to relieve nervous headaches. You guys are lucky today. Lucky? What kind of luck? Didn't you see what we just did? Du-Hai muttered in dissatisfaction. Erican, long time no see. Norman's voice came from behind. Norman, I didn't expect you to come so quickly after receiving my message. Erican said to Norman with a smile. The two seemed to be old friends, who hadn't seen each other for many years. Even the usually stern Norman had a smile on his face. This is the hide of the gray-brown pelt. Norman recognized the item in Erican's hand at a glance. Not bad. I didn't expect to find a piece here after searching for so long. This kind of brown bark only grows in very dark and damp environments. Your friends are truly the lucky stars of Fog City. Erican looked up at Jiang Chen at the end of the corridor and said, your young friend is a very accurate shot. If he stayed in Fog City, he would definitely become the best hunter. I don't deserve such praise. If I hadn't found such a good room, I probably wouldn't have had this opportunity. Jiang Chen looked at Kane next to Professor Norman and said with a smile. Although Lei Chio's gunshot was masked, Jiang Chen hadn't silenced it when she fired. Now, everyone was gathered in the northwest corner of the first floor, which suited her perfectly. Norman walked to Jiang Chen's door under everyone's gaze. Jiang Chen's room was now completely exposed, and the people around followed to take a look. There were several marks on the walls where tree roots had been pried open. There were even tree roots lifting the bed frame. Cracks were visible everywhere along the edges of the walls, and the room was so damp that the blankets could be wrung out. The only window faced a gnarled locust tree, blocking out all light and plunging the room into darkness. The rustling of leaves whispered like a low murmur in the night. In broad daylight, Professor Norman's stern gaze swept over Kane. The silence spoke volumes. Kane felt a stinging pain on his face, as if he'd been slapped. "Doreen, go and rearrange things," Norman ordered. "Yes, sir." Doreen looked at Kane, a hint of mockery flashing across her lips. "I apologize for the commotion. Why don't we go upstairs? I brought some documents." Norman didn't linger. Erican didn't refuse, and the two went up to the second floor together. Pei-Du and the others, standing on the second floor, witnessed the whole thing. As they went downstairs, Jiang Chen and the others were heading to their new place. Hai Tianai and Pei-Du exchanged a nod, and the two sides brushed past each other. First floor restaurant. "Fang Yin, did you see it clearly just now?" Yuan whispered. "Why are you so quiet? There are only 3 of us here," Fang Yin said. "Oh dear, my mind is still reeling from what just happened. I didn't react immediately," I said. "Did you see it clearly?" Yuan raised her voice, as if relieved. "I saw it clearly. Very fast, very steady hands, and most importantly, extremely strong anticipation." Fang Yin wiped his mouth with a napkin and concluded. "Yeah, it's simply like 2 completely different people." "How long has it been?" Yuan couldn't believe her eyes. They were rigorously trained soldiers. Even they might not have been able to react to Jiang Chen's counterattack in such a short time, especially her second dodge. Her movements were clearly anticipated before she even warned them. That's not surprising. According to Chen Yimo's report from inside the underground palace, and the video footage I reviewed of your escape from the temporary encampment, her learning and adaptability are inherently strong, but... Fang Yu paused, not finishing his sentence. He preferred to gather more data before drawing conclusions, but he still had too little information about Jiang Chen. "But what? Don't beat around the bush, just tell me," Yuan asked anxiously. Fang Yu looked helplessly at Yuan. "From what I understand, Jiang Chen's ability value should be very low, but her reaction just now completely exceeded what someone with that ability value would expect." Chapter 87. Doreen's men worked extremely quickly, and the room was ready in no time. Although they weren't assigned to the second floor, they were at least placed in the southeast corner. It was still damp, but thankfully there were no trees blocking the light, so it was quite well lit. Jiang Chen casually ate a couple of bites in the first floor dining room before returning to her room. She had barely slept a wink last night. She hadn't felt it before, but after eating, she felt a little drowsy. Jiang Chen checked her terminal. Finally, there was a signal. She had seen the Norman set up the signal tower, and sure enough, there was a signal on the terminal now. It was 2 p.m. now. No one would be coming to find her for work anytime soon, so she could take a nap. Perhaps it was the quietness of the place, escaping all her worries, that, unusually, Jiang Chen fell asleep without a second thought before bed. Beep beep beep, the alarm clock rang on the terminal. Jiang Chen quickly turned it off. She closed her eyes, sinking into the huge bed, not wanting to move at all. If she were in the suspended tower right now, she should be in the lab, reviewing the theoretical knowledge about mutated plants and animals from her morning general education course. She also needed to find some materials for practical application. She hadn't even finished dissecting the mutated lizard Hai Tianqing had captured. Every evening, she would begin her tedious shooting and combat training. Here, she had to thank Moses' company, who had been relentlessly pursuing her, for developing the holographic training ball. Jiang Chen had advanced her next month's salary, spending 10,000 suspended tower coins. She felt the pinch for at least a whole day. Now it was like going to work in debt every day. Fortunately, it was good value for money. By placing the holographic training ball on a level surface, she could begin virtual training. This training room had no levels or challenges. It was just mechanical, repetitive training to improve reaction time and speed. Every time Jiang Chen felt she was making progress, her holographic opponent would be a little faster than her, endlessly repeating this cycle. At night, She and Lei Ming would continue investigating Club Inn. Maintaining high vigilance, she needed to carefully observe the facial expressions and movements of those around her to extract any suspicious clues. At midnight, she returned to her residence, processed the day's events, and then wearily drifted off to sleep, ready to begin the next day. But now, her mind was blank dull. Nothing seemed to rouse her. She just wanted to lie in bed, motionless, not thinking for a moment. Being a lazy bum wouldn't be so bad. Even if she didn't try today, it wouldn't matter. After all, such undisturbed days were rare, Jiang Chen told herself, trying to convince herself. The image of Yuan's mouth bulging with an egg flashed into Jiang Chen's mind, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little smug. No way, things have to change. I can't let my image fall apart, she told herself, rolling around on the bed 3 times. She got up, activated the holographic training ball, and entered the training field. Jiang Chen, this is Hai Tianai. A knock sounded at the door. Jiang Chen left the training room, hastily wiped the sweat from her brow with a towel, put on her uniform, and opened the door. What's up, Brother Hai? Professor Norman told us to go to the conference room. I think he'd probably be discussing the reason for our trip to Fog City. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded and followed. You seem to be in better spirits. Ever since you came back from that special mission, you looked terrible. Hai Tianai thought of his sister, who always ate and drank well, and was full of energy. I guess I was too tired before, but I had a good sleep just now. It's surprisingly quiet here. The two walked and talked until they reached the reception room on the first floor. Professor Norman and the others weren't there yet. Only the Valjean Legion members were in the reception room. Jiang Chen was now officially meeting Pei Du and the others. Pei Du's expression remained unchanged as he flipped through the documents in his hands. Yuan's expression was somewhat inscrutable. He quickly glanced at Jiang Chen, then immediately looked away, only to glance back again when Jiang Chen wasn't looking, repeating this cycle over and over. Jiang Chen simply shot him a sharp glare. Yuan immediately took a step back, as if he had seen something terrifying. What's wrong with this guy? He's so easily startled, Jiang Chen muttered. Fang Yu, watching the exchange of glances between the two, also felt a headache coming on. Yuan really couldn't hide anything. He smiled apologetically at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen guessed that these two must be studying her behind her back, otherwise, Yuan wouldn't have shown such an expression. Norman led his men in, and sat at the head of the conference table. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to cooperate with everyone. I think you all should have some understanding of our operation. Norman's words were naturally not for Jiang Chen and his group's benefit. The city guards were merely a department under the Red Mansion, and nominally, Norman, as a representative of the council, had the authority to direct their operations. Therefore, the cooperation mentioned here likely refers to the Valjean Legion sitting opposite Norman. Although it's called cooperation, judging from his current behavior and actions, he's probably leading this operation. Cooperation is just a humble expression. Assignment is the real demand. All eyes fell on Pei Du. Pei Du put down the materials in his hand, clasped his long, slender hands together, and said casually, for this operation, we start at Cold Wind Lake. The data is already in everyone's hands. Sure enough, Professor Norman's calm gaze flickered slightly upon hearing this, while Kane beside him slammed the documents he was holding onto the table. Major Pei Du, I think you should find out who provided the information about Fa all this time? I think this shouldn't be directly related to our Legion's operation. You? This blatant betrayal, although Jiang Chen didn't have a good impression of the Valjean Legion, made him even happier to see Kane get the short end of the stick. Cold Wind Lake is the primary site where these unnatural events were discovered, making it a good starting point. Norman continued, his gaze also falling on Zhang Fengde beside him. However, Cold Wind Lake is too large, and our time is limited. The guardians of the suspended tower are responsible for patrolling the city. They should be able to come in handy. A clever strategic retreat. Jiang Chen had expected the assertive Professor Norman to directly overturn Pei Du's suggestion and proceed with his own plan. After all, at the last council meeting, she hadn't felt that Norman had respected anyone present. The 4 guardians naturally had no right to refuse. Pei Du glanced at the 4 guardians, offering no objection, which was tantamount to acquiescing to the suggestion. Another matter was discussed at the meeting. Arakan and his assistant would arrive at the villa tomorrow. They would exchange ideas and learn from Professor Norman's team, as the Fog City, besides the unnatural infants, possessed many other valuable materials that could be used as raw materials for developing new products. After the meeting, Jiang Chen returned to her room. She needed to prepare for tomorrow. Chapter 88. Jiang Chen, taking advantage of the early hour, trained for a while longer in the virtual training room. When she came out again, it was already night. Although she believed the Valkan soldiers' weapons were likely superior to those of the city's defenders, she still had to rely on herself when out in the world. Jiang Chen checked the Thunderball machine gun and securely holstered it in her uniform. She summoned the black gold broken blade again. The broken blade hovered in midair. Jiang Chen stood up and walked around it, using it as the center. Sure enough, no matter where she went, the blade's tip was always aimed at her. Speaking of which, one night, she was sleeping poorly and accidentally opened her eyes. In the darkness, a blade gleaming with an eerie light hung suspended above her heart. Jiang Chen gasped and quickly moved away. The blade's tip moved, pointing at her heart. A thunderbolt struck her mind. Calm down. Calm down. Her fingers clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Jiang Chen closed her eyes, then opened them again. The broken knife had vanished from her sight. She had managed to retrieve the broken knife with great difficulty, but avoidance wouldn't solve the problem. Now, she stood before the broken knife, her dark eyes thoughtfully gazing at the coldly gleaming blade. Suddenly, Jiang Chen lunged at the tip of the knife. The tip bounced back like a magnet with opposite magnetism. Just as she expected, Jiang Chen adjusted her posture, gripping the broken knife in her right hand, a cool sensation spreading through her palm. She had obtained this broken knife when the black compartment melted. The scene was too chaotic at the time, and she hadn't had time to think about it carefully, but now, recalling it carefully, the broken knife must have originally been inside the black compartment. All the past events flashed before her eyes, like a revolving lantern. This broken sword only appeared when Jiang Chen sensed the divine monument, and when the broken sword struck the monument, it shattered, the fragments merging into her body. Why did it merge into her body? Merge. 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 What else has merged into her body? Jiang Chen's heart suddenly stopped for a few seconds. The pointer dropped, and like a defibrillator pressing on her heart pounded violently. Her gaze fell heavily on the broken sword in her hand. Unsurprisingly, this broken sword and the divine monument should have the same origin. Moreover, the two had a mutually reinforcing and restraining relationship. This meant that the divine monument might not be a natural object, or something born of nature. The broken sword in her hand was exquisitely crafted, not something that existed naturally. This completely contradicted the knowledge she had gained in Eden, whether from the terminal, from Professor Wan Shualiang's lectures, or from others. It's a generally accepted fact that the divine steel exists naturally. It's more like a mysterious substance that surged from the ground due to the apocalypse, tectonic shifts, and tsunamis. After the apocalypse, the emergence of supernatural abilities, and the spore crisis far exceeded human comprehension, and the divine steel's energy far surpasses all current human technological creations. Humanity can only attribute its origin to some natural wonder or extraterrestrial origin. Just like the development of wind, hydro, and nuclear energy, which are simply deep exploitations of nature. But what if this thing was an unnatural object? Jiang Chen dared not think too deeply. What lay hidden behind the divine monument was like a vast black fog, hysterically threatening to devour anyone who approached. But whatever the truth, she needed rest now. She needed to be fully prepared for tomorrow's unknown adventures. She sheathed her broken knife, turned off the light, and lay on the bed. All her tangled thoughts were like a jumbled ball of yarn. Without beginning or end, she thought hazily. Jiang Chen closed her eyes, and everything fell silent. Only the rustling of leaves outside the window, ruffled by the bleak, cold wind, and the soft dripping of water onto the tiles in the bathroom. The icy mist, carried by the frigid wind, swirled a few times on the desolate lake before dissipating into the boundless fog. The thick fog quietly crept up to the window. Footsteps drew closer. Something was crossing the corridor. Jiang Chen opened her eyes instantly, barefoot, and quietly got out of bed. She took a few steps, then a few more, until she was pressed against the door. The footsteps outside slowed, becoming increasingly inaudible. The person outside stood at her door. The doorknob slowly turned downwards, and without thinking, Jiang Chen instinctively grabbed it from the inside, gripping it tightly. She had a feeling that the gaze from outside was fixed on her intently. A small amount of clear liquid seeped in through the crack in the door, and Jiang Chen's face slowly turned pale. The person outside didn't press down harder, but they didn't let go either. After a long stalemate, suddenly the pressure on the other side of the doorknob lessened, and Jiang Chen's hand, propelled by inertia, pulled upwards, producing a piercing metallic sound. Outside the door, a rustling sound arose, and it moved forward again. Jiang Chen stood there motionless, her ear pressed against the door, trying desperately to hear something in the silence, but there was no sound at the doorway. A gelatinous, transparent liquid peeled off the floor at her feet like strands, then slowly disappeared. Jiang Chen straightened up, her heart pounding. She stood with her back to the door. The room was empty, except for a large, semicircular window on the left, like a gaping mouth. She climbed back into bed. There was no signal on her communicator or terminal. She closed her eyes. She knew it wouldn't come again tonight. As dawn broke, and the faint sunlight pierced through layers of mist, finally reaching Jiang Chen's cheek, she slowly opened her eyes. She slowly sat up in bed, trying to distinguish between reality and dream. First, we can rule out Kane's prank. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with Jiang Chen, if his actions at night were merely intimidation, he shouldn't have left so easily. Given his personality, this prank wouldn't have ended so abruptly. What if it was that boy? Jiang Chen, are you awake? Hai Tianai knocked on the door. Awake, coming right away. At the dining table, Jiang Chen and the others sat together, munching on dry bread. What? Are you sure you're not dreaming? Du Hai, startled by what happened to Jiang Chen last night, stammered. Jiang Chen, are you sure you really heard it? I live next door, but I didn't hear a sound last night. Hai Tianai looked at Jiang Chen worriedly. He suspected that Jiang Chen's health hadn't fully recovered, hence her paranoia. As the deputy captain of the city guards, he wanted to get her some more nutritious food tonight. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to Zhang Fengge and Chen Yimo sitting opposite him. Zhang Fengge thought and recalled carefully for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. Chen Yimo, you didn't hear anything either? Jiang Chen pressed on, unwilling to give up. Sure enough, given Zhang Fengge and the others' alertness, it was impossible for them to have heard nothing last night, unless something was blocking the sound. There are soldiers on guard duty inside the villa, and people patrol at night. Are you sure it wasn't one of the patrolmen? Chen Yimo asked, frowning. No. Jiang Chen answered decisively. The communicator and terminal also lost signal last night. Jiang Chen tried to corroborate last night's bizarre events with other clues. This place is shrouded in fog year-round, and the fog is even thicker and the humidity higher at night. It's normal for the signal to be interfered with and interrupted. Hai Tianya's explanation completely attributed Jiang Chen's experience last night to a bizarre nightmare. Are you ready? We're about to leave. Yuan walked over and urged. Okay, coming right away. Jiang Chen stood up and ran into Professor Norman and the others who were having breakfast. Kane glanced at the group of city guards, then walked straight past. The boy's eyes met Jiang Chen's, but he calmly turned away. The cook prepared a cart full of lavish breakfast for them, filling the table. Jiang Chen glanced at a dish of pan-fried mushrooms on the table, her favorite dish. She restrained her gaze and walked out of the villa. A cool morning breeze dispersed the thick fog, revealing a tapestry of emerald green, deep brown, and pale yellow hues. The tall, robust trees were hidden from view through the fog. Jiang Chen looked into the distance. She was certain that everything that had happened last night was not a dream. Chapter 89. Until the blood mist swallowed the night, tears overwhelmed me. Don't cry, no one will save you. Du Hai, what kind of nonsense is this? Jiang Chen sat in the mountain bike, scrolling through Du Hai's latest channel on his terminal. The pin post on Blood Red Fog City had these 3 lines written in large red characters. She checked the time. It must have just been edited. Oh, you don't understand. Look at how thick the fog was last night. It almost swallowed the night. And isn't Cold Wind Lake, which we went to today, like a teardrop from this foggy city? Du Hai explained confidently. Then what did you mean by that last sentence? Jiang Chen put away her terminal and looked up at him. Well, after hearing about your dream this morning, inspiration just came to me. Du Hai stammered. Jiang Chen shook her head helplessly. It seemed Du Hai was indeed worthy of the title as a special commentator. The 4 of them, plus Du Hai, were in one car. Zhang Fengge was driving, Hai Tianai was in the passenger seat, and the remaining 3 sat in the back. Du Hai, sandwiched in the middle, was still fiddling with the terminal, busy replying to messages. Chen Yimo had her eyes closed, seemingly taking a nap. The mountain vehicle had been modified to adapt to the mountainous environment of Fog City, but the mountain roads were much more difficult than Jiang Chen had anticipated. Looking out the window, she saw that thick fog shrouded everything. Even her arm, extended out the window, disappeared into the mist. Jiang Chen withdrew her arm, closed the window, and looked at the data sent to her communicator. Cold Wind Lake had an area of approximately 10 square kilometers, surrounded by dozens of mountain peaks, like stars surrounding the moon. Furthermore, the lake was the source of many rivers in Fog City, Although the data indicated that the lake only had an outlet and no outlet, yet the water flowed continuously year-round. I think. Du Hai, wearing thick-rimmed glasses, suddenly looked up, as if he had discovered something important. There's nothing in this cold wind lake, not even a single fish. How could there be a baby? Who told you the baby came from the lake? Chen Yimo said impatiently, his eyes still closed. Didn't they say the baby appeared in Cold Wind Lake? And no one lives around here, so if the baby didn't come from the lake, where did it come from? Chen Yimo simply turned his body to the side, his back to Du Hai. This action wasn't very offensive, but it was extremely insulting. Du Hai looked at Jiang Chen with a hurt expression. Screech! The mountain bike in front suddenly made a sound of stalling. Du Hai was about to stand up and move forward when Chen Yimo pressed down on his shoulder. Don't move. What happened? Du Hai asked anxiously. The bike in front must have been blocked by something and suddenly stopped, but the slope here is too steep, and the bike is prone to sliding down the slope when it stops, Hai Tianai explained from the front. Jiang Chen looked out the window. The winding mountain road they had just passed was hardly enough to describe its ruggedness and complexity. They were now stopped on an almost vertical slope. Although the mountain vehicle had been modified, it couldn't withstand being stuck on such a steep incline for an extended period. Behind them lay a sheer cliff. Time ticked by. What's going on? Why aren't they moving? Maybe I should just get out. Du Hai's unease turned into anxiety. Are you looking for trouble? Did you see anyone get out up ahead? Chen Yimo's voice was deep as he pressed down on Du Hai's shoulder again. Why? Du Hai hadn't expected Chen Yimo, who looked like a young boy, to be so terrifying when his expression turned somber. There's electricity in the fog, Jiang Chen said, looking out the window. What? A gray moth, before it even got close to our vehicle, suddenly fell down. Its wings had scorch marks on the edges, but... Jiang Chen said, looking at the moth on the ground. Before Jiang Chen could finish, Du Hai covered his cheek and sobbed, Then we're inside the vehicle, aren't we? He was now filled with regret. He shouldn't have left the suspension tower. The mountaineering vehicles have been specially treated to be non-conductive. Zhang Fengge, who had been sitting silently in the front, finally spoke up. Du Hai, that moth isn't dead, it's just been stunned by the electric shock. Jiang Chen patted Du Hai's shoulder. Du Hai looked out the window. The gray moth on the ground was still twitching slightly. Although the movement was extremely subtle, it was clearly still alive. With a loud boom, the mountaineering vehicle in front made a violent noise, and suddenly surged forward. Du Hai, hold on tight. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice fell, their vehicle shot off like an arrow. Beneath the lush, towering trees, on the winding, dimly lit mountain road, several black mountain bikes sped through the thick white fog at an astonishing speed. Ugh, Du Hai groaned, bent over, one hand bracing against a tree. The extreme speed had almost made him vomit up everything he'd eaten yesterday. What happened just now? Hai Tianai walked towards Pei Du and the others. Their car was the lead car. Fang Yu didn't keep them in suspense, saying directly, there was a deer. A mutated animal with lightning powers? Although they knew the culprit, everyone's brows furrowed. Brother Hai, is it strange that a mutated animal has lightning powers? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. It's not strange for mutated animals to develop powers, but... Hai Tianai paused, considering his words, before continuing. For example, animals like pangolins often mutate to develop stronger armor, and rats might mutate to have an astonishing reproductive capacity, so... Jiang Chen followed Hai Tianai's words. So even if an animal like a deer mutates, it shouldn't evolve into a lightning-based power. That's right. However, that's not what we need to investigate this time. What lies before us now is this mysterious cold wind lake. Hai Tianai gazed at the azure lake before him. Although the city is shrouded in mist year-round, the surface of Cold Wind Lake is less foggy, reflecting the mountains like a smooth mirror. A chilling wind glides across the azure lake, creating ripples. The group was divided into 4 teams, each assigned to a different area along the lake's shore, to search for any suspicious areas. Jiang Chen had expected to patrol with the city guards, but Fang Yu mixed all the guards and Valkan soldiers into different groups. Zhang Fengge had no objections, as this would make it easier for the guards to gather information. She was assigned to a group with Du Hai, Chen Yimo, and Pei Du, responsible for the southwest area of Cold Wind Lake. It was nearing noon, but the mountain mist showed no signs of dissipating, causing considerable trouble for the search. After working tirelessly for half a day, they found nothing. Who? Pei Du stared at the dark forest behind him, his eyes extremely cold and sharp, his gaze like a knife piercing into whatever was within. A shadowy figure darted through the undergrowth, making a creaking sound. Jiang Chen quickly drew the lightning ball from his waist, inadvertently taking a few steps back. A dark green thing swooped down from the treetops. Its target was none other than the retreating Jiang Chen. Chapter 90. Villa, 4th floor, laboratory. Eric carefully cut off a corner of the brown leather, placing the rest back into the experimental chamber. A small piece of the leather was placed in a petri dish containing a light blue reagent. The brown leather suddenly struggled and twisted inside, then slowly turned black. A bit of a pity. Eric's transparent lenses reflected an image of the black leather turning black, then decomposing, and then fusing again. The development of cell regeneration factor CRS12 has reached a critical stage. This mature brown leather is an unexpected bonus, so why say it's a pity? Norman said. Professor Jiang, how have you been lately? Eric changed the subject, bringing up another matter. Norman put down the materials he was holding, walked to the other side of the laboratory, picked up a black vial labeled nano-venom, walked to Eric's side, and poured it into the petri dish. A small drop of liquid splashed out, and a burn hole immediately appeared in the special material of the experimental table. Although Alec was getting on in years, seeing Norman's actions, he was worried about his own life. He knew his junior brother never joked. At this point, he had no choice but to plead, half raising his hand and saying, "Okay, it's something I shouldn't have brought up. After you left, Jiang, the team conducted a lot of experiments on the mutated plants. Among them, the brown-skinned plant was our most important observation target, so you may not know much about this mutated plant." Alec recalled that Norman had once been Jiang Ruoxing's most prized student, and even he, as his senior brother, couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Norman possessed talent and ambition. During his time at the Suspended Tower, he not only achieved excellent results, but also demonstrated extraordinary leadership. But this prodigy was despised by his most respected teacher, who publicly declared he would never appear in any place Norman was ever seen again. Ali Khan, though unsure why his usually gentle teacher was so resolute towards Norman, admitted a flicker of secret joy mixed with regret at witnessing the fall of a prodigy. Now, 20 years later, both men were gray-haired. Time had changed him, and it had changed Norman. Seeing him today, he thought he wasn't as radical and sharp as before. However, Norman's rash actions just now brought back some memories of his youth. "I won't keep you in suspense any longer. That girl probably won't be coming back," Ali Khan said casually. Norman put down the vial of medicine, seemingly intending to listen carefully to Ali Khan's explanation. Ali Khan was slightly taken aback. He didn't think Norman was particularly kind. Years ago, they had also conducted some unethical, even inhumane, biological experiments behind Professor Jiang Ruoxing's back. "Is this girl special?" Eric encountered. "Not special at all, just a little clever." "I'm sure it's more than that?" Eric pressed further. Norman turned his back, and placed the nano-venom back on the experimental rack, his expression unreadable to Eric. This girl was brought back to the Suspended Tower by Jiang Ruoxing. His tone was gentle as he said this, but Eric felt something was off. "A student?" "No, there are 2 other girls. I thought the teacher had taken on another student. Since you left, the teacher hasn't taken on any new students." Eric knew his words might displease Norman, but seeing a crack appear on Norman's otherwise calm face still brought him a slight sense of satisfaction. There was another reason, of course. Jiang Chen could serve as a good reference for XT06. Based on the data he gathered through the terminal, Jiang Chen's learning and imitation abilities were quite impressive. However, he didn't intend to tell the jealous Eric any of this. Eric continued, "While brown-skinned plants aren't unique to Fog City, the ones in this area are different. All the animals here fear them. They're incredibly fast, and their bellies have a highly venomous red thorn." Norman wasn't surprised to hear this. After the spore crisis, the aggressiveness of some mutated plants was comparable to that of mutated animals. These brown-skinned creatures are rare, not only because they're hard to find, but also because you can't kill them. Mature brown-skinned creatures hold an extraordinary position within their pack. If you kill one, all is well, but if you don't, its kind will surely retaliate until death. The reason Coldwind Lake has been so rarely visited for so many years is because it's the brown-skinned creature's lair. Eric watched, Norman's expression flickering slightly, but only for a moment. He felt a pang of regret. Indeed, nothing mattered to his junior brother. Southwest region of Coldwind Lake. Dozens of brown-skinned creatures flew out from the forest, varying in size. The redder the color, the larger the body. They had 2 slits on their heads, and their fine, sharp teeth flashed in the mist. They charged at Jiang Chen, who pulled out a lightning ball. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots were fired at the oncoming brown-skinned creatures. The creatures that Chen Yimo and Pei Du had shot had barely fallen to the ground when they quickly shed their skin and charged at them again. Gunshots rang out not far away. Jiang Chen glanced towards the distance of the lake, towards Hai Tianya's direction. A brown-skinned creature, about a meter in size, suddenly burst from the reeds behind them, pouncing on the face of a Valkan soldier. It raised its red thorns high, emitting a series of eerie cracking sounds. Jiang Chen quickly aimed his gun at the creature's head, but before he could pull the trigger, he watched as the brown-skinned creature pierced the soldier's throat. The soldier didn't even have time to utter a sound. His whole body trembled, and within seconds, he went limp, his head drooping. The brown-skinned creature clinging to his face instantly swelled up, its color changing from grayish-green to brownish red. Du Hai, witnessing this, was terrified. Although he was a D-level ability user, his power was merely ordinary physical enhancement. He trembled and hid behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen covered him as he retreated. Suddenly, a dense swarm of grayish-green swarms of brown hides surged out of the forest, smaller than the previous wave, but far more numerous. Jiang Chen, come here! Chen Yimo shouted. Chen Yimo activated his ability, creating a protective shield around him and Pei Du, which the swarms couldn't see. With a bang, they slammed into the shield, instantly covering most of it with a thick green liquid. But there were simply too many swarms of swarms, like moths to a flame, crashing into the shield, causing faint cracks to appear. Jiang Chen, with Du Hai in tow, tried to approach Chen Yimo, but the overwhelming number of swarms blocked their path. Suddenly, a blur flashed past Chen Yimo, and a silver wolf nearly 100 feet long appeared before them, its belly silver gray. With a howl, the swarms of swarms lurking in the forest fell silent. A silver claw slashed through the air, scattering several brown wolves like fragments across the ground. Pei Du had actually reverted to his ancestral form, as a silver wolf. The number of brown wolves charging out decreased dramatically. Jiang Chen killed the last brown wolves that attacked her by striking its head. At that moment, a long, thin strand of hair emerged from Cold Wind Lake, weaving through the dense grass, tethering Jiang Chen's feet and dragging her into the thick reeds. She vanished instantly into the icy Cold Wind Lake.